Chapter 1. The Dark Apocalypse? Survival? To live on. Shen awoke from his slumber, rubbing his throbbing temples, and gazed around in terror. Where am I? Before his eyes lay a dimly lit space, imbued with an air of antiquity, as if it were a place long forsaken by human presence. Soon after, a bone-chilling cold enveloped him, the temperature plummeting to approximately 10 C, which jolted his foggy consciousness into a semblance of clarity. Hastily, he scrambled to his feet, only then discerning his surroundings. It appeared to be an underground shelter. He surveyed the area in disbelief. The environment was dim and confined. Measuring merely around 5 square meters, it was a subterranean refuge, where the cold air mingled with the scent of damp earth that filled his nostrils. Turning his gaze toward the entrance of the shelter, he noticed a slanted opening covered by a flimsy wooden board, barely shielding him from the frigid winds outside. Through the gaps in the wood, he could see nothing but an inky darkness, while the howling winds battered against the board, producing a series of thudding sounds that instilled fear and further diminished the already frigid temperature within the shelter, prompting Shen to tighten his clothing. Dressed only in a light autumn jacket, he was already shivering uncontrollably in the extreme cold. Yet, the chill was a mere secondary concern. The current environment filled him with a profound dread, compelling him to scrutinize the conditions of the shelter. At the farthest end of the refuge lay a remarkably dilapidated single wooden bed, barely large enough for an adult to lie down. It was adorned with bedding that was thickly coated in dust, indicating it had not been occupied for a considerable time. Adjacent to the bed was a small wooden table, appearing exceedingly rudimentary, now covered with a thick layer of dust. Most strikingly, atop the table sat an antiquated radio, the sole source of illumination in the shelter, and the origin of the voice he had heard earlier. Is this the survival radio mentioned in the voice? Shen keenly recognized that this old radio might provide him with vital information. Moreover, the previous voice had alluded to the survival radio's potential to aid in better survival, as well as the acquisition of 3 survival tools. He picked up the survival radio, a vintage device the size of a brick, its army green leather casing rusted and worn. The sounds it had emitted earlier were rife with static. On the front of the radio was an embedded electronic screen, the only source of light emanating from it. The screen displayed an image of a parcel, accompanied by 6 characters. "Do you confirm the receipt?" After a brief contemplation, he clicked to confirm, and the entire screen flickered, revealing 10 items, from which he could select 3. Shen glanced over the options. The survival tools were varied and comprised common items. In total, they included winter thermal clothing, 500 G of compressed biscuits, 1.5 L of purified water, an axe of flint, 10 water purification tablets reusable, a mini medical kit containing bandages, anti-inflammatory medication, fever reducers, and other basic pharmaceuticals, a thermal sleeping bag, salt, and an iron pot. 10 survival tools in total, encompassing food, water, warmth, medicine, and essential living supplies. Each one was of utmost importance. Furrowing his brow, Shen hesitated multiple times, unable to decisively make a choice. Each item was critically significant to his current predicament. He had to discern which 3 items were of the highest necessity from this array of crucial tools. The flint is a must without a source of fire in this environment. "I fear I might not survive the night," Shen murmured to himself, first selecting the flint as the most essential item. After further deliberation, he also chose the winter thermal clothing and the 10 water purification tablets. He had to take into account the present conditions, with temperatures plummeting to 10 C. If he did not prioritize warmth, he was likely to freeze to death that very night. Additionally, the availability of clean water was a pivotal factor for survival. Previously, the survival radio had explicitly stated that this was a world ravaged by radiation. Aside from the shelter, all other areas were tainted by its corruption. Without water purification tablets, access to clean water would undoubtedly become a grave issue. Alas, the mini medical kit and the salt are regrettable losses. He clicked to confirm, and the 3 selected items materialized before him. They consisted of winter thermal clothing resembling a tactical jacket, appearing extraordinarily thick, with a plush lining that promised excellent insulation. Without any hesitation, Lu Shun donned the clothing, feeling a wave of warmth wash over him, as his shivering body gradually began to stabilize. Additionally, a small flint and the 10 water purification tablets appeared on the table. This miraculous occurrence left Lu Shun in awe what kind of force had transported humanity to this terrifying apocalyptic realm. Never mind that for now, I must first tend to the fire, otherwise the temperature in this shelter will remain perilously low. Lu Shun cast a glance at the entrance of a shelter. The rickety wooden board was utterly inadequate against the frigid winds outside, which howled and whipped snow inside, sending chills down his spine. Only the shelter behind him offered a semblance of security, slightly alleviating his fear. Wrapped in his winter thermal clothing, Lu Shun casually sat on the single wooden bed behind him, picking up the flint to investigate its functionality. However, in the next moment, with a loud bang, Lu Shun found himself abruptly sinking into the wooden bed, dust billowing throughout the shelter. Lu Shun's lips twitched as he paused for several seconds to process what had just occurred, unable to suppress his sarcasm. Good grief, this is shoddily constructed. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the wood had severely weathered, becoming exceedingly fragile and losing its original utility. Even the bedding atop the bed had become fibrous, disintegrating into fragments at the slightest touch, merging with the dust. With no other choice, Lu Shun dismantled the entire wooden bed. While using it as a bed was evidently impractical, it could serve as excellent firewood. He piled the wooden planks and fabric together, igniting them with the flint. A fire blazed within the shelter, casting an orange glow that illuminated the space, exuding a sense of warmth while dispelling the fear within him. Lu Shun nestled into the farthest corner of the shelter, somewhat astonished by the items he held in his hands. While dismantling the wooden bed, he unexpectedly uncovered some hidden supplies, presumably left behind by previous survivors. There were only a few items: a piece of compressed biscuit, a rusty iron cup, and a small amount of salt, all wrapped in weathered rags. Additionally, there was some unidentifiable food and living supplies, now decayed beyond recognition. Only the 3 items remained somewhat usable. The compressed biscuit was still unopened, weighing approximately 100 g. However, due to significant wear on the packaging, it was unclear whether it had expired. Nevertheless, upon opening, it still emitted a fragrant aroma. If there was truly nothing else to eat, it could serve as a temporary sustenance. Food poisoning was certainly preferable to starving to death. Salt spilled across the ground, and Lu Shun carefully gathered it, placing it into the rusty iron cup, which counted as a precious resource for survival. Once everything was tidied up, Lu Shun finally lay down on the ground, curling up in the corner as he began to explore the survival radio. It featured 4 distinct sections, each corresponding to different functions of the radio, which would be crucial for his survival moving forward, warranting a thorough examination. The 4 main areas were communication, shelter, weather, and shop. Upon opening the communication section, he found it completely blank, indicating that the survival radio could receive signals from within a 50 kilometers radius, enabling contact with other survivors. After pondering for a moment, Lu Shun opted not to activate this function. Having just arrived in this apocalyptic world, he was unaware of the surrounding circumstances. Contacting other survivors at random seemed unwise. If he encountered someone with ulterior motives, it could lead to conflict over survival tools. Although he had not yet experienced the apocalypse, he understood that in such an environment, fellow humans could be allies, but more likely, they would be adversaries. The shelter section provided a general overview of his refuge. Initial shelter. Shelter area, 5.32 square meters. Within this area, radiation will not affect him. Upgrade conditions, 100 survival coins. Aside from the area and upgrade conditions, there was no other information, appearing exceptionally concise. Survival coins? Is this the currency of the apocalypse? Lu Shun mused, though he did not delve deeper. As long as he survived here, he would eventually encounter the currency system. Opening the weather section revealed the current weather conditions. Weather. Temperature, 18.2 C. Climate, continuous blizzard. Wind speed of 17. Radiation. Severe exposure exceeding 4 minutes will allow radiation to invade the human body. Radiation levels will decrease during the day. Even merely reading this information caused Lu Shan's heart to shudder. The natural environment of this apocalyptic world was far harsher than he had imagined. The exceedingly low temperatures and incessant snowfall have rendered him, despite residing in a shelter equipped with thermal clothing and a warming fire, showing signs of impending frostbite. With winds reaching a staggering force of 17, coupled with severe radiation, the prospects of venturing out in search of resources have drastically diminished. However, the explanation regarding the radiation instills a flicker of hope within him. Perhaps when daylight arrives, these harsh natural conditions may ameliorate, thus presenting an opportunity for exploration. Yet, the specifics of the situation remain shrouded in uncertainty. Ultimately, Lu Shan perused the store page, discovering a disparity between his expectations and reality. The shop did not offer survival items, it merely provided a brief explanation. Each day, there's a single opportunity for refreshment, yielding 3 new items that can be purchased with survival currency. It appears that the shop does not furnish basic survival resources, but merely randomizes a selection of items. This is rather inconvenient, as it precludes the acquisition of stable, fundamental resources. Lu Shan murmured to himself, furrowing his brow. Had he been able to procure the 10 survival tools previously available, the likelihood of survival would have been significantly enhanced. If the items are merely randomized, the situation becomes considerably more troublesome. After reviewing all the information, Lu Shan could not suppress a sigh. The survival radio merely serves as an auxiliary means of existence, failing to provide substantial assistance, which left him somewhat disheartened. The pressure of survival has kept his mind in a state of heightened alertness, and despite his profound fatigue, sleep eludes him. Yet reason counsels him that prolonged wakefulness exacts a heavy toll on the body. Especially in such adverse conditions, it is imperative to rest as much as possible to conserve energy. Suppressing the fears and anxieties that gnaw at him, Lu Shan curled himself into the depths of the shelter, relying on the warmth of the fire to force himself to close his eyes and rest. The fragile shelter offers little protection against the unforgiving external environment. The howling winds echo in his ears, and the wooden boards blocking the entrance to the shelter rattle incessantly, producing a cacophony of sounds. The flickering light from the fire dances precariously in response to the chilling gusts of wind. As the night gradually wanes, Lu Shan rubs his eyes awake, weariness etched on his face. For him, this night provided little comfort. Nonetheless, he has managed to replenish a modicum of energy. Rising from the ground and brushing off the dust from his body, Lu Shan makes his way to the entrance of the shelter, peering through the crevice of the door. He discerns that the outside world is not as engulfed in darkness as before. During the night, the external blackness was profoundly deep, akin to an abyss. Yet now, it is brightened considerably, reminiscent of dawn's early light, with a faint glow seeping in, though the atmosphere remains somber and oppressive. Out of an abundance of caution, Lu Shan refrains from venturing outside. Immediately, the visibility is still quite low, and he resolves to wait until the light improves for greater safety. Regrettably, his hopes are soon dashed. This post-apocalyptic realm has never been graced by radiant sunlight. Instead, it is shrouded in perpetual darkness and gloom, with heavy clouds eternally cloaking the sky. After waiting for half an hour, the brightness has only marginally increased, resembling the early morning hours, yet there are no signs of the sun. Moreover, the biting winds and blizzards continue unabated, showing no inclination to relent. Lu Shan comprehends that the present weather conditions may indeed represent the best scenario he is likely to encounter. Retrieving the survival radio, he checks the weather once more, noting significant changes. Weather. Temperature, minus 15.6 C. Climate. Continuous snowfall, wind speed at level 9. Radiation. Moderate. If outdoor exposure exceeds 46 minutes today, radiation will infiltrate the human body, and as night descends, the radiation levels will continue to rise. The temperature has noticeably increased, and the blizzard has transformed into ordinary snowfall, with a significant reduction in wind speed, while radiation has diminished to a moderate level, allowing for outdoor exploration. However, the exploration time is limited to merely 46 minutes, necessitating prompt action. Shen extinguished the bonfire, wrapped himself in his clothes, and took the survival radio before opening the shelter's entrance. In the next moment, a fierce gust of cold wind swept in, rushing directly into the shelter, while the wind and snow sliced through the air like blades, nearly knocking him off his feet. Simultaneously, amidst the blizzard, a putrid, decaying stench mingled with the cold, causing him to wrinkle his brow and cover his nose. Is this a world eroded by unknown radiation? Shen felt a heaviness in his heart, but after a moment's contemplation, he took a step forward and ventured outside the shelter. If this truly is an apocalyptic world, resources must be scarce, and survival conditions exceedingly harsh. He must urgently seek food, for otherwise, survival would become the greatest challenge. Standing outside the shelter, he surveyed the desolate landscape, a scene ravaged by a snow-laden apocalypse. The barren wasteland covered in snow. Only a few oddly shaped dead trees grew not far to the west of the shelter, standing resolutely amidst the wind and snow, unable to discern the species of the dead trees. He noted their bizarre forms, with branches growing in a chaotic manner, resembling creeping phantoms, as though they had undergone some mutation. Turning to glance back at the shelter, he saw that it was a half-embedded structure. Exceedingly rudimentary, merely a pit had been dug underground, offering little sense of security. The only consolation was that the shelter was positioned behind a small earthen mound, which shielded it from most of the wind and snow. Shen remained composed, contemplating his current predicament. The most pressing concerns were food and warmth. He must seek sustenance as quickly as possible and gather wood for burning. To survive here, several essential elements cannot be overlooked: a shelter, fire, a water source, and food. Currently, the shelter issue is resolved, and water can be directly collected from the snow, purified with water tablets to obtain clean water. Thus, the only matters needing attention are maintaining the fire and foraging for food. However, looking around, there are not many areas worth exploring in the vicinity of a shelter. The only resource-rich area appeared to be the sparse dead forest. Nevertheless, compressed biscuits could sustain him for another day or two, so he decided to gather some firewood first. The wood from the single bed would not last long. After careful consideration, Shen cautiously made his way towards the dead forest, moving slowly and meticulously observing his surroundings. It was not due to the intense wind and snow. Although the sky remained dim and overcast, the storm had noticeably lightened, making movement less perilous. The reason for his deliberate pace was the survival radio's mention of corpses and mutated creatures. Though he had never encountered them, the mere names indicated they were certainly not to be trifled with, and it was best to avoid them whenever possible. He proceeded cautiously, inching towards the dead forest. A mere 500 meters journey took him over 10 minutes. As he drew near, Shen could not suppress a sharp intake of breath from a distance. The dead trees had appeared merely odd. Now, up close, their appearance was even more terrifying. They resembled a cluster of burned serpents, emerging from the ground and intertwining with one another. The bark was covered in a layer of black, wooden scales, growing in a twisted manner, bearing marks of corrosion, as though they had soaked in sulfuric acid. Fortunately, despite their fearsome appearance, the dead trees did not exhibit any immediate danger. Among the snow-covered ground, several buried branches lay hidden, and Shen unceremoniously excavated them, intending to carry them back for firewood. From their texture, he could tell these branches were exceptionally hard, likely a type of hardwood, ensuring they would burn well, certainly better than the weathered planks of the bed. It was worth noting that he had consumed nearly all the wood from the bed in a single night, a considerable expenditure. The dead wood before him was of evidently superior quality, though it was all buried beneath the snow, making retrieval somewhat challenging. As Shen gathered the wood, he kept a close eye on the survival radio's timer, mindful to avoid prolonged exposure to radiation. After 20 minutes, having collected a bundle of sturdy branches, he promptly ceased his efforts, planning to return to the shelter. The journey from the shelter to the dead forest had taken about 15 minutes. Now, with 20 minutes spent collecting, he had 11 minutes left to return, hoping to allow himself ample time. He was also concerned that prolonged exposure to radiation could adversely affect his health. This moment, he could already feel the relentless cold wind biting at his exposed skin, causing a stinging sensation, while his respiratory tract began to itch, all of which were exceedingly troubling signs. The sustained low temperatures had rendered his hands and feet stiff. Clearly having drained a considerable amount of energy, he needed to return swiftly. As he rose, clutching the sturdy branches, he was suddenly drawn by a distant sight. What is that? He mused, noticing a structure faintly visible beyond the western edge of the dead forest. Partially obscured by the swirling snow, Shen focused intently, gradually discerning the outlines of a city ruin. Standing amidst the storm, with collapsed buildings dotting the landscape, he became increasingly convinced that this place was certainly not on Earth. Such a harsh environment, trees ravaged by radiation, and the sight of crumbling edifices were not phenomena one would encounter on Earth. The emergence of this city ruin sparked a thought in Shen's mind. He wondered if there might be resources for survival within those ruins. Perhaps something useful could be found, he murmured to himself. Perhaps after all these years, there is no food left among the city ruins. Yet, some everyday items could still exist, such as pots, bowls, utensils, knives, salt, and long-preserved food. If I could just find a few of these, it would greatly enhance my quality of life. However, glancing at the survival radio's timer, he noted that only 9 minutes remained. Shen understood that he would likely not have the opportunity to explore the ruins in such a short time. After all, his window for outdoor activity was limited, and his body was beginning to tire. He had to return to the shelter immediately. Gritting his teeth, he resolved not to hesitate further and quickly set off towards the shelter. Upon reaching the shelter, flames danced upwards, dispelling the darkness and cold. Finally back. Shen sighed with relief, collapsing into the depths of the shelter. The collected sturdy branches were all placed beside the bonfire, allowing them to dry as much as possible for later use. However, unbeknownst to him, as the temperature rose, certain elements within the branches began to stir. The quality of the hard wood was exceptional, not only burning efficiently, but also generating significantly more heat than the weathered timber. Rapidly elevating the temperature within the cramped shelter, in the depths of the shelter, Shen cleared a relatively clean area. Sitting down to check the survival radio, on one hand, he attempted to utilize the communication function to receive messages from other survivors. While he did not intend to send out messages randomly for safety reasons, nor did he wish to seek allies recklessly, he was nonetheless willing to listen to any incoming communications to gauge the situations of other survivors. Activating the message reception feature, the radar began scanning within a 50 kilometers radius. However, no results materialized in the immediate time frame. On the other hand, he had one opportunity left to refresh the items in the store, which he decided to use. He was curious to see what items would be replenished in the store. 3 item icons began to rotate, various survival tools flashing before his eyes, until they gradually slowed to a halt, revealing 3 items. Shen focused intently. Black bread 2, priced at 8 survival coins. Snow boots, priced at 20 survival coins. Talon awakening, priced at 20 survival coins. All survivors are guaranteed to encounter it within their first 3 refreshes. Oh, talent! Shen's gaze was immediately captivated. Behind this bizarre world seemed to lie a hidden facet yet to be revealed. As he pondered the essence of talent, a hardened branch burning in the nearby fire suddenly fell with a crack, interrupting his thoughts. Initially, Shen paid little heed to it. The batch of hardened branches had been buried in the snow for quite some time, and it was normal for them to deform under the flames due to the moisture within not being completely dried out. However, in the next moment, the fallen branch beside the fire moved slightly once again. This time, Shen's attention sharpened. He quickly sprang to his feet, firmly believing he had not misperceived. The branch moved on its own without any external force. A chill raced down his spine. What was happening? Could there be something amiss with this branch? Shen's alertness heightened, and he stepped back a few paces, instinctively picking up a charred stick to poke at the hardened branch. When the branch was turned over, he was taken aback by what he saw. That a minuscule circular hole marred the charred surface, and within it, a dark shadow writhed. Before he could examine it more closely, a shadowy figure shot out. What on earth? Shen was immediately drenched in cold sweat and hurriedly retreated. Yet the shadow moved with astonishing speed, not granting him a moment to react. Within mere seconds, it had reached his ankle. The next instant, a searing pain surged through him, and Shen instinctively screamed, reflexively raising his leg to shake it, while simultaneously slapping at his ankle. after several forceful strikes. He managed to knock a black insect away in his panic, following which he relentlessly pounded it with several blows, expending all his strength to crush it that moment, illuminated by the firelight. He finally discerned the creature's appearance, that it was an oddly shaped black beetle, flattened against the ground, its thumb-sized body oozing a dark green fluid, still twitching, not fully dead. What was even more unsettling were its 8 slender legs. Akin to a spider's, covered in black hairs, just a glance was enough to elicit a visceral discomfort. What kind of insect is this? Lu Shan's gaze towards the hardened branch was now tinged with fear. This creature had crawled out from it. Without a moment's hesitation, he tore a piece of tattered cloth from beside his bed and wrapped the still smoldering branch, hurling it out of the shelter. However, due to radiation concerns, he merely tossed it into the snow outside. That Lu Shan surmised that this bizarre insect had likely been hibernating within the branch, and the rising temperature from the flames had awakened it, resulting in the preceding chaos. Moreover, it was highly probable that this was an unknown mutated organism. Clutching his wound, anxiety surged within him. The most pressing issue was the injury on his ankle. Even now, he found it hard to believe that, despite wearing such thick winter clothing, this insect had managed to inflict harm upon him. It was indeed extraordinary. He could only wonder whether this spider-like black beetle possessed any venom. If it were toxic, or if the wound proved difficult to heal, treating it in the current environment would surely be a daunting task. At this juncture, Lu Shan felt a twinge of regret. These withered trees, which could survive in a frigid, radiation-laden apocalyptic world, with such peculiar appearances, he should have sensed something amiss and never brought them back so recklessly. But now, no matter what he said, it was too late. Lu Shan had to roll up his pant leg, using the light from his survival radio to inspect the wound. That it was exceptionally small, no larger than a pinprick, likely inflicted by the beetle's spider-like legs. Bleeding slightly, but showing no visible swelling. The wound was not alarming, yet Lu Shan's complexion remained grim. Many snake bites exhibit no immediate reaction, yet within minutes, the venom can spread throughout the body, rendering treatment impossible. Faced with this unknown insect, he dared not harbor any optimistic thoughts. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Shan opened the shop on his survival radio, but he suddenly recalled that, in addition to purchasing items, the shop had another function: exchanging survival coins. Survivors could submit collected resources for appraisal, and based on the varying values of different goods, they could exchange them for corresponding survival coins. That Lu Shan had already attempted this the previous night. Discovering that items like wood, weathered fabric, and soil were not recognized by the shop and could not be exchanged for survival coins. However, survival tools and food were accepted. For instance, winter clothing, fire starters, water purification tablets, and compressed biscuits could be exchanged for varying amounts of survival coins. During the appraisal process, a brief description of the item would appear, which could prove beneficial in the current situation. Lu Shan bent down to pry the crushed beetle from the ground, placing it before the survival radio. Soon, a piece of information materialized. Name: black wriggling bamboo segment insect. Remains description: a mutated organism, eroded by radiation, capable of surviving in extreme cold and radiation through hibernation. Can exchange for survival coins 3. Fortunately, a description of this insect had indeed appeared, confirming it as a mutated organism affected by radiation. However, regrettably, the information did not indicate whether this insect was venomous, deepening Lu Shan's unease. The only course of action left was to wait, and hope that the wound would not worsen. In the frigid air, the only sounds were the pounding of his heart, accompanied by slightly labored breathing. As 5 minutes passed, the worst-case scenario unfolded. The hardened branch had been cast out of the shelter. The fire had run out of fuel, leaving only a scant amount of charcoal emitting faint sparks. The temperature within the shelter plummeted rapidly, yet after a few minutes, Lu Shan found himself not feeling cold. Instead, an intense heat radiated from his ankle, accompanied by a severe itch. Lu Shan immediately understood that the black wriggling bamboo segment insect likely possessed venom, which had already begun to spread. He attempted to squeeze the venomous blood from the wound, but after several tries, he found the wound to be exceedingly small, rendering this method nearly ineffective. Now, He could only hope that the insect's venom was not potent and that his robust constitution would enable him to endure it. In this life-or-death moment, Shen managed to quell his inner fear, becoming increasingly composed. The most crucial thing now was to conserve his strength. Ensuring that his body had ample energy to combat the venom's invasion was paramount. He retrieved a rusty iron cup, scooped a handful of snow from outside, and placed it among the remaining charcoal to heat it, then used the purification tablets to filter it, obtaining a steaming cup of hot water. The water quality was poor, carrying a metallic taste, but it replenished his energy. Simultaneously, he took out his treasured compressed biscuits. Having previously struggled to find a stable food source, he had been reluctant to consume them. However, given the current circumstances, there was no need to be parsimonious. He must replenish his energy as soon as possible. After downing a cup of hot water and consuming about 20 grams of compressed biscuits, Shen felt some of his fatigue dissipate. However, the fiery sensation at his ankle showed no signs of abating. The only solace was that the heat did not continue to spread, merely concentrating around the wound. At this moment, his injured right foot had become cumbersome to move and was accompanied by sporadic pangs of pain. This was destined to be a sleepless night. Cold, fear, and unease lingered in his mind, while the wind and snow continued to howl outside the shelter. After approximately 10 hours had passed, when Shen checked his wound again, he discovered it had worsened significantly. Aside from the intense heat, there were also signs of redness and swelling, and the pain was becoming increasingly unbearable, indicative of inflammation. His overall physical condition had deteriorated significantly, gradually manifesting symptoms such as fever and chills. Even his consciousness began to blur, and his ability to think was waning. His body, long oppressed by relentless work, was on the brink of collapse. Shen forced himself to muster strength, realizing that he could not allow this to continue. In the current dire circumstances, devoid of medication and sustenance to replenish his energy, and with the temperature plummeting, his body would surely succumb unless he devised a solution. However, gazing at the desolate refuge, Shen felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Since his arrival in this apocalyptic world, merely a day had elapsed, and he possessed scant survival tools. Only a winter coat and pants, a flint, water purification tablets, compressed biscuits, a rusty iron cup, and salt. If you recount, the black worm-like creature could be considered one of his assets. Regrettably, none of these items could aid his current predicament. Had he chosen the mini medical kit instead, there might have been a glimmer of hope. No, perhaps there was one item that could prove useful. Suddenly, Shen's eyes lit up as he swiftly opened a shop. Today's 3 newly refreshed items were still displayed on the shelf. He disregarded the black bread and snow boots, focusing instead on the item labeled Talon Awakening. He was uncertain of what Talon entailed or its utility, but given his present circumstances, he had no other options. Very well, a dead horse can be treated as a live one. Perhaps it would yield some benefit. Shen sighed. Exchange for Talon Awakening, he would need a total of 20 survival coins, which would require him to sell nearly all his survival tools just to scrape together enough for the purchase. He had already discerned that converting survival supplies into survival coins resulted in significant devaluation, yielding a meager quantity of coins. Conversely, purchasing 2 ordinary black breads demanded 8 survival coins, which was exorbitantly expensive. This was precisely why he had refrained from hastily buying after the initial refresh of 3 items. His finances were scant, and the cost-effectiveness was decidedly low. However, his situation had changed. He was now capable of directly purchasing Talon Awakening without selling off his survival tools, albeit with some risk involved. After a moment of deliberation, Shen recognized that he had no other choice. Thus, he hesitated no longer and dragged his injured body to rise once more. Subsequently, he retrieved hard branches from outside and brought them back to the shelter. But this time, he refrained from igniting them. For safety's sake, he did not allow the hard branches to approach the dwindling fire in the cooler area at the entrance of the refuge. Shen utilized the survival radio for illumination, searching for minute holes in the hard branches before forcibly prying them apart. As he had anticipated, a black worm-like creature was indeed concealed within, resembling the previous one. Only this one was still in slumber. Its 8 hairy legs clutched its diminutive body, no larger than a soybean, that if one did not examine closely, it would be impossible to discern it as a living creature. Having learned from previous missteps, Shen was particularly cautious. He was acutely aware of the peril posed by this tiny insect. Consequently, upon locating the sleeping black worm-like creature, he struck it multiple times with all his might, nearly exhausting himself to reduce it to a pulp. The black worm-like creature exhibited an incredibly tenacious vitality, even more resilient than that of a cockroach. Despite its body being shattered, it continued to writhe on the ground. It often required repeated blows before it would finally succumb. Watching the black worm-like creature transform into a corpse, a pale smile spread across Shen's face. This small insect was worth 3 survival coins. Quite a valuable find. Put it into perspective. A 100G package of compressed biscuits could only be exchanged for 3 survival coins. It was clear that the black worm-like creature represented a substantial fortune. Moreover, after dispatching the first black worm-like creature, he had confirmed a hypothesis. This species of black worm-like creature, in the extreme cold of the apocalypse, concealed itself within such hard branches, existing in a state akin to slumber. Awakening only in the presence of elevated temperatures, he even attempted to bring a sleeping black worm-like creature close to the fire. With just a slight increase in warmth, the creature showed signs of awakening. In contrast, the black worm-like creature, enduring the extreme cold, displayed no notable resistance even when touched or struck to death. With a clearer understanding of this creature's habits, Shen felt his fear diminish considerably. After systematically prying open all the hard branches and extracting the black worm-like creatures, he discovered an even greater yield than expected, with a total of 8 black worm-like creatures recovered on average. He found one in every 4 or 5 branches. This revelation caused Shen to inwardly gasp. He was fortunate to have made the discovery in time. Had these 8 black worm-like creatures awakened simultaneously within a shelter, his situation would have become far more perilous. The toxin of a single black worm-like creature was already beyond his capacity to withstand. How could he hope to endure the presence of 9? It would not be long before he succumbed, of course. Reward came hand in hand with risk. The black worm-like creature was indeed dangerous. Its intrinsic value was equally high. Shen placed the corpses of the 9 black worm-like creatures before the survival radio, and the shop quickly assessed their worth, each valued at 3 survival coins. Upon clicking to sell, a miraculous scene unfolded. The 9 black worm-like creatures vanished in an instant, as if whisked away by some magical force. And in their place, 27 ancient black coins appeared on the table. This was survival currency? Grasping one of the coins, he found it small and warm to the touch, though its material was indiscernible. Feeling weighty in his hand, Shen had no time to linger over it. His body was nearing its limits. He hurriedly retrieved 20 of the coins and exchanged them for talent awakening in the shop. After a brief wait, no items materialized on the table. Suddenly, a warm current surged throughout his body, causing him to involuntarily shudder. His blood raced wildly, and his thoughts seemed to halt, an indescribable sensation lingering for what felt like an eternity before gradually subsiding. Slowly opening his eyes, Shen realized he was drenched in sweat, and inexplicably, a new piece of information had manifested in his mind. Talent. Condensation description. Able to attract and gather energy or matter. In just a single sentence, the entirety of the talent was encapsulated, leaving Shen momentarily perplexed. However, upon deeper contemplation, he grasped one crucial realization, that the injuries inflicted by the black worm-like creature could indeed be remedied by this talent. Experimenting with his newfound ability, he placed his hands over the wounds, channeling a peculiar force. Remarkably, the toxic blood surrounding the injury was drawn forth, a dark red liquid splattering onto the ground and forming a pool of blood. Shen distinctly sensed that the swelling in his ankle diminished significantly, alleviating the itching and burning sensations considerably. It truly works. A joyful expression emerged on Shen's face. What could be more exhilarating than finding hope in despair? 5 minutes after expelling the toxic blood, the swelling in his foot subsided entirely. Aside from feeling somewhat weak, he encountered no further issues, and his spirits had lifted considerably. Exhaling deeply, Shen reclined on the ground to recuperate and regain his strength. Simultaneously, he developed a profound interest in his own talent. Condensation, attraction, and gathering. What potential could this possess? After a brief moment of reflection, Shen began to sense that the capabilities of this talent might be even more formidable than he had initially imagined. For instance, could he gather the soil of the refuge, utilizing his talent to compact it, thereby constructing a stronger, more defensible shelter? Or could he apply this talent to the hard branches, enhancing their already high hardness and perhaps turning them into weapons? Beyond that, there were numerous other applications that could yield surprising results. Yet at present, he had not conceived many additional methods of application, and even if he did, implementing them would prove challenging. He could feel that his control over the talent remained quite limited. Merely extracting the toxic blood had already drained a significant portion of his strength, necessitating a gradual recovery before he could employ it again. The emergence of his talent brought Shen a great sense of reassurance. At least in this perilous apocalyptic world, his gift could aid in his survival. However, talent served only as an auxiliary to procure sustenance, combat radiation, and endure the frigid climes. Relying solely on this gift was insufficient. At present, the utmost priority remained securing food. Tomorrow, he would venture out once more, hoping to yield some results, and it was also imperative to rest, for the cold was indeed unbearable. Shen murmured to himself, tossing a sturdy branch into the fire, ensuring its continued blaze before gradually succumbing to slumber. His body had expended an excessive amount of energy, resulting in a deep, restorative sleep that lasted until the following day. Upon opening his eyes, he found that aside from the flickering firelight, the outside world remained shrouded in darkness, further muddling his perception of time. He could only estimate the hour based on the weather conditions. Typically, the warmest temperatures, the gentlest winds, and the lowest levels of radiation coincided with midday. Conversely, the most adverse conditions prevailed at midnight, where darkness enveloped everything, leaving no glimmer of light, and fierce winds howled, plunging temperatures to their nadir. Judging by the current environment, it was likely around 7 or 8 in the morning. Although the external conditions had slightly improved, it was still not suitable for venturing out. Shen found solace in his refuge. Preparing himself a cup of boiling water and consuming a small portion of compressed biscuits, approximately 30 grams, barely restoring a modicum of energy. Over the course of nearly 2 days, he had managed to consume a mere 50 grams of compressed biscuits. For an adult, this amount was utterly insufficient to replenish the energy expended. He was already plagued by hunger, and if he continued to find no food, he feared he might truly perish in the icy wilderness. With time to spare, Shen retrieved his survival radio, activated the communication interface, and resumed his search for information within a 50-kilometer radius. To his astonishment, within mere minutes, he received several messages. His eyes brightened as he hastily opened them for review. Hello. Is anyone in this vicinity? Are you all Earthlings? What is going on here? The voice of a middle-aged man, intertwined with static, emanated from the survival radio, echoing within the confines of a narrow refuge. Assuming there are no surprises, I should indeed be an Earthling. However, judging by your accent, are you from Sichuan? My friend, let us not get sidetracked by accents. What is your situation? I'm on the verge of freezing to death here. This shelter does nothing to insulate against the cold, and the temperature has plummeted to below -10 degrees. From the tremor in their voices, it was evident that the circumstances of these fellow survivors were far from favorable. Shortly thereafter, a woman's voice chimed in. When selecting survival gear, everyone should have chosen winter clothing and flint, right? In the short term, keeping warm shouldn't be a problem, but we just need to modify the shelter to make it livable. Indeed, those should be essential survival tools. It's just a pity that food remains a major issue. I went out for a stroll today, and all I found was a desolate winter landscape. Not a single thing in sight. Don't even speak of it. If you haven't found anything, you might as well take solace in that. I was just trying to rest when I heard noises outside, only to find a zombie wandering around the door. Getting out is a challenge. Zombies? Shen furrowed his brow upon hearing this. The so-called zombies were likely the corpses mentioned earlier in the survival radio. To his surprise, they truly existed. Must be the corpses. I encountered a few when I ventured out earlier. Urgent inquiry. How do you feel after drinking the water? Why does my throat burn with pain, and my condition is deteriorating, even showing symptoms of fever? What is happening? A middle-aged man's voice responded. If I'm not mistaken, did you melt the snow without purifying it with water purification tablets and drank a considerable amount? Is there a problem with that? In this world, aside from the shelters, other areas were more or less contaminated with radiation, and snow was no exception. Drinking it directly could lead to complications. Oh no, I didn't select any purification tablets. I didn't choose either. I opted for a mini medical kit. Don't worry, just drink a little less each day. Minor radiation exposure should be manageable. Worst, you might mutate in the future. Survivors, is there anyone nearby? We could collaborate to survive. If anyone discovers food or survival resources, let us share information. The communications were rather sparse, but upon concluding the broadcast, Shen had gleaned a wealth of information. It appeared that other survivors were not faring much better. Everyone was starting from the same precarious position. Unless fortune favored them, there would be little variation in living conditions. For all survivors, the immediate goals were threefold: food, water, and warmth. In practical terms, this translated to the need for sourcing food and wood alongside repairing the shelter. As for the matter of talent, he had not heard any survivors mention it, perhaps for everyone. Collecting 20 survival coins in such a short time frame was a daunting task in circumstances where mere survival was a struggle. Spending 20 survival coins to acquire an unknown talent awakening was hardly a rational choice. Were it not for dire necessity, Shen likely would not have opted for such a choice. However, it now appeared that the utility of his talent was indeed commendable, making the expenditure of those 20 survival coins worthwhile. Checking the weather, he found weather, temperature, minus 13.6 C. Climate, light snow, wind speed at level 7. Radiation, mild, exceeding 72 minutes outside will allow radiation to infiltrate the body, increasing radiation levels as night falls. Today's weather seemed to be slightly better than yesterday's. The temperature had risen, winds had subsided, and radiation levels had decreased to mild. Even more encouragingly, the time spent outside had reached 72 minutes. This meant he could explore farther afield in search of additional resources for survival. As he opened the door of the shelter, a gust of cold wind rushed in, though the intensity had diminished significantly since the night before. Peering outside, he beheld a gloomy sky, thick with heavy clouds, casting a dim and oppressive atmosphere. Each time he glimpsed the dismal surroundings beyond the shelter, Shen felt an immense weight of pressure, a palpable sense of dread brought on by the apocalyptic world. Rubbing his face to steel himself, Shen finally stepped out of the refuge. Scanning his surroundings, he contemplated the possibility of exploring the ruins of the town he had discovered yesterday, given that he had more time for exploration today. After some estimation, he reckoned the distance from the shelter to the withered woods was around 500 meters. From the withered woods to the town ruins was approximately 2 kilometers, totaling about 5 kilometers, roughly a half-hour walk. However, traversing through the snow would considerably slow his pace. Thus, a round trip would undoubtedly exceed an hour, and adding the exploration time of the town ruins, he feared he would not have sufficient time within the 72-minute limit. After careful consideration, Shen resolved against taking such a risk and decided to continue toward the withered woods to gather more sturdy branches. The shelter required a sustained fire, heightening the demand for wood. He needed to stockpile more sturdy branches. One must admit, the advantages of sturdy branches were numerous. They appeared to be a type of mutated plant, exceptionally hard and highly burnable, capable of generating substantial heat. Furthermore, they harbored dormant black bamboo worms, each worth 3 survival coins, a considerable fortune. Even if he could not find food, he could utilize the survival coins to purchase black bread from the store, ensuring his food supply for the day. Following the familiar path, and with the winds having calmed further, he reached the withered woods in just about 10 minutes. Due to the insufficient light, Shen had to crouch down and sift through the snow to locate the buried sturdy branches. The number of sturdy branches was not plentiful. Having collected a batch yesterday, today's search proved more challenging, requiring him to dig deeper into the snow. Without tools, he had to rely on the sturdy branches to excavate, which significantly slowed his progress. However, there was a silver lining. The sturdy branches buried deeper were thicker than those on the surface, roughly the size of an infant's arm. given the burn quality of this wood. It could provide warmth for several hours that, if he could gather around 20 pieces, he could solve the heating issue for a good portion of the day, if one were to conserve a bit during the day, particularly when temperatures are not excessively low, and reduce the supply of firewood. The total consumption of timber for the day would likely be diminished. He must exercise caution in his usage, for the wood from the desiccated forest is limited and belongs to a non-renewable resource. Furthermore, the challenge of collecting sturdy branches is not insignificant, especially with a snow layer exceeding 1 meter in thickness. Relying solely on the excavation of hard branches proves to be quite daunting, particularly at the lower levels, where perpetual snowfall has formed a remarkably hard ice layer, rendering it impossible to utilize hard branches for digging. Thus, Shen can only gather branches from the surface layer. After laboring for 40 consecutive minutes, Shen was drenched in sweat, and the quantity of hard branches he had amassed reached 2 bundles, more than double that of the previous day, and generally of superior quality. He utilized strips of cloth, which he had specifically prepared before venturing out, tearing his shirt into long strips to bind the 2 bundles of hard branches, intending to carry them back, with the winter clothing providing adequate protection against the cold. The previously thin autumn garments had lost their value, making them suitable for use as survival tools and facilitating transportation. Just as he shouldered the 2 bundles of hard branches and prepared to return to the shelter, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A low, raspy roar echoed, seemingly emanating from deep within a throat, causing great discomfort. Shen swiftly turned his head to see several figures drawing near through the swirling snow. Their movements stiff and heavy, their mouths continuously emitting howls. Though their specific forms were obscured, in this icy wasteland of a post-apocalyptic world, he had no inclination to believe that these were survivors of humanity. A closer inspection revealed emaciated bodies, riddled with putrefaction and decay, their pallid bones exposed, resembling corpses that had lain dead for days. Corpses? Shen's pupils constricted sharply, his heart racing furiously, and he hastily lowered his profile. As he observed the wandering corpses drawing nearer, he dared not let his guard down. Previously, he had only heard tales of such creatures without feeling any real apprehension. Now, witnessing them firsthand, a chill ran down his spine. The sight of their severely decayed flesh, coupled with their grotesque visages, evoking a profound sense of unease. Compounding his troubles, despite his efforts to remain concealed, the corpses seemed to have sensed his presence, shifting their direction towards the desiccated forest. What sharp senses they possess! Are they guided by sound or scent? How can they detect me from such a distance? Shen's expression darkened as he hurriedly made his way back towards the shelter. Remaining in the wilderness was clearly unwise, for the duration one can endure in the radiation is limited, and no one knows what dire consequences may arise from lingering too long in the current predicament. He could only hope that once he escaped the corpse's line of sight, they would cease their relentless pursuit. He dashed back to the shelter with utmost speed, retracing his steps. The corpses moved at a sluggish pace, and soon vanished from view. But Shen could not guarantee whether they would follow him to the shelter. Upon entering and barricading the entrance with a door plank, he felt his taut nerves begin to ease slightly. Yet he remained cautious, peering through the cracks of the door to survey the outside. After 5 tense minutes had passed, Shen's anxiety dissipated entirely. 2 tattered corpses trudged into view from a distance, seemingly drawn by the low, mournful howls that echoed through the swirling snowflakes. Damn it! How did they follow me here? Shen's forehead glistened with sweat as he could not help but curse under his breath. Truly, he had encountered the most peculiar situations. First, it had been the black, creeping bamboo worms, and now 2 returning corpses. His luck was undeniably abysmal. In this critical moment, Shen endeavored to maintain his composure. Extracting the longest and thickest branch from his collection of hardwood that was approximately the thickness of an infant's arm and about 1.2 meters long, he had exerted considerable effort to extract it from the frozen ground. Upon first sight of this piece of wood, he intended to utilize his talent to craft it into a tool. Initially, he had planned to fashion it into an axe for easier felling of dead trees in the future. After all, digging up hard branches from the frozen earth was ultimately too cumbersome and inefficient. Why not cut them down directly? However, given the current situation, it seemed more prudent to create a spear. Allowing him to engage in combat from within the safety of the shelter, the axe could wait. He needed to address the immediate threat first. Gritting his teeth, Shen activated his talent, applying the consolidation ability to the tip of the hard branch. Considering the limitations of his talent, he focused solely on compressing the tip, enhancing its hardness and sharpness. In just a few minutes, the pointed end of the branch was reduced to half its original thickness. Resembling a sharp needle approximately 10 centimeters long, embedded at the tip of the branch, while the rear maintained its original thickness. The overall hardness was now approximately doubled when he lightly struck it against the ground. It produced a sound akin to that of steel. The inherent rigidity of the hard branch, modified by the consolidation talent, had significantly increased its strength. Grasping the weapon in his hand, Shen felt a measure of reassurance as he fixed his gaze upon the approaching corpses outside the shelter. His resolve solidifying. It was now clear that the corpses were indeed headed directly for the shelter, their intent unmistakable, showing no signs of diversion. During the few minutes Shen had spent using his talent, the corpses had drawn to within approximately 300 meters of the shelter, and within 10 minutes they would inevitably arrive to facilitate a counterattack. Shen, disregarding all else, hastily created a hole in the door plank to allow his spear to extend outward. The entrance to the shelter was already narrow, and with the door plank providing cover, this would greatly enhance safety as the corpses drew near, now only a mere 2 meters from the entrance. Shen cast aside any lingering notions of luck, thrusting the spear through the opening of the door plank. Feeling the elongated howls emitting from their throats, the stench of decay enveloped his senses as they neared. Shen wasted no time and thrust fiercely outward. No one's surprise, the spear pierced through the decayed body with relative ease. Yet, it seemed to have little effect. The corpses disregarded their injuries. Continuing their advance towards the shelter, the sound of their bared bones scraping against the door plank, producing an excruciatingly grating noise. Suddenly, Shen recalled that the corpses might be akin to the zombies depicted in films. Having succumbed to death from radiation, mere physical attacks would not suffice to inflict fatal damage. Perhaps targeting the head would be the key. In this critical moment, there was no time for extensive contemplation. Shen swiftly withdrew the spear and thrust it upward at a 75-degree angle, relentlessly attacking the heads of the corpses in the next instant. A chilling scream erupted in his ears, the sound of bones grinding against the door plank growing increasingly frantic. "It's working!" The more agonized the howls of the corpses became, the more exhilarated Shen felt. A smile crept upon his lips as his thrusts quickened. Concurrently, the corpses intensified their assault on the door plank, as if summoning all their remaining strength to frantically gnaw at it. Shen could distinctly feel that he was merely a door away from the corpses, with a straight-line distance of no more than 30 centimeters. He could even faintly hear the gurgling sounds of phlegm caught in their throats. Yet it was understandable. In such frigid weather, one would be foolish not to catch a cold. Shen remained composed, his movements unceasing, continuously thrusting outward as the corpses relentlessly battered the door plank. The already fragile door was now splintering, large cracks forming, and it was on the verge of collapse. With a clear mind, Shen shifted his focus to the other corpse's head, launching another assault. Amidst the fierce struggle, as the door plank approached total destruction, Shen's adrenaline surged, and without hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick, sending both the door plank and the corpse crashing out of the shelter. As the corpse stumbled backward, he rushed out, seizing the opportunity to stab repeatedly into its head, decisively ending its life. With both corpses now motionless on the ground, Shen paused to catch his breath, his energy severely depleted. However, upon seeing the ruined door plank, he felt a surge of frustration and delivered several more jabs to the heads of the corpses. "Damn it! They've destroyed my door." Retreating back into the shelter, Shen attempted to reassemble the door plank. However, as soon as the door was placed at the entrance of the shelter, it fell apart. Shen's lips twitched, and he shivered in the biting cold wind, feeling an acute headache. In desperation, he had no choice but to use strips of fabric from his clothing and sturdy branches to bind the door together as best as he could. Yet the reassembled door was exceedingly drafty, significantly diminishing its ability to keep out the cold, with snowflakes continually blowing in, leaving him shivering uncontrollably. Alas, it seems he must replace the door. Shen, with a face full of helplessness, reflected that in just 2 days he had gained nothing and only faced further misfortune. If this continued, he would surely perish within the shelter. His only hope now lay in the store refreshing its stock with some useful tools to enhance his quality of life. For other survivors, without a means to acquire survival coins, purchasing goods from the store was exceedingly difficult. For him, however, survival coins represented his greatest advantage. After all, the black bamboo worms were quite valuable, akin to a small treasure trove. At the entrance of the shelter, he pried open all the sturdy branches and extracted the black bamboo worms still in slumber, exchanging them for survival coins at the store. It is worth mentioning that, regardless of whether they were alive or dead, the value of the black bamboo worms remained unchanged, uniformly redeemable for 3 survival coins each. 10 minutes later, Shen gazed at the survival coins in his hand, filled with excitement yet tinged with regret. Logically, if the number of sturdy branches had doubled, the quantity of black bamboo worms should have been greater as well. However, he had only found Shen had surmised the reason. Only the sturdy branches on the surface of the snow contained black bamboo worms, while those buried deep in the ice layers had been underground for years, making it difficult for the worms to penetrate. He could only console himself that for such a windfall, he ought not to demand too much. Moreover, 10 black bamboo worms, redeemable for 30 survival coins, was undeniably a substantial fortune. Now, with a total of 34 survival coins, he could easily exchange them for some essential supplies. That Shen ignited a fire with the sturdy branches and returned to the depths of the shelter, lying down with a heart full of anticipation as he opened the store, having one last opportunity for refreshment that day. Simultaneously, he pondered whether it was worth purchasing 2 loaves of black bread. 8 survival coins for 2 loaves. No one could ascertain whether this transaction was worthwhile. However, after careful deliberation, Shen gritted his teeth and made the purchase. The 100 g of compressed biscuits had already been half consumed, and the remainder would only last another day at most. Without new food supplies, the subsequent situation would be dire. Regardless of the cost-effectiveness of the black bread, it would at least meet his food needs for a day, making it a sound investment. Moreover, he could not guarantee that a refresh of the store would yield food of better value. He dared not gamble on such an uncertain outcome. With a click to purchase, 8 survival coins vanished, replaced by 2 coarse loaves of black bread. Upon seeing the size of the bread, relief spread across Shen's face. Phew, it seems he made the right choice. The 2 half-moon-shaped loaves were each the size of an adult's palm and quite dense, weighing significantly if consumed at the bare minimum. 1 loaf could satisfy a day's food requirement. Shen couldn't help but exclaim, 2 more days of life. As for the last item in the store, a pair of snow boots for 20 survival coins, Shen decided to forego it. That on one hand, the price was steep. On the other, it was unnecessary. He was already wearing hiking boots, which were excellent in both quality and warmth. When the store refreshed again, 3 brand new items appeared. Beer 2 for 10 survival coins, a portable fireplace for 25 survival coins, and a store refresh card for 5 survival coins. Glancing at these 3 items, Shen frowned in contemplation. One of them was a must-buy. The portable fireplace. In such a cramped shelter, this small, portable fireplace could provide better heat while reducing wood consumption. Currently, Shen dared not keep the fire burning for long, only using it during the coldest hours to warm himself, as the wood consumed was far too much for him to afford. Most of the time, he sat curled up in the corner in darkness, adhering to the principle that as long as he remained still, the heat would not dissipate. However, with the portable fireplace, the situation would improve. Moreover, safety would be significantly enhanced, alleviating concerns about starting a fire. It was a survival tool that he must acquire. As for the beer and store refresh card, they were superfluous. Beer was unnecessary in this weather, and if one were to drink, it should be white wine. For who would dare risk a headache from beer? The store refresh card was merely a gamble of 5 survival coins for an uncertain outcome. No one could predict the value of the refreshed items, and there was a high probability it would yield nothing of worth. At present, the focus was not on how many times the store would refresh, but rather on the survival coins. Lu Shen decisively purchased the portable fireplace. The survival coins vanished, replaced by a compact fireplace that it was merely the size of a laptop, encased in iron, with a somewhat dated design. However, it appeared quite sturdy. With an exhaust pipe extending over 3 meters in a retractable style, Lu Shen placed the portable fireplace in a suitable position near the depths of the shelter, where he normally slept. He then retrieved a spear and forcefully carved a passage at the top of the shelter to extend the exhaust pipe outside. Subsequently, he transferred the fire from the makeshift hearth to the portable fireplace. After a moment's reflection, Lu Shen noted that while the heat did not vary significantly, the amount of wood consumed had indeed diminished considerably, resulting in an improved quality of life. Leaning against the earthen wall of the shelter, he listened to the crackling sounds emanating from the fireplace. On the iron plate above, the rusty iron cup filled with snowmelt was boiling, bubbling vigorously. Holding the hot water in his hands, Lu Shen activated the communication function of the survival radio, tuning in to the exchanges of nearby survivors. "Can anyone spare me some food? I'm truly on the brink of starvation. There is nothing to eat in this freezing weather." The voice was faint, seemingly on the verge of death. "Brother, I do have some food. I can bring you some. What landmarks are near your shelter? I'll come find you. Food? Where did you find food? Share your experience, good brother." "In the shelter, I have a dozen packs of compressed biscuits I didn't manage to eat and several packs of white sugar. It should last me quite a while." "What luck you have. My shelter is ridiculously small, full of drafts, and I have only a few empty cans of meat. Nothing else at all." "Sigh, my shelter isn't small. It's south over 20 square meters, but unfortunately, I have no food storage." Lu Shen squinted slightly, deducing from snippets of conversation that each survivor's shelter was not entirely the same. Whether in terms of area, design, or the supplies retained within, there was considerable variation. Nonetheless, his meager 5-square-meter shelter was undeniably pitiful, marking him as quite unfortunate. Even more so, he heard that some survivor shelters were located in underground garages, offering top-notch insulation against the cold, with no drafts and ample food supplies. Turning to glance at his own shelter, where snowflakes were almost blowing into his face, it was utterly disheartening. "Cough, cough," to the brother in need of food. "Could you describe the environment around your shelter? If we're close, I can provide you with a batch of food. After all, we are all human. If we can help each other, we should do so." "I happen to be somewhat well off," a hoarse voice from a middle-aged man emerged from the survival radio, causing Lu Shen to frown involuntarily. In a society where moral standards and civil norms are held high, such altruistic sentiments are scarce. How could they blossom in a world turned upside down? The very next moment, a righteous voice resonated, full of vigor. "Fellow survivors, I am an anti-fraud officer from Zhongling City, Ninghai Province. Badge number 32. In this apocalyptic environment, fraudsters are on the rise. I urge all survivors to remain vigilant against scams, safeguard your finances, and refrain from disclosing personal information. Scams may take countless forms, but vigilance must never wane. Protect your assets, and let us combat fraud together." Good grief. Lu Shen's lips twitched. The National Anti-Fraud app is always there to ensure your financial safety. Truly a mission-driven response. He glanced at the officer's name, Zhao Zhongyang, whose voice exuded righteousness. In this apocalyptic setting, human deceitfulness surpassed imagination. Amid life-threatening circumstances, where could one find so many benevolent souls? The vast majority of individuals possess hearts akin to those of ravenous wolves, ready to devour the unwary at the slightest misstep. Lu Shen harbored no desire for assistance. He merely wished to remain undisturbed in his sanctuary, hoping for nothing more than to evade the predatory intentions of others. As he continued to listen to the myriad of information streaming from the survival radio, a particular voice suddenly captured his attention. It was a deliberately subdued, deep voice, accompanied by an electronic hum. "Ladies and gentlemen, does anyone have information regarding the situation with the corpses? I ventured outside today, and, to my dismay, found myself followed back by a corpse that I simply cannot shake off. It's already nearing the sanctuary." The voice trembled with a hint of panic, breaths heavy and rapid, unmistakably indicating that the speaker was indeed in peril. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Shen clicked to add a friend, accompanying it with a message. My information may not be entirely accurate, but it could serve as a reference. Corpses are likely not tracking their prey through sight or sound. Rather, they utilize a thermal sensing system to lock onto their targets, making escape nearly impossible. If the corpse is already close to the sanctuary, it would be wise to eliminate it swiftly to avoid prolonging the inevitable. Not long after sending the message, the friend request was promptly accepted. A new name appeared on his list: Shirley. Brother, thank you for your guidance. However, I am hesitant to confront this creature. What if it manages to scratch me and I too become a corpse? The voice of the horseman was laced with palpable fear, causing the survival radio to buzz ominously. Shen raised an eyebrow and replied, "Who informed you that being scratched by a corpse guarantees transformation? Such notions are merely the fabrications of novels and films. Regardless, you have no retreat. Whether you become a corpse is a matter for another time. Here, as a tip, aim for the head. With the strength of an adult, it shouldn't be overly challenging. Is that truly the case? Thank you, brother. I shall give it a try." The voice, now a deep resonance, fell silent thereafter. Shen had pondered the nature of corpses for quite some time. In conditions of severe wind and snow, it would be quite troublesome for them to rely on sight and hearing to track prey. The blinding snow made visibility nearly impossible, and the howling winds would impair auditory senses. More critically, the organs of a corpse had already decayed. How could they see or hear clearly? Thus, it was highly likely that thermal perception constituted their hunting method. As for whether being scratched by a corpse would lead to infection, Shen was uncertain. However, one thing was indisputable. A wound inflicted by a decaying body could allow bacteria and viruses to invade the human body, and even if one did not transform into a corpse, the chances of the wound healing were exceedingly slim. In an environment devoid of medical facilities, it was akin to a death sentence. He offered his insights and assistance to fellow survivors out of goodwill. But the outcome was beyond his foresight. As he rested by the fireplace, Shen drifted into a light slumber. Each day afforded him little over an hour to venture out and explore, leaving the remainder of his time unoccupied and devoid of any awareness of time, resulting in a perpetual state of drowsiness. Suddenly, the vibrations of the survival radio jolted him awake. The deep voice of the man returned. "Brother, I dealt with the zombie, but it seems I've sustained a scratch. Regardless, thank you for your warning." Indeed, he had been injured. Shen frowned, for this was hardly good news for any survivor. Yet, as it did not directly concern him, he felt little emotional upheaval. By the way, brother, do you know what the stones within the corpse's head are for? I see they could be exchanged for quite a few survival coins. The low voice echoed again, prompting Shen to raise an eyebrow. Stones within a corpse's head? He found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Who had the leisure to rummage through a corpse's skull? Was that not a rather absurd endeavor? Yet, the promise of survival coins piqued his interest, and he hastily sprang to his feet, rushing out of the sanctuary. Outside the sanctuary, two corpses lay quietly at the entrance, having completely frozen and nearly blending into the storm. Shen seized a spear and thrust it into one, piercing the fragile skull to reveal weathered fibers and hardened brain matter. Merely casting a glance invoked a wave of nausea within him. Yet for the sake of survival coins, he persevered, eventually uncovering a relatively intact section of muscle at the core of the skull, from which he extracted a stone resembling a dark crystal. Though the unassuming black stone bore an irregular shape and would have gone unnoticed if cast aside, when he placed these two stones on the shop interface, the information displayed filled him with astonishment. Name: Corpse Radiation Core Description. When humans are eroded by radiation and transformed into corpses, a radiation core forms within the skull, serving as the source of the corpse's energy and consciousness. Can be exchanged for 5 survival coins. Without hesitation, Shen exchanged it for survival coins, his previously deflated wallet finally swelling once more. As for the reasoning behind not keeping it. After all, it was a source of radiation, unsuitable for retention within the sanctuary. Should he inadvertently contaminate himself, he would have nowhere to lament. Converting it into survival coins was the safer option. Shaking the survival coins in his hand, Shen couldn't help but reflect on the virtue of good deeds, realizing that such actions could indeed yield positive outcomes. Out of courtesy, he replied, "Ahem, This item is radioactive. Regardless of its utility, it's best to exchange it for survival coins. Very well, brother. I shall proceed with the exchange. Once again, thank you. If you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to call upon me. I, Shirley, will certainly assist. Lucian smiled and replied, I merely spoke in passing. Your survival is dependent on your own abilities. Whether I can be of assistance is inconsequential. In this desolate world, it is far too difficult to survive alone. It would be wise to exchange information and share experiences. He understood that in this forsaken world, having more friends meant more paths to survival. Relying solely on oneself to resolve all troubles was a fanciful notion. Before parting, he added, by the way, please refrain from calling me brother. My name is Lucian. You should be able to see it. Understood. Shen, I will contact you should I have further news. Should I unfortunately transform into a corpse or succumb to an unhealable wound, I will inform you of my sanctuary's location for you to make your own arrangements. Lucian could only smile wryly. Judging by the other's manner of speech, he seemed to possess a genuine and carefree disposition. Perhaps a deep friendship could indeed blossom, but a night passed without further incident. Upon awakening the next day, the sanctuary remained shrouded in darkness. The flickering flames in the fireplace reduced to mere embers, and the warmth had significantly diminished. Lucian sneezed, feeling a scratch in his throat. The temperature within the sanctuary had dropped too low, and he was beginning to exhibit symptoms of a cold. If he did not repair the sanctuary soon and allowed the wind and snow to invade, it would not be long before his body could no longer endure. However, he had no immediate solutions. Rubbing his aching temples, he retrieved the survival radio for an update. Based on the weather, it was likely still early morning, as not a single ray of light penetrated the sanctuary, rendering it indistinguishable from the depths of night. The communications had accumulated numerous messages, yet Shirley had not reached out to him, leaving Lucian uncertain of the other's fate. Rising from the ground and stretching his limbs, Lucian felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. The meager rations he had consumed over the past few days had fallen short of even the minimum standard for an adult, leading to a sense of weakness throughout his body. To ensure he had sufficient energy for exploration, Lucian retrieved half a loaf of black bread and prepared a cup of hot water from the fireplace, adding a pinch of salt to create a saline solution to accompany his meal, which marginally restored his strength. With some time still remaining before dawn, he did not idly wait but seized the opportunity to refresh the shop's offerings. 3 items appeared in rapid succession, ultimately revealing 3 survival tools: mechanical alarm clock, 5 survival coins, calibrated, no batteries required. Gas mask, 15 survival coins, provides limited protection against radiation, extending time spent in radiated areas by approximately 30 minutes. Animal traps, X2, 10 survival coins. Upon seeing the 3 items, Lucian's eyes sparkled with excitement. These were indeed treasures. The utmost priority is the gas mask, which extends the duration of outdoor exploration, potentially allowing one to venture into the ruins of the town, a prospect of immense value. The mechanical alarm clock and animal trap hold equal worth in the dreary post-apocalyptic environment. Distinguishing between day and night becomes nearly impossible. The biological clock is utterly disrupted, leading to a foggy existence that severely impacts health. An alarm clock would provide precise timekeeping, allowing for a structured daily routine. Moreover, this mechanical alarm clock requires no batteries, making it an exceptional survival tool in such a desolate world. The animal trap is equally valuable. This world must harbor creatures, possibly ordinary animals, or perhaps mutated beings akin to the black earthworm-like arthropods. Regardless, these creatures could serve as sustenance, given the current circumstances. Lucian cannot afford to overlook any potential source of food. However, upon seeing the prices of these 3 items, he is beset by a sense of frustration. A total of 30 survival coins is required, a sum not to be trifled with. It seems he will have to dig for sturdy branches again today, hoping that the black earthworm-like creature might provide some assistance. At this moment, he possesses 11 survival coins and, after contemplation, decides to purchase the animal trap first. When he ventures out to explore later, he can set it in an appropriate location, perhaps capturing some prey. Although the chances of success are slim, it is worth a try. Weather, temperature, -10.8. Climate, moderate snow, Wind speed of level 10 to radiation, mild. If outdoor exposure exceeds 2 hours and 8 minutes today, radiation will invade the body. As night falls, radiation levels will continue to rise. Ah, what splendid weather today. Shen is immensely surprised. It is only just past noon, and the radiation has already diminished to this low level, significantly better than the conditions of the previous days. Moreover, being able to be outside for over 2 hours is undoubtedly the greatest surprise of the day. This means he can thoroughly explore the town ruins, with opportunities to acquire more survival tools and potentially find food. The resources in the withered woods are exceedingly scarce, consisting solely of sturdy branches and black earthworm-like creatures. While they can yield considerable wealth, the lack of a food source remains the foremost issue. Shen decisively alters his plans for the day, opting not to venture into the withered woods to gather sturdy branches, but instead to explore the town ruins. Making this decision requires no small amount of courage. The withered woods provide a stable supply of firewood and survival coins that if he were to methodically collect sturdy branches, the risks would be minimal, allowing him to survive a few more days. However, for the sake of better prospects and greater possibilities, Shen feels it is necessary to take this risk. Taking a deep breath, he equips himself with the survival radio, a sturdy branch spear, and the animal trap, then steps out of the shelter and into the howling snowstorm. As he inhales the outside air, he can't help but cough a few times. The radiation-laden air is harmful to his body, particularly for his respiratory system. After several outdoor explorations, Shen has returned feeling a scratchy throat and slight inflammation of the nasal mucosa, likely caused by radiation exposure. The weather page indicates that today he can be outside for 2 hours, which does not mean he is completely unaffected by radiation during that time. Instead, it implies that the radiation absorbed within those 2 hours can be barely processed by the body, preventing permanent damage. However, exceeding this time limit could lead to severe bodily harm, even mutations, resulting in a state akin to a decaying corpse. Thus, Shen is exceedingly cautious during each outing, wrapping himself tightly in layers. Even his face is covered with a shirt, leaving only his eyes exposed to avoid facial radiation exposure. His first destination remains the withered woods, the only resource point nearby and the sole place where creatures might appear. In the withered woods, he finds 2 of the largest dead trees and secures the animal trap beneath them. Lacking knowledge of hunting and being unaware of the beast's movement patterns, he can only adopt a haphazard approach, hoping for a stroke of luck. Subsequently, he makes his way toward the city ruins. This is not an easy journey. The snow is generally over 1 meter deep, with uneven depths that could lead to missteps. To facilitate movement, Shen strips 2 pieces of bark from the dead trees and ties them to his feet with cloth strips, creating makeshift tools akin to skis. With a larger surface area, he sinks only a few inches into the snow, avoiding the awkward predicament of falling completely into the snow. With his wide ski shoes, Shen trudges through the snow, spending approximately 40 minutes before finally nearing his destination. When the weathered buildings, ravaged by time, come into view, Shen is momentarily taken aback. The crumbling walls expose the concrete and red bricks within, with patches of dark green moss growing in the crevices, all blanketed by a layer of ice and snow, as if everything is frozen in time. It becomes evident that this is a suburban town, with few houses remaining. Most have collapsed, leaving only a dozen still standing. The air is thick with a sense of desolation, and he occasionally spots corpses in the corners, their pale and terrifying faces preserved in their lifelike forms due to the extreme cold. Merely witnessing this scene allows Shen to imagine the horrors of a cataclysmic disaster. A once harmonious society crumbled in an instant, with the nation falling, morals disintegrating, radiation permeating every corner, and decaying corpses and mutated creatures roaming freely. No place left for humanity to exist. In a moment of melancholy, he suddenly shifts his thoughts. The plight of the remaining human survivors does not seem much better. Alas, it is best to focus on his own survival. If he returns empty-handed this time, the following days may prove exceedingly difficult. Shen sighs helplessly. His gaze wanders around. Aside from the town ruins, another detail piques his interest. Centered around the ruins within a few kilometers, he faintly discerns several other shelters. It is not that he has seen the main structures of these shelters. After all, Most are hidden underground and covered by thick snow, making them difficult to spot with the naked eye. The reason he surmises these are other survivors' shelters is simple. He has seen smoke. Although faint and quickly dispersed by the howling wind upon exposure to the air, he nonetheless perceives it keenly. It appears that other survivors are nearby. Shen furrows his brow, feeling a twinge of concern. Encountering other survivors is not necessarily a good thing. However, since he has already come this far, exploration is imperative. He also takes a gamble, betting that other survivors would not be so reckless, especially after only arriving in this apocalyptic world for a few days, to undertake such a long-distance exploration. Putting aside his worries, Shen cautiously approaches the town, that he remains uncertain whether corpses or mutated creatures lurk within the ruins or if other unknown dangers await, so he does not dare to let his guard down. Scanning the area, the ruins are expansive, and it is clear he cannot explore them all in one go. He must first search the periphery. He identifies a relatively intact building, 3 stories tall, resembling a small rural villa, though partially collapsed. Yet the overall structure remains relatively intact. Situated on the outskirts, Shen approaches slowly, soon spotting several corpses wandering around the town ruins, causing his mood to darken considerably. Corpses? This is troublesome. Unable to suppress a curse, Shen reluctantly hides, attempting to evade the attention of the corpses. However, the corpses possess remarkably acute senses, quickly detecting his proximity and approaching him as if equipped with radar. Realizing there is no escape, Shen no longer hesitates. He dashes into the residential building with utmost speed. Engaging in direct combat with corpses in the open snow is far too perilous. While victory may be possible, a scratch or bite could lead to wounds that are exceedingly difficult to heal, potentially resulting in death. Stone lay is the perfect example to improve his odds. Shen quickly hides behind a door upon entering the building, gripping his spear tightly. Drawing from his previous encounters with corpses, he feels more adept this time. As the decaying corpses drew near, a series of swift thrusts ensued, each aimed directly at their skulls. Previously, when extracting the radiation cores, he had examined the cerebral structure within the corpses. The original brain tissue had completely fibrosed, with only the region surrounding the radiation core remaining intact. Thus, attacking the radiation core within the brain was the key. After each thrust, Shen would vigorously stir the spear. Upon contact with the radiation core, the corpse's body would collapse in a lifeless heap. Fortunately, only 2 corpses approached him, presenting minimal threat, and he easily dispatched them using the walls and door for leverage. In the process, he also acquired 2 radiation cores. A smile graced Shen's face. 10 survival coins. His luck seemed quite favorable. Once the corpses were dealt with, he took the opportunity to survey his surroundings. The living room was thick with dust, reeking of decay and age. The interior furnishings were in disarray, with most items long destroyed. With a clear objective in mind, Shen strode into the kitchen, seeking any edible provisions, with sugar topping his priority list. In dire circumstances, survival was the foremost goal, and sugar met the essential needs of food in a post-apocalyptic setting. It boasted a long shelf life. Substantial energy supply, portability, palatability, and versatility for creating various other foods, making it a highly sought-after commodity in such dire times. However, after rummaging through the kitchen, his expression soured slightly upon discovering a troubling fact. The place had already been searched. Of course, it was raided by human survivors. The thick layer of dust attested to the absence of visitors for some time, that it was likely that when this world fell into ruin, the indigenous inhabitants had come here to gather resources. The initial thrill he felt diminished considerably at this realization. Yet he remained undeterred, opening every cabinet in hopes of finding even the slightest morsel to enhance his quality of life. Soon enough, he made his first discovery. In the corner of a cabinet, he found an unopened jar of honey. Without hesitation, Shen stuffed it into his pocket, though it was merely a small jar. Weighing only 150 grams, the caloric value it provided far exceeded expectations, sufficient to sustain him for several days. Subsequently, in a storage room adjacent to the kitchen, he stumbled upon a bag of dried corn cobs. They appeared to be of poor quality, with many kernels fallen and the cobs excessively hard. Nonetheless, upon first sight, Shen was overwhelmed with delight, his heart racing with excitement. He hurriedly sought out a sturdy cloth bag to collect all the corn cobs, which weighed roughly 30 to 40 pounds. The spoils of this exploration had far surpassed his expectations. With this bounty of corn, he could sustain himself for a considerable time, alleviating any immediate concerns regarding food. And his elation was palpable. At the same time, he became increasingly convinced that foraging for sustenance in the wild proved too difficult. The ruins of these towns were undoubtedly the most promising sites for exploration. He continued to scour each room, meticulously inspecting any visible supplies in the bathroom. All cups and basins had cracked from the low temperatures, fragile as paper and utterly unusable as for iron pots, buckets, or knives. He found none. They had likely been completely scavenged. To his dismay, the rice jar contained not a single grain, not even one. This left him perplexed. How could the previous scavengers have overlooked that bag of corn? Did they simply not favor corn? Yet, after so many years, he had no opportunity to investigate further. He gazed longingly at the rice jar, an exceedingly heavy ceramic vessel weighing 60 to 70 pounds. Capable of holding hundreds of pounds of rice and of exceptional quality. If only he could take it back, it would undoubtedly serve as a valuable tool. Alas, its weight was prohibitive, and since it was not essential for survival, he had to abandon that idea. In the bedroom, he found no useful resources either. All bedding had been stripped away, and the clothes in the wardrobe consisted only of a few summer garments. Frozen and brittle, disintegrating at a mere tug. After searching multiple rooms, he found precious little of use. Either everything had been thoroughly scavenged, or the prolonged sub-zero temperatures had rendered them unusable. However, in the attic on the third floor, Shen discovered a scattering of stationery. This three-story building's attic seemed to have been the domain of a child, evidenced by the presence of a small bed and desk, while other items had been stripped bare. Nevertheless, pencils and paper lay scattered about, still usable. Embracing the philosophy of taking advantage of every opportunity, he collected them all. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, creating paper and pens was no simple feat, and these supplies might prove invaluable one day. Although Shen had accumulated some gains after exploring the 3 floors, his disappointment was still palpable. After all, an entire 3 floors had yielded so few useful items that, in total, he had only found a jar of honey, a bag of corn, and a collection of uncertain stationery. He could only hope that other buildings held undiscovered resources. Just as he was about to turn and leave for further searches, he suddenly noticed something unusual in the backyard. Under the eaves, in a spot covered with thatch, a glimpse of rusted iron caught his eye. A basement. Shen's spirits lifted. Such embedded basements were characteristic of many rural homes and often went unnoticed, likely untouched. With determination, he approached and attempted to pry it open. However, due to rust and the cold, the entrance was tightly sealed, requiring considerable effort to force it open. With a shrill creak, a dark passage revealed itself, the outside light barely illuminating its depths. This was a small cellar, measuring merely a few dozen square meters, allowing him to see its entirety at a glance. The first thing that caught his eye were 3 frozen corpses. Resting against the cellar wall with eyes closed, they were presumably the owners of this house, who had sought refuge in the cellar when the apocalypse struck. Yet, it seemed they had ultimately succumbed to death. Besides these 3 bodies, the cellar contained various household items such as tables, chairs, pots, bowls, ladles, and basins, though most had succumbed to the frigid temperatures. However, in the corner, Shen beheld a sight that filled him with immense joy. A box of liquor. He hurriedly approached, tearing open the box to reveal 9 bottles of clear liquor, a sight that left him momentarily dazed. Incredible! Shen's eyes widened. This was no ordinary bounty. 9 bottles, each containing a pound of high-proof liquor. He opened one bottle to inhale the aroma. It was undoubtedly 52-degree liquor. His heart brimmed with elation. In a post-apocalyptic world, the value of alcohol had surged exponentially compared to the civilized era. On one hand, a sip of high-proof liquor in extreme cold could significantly fend off the chill, preventing the risk of freezing. On the other hand, high-proof liquor possessed potent antiseptic properties, suitable for disinfecting wounds and cleansing the body. Ultimately, in this harsh environment, All survivors were striving for survival. The burdens of extreme cold, hunger, radiation, decaying corpses, and mutated creatures weighed heavily upon everyone, creating an urgent need for relief. During such times, resources like alcohol, tea, coffee, and cigarettes, which offered mental reprieve, held extraordinary significance that he believed many would be willing to pay a price for a small cup of liquor to alleviate their stress, given the chance. Moreover, a crucial point remained. In any era, rarity equated to value. In the blizzard-ravaged apocalypse, food was already scarce, and few would waste surplus food to brew alcohol, thus making high-proof distilled spirits exceptionally valuable. Without further hesitation, Shen began to pack away the liquor. Lacking a bag, he stuffed the bottles into his clothing, bulging with the weight. With his bounty of liquor secured, Shen decided against further exploration. He had already reaped substantial rewards, and the weight of his supplies, corn and liquor, totaled nearly 50 pounds. He needed to return to the shelter with these provisions, which would not be an easy task. To avoid any unforeseen mishaps along the way, he resolved to head directly back. Excessive greed could lead to danger. Thus, he concluded his day's endeavors, reflecting on the treasure trove of goods he had discovered, hoping for better weather the following day, perhaps allowing for another fruitful expedition. Shen had resolutely decided to designate this place as his primary exploration target. Numerous buildings remained intact, and if he thoroughly scavenged the area, he was certain to gather a substantial amount of resources, thereby enriching the stockpile of the shelter. Furthermore, in the short term, no other survivors had ventured nearby, granting him the opportunity to monopolize a portion of the resources. Once other survivors began to notice and set out to search for supplies, the competition would undoubtedly intensify. Moreover, conflicts and disputes over resources could arise, potentially engendering enmity with other survivors, thus multiplying the risks he faced several times over. Having seized the initiative, it was imperative to maintain this advantage. During the upcoming days of exploration, he must consolidate as many resources from the ruins as possible to amass a considerable fortune. As Shen made his way out, he murmured to himself, setting forth a plan for the days ahead. However, would everything unfold according to his design? No one could guarantee that on his return journey. The weight of the supplies made traversing the terrain significantly more arduous. With each step, the snow sank approximately 30 centimeters, creating a pit with every footfall, had it not been for the assistance of his bark skis. Returning to the shelter on time would have been exceedingly difficult. As he burst into the shelter, only 4 minutes remained before the exploration time concluded, sending a chill of dread down his spine. Yet upon beholding the supplies in his arms, he could not help but smile. The bounty from this excursion was indeed bountiful. A bottle of 150 grams of honey, around 40 pounds of corn cobs, 9 bottles of 1 pound 52-degree liquor, along with a collection of books and pens. The issue of food was perfectly resolved, and he had acquired a batch of exceedingly valuable supplies, instantly elevating his status to one of wealth. Indeed, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. After closing the shelter door, over 2 hours passed, and the daylight once more dimmed to the point where it was nearly impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face. The previously mild wind and snow resumed their ferocity. Only by remaining within the shelter could he vaguely quell the fear brewing within. With a long exhale, Shen placed all the supplies on the ground and then sat down on the floor. After resting for a while, he ignited the hearth. The sturdy branches collected yesterday had already been used up considerably. He had to conserve them, or else he would face the cold later in the night. Leaning against the hearth and surveying the environment within the shelter, Shen pondered. Now that he had food, nearly 40 pounds of corn would suffice for a while. However, the condition of the shelter needed urgent repairs to enhance both safety and warmth. On one hand, the shelter was too small. It had sufficed for earlier habitation, but to improve his quality of life, he needed to expand its dimensions. Moreover, a mere hole dug into the ground could hardly be considered a shelter. It was far too rudimentary, but on the other hand, the shelter was situated too close to the surface, with the door panel at the entrance in tatters, allowing snow and cold winds to seep infrequently, making it difficult to raise the interior temperature. These were urgent issues that required resolution, yet he was at a loss for how to address them. Should he relocate the shelter, or perhaps expand it? Neither seemed particularly viable to some extent. The cellar where he had discovered the liquor today was far more suitable for habitation than the shelter itself. However, his rational mind cautioned him against relocating the shelter there. The town ruins were far too conspicuous. Once survivors adapted to the current environment, they would inevitably begin to explore outward, with the iconic town ruins as their primary target. In fact, the town ruins could very well become a hub of connection among survivors. If he were to move the shelter there, it would be tantamount to presenting himself before all survivors, exposing himself to their predation. Thus, even if he had the opportunity to relocate the shelter, the town ruins would not be the best choice. For safety's sake, Shen believed the current proximity of the shelter to the town ruins posed a significant risk of discovery by other survivors, placing him in a precarious situation. The town ruins represented both a tremendous opportunity and a considerable danger. After much contemplation, he could devise no suitable plan, so Shen retracted his thoughts and focused his gaze on the supplies he had brought back. The first thing he did was assess the value of these items. All resources could be categorized into two aspects of value. First, their inherent utility. Second, their value in survival currency. Name, pencil 16 description, daily necessities. Can be exchanged for 3 survival coins. Name, paper 56 description, daily necessities. Can be exchanged for 8 survival coins. Name, dried corn cob 37 pounds description. Food, can be exchanged for 35 survival coins. Name, brand 52 degree liquor 9 description, high proof liquor. Can be exchanged for 90 survival coins. Furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the values of the various items, Shen resolved that there was no need to exchange them for survival coins, as all prices were rather low. For instance, the liquor was only worth 10 survival coins per bottle, a price far lower than he had anticipated. He was acutely aware that this high-proof liquor, if sold to other survivors, could easily fetch 30 survival coins, attracting considerable demand. After all, its intrinsic value far exceeded 10 survival coins. Furthermore, he was confident that should a store offer a similar quality of liquor, the price would undoubtedly be much higher than 10 survival coins. Selling it to the store would be sheer folly. The corn cobs and paper and pens were similarly undervalued. Their intrinsic utility was certainly worth far more than what the store offered. Especially the corn cobs. Many individuals viewed corn cobs merely as something to be stripped of kernels or boiled whole. However, in a post-apocalyptic environment, such usage would be excessively wasteful, failing to showcase the true worth of corn cobs. By merely shifting his perspective and processing the cobs, their value could multiply significantly. According to Shen's thoughts, the corn cobs had 2 potential uses. The first was planting. He aimed to identify a portion of high-quality kernels and attempt to sow them. Corn is a high-yield crop, not particularly demanding of soil quality, and requires minimal water, making it one of the easiest crops to cultivate in a post-apocalyptic setting. The only concern was whether these kernels would still germinate after years of dormancy. Nonetheless, attempting it was certainly worth a shot. The second use was to grind them in a flour for food. Moreover, it was not merely about grinding the kernels. He planned to pulverize both the kernels and the cobs, then add salt and honey to create corn cakes, thus making perfect use of the 37 pounds of corn. Few people consume corn cobs, yet they are indeed edible, at least sufficient to sustain basic survival. Additionally, the salt and honey would enhance the flavor, ensuring it would not taste unpleasant. This highly filling food could satiate hunger with just a palm-sized piece, and it was easy to carry with a long shelf life, truly a staple food in a post-apocalyptic world. Thus, after taking some time to rest, Shen rose from the ground and began processing the corn cobs. He carefully selected the plump and relatively intact kernels, managing to gather a few hundred and storing them with care. The bulk of his work then focused on grinding them into flour, a considerable undertaking. Without a mortar and pestle, he had to rely solely on stones to crush them, which required considerable effort. Fortunately, while he lacked many things, time was abundant, thus adding a touch of enjoyment to his otherwise monotonous life. After all, he spent a full 24 hours, with exploration occupying only 2 hours and sleep taking up 10. That left 12 hours of idle time, and engaging in some tasks was beneficial for both his physical and mental health. In the current environment, solitude would be a challenge all survivors faced, necessitating efforts to make life as fulfilling as possible. He concentrated on grinding the flour, He turned on the survival radio to listen to the communications among other survivors. Initially, it was just casual chatter, but halfway through a particular topic caught his attention. Was anyone purchasing Talon Awakening, and did it truly hold any value? Buddy, you really asked the right person. I previously spent a fortune on Talon Awakening, and it turned out to be a total bust. Wasting 20 survival coins for nothing. Are you serious? How could there be a completely useless item? The store shouldn't be deceiving us, right? You never know. Unfazed by the prospect of embarrassment, I too once believed this to be a valuable item. I sold a survival tool and forcibly gathered 20 survival coins to purchase the Talon Awakening, only to find that nothing had changed. Could it be that it holds potential yet remains unmanifested? Am I unable to perceive any changes within my body? This contraption is nothing but a deception. Listening to the dialogue emanating from the survival radio, Shen could not help but furrow his brow. The Talon Awakening is ineffective? How does this differ from his experience? Is there a hidden truth lurking beneath? Soon, other voices began to emerge that a survivor named Wang Chong sent a message. Impossible. Perhaps the issue lies with you. After using the Talon Awakening, I indeed acquired a special ability. What, brother? You can't be deceiving us, can you? You successfully awakened a talent. What is it? Before long, Wang Chong's voice resounded again. It's a talent that enhances physical attributes. I call it physical augmentation, leaning toward strength. Recently, my strength has increased several-fold. However, the downside is evident. After awakening my talent, I find myself hungrier. What used to last me 2 to 3 days now barely suffices for a single day. Wow, it's actually possible to awaken a talent. This seems quite unbelievable. This isn't an apocalyptic world. How can there be extraordinary powers and talents? Are you all going to soar through the skies while I'm left running on the ground? Brother Chong, where is your shelter? May I seek refuge with you? What does this mean? Why can some awaken talents while others cannot? Perhaps your talent is simply the absence of one. Damn it. It could also be that talents shy away from those who frequently use profanity. As more individuals began to voice their thoughts, it became evident that many had accumulated 20 survival coins and purchased the Talon Awakening. However, the outcomes diverged from expectations. Among these individuals, a significant portion did not awaken any talents, with only a small fraction succeeding. Moreover, among those who did awaken talents, the majority experienced enhancements related to physical attributes, collectively referred to as physical enhancement. Yet, variations existed among them. Different individuals exhibited distinct emphases in their enhancements. Some gained strength, while others improved their speed. Some experienced increased endurance, and others significantly enhanced their cold resistance, with a few even seeing improvements across multiple attributes in essence, each awakened individual possessed a unique talent. Finally, a police officer named Zhao Zhongyang interjected. Survivors, the Talon Awakening product should indeed be useful, but not everyone possesses a talent. Therefore, those considering a purchase should proceed with caution. Someone immediately inquired, Officer Zhao, your conviction is strong. Have you also successfully awakened a talent? Yes, indeed. However, I shall refrain from elaborating on the specifics of my talent, that I wish to remind everyone that talents should be utilized for better survival, not to harm fellow survivors. I hope we can coexist peacefully. Upon hearing these words, Shen fell into a contemplative silence. While he wished for a harmonious outcome, reality remained unforgiving. The potential for conflict among survivors loomed large, and it would not be easily quelled by mere words. Yet, Zhao Zhongyang's willingness to counsel others earned Shen's respect. At the very least, he possessed a benevolent heart. Seemingly aware of his own idealism, Zhao Zhongyang added, to acquire survival resources, one need not resort to plundering from fellow survivors. I have observed a nearby town in ruins. It likely harbors numerous valuable items. Exploring it or engaging in trade could be advantageous. Upon hearing this, Shen's expression darkened, unable to suppress a retort. You truly are a meddlesome fool. The well-meaning should be cursed. He had initially planned to explore the town ruins in the coming days, hoping to secure all the benefits for himself and accumulate precious resources. However, with Zhao Zhongyang's suggestion, many would undoubtedly flock there, complicating matters significantly. With a resigned sigh, he realized that should he still intend to explore the town ruins tomorrow, the dangers would be greatly heightened. necessitating increased caution. Both his gear and action plans required meticulous planning. Lost in thought, his private communicator suddenly chimed. He had only one close friend, so he naturally recognized the sender. A low, gravelly voice, tinged with excitement, emerged. "Brother Shen, I ventured out today to gather resources and discovered something of considerable value." Lu Shen's interest peaked, his brow lifting to in this entirely unfamiliar world. Each discovery of useful resources could yield immense worth. "Oh, what treasure have you unearthed?" "A warming item." Shirley repressed his excitement, continuing, "Initially, I intended to dig through the snow to see if any wild vegetables lay beneath, but after excavating to a depth of 8 meters, I found a different plant instead. It appears to be a type of fluff grass, nestled beneath the ice layer, growing close to the ground. It has a pale yellow hue, with exceedingly fine fibers, and there is a considerable amount of it. After bringing it back and roasting it for quite some time, I discovered it was inedible. However, once dried, it transforms into a remarkably soft fluff grass that provides excellent warmth. Using it as a mattress can elevate sleeping temperatures by several degrees. Additionally, stuffing it into door gaps effectively blocks cold winds." Shirley's enthusiasm grew with each word, clearly in high spirits that a smile spread across Lu Shen's face. A premier warming item in the midst of a snow-laden apocalypse. Warmth is a paramount concern for every survivor, and such resources are indispensable for survival, holding value equal to that of food. The fact that Shirley shared such an important and precious resource without hesitation stirred a sense of gratitude within Lu Shen. However, he soon furrowed his brow, recalling a matter that required consideration. Previously, while digging for sturdy branches, he too had encountered the ice layer near the ground. Yet, due to its thickness, he had not completely broken through. However, through the ice, he had not observed this fluff grass. After a moment's contemplation, he understood that Shirley had no reason to deceive him. Therefore, there was likely only one explanation. This fluff grass does not grow everywhere. Lu Shen inquired solemnly, "Brother Sher, where precisely did you discover this fluff grass?" Shirley, eager to share, responded, "By the river. I figured the riverbank would have more moisture, favoring wild vegetable growth." Lu Shen blinked, unable to resist asking, "Brother, can you see what's outside?" "Snow, why? When that snow melts..." "Whoa, it's all water. How foolish of me. I must have searched in the wrong place." "No." Lu Shen gently shook his head, stating, "You chose the right spot. If it's a deeper river, the riverbed should not be completely frozen, and there is likely water flowing at around 0 degrees, making it more conducive for plant growth." Suddenly, Lu Shen realized he might have overlooked something. Assuming the area was entirely blanketed in snow, he saw no need to seek out rivers. However, it must be noted that regions near rivers often contain flowing water, likely nurturing more plant life, with fluff grass serving as a prime example. After all, hidden beneath thick snow, fluff grass could not have obtained moisture from the snow. It likely absorbed warmer water from the soil through its roots to survive and thrive beneath 8 meters of ice. "Brother Shen, I gathered a considerable amount of fluff grass. Would you like me to send some over?" After a moment's consideration, Lu Shen chose to decline. "Not for now. I'll search around a shelter first. If I find none, I will request some from you." Resource exchange requires careful consideration of various factors. With both parties uncertain of each other's locations, meeting in reality proves challenging. Moreover, it is unwise to accept favors without reciprocation. Mutual exchanges of benefits are preferable for fostering lasting relationships. As they chatted, Shirley suddenly asked, "By the way, Brother Shen, I noticed they were discussing the town ruins. Do you think it's worth going?" Hearing this, Lu Shen was taken aback and inquired, "Have you seen the town ruins?" "Indeed. It's just a short distance from the shelter, no more than 1.5 kilometers. Yet, I have always hesitated to approach." Fearing the multitude of decaying corpses within, Lu Shen's gaze flickered, and he continued to pose several questions. "What does that town ruin resemble? Approximately how many houses are there? What is the surrounding terrain like?" Furthermore, he needed to ascertain whether the town ruin that Shirley had encountered was indeed the same one he intended to explore today. The survival radio could receive communications within a radius of 50 kilometers. Shirley might be quite near, or, conversely, very far away. If the two were in close proximity and their shelters were adjacent, they could indeed collaborate in exploring the town ruins, significantly enhancing their safety. Whether confronting corpses and mutated creatures or competing against other survivors, their chances would be bolstered. Shirley, oblivious to the underlying tension, meticulously detailed the condition of the town ruins, and with each word, Lu Shan's excitement grew, his eyes shining brighter. The town ruins described by Shirley were likely the very ones he planned to investigate. The details of the ruins and the surrounding landscape aligned perfectly. Containing his exhilaration, Lu Shan refrained from immediately informing Shirley of his findings or arranging a meeting. One may know a person's appearance, yet not their heart. Their connection had only been through the survival radio, where goodwill could be feigned and the truth remained uncertain, necessitating caution. After careful consideration, he opted for a more prudent approach. Brother Sure, the town ruins you saw are familiar to me as well. They lie near my shelter, albeit at a considerable distance. Really? Then we shouldn't be too far apart. I previously thought we were separated by dozens of kilometers. What a stroke of fate. Shirley's voice rose in pitch. Clearly ecstatic, Shen nodded. If the weather permits tomorrow, we could explore the town ruins together. However, should the exploration be brief, you may have to go alone, as my distance may hinder timely return. No problem. I'll contact you before I head out tomorrow. I'll also bring you some woolgrass. Lu Shan did not refuse. He genuinely wished to ascertain the character of this individual. If he proved to be a trustworthy and honest person, devoid of ulterior motives, then a friendship could indeed flourish. Humans are inherently social beings. Surviving alone in a post-apocalyptic world can be wearisome and inadequate for securing the necessary resources. However, should he find other reliable survivors for trading and resource exchange, or even collaborative exploration, the difficulty of survival would diminish significantly. For instance, this woolgrass was an essential resource for him. Without Shirley's mention, he would have remained oblivious. Furthermore, it is highly possible that this exceptionally warm woolgrass grows in a specific area only Shirley could locate, necessitating a trade for such a resource. Whether to venture to the town ruins tomorrow once again became a matter for him to ponder. If he decided to go, preparations and plans were imperative to ensure his safety. Opening the survival radio, he navigated to the shop page, his gaze hesitating between the mechanical alarm clock and the gas mask. For safety's sake, bringing a gas mask tomorrow would undoubtedly enhance his security and margin for error. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he opted to spend 5 survival coins on the mechanical alarm clock. His decision not to purchase the gas mask stemmed from various considerations. Firstly, after selling the 2 corrupted corpse radiation cores he had acquired today, he still possessed only 11 survival coins to procure a gas mask. He would need to sell additional supplies to exchange for coins. Secondly, such a vital item as a gas mask, if seen by other survivors, could incite envy and potentially lead to peril. Thus, purchasing the mechanical alarm clock seemed more prudent, allowing him better control over time and structuring his daily routine. Upon seeing the time displayed on the mechanical alarm clock, Lu Shan could not suppress his astonishment. According to his initial calculations, it should be around 1 or 2 p.m., yet the actual time was already 5:36 p.m., much later than he had anticipated. This indicated that the moments of weakest snow and lowest radiation were not at noon, but rather between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. It was no wonder he had been feeling somewhat drained lately. Clearly, his daily routine had been severely disrupted, necessitating an adjustment. Shen silently resolved that as a self-disciplined young man of the new era, he must formulate a schedule. Even if daylight faded, he should still adhere to a routine reminiscent of peacetime living. Taking out paper and pen, he began to jot down his plans. Daily schedule: 7:30 a.m., wake up 7:35 a.m., breakfast 2 hours of work in the morning, grinding corn. Planning exploration. Exploration, time flexible, 2 hours of work in the afternoon, grinding corn, tallying harvest, 7:00 p.m. Dinner 2 hours of work in the evening, grinding corn, listening to the survival radio for useful information. Maintaining social connections, 10:00 p.m. Sleep. Of course, planning is one thing. Executing it on time is an entirely different matter. By around 7 p.m., having ground a portion of cornmeal, Lu Shan began to prepare his dinner. In recent days, due to food scarcity, He had been subsisting on meager rations. Over 3 days, he had consumed only 2 pieces of black bread and 100 grams of compressed biscuits, which hardly sufficed to replenish his energy. Now, with an ample supply of corn, he resolved not to deprive himself and aimed to eat his fill. Prolonged hunger could adversely affect his health and severely diminish his mental state, which would be detrimental to his survival ahead. Taking a portion of cornmeal, the flour made from ground corn appeared yellow, while that from corn cobs was a lighter shade, resembling the feed given to poultry. He placed it on a cloth, mixing in some hot water, salt, and honey to form a dough. However, due to the lack of flour, the mixture lacked cohesion and was difficult to knead into a pliable dough. Ultimately, he ended up with a palm-sized, hard and dry yellow corn cake, resembling compressed biscuits. Although it looked unappetizing at this juncture, eating was no longer a matter of enjoyment, but a mere necessity for survival, and thus he held no pretensions. He placed the corn cake above the fireplace to toast, and soon the aroma of roasted corn wafted throughout the shelter, instantly stimulating Shen's appetite. He deliberately flattened the corn cake to make the toasting process easier. And once both sides turned a golden brown, it would be ready to eat. Taking a bite, the crispy, golden crust crumbled, and the toasted flavor spread in his mouth. However, Shen's face flushed after merely a couple of chews. His pace slowed, and his expression grew increasingly pained. That moment. Only 3 words remained in his mind. Truly, it's horrid. The texture was rough, akin to chewing wax, devoid of any moisture, utterly inedible, aside from a slight salty and sweet taste. The texture was appallingly poor, entirely unfit for human consumption. Nevertheless, fundamentally, it was not much different from the poultry feed. The taste of corn husks was precisely this, and such unpalatability was anticipated. Shen persevered through the chewing, striving to break it down as finely as possible, and then washed it down with hot water, which slightly improved the experience, making it somewhat bearable. However, it consumed quite a bit of water, as the corn cake was exceedingly dry, making it easy to choke without hydration. After spending several minutes, he finally managed to finish the entire corn cake. Though the flavor was mediocre, it must be said that the sense of fullness was indeed quite strong. As the food in his stomach was absorbed and digested, he distinctly felt his energy replenishing and his overall condition improved. This was the first time he felt satiated since arriving in this post-apocalyptic world, and he felt as though he had been revitalized. The corn cake was satisfactory. If he could add some oil, flour, and other seasonings, the flavor would undoubtedly improve significantly. Shen quietly resolved that once conditions permitted, he would enhance the palatability of his food. After regaining his strength, he felt another notable change. His innate abilities seemed to be usable more frequently. Previously, he had only been able to utilize his innate talent to a limited extent before succumbing to fatigue, rendering him incapable of prolonged use. However, now he experienced a remarkable transformation. Upon arriving at the entrance of the shelter, he pressed his hand against the door panel, harnessing the power of condensation to draw the door panel and sturdy branches together, allowing them to connect gradually. Before long, the hard branches bound to the door panel began to meld into one under the influence of his talent, slightly restoring the damaged door. But a look of joy spread across Shen's face, his delight palpable. This was due, in part, to the repair of the door panel, but also to the evident enhancement in his ability to utilize his talent. Previously, simply crafting a spear had exhausted him. Yet now, he managed to repair an entire door panel, with condensation energy still remaining. This indicated a correlation between the frequency of his talent usage, his physical health, and the strength of his constitution. With the restoration of the door panel, the shelter became significantly more secure, preventing the winds and snow from intruding. Additionally, the warmth for the fireplace increased, allowing him to bask in a long-awaited comfort. Returning to the depths of the shelter, he reclined beside the hearth, reveling in the warmth of the embers. While contemplating his plans for tomorrow's expedition, he had 2 options: venture into the desolate woods or explore the ruins of the town. Each choice bore its advantages and disadvantages. The desolate woods offered safety and stability, providing sturdy branches for firewood, while the black bamboo segment worms could yield a substantial amount of survival currency. Furthermore, this time, he could attempt to locate a small river and gather a batch of fluff grass. Conversely, Heading to the town ruins was an entirely unknown venture. He needed to connect with Shirley. But meeting anyone without knowing their background was perilous, and he remained uncertain about Shirley's character and integrity. Moreover, during the exploration, he might encounter other survivors. Would they be amicable, engaging in trade, or would they be deceptive, plotting against one another? Such outcomes were beyond his control. Thus, he needed to prepare for both scenarios. Should the weather permit tomorrow, allowing for extended movement amidst radiation, it would indeed be more suitable to venture to the town ruins. Consequently, he needed to consider his safety as of now. The only source of security and increased safety lay within his condensation talent. Feeling the residual power of condensation within him, Shen picked up a stone from the ground, attempting to compress and gather it. This was a choice born out of necessity, as the shelter lacked other materials. He could only experiment with stones. The small stone was compacted tighter and began to morph in his hand. Before long, it transformed into a dainty stone dagger. Due to the stone's texture, although the dagger's hardness increased, it remained quite brittle, suitable for chopping vegetables but inadequate as a weapon. Shen pondered deeply, contemplating a more suitable material for weaponry. Ultimately, he indeed discovered a fitting resource. This material was plentiful, exceedingly common in the post-apocalyptic world, unobtrusive in use, and possessed considerable power, if utilized adeptly, even without weapons or armor. He could ensure his safety while alone in the wilderness. With this resolve in mind, Shen refrained from wasting the energy of his talent, settling down in the depths of the shelter and gradually drifting into slumber. The following morning, Shen awoke groggily. Upon checking the time, he realized it was 8:50 a.m. After a moment of silence, he picked up a piece of paper and a pen, altering his wake-up time on the schedule to 8:50. If one cannot adhere to the rules, then one must change the rules. He also retrieved another sheet of paper, noting today's date as January 4th. He designated the first day of his arrival in this apocalyptic world as January 1st. Now, having passed 4 days, it was indeed January 4th. After rising, he brushed his teeth with charcoal, washed up with hot water, and embraced the dawn a new day. He attended to the trifles of the shelter, grinding corn flour, listening to the survival radio for communications, and jotting down notes. Around 2 p.m., he received a message from Shirley. "Brother Shen, the snow and radiation have diminished to their lowest levels. I am ready to head to the town ruins. If you have the chance to come, we can explore together. If not, I shall proceed alone." Checking the weather, he noted, temperature, -9.6 C to weather, light snow. Wind speed level 6. Radiation, mild. Exceeding 2 hours and 48 minutes outdoors today will result in radiation invading the body, and as night falls, radiation levels will continue to rise. Today's weather was significantly better than yesterday's, with light snow and a wind speed of level 6, marking the least snowfall he had ever witnessed. Furthermore, the opportunity to be outdoors for over 2 hours and 48 minutes was the longest he had ever experienced. Unless other factors intervened, today was undoubtedly the most suitable day for extensive exploration. However, Shen exhibited no signs of excitement. If he deemed today ideal for long-distance exploration, what are the other survivors? Would they also venture out today and head toward the town ruins? In yesterday's communications, many had mentioned their intentions to explore the town ruins. Yet, the various descriptions of the town ruins differed slightly among individuals, suggesting that they might not refer to the same location. The survivors' positions likely lay in the outskirts of the city, amid scattered villages, albeit small, most consisting of only a few dozen households, thereby forming what appeared to be the town ruins. Shen estimated that there was a high probability of other survivors exploring the town ruins, though the actual number should not be too great. The frequency of communication indicated that within a 50 kilometers radius, the number of survivors was not particularly high, and they were distanced from one another. Hence, the number of survivors around his shelter would also be limited, likely only a few dozen at most. Additionally, some individuals would be too timid to venture outside, ensuring that the actual danger remained minimal. With a little caution, he could avoid dire situations. More critically, the value of the town ruins was indeed substantial. Yesterday's haul had transformed him from destitute to suddenly affluent. Thus, he needed to seize the opportunity and gather more essential resources from the town ruins before anyone else could react. After all, resources were finite, and it was a case of first come, first served. With a plan firmly in mind, Lu Shen resolved to return to the town ruins. However, when responding to Shirley, he did not express absolute certainty, merely replying nonchalantly, "I might come. Wait for me at the edge of the ruins for 5 minutes. If I don't arrive, then forget it. Sure, if you see a bald man, that's me. Just come find me." At this, Lu Shen furrowed his brow, a sense of wariness creeping into his mind at a bald man. Surely, he must be formidable, warranting careful attention and no room for complacency. Lu Shen began preparing for his outing. He gathered the survival radio, a sturdy branch spear, 2 snowboards, 2 energy-replenishing corn cakes, and a small bottle of white liquor. Notably, the liquor was not a full bottle. Rather, he had utilized his condensation ability to fashion a sealed small cup from a sturdy branch, containing approximately 100 grams of white liquor that in this post-apocalyptic environment, where human nature could be treacherous, one had to exercise utmost caution in trading. That Lu Shen established 3 principles for himself: minimize the frequency of transactions, reduce the quantity in each transaction, and frequently change trading locations. Perhaps he was overthinking, but such considerations were necessary for his safety. Should others discover that he possessed a wealth of precious resources, it would undoubtedly incite envy among the other survivors. If they came seeking to seize his possessions, Lu Shen would have no refuge to lament his misfortune. Having prepared thoroughly, Lu Shen ventured into the snowstorm. Today, the storm was noticeably less severe. Facilitating his movements, he did not head directly to the town ruins, but first made his way to the desolate woods, where he had previously set 2 animal traps. Eager to check their status, however, he held little hope, given the ferocity of the storm, believing that few beasts would be on the prowl. There was even a significant chance that the fierce winds had blown the traps away, making it uncertain whether he would even locate them. Ultimately, fortune smiled upon him, as the traps remained in place. It was merely enveloped by a thick layer of snow, and all had been triggered. Lu Shen himself was uncertain whether it was wild beasts that had set off the traps, or if the wind and snow had caused the snares to activate. After a thorough inspection, he found not a single hair, which was entirely within expectations. He continued to arrange the traps, positioning them at the roots of a gnarled tree, awaiting the arrival of prey. Lu Shen pressed on toward the ruins of the town. Having learned from the experience of the previous day, he only needed to follow the same route for ensured safety. Upon reaching the outskirts of the town's ruins, he began to slow his pace, deliberately concealing his presence while surveying the surrounding environment. Times had changed, and there could well be other survivors lurking nearby. However, he quickly realized that perhaps he was overly cautious. Even now, during the most opportune time for travel, the sky remained ominously overcast. Visibility was exceedingly low, and all around was a disorienting expanse of white, with snowflakes drifting down, obscuring everything. Other survivors could not see him, and he in turn could not see them. Indeed, it was remarkably secure. But wait, perhaps he could spot other survivors. After casting a quick glance around, just when he thought there was nothing to be found, he suddenly noticed a smooth, reflective object on a nearby hill. "What a shiny head!" Lu Shen couldn't help but exclaim. There stood a robust man, wrapped in a plush winter coat, a bamboo basket slung over his back, braving the biting wind with his gleaming bald head. Exuding an air of being unassailable in the chill, but Lu Shen's mouth twitched. Could this be Shirley? He had only heard the voice before. Deep, hoarse, and tinged with a hint of timidity, nothing like the imposing figure before him. Lu Shen retrieved the survival radio from his pocket and attempted to send a message to Shirley. "I have arrived." He then fixed his gaze intently on the bald figure. Moments later, the man indeed reached for his survival radio and turned to look in all directions. Soon, a low voice, carried by the gusting wind, emerged from the radio. "Shingu, where are you? I can't see you." Lu Shen replied, "Head towards the valley on the east side of the town ruins." After careful consideration, he decided it was necessary to meet. Shirley might become his ally or potentially his adversary. Regardless of the outcome, this risk was one worth taking. Moreover, he possessed the ability to shoulder this risk as Shirley approached. Lu Shen was also preparing, his power of solidification attaching itself to the ice and snow beneath. At first glance, everything seemed normal, but beneath the snow, a transformation was quietly occurring. Snow and ice were undoubtedly the most suitable materials for employing solidification. Not only were they abundant and inexhaustible, but their soft texture allowed for easy compression and manipulation, consuming minimal energy to mobilize vast amounts of snow. Under his deliberate precautions, the surrounding snow formed the best defense, effectively ensuring his safety. As Shirley ran closer, a serious expression emerged on Lu Shen's face. Whether he was friend or foe would be determined in an instant. Shirley's appearance was even more stunning than Lu Shen had anticipated, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with a robust physique and a shining bald head. He emanated an intimidating presence, akin to an impregnable fortress. However, his relatively youthful face and the honest smile upon it seemed incongruous with his formidable stature and appearance. "Shingu, I finally found you. I've been buffeted by the wind for 10 minutes, Shirley called out, grinning as he approached, devoid of any malice. Yet, Lu Shen remained cautious, having keenly observed that as Shirley ran, his right hand reached into the basket on his back, seemingly retrieving something, which compelled him to stay alert. When the distance shrank to merely 3 meters, Lu Shen activated his solidification ability, causing a pillar of ice to abruptly materialize before Shirley's feet. The next moment, a dull thud echoed as Shirley stumbled, falling into the snow. Meanwhile, Lu Shen tightly gripped a spear, ready to thrust should any unexpected situation arise. The surrounding snow also appeared to solidify further, resembling a wall of ice bricks encircling him, ensuring his safety. In preparation for this encounter, he had made ample arrangements, wielding his innate abilities without restraint. Just then, a large hand emerged from the snow, presenting a bundle of fir grass before Lu Shen. "Shengu, here, that's your fir grass." Lu Shen's mouth twitched. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted it and examined it, finding no issues. Moreover, this fir grass was indeed soft in texture and possessed excellent insulation properties, a very valuable resource in the current apocalyptic environment. Shirley awkwardly scrambled to his feet from the snow, scratching his head with an embarrassed grin. "Sorry, I ran too fast and lost my footing." Though Lu Shen remained vigilant, he felt somewhat reassured. Based on Shirley's earlier behavior, he did not seem like a scheming individual. "Brother Shir, why were you standing atop the hill? Weren't you afraid of being spotted by other survivors?" Lu Shen inquired, curious whether the boy was genuinely naive or merely pretending to. With visibility this poor in the snowstorm, I was worried you might not see me. So, I figured it best to wait up there for you." Lu Shen was momentarily at a loss for words for other survivors. Shirley chuckled. "Look at me. With my stature, any other survivors would be more likely to run away than to seek me out for trouble." Lu Shen was taken aback, taking a moment to assess him from head to toe, unable to restrain an exclamation. "That makes perfect sense." Regardless of the survivor, upon encountering a towering, brawny, bald man, as long as one had a functioning brain, they would think twice before targeting him for plunder. Shirley scratched his head. "Shengu, should we head in now? I've been observing for quite some time and haven't seen any corpses or mutated creatures. It should be relatively safe inside." Lu Shen nodded slightly, holding Shirley in higher regard, realizing that he was not merely brawn without brains, but rather thoughtful in his considerations. "We must certainly go inside. But why do you refer to me as Shingu? You seem older than I am." Shingu, I'm 19 years old. 19. Lu Shen's mouth twitched again as he scrutinized Shirley's towering frame. Weathered face and deep-set eyes, his low voice gradually becoming disheveled in the wind. The two pressed forward against the wind and snow, reaching the edge of the town's ruins, which were similarly blanketed in a thick layer of white, creating a somber, desolate atmosphere. Gazing at the buildings before them, Shirley asked, "Shingu, what do you think is the best way to explore? Shall we act together or each search a building?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Shen replied, "Let us act together first. Once we confirm there is no danger, we can split up to gather supplies." Though he had been here once before, he could not be certain that it was free from peril, as there might well be hidden threats. Arriving before a relatively intact structure, they found it was a 3-story self-built home, adorned more elegantly than the one from yesterday, boasting a more impressive facade. clearly indicative of a wealthy household. Perhaps due to sturdier materials, the house had suffered little collapse. Only the outer plaster had peeled away, giving it an exceedingly aged appearance, thickly coated in ice. However, the internal framework remained nearly intact. The two approached but did not rush inside. Rather, they peered through the frost-covered glass to assess the interior. What met their eyes were several grotesquely contorted corpses, their bodies decayed and fearsome in appearance. However, their heads had been hollowed out, lying motionless on the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, Shen felt no sense of relief. Instead, he became acutely aware, scanning the surroundings for any sign of other creatures. Indeed, in the direction of the kitchen, he spotted a larger, more fearsome corpse that it was evident that this particular corpse possessed greater strength and would prove more challenging to contend with Shen murmured to himself. Did it gain enhanced strength after consuming the radiation cores of other corpses? This speculation was not without merit. Why had the other corpses perished? Why had their heads been hollowed out? Why was there only one remaining corpse of greater strength? When all these elements were pieced together, it was not difficult to deduce the answer. Shen, should we go in? That corpse looks formidable. Shen shot him a glance, saying, "You of all people are afraid of that corpse." Well, of course, Shirley stared wide-eyed, a hint of trepidation in his voice. "Last time, I was nearly killed by a ghoul scratch. It's best to keep our distance from such things." Shen nodded slightly. And after a moment of silence, he replied, "Indeed, there's a certain level of risk involved. Let us seek another place." Agreed. Adhering to the principle of utmost safety, Shen decisively abandoned this location and turned towards other houses. After all, there were multiple structures in the vicinity. There was no need to stubbornly persist here. Not far away, they found another building, only 2 stories tall, appearing rather diminutive, with a modest footprint, yet the overall structure remained relatively intact. After conducting a thorough inspection, they discovered no traces of the ghoul within, nor any blood or signs of struggle. Once assured of its safety, the 2 men promptly broke a window to gain entry. Before they began their search for supplies, Shen paused to hold Shirley's arm, stating, "Let us agree in advance that all resources we find will be evenly divided to avoid any potential conflict." Shirley nodded in agreement, saying, "No problem, Brother Shen, I understand the importance of boundaries." They then dispersed, entering various rooms in search of usable materials. This place had also been ransacked. Many valuable supplies were already missing, such as the grain from the rice jar, bedding from the beds, and clothing from the wardrobes that Shen could only hope that the previous scavengers had poor eyesight and left behind some useful resources. After a thorough search, he found several bowls and metal basins in the kitchen cabinet, seemingly left behind. Without hesitation, he collected them. Additionally, in a room on the 2nd floor, he discovered a backpack, a thermos, and a sack filled with plastic bottles. He was perplexed as to why these 3 entirely different items were found in the same room. This appeared to be a child's room. The backpack was understandable as a school supply, and a thermos made sense for convenience at night, but why was there a sack of plastic bottles under the bed? Shen dismissed his thoughts and took everything, for usable items were scarce. Later, in a utility room on the 2nd floor, he found a batch of wooden planks and iron sheets. The wooden planks were weathered and crumbled to dust at the slightest touch, rendering them unusable and cumbersome to carry. However, the iron sheets appear to be of decent quality. Though rusty, they were still in good condition and undoubtedly valuable materials. Without hesitation, Shen took them as he returned to the 1st floor with his findings. He found Shirley seated on a chair, waiting for him. "How did it go, Brother Shen?" "Any luck?" Shirley inquired with a grin, but soon could not contain his frustration. "This place has been stripped bare. All the useful items have been taken. It's infuriating." Shen waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Any gain is better than none." He then placed his findings in the living room, where Shirley's discoveries were also laid out. After a brief sorting, Shen had collected 6 bowls, 2 metal basins, 1 backpack, 1 thermos, 56 water bottles, and several dozen pounds of iron sheets. That Shirley's haul was smaller, but of decent quality. For bars of chocolate, expired. 6 packs of cigarettes, 3 packs of sanitary napkins, a deck of playing cards, and a box of Ludo. That Shen couldn't help but feel incredulous at the absurdity of it all. What on earth is this? Chocolate and cigarettes are fine, but the last 3 items seem excessive. Why would you take sanitary napkins? Do you use them? Shirley was taken aback, replying, I don't need them, but they could be useful for trade. Surely someone will want them. That does make sense, Lucian conceded, his tone softening. However, upon seeing the Ludo and playing cards, he could not resist asking, what do you need toys for? For leisure and entertainment. Don, do you ever get bored in the shelter? Well, that's true, Lucian admitted with a reluctant smirk, realizing he had been narrow-minded. These items indeed had their uses. The two began to divide their spoils, sharing all even-numbered items equally while deciding who needed the odd-numbered ones. That Shen took 3 bowls, 1 basin, the backpack, 28 water bottles, about 7 pounds of iron sheets, 2 bars of chocolate, 3 packs of cigarettes, 1.5 packs of sanitary napkins, and the Ludo. After the distribution, Lucian noticed Shirley hesitating. His expression conflicted. Shen encouraged, speak your mind. We can negotiate the resource allocation. After a moment's hesitation, Shirley scratched his head and said, Brother Shen, I don't need the iron sheets, nor do I require so many water bottles. I often find it hard to fill my stomach. So, understanding immediately, Lucian recognized Shirley's larger frame meant he likely consumed more food than the average person. Hence his greater need. Regarding the water bottles and iron sheets, they were indeed of little use to him. Shen pondered for a moment before tossing the chocolate in Shirley's direction, stating, Here, take the chocolate. Just give me the iron sheets and water bottles. Shirley's face lit up with a smile as he gladly accepted. Considering that Shirley had brought him precious soft grass, Lucian also took a corn cake from his pocket and tossed it to Shirley. What is this? Food. While the taste is mediocre, it is quite filling. Consider it a trade for the soft grass. Shirley beamed with gratitude, expressing his thanks. Food was indeed of utmost importance to him. Shen conducted another check, confirming there were no basements or hidden rooms, before packing their findings and swiftly heading toward another house. With ample time remaining in the day, they could afford to search one more building. The second house was considerably smaller, merely a single-story mud brick structure, appearing exceedingly cramped. The two exchanged glances, clearly disapproving of the diminutive abode. However, this was the only relatively intact building in the area. To search elsewhere would require considerable effort and navigating through debris, which was quite inconvenient. With a spirit of cautious exploration, they searched the mud house, only to unexpectedly uncover the largest bounty of their expedition, though the interior was bare and devoid of useful resources. The house boasted an underground cellar. Within the cellar, they discovered a jar of pickled radishes and another jar of pickled vegetables. The jars were not large, weighing less than 20 pounds, and upon opening, a rich aroma wafted forth. After days of consuming black bread, compressed biscuits, and corn cakes, Lucian's appetite was instantly piqued. He was astonished to find the pickled radishes and vegetables were not spoiled. Likely due to their high salt content and the favorable temperature and humidity, they had been preserved for an extended period. Shirley, standing nearby, could not help but swallow hard. In a post-apocalyptic world, such resources were invaluable. Pickled radishes and vegetables, rich in salt, could replenish the body's sodium levels, serving as a substitute for table salt to some extent. Moreover, and perhaps more significantly, in the context of survival in a post-apocalyptic environment, they were crucial for replenishing vitamins and minerals. Both radishes and pickled vegetables are vegetables packed with vital nutrients, precisely what survivors desperately need yet struggle to obtain. Thus, in terms of value, they rivaled hard currencies like liquor, food, or warm clothing. The exquisite flavor of the pickled radishes and vegetables was merely a delightful bonus. Brother Shen, do you prefer radishes or pickled vegetables? Lucian's gaze deepened as he declared, I want both. Let us split each jar in half. Excellent idea. The two carefully extracted half from each jar, ensuring that each contained an equal share of pickled radishes and vegetables. The jars, heavy in their hands, brought immense joy. This was undoubtedly one of the day's greatest finds. As they emerged from the cellar, smiles on their faces, and were about to leave, Lucian suddenly grasped Shirley's arm, lowering his voice urgently. Stay low. We got company. Shirley froze momentarily but quickly crouched down, not daring to make a sound, his senses heightened as he peered outside. After a tense silence, he cautiously asked, Brother Shen, what did you see? There are people nearby. Lu Shan's expression grew serious as he fixed his gaze on the outside, explaining, "Do you see those footprints outside? What about them? Aren't they ours?" Lu Shan replied coolly, "I concealed our footprints to avoid detection. Those outside are not ours." Shirley's eyes widened in surprise, a flicker of curiosity crossing his face as he glanced at Lu Shan, seemingly grasping something unspoken, yet refraining from voicing it. During his explorations, Lu Shan consistently adhered to one principle: to eliminate all traces of their passage. Utilizing his innate talent of condensation, he effortlessly manipulated the footprints behind him, restoring the snow to its pristine state, as if no one had ever traversed that path. Moreover, he possessed the ability to control the snow, deliberately crafting similar footprints. Compared to compressing hard branches, maneuvering through the snow was considerably easier, given that the snow's density was minuscule, merely a fraction of that of the rigid branches. Thus, erasing the footprints incurred little expenditure of his energy, yet the results were remarkably effective. By the time he entered the house, he had completely obliterated all traces of the two individuals' footprints. Therefore, the footprints outside must undoubtedly belong to others. That Lu Shan approached the window, following the direction of the footprints, his gaze involuntarily wavering. Had they led to the room with the decaying corpse? As he pondered, a sudden cacophony of combat erupted from the building towards which the footprints led, the sounds unusually intense. Shirley could not help but raise an eyebrow, moving closer to inquire, "Is there truly someone inside? Should we go take a look?" "Stay back. It could be dangerous." Lu Shan reflected briefly before making a decisive choice. Whether the threat stemmed from the corpse or the survivors, vigilance was imperative. Moreover, this was a unique corpse, larger in size and known to have devoured other corpses. The survivor who dared to explore the ruins of the town alone and had ventured into a building with a corpse could only be one of two things. Either they were mentally unstable or possessed immense strength. However, he quickly concluded that this individual was likely not in their right mind. Bang! The door of the adjacent building was violently thrust open, producing a sharp sound at a woman, clad in a cotton coat and appearing to be in her early 30s. Burst out, her right sleeve torn and blood-soaked, her steps unsteady, clearly sustaining significant injuries. Blood dripped onto the snow, staining it crimson. Lu Shan furrowed his brow, a flicker of anxiety coursing through him, for the direction in which the woman fled was precisely where they were concealed. In this vicinity, only the earthen house could serve as a hiding spot, naturally becoming the woman's escape route. As she drew near, Lu Shan leaned out, lowering his voice to hiss, "There's someone here. Get away. Don't bring that thing over." This was a desperate measure, given that the earthen house had no back entrance. If the woman brought the corpse inside, a struggle in such a confined space could easily lead to injury. Simultaneously, he sought to gauge the woman's character. If she possessed any semblance of conscience, she would undoubtedly refrain from bringing danger upon them, and thus saving her life would be permissible. However, if there was no if. Upon hearing his voice, the woman initially paused in fright, but joy swiftly flickered in her eyes, and she quickened her pace once again. Shirley, sensing the situation was amiss, showcased his imposing stature and warned fiercely, "Stay away from here, or we want to hold back." His voice resonated like a thunderclap, imbued with formidable pressure and a hint of malice. This was the first time Lu Shan had witnessed Shirley in such a manner, and he could not help but regard him with newfound respect, understanding that Shirley was far from foolish. Rather, he was exceptionally astute and acted with great discretion. Though startled, the fleeing woman gritted her teeth and did not halt her advance, continuing her approach towards them. Behind her, a larger corpse followed closely, roaring and howling, the nauseating stench of decay beginning to permeate the air. Recognizing the woman's determination, Lu Shan's expression darkened. He placed his hand on Shirley's shoulder and calmly declared, "Since she shows no mercy, we cannot be bound by righteousness. You step back. I'll handle this." Shirley was taken aback, but retreated a step, conceding the entrance to Lu Shan. Lu Shan then crouched slowly, extending his hand into the snow beneath him, an arcane power beginning to spread forth, causing the snow to ripple slightly under his influence. In the next moment, the woman, while traversing the snow, suddenly lost her balance and fell into the thick layer of snow. It was evident that terror consumed her face in that final moment of her fall. Such a critical juncture. With the corpse looming behind her, she could foresee the dire consequences of her tumble. The decaying figure lunged forward, its anguished screams echoing through the frigid air, accompanied by the sounds of flesh being torn and devoured. Shen, witnessing this scene, could not help but frown and sigh. He was not a bloodthirsty individual. His intention was merely to ensure his own safety. Yet such a scenario was undeniably harrowing that moment. Shirley suddenly spoke up. Shingu, it seems the corpse has detected us. Should we make a quick escape? Lu Shen had long been aware of the corpse's keen senses. Given their proximity, it was understandable that it had noticed them. Shen contemplated briefly, his gaze resolute. No need. Once we leave the house, it may not be our match. Let us deal with it directly to avoid prolonged troubles. He vividly recalled the two corpses they had previously encountered. Even after losing sight of him, they had relentlessly sought out the shelter. The formidable sensory abilities of the corpses made him exceedingly wary. If he did not deal with it now, it could very well locate the shelter later, complicating matters further. Shirley clearly shared this apprehension, having suffered greatly at the hands of the corpses, even nearly losing his life. Thus, without further hesitation, he grasped the door panel with both hands and forcefully pried it off. Wielding it as a shield, Shen halted momentarily, feeling the house sway slightly, and could not help but smirk at the audacity of the young man. Shingu, I'll hold the front. You take it down, he declared. With that, Shirley stepped out of the house, his gaze sharp as he fixed it upon the corpse, awaiting its approach. In the next instant, a familiar sight unfolded. The corpse stumbled and fell with a resounding thud, leaving Shirley momentarily stunned. Don't just stand there. Smash its skull, Lu Shen urged sharply. Shirley snapped back to reality, raising the door panel high and bringing it down upon the corpse's head with tremendous force, sending snow flying and driving the corpse's skull into the ground. Yet, it was not over. Shirley knew that the top layer of snow would act as a cushion, and the corpse would not perish easily. He lifted the panel once more, delivering a relentless barrage of blows, creating a nearly 1 meter deep pit, with each strike echoing with a dull thud as the skull collided with the icy surface. After delivering over 100 strikes, Shirley finally ceased his assault. Shen, in tandem, thrust his spear through the corpse's skull, twisting it repeatedly to ensure its demise. I'm exhausted, Shirley panted, tossing aside the door panel and collapsing onto the ground. Lu Shen approached, retrieving a black stone from the corpse's head. Indeed, it was a corpse radiation core. However, this particular core differed significantly from the previous ones he had obtained. It appeared clearer and more uniform, suggesting superior quality. Subsequently, Lu Shen moved to the side of the female survivor, her body nearly devoured, an appearance that was truly hard to behold. Yet he steeled himself against the nausea and searched her remains for any supplies. Though he found nothing of value, beside her lay a cloth bag containing a flattened piece of bread, 2 cans of beef, and her survival radio. However, upon her death, the radio had ceased to function, seemingly rendered useless. After a brief inspection, Lu Shen decided to take it with him, reasoning that it might prove useful in the future. He tossed the bread and one of the meat cans to Shirley, saying, I'll take a meat can along with the radiation core. That you'll bear a slight loss this time, but I'll compensate you with food next time. Shirley made an okay gesture, readily agreeing. After this collaborative effort, the bond between the two had noticeably strengthened, and their trust had significantly increased, preventing any discord over a mere radiation core. Having organized their spoils and prepared to return to the earthen house, Lu Shen's attention suddenly shifted to a nearby ruin, and he quietly remarked, Are you lurking there, hoping to reap the benefits? A profound silence ensued. Shirley, upon hearing this, immediately became alert. Shen continued, Will you come out on your own, or shall I drag you out? Allowing matters to escalate is unwise for all involved. Still, there was no response. Shirley stepped forward, his voice booming. We've already discovered your presence. Why not come out? Do you wish for me to assist you in emerging? As he spoke, he was about to move forward, but was halted by Lu Shen behind him. All right, it appears there truly is no one here. I was merely overthinking, Lu Shen said nonchalantly, turning back towards the earthen dwelling. Shirley scratched his head awkwardly. His actions were born out of necessity. The previous commotion had been too loud, especially the woman's anguished screams before her demise, which resonated throughout the desolate ruins. If there had been any other survivors in the vicinity, they would undoubtedly have been aware of the events that transpired here and might have ventured over to investigate. His inquiries were merely precautionary, but it seemed there was indeed no one around. After tidying up their belongings, stuffing the majority of their items into a backpack, and carrying a sack filled with plastic bottles and tin, the two began their journey homeward, with only 50 minutes remaining until the end of their exploration time. Although it was still ample, there was no opportunity to explore other structures. They had to make haste to return. They bid farewell in the valley, each heading in a different direction. Just before parting, Shen suddenly inquired, "Brother Sure, with such strength, have you successfully awakened your talent?" Shirley was momentarily taken aback and replied, "Indeed, after being scratched by and nearly succumbing, I exhausted all my survivor coins to purchase talent awakening, which barely allowed me to cling to life.ic. Brother, you must have experienced the same?" "Yes, a stroke of luck in awakening. I look forward to our next collaboration." Agreed. After a brief farewell, they set forth on their separate ways, with a deeper understanding and more adept utilization of the solidification talent. They made considerable progress in their journey. Moreover, with time still on their side, they had 20 minutes left when passing through the desolate forest. Consequently, Shen took the opportunity to gather a batch of sturdy branches to bring back. Though not in abundance, enough to provide warmth for most of the day to facilitate collection, he snapped the branches directly from the dead trees, enabling him to amass a considerable quantity in such a brief span. Upon returning to the shelter, only 5 minutes remained until the end of the exploration time. Upon sighting the familiar and concealed refuge, he finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. Allowing him to lie down comfortably, his mind and body rejuvenated. A golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own humble abode, although the shelter was exceedingly cramped and rudimentary. It was the only place that offered him a sense of security, serving as his sole sanctuary in this radiation-infested, snow-laden apocalypse. Igniting the fireplace, the warm glow illuminated the shelter, and as he unloaded all the supplies, they filled the space to the brim, providing immense satisfaction. With each exploration, the resources accumulated grew increasingly abundant, transforming the once barren refuge into a more substantial haven. This time's yield exceeded that of the previous day. In terms of warmth, he procured a substantial bundle of fleece grass, weighing around 7 to 8 pounds, just enough to serve as a mattress, enhancing his insulation. Nevertheless, the quantity remained somewhat insufficient. He would need to devise a plan to gather more in the future or negotiate a trade with Shirley. Regarding living supplies, he acquired a backpack, 3 bowls, 1 basin, 56 plastic bottles, a thermos, and 15 pounds of tin, all of which were immediately usable. Additionally, he obtained a game of Ludo and 1.5 packs of sanitary napkins, which could serve leisure purposes or be used for bartering. In terms of food, he also obtained a jar of pickled radishes and pickled vegetables, along with a 200g can of beef. Lastly, he secured a radiation core, marking this haul as exceptionally fruitful. After a brief rest, Shen began the process of sorting and categorizing, which was the most gratifying task. First, he extracted the black bamboo worm from the sturdy branches. Finding only 6, which could be exchanged for 18 survivor coins, he also submitted the radiation core for shop evaluation, intending to convert it into survivor coins as well. However, the information regarding this radiation core revealed a significant difference that made Shen's eyes widen in surprise. Name: Level 2 Radiation Core 1 Description. A second-tier core. Having consumed a considerable number of first-level radiation cores, its energy is purer and more concentrated. Survivors can absorb its energy, with a chance to enhance their talents, but also a risk of radiation erosion. Exchangeable for 30 survivor coins, plus 1 shop special refresh card. A level 2 core? This was evidently a more advanced item, as indicated by the exchange value, which was 6 times that of the level 1 core. Furthermore, the description indicated an additional function. Survivors could absorb its energy to potentially enhance their talent abilities. However, what did the risk of radiation erosion entail? After pondering for a moment, Shen decided to exchange it for survivor coins. Opting against any risky endeavors, besides the 30 survivor coins, he could also exchange for a shop's special refresh card, which was evidently quite advantageous. Although he was uncertain of the card's utility, it must hold value since it was provided by the shop. Perhaps even being quite rare to this moment. Lu Shen possessed 47 survivor coins, marking his highest savings to date. He spent 15 survivor coins to acquire a gas mask, then pressed the refresh button. Utilizing today's refresh opportunity, 3 items appear before him. Gloves, 8 survivor coins. Instant noodles 1, 18 survivor coins. Facial cleanser, 12 survivor coins. These 3 items left Lu Shen in a state of indecision. Were they useless? They certainly had some utility. But were they genuinely useful? It seemed not so much. Instant noodles as food should logically be a priority, yet the price of 18 survivor coins made him hesitant for the facial cleanser, while somewhat superfluous. He would consider purchasing it if the price were reasonable. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided on the gloves. The temperature was exceedingly low, and he frequently needed to work, with frostbite already evident on his hands. Having gloves for protection would undoubtedly improve his situation. As for the other 2 items, deemed rather superfluous, he chose to forego them. Lu Shen then took out the shop's special refresh card and opted to refresh once more. The screen displayed a shimmering array of products. Slightly different from usual, he discerned some previously unseen items. As the rotation gradually ceased, 3 brand new products emerged before him, and upon viewing their names, Lu Shen couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Name: Corpse Breath Grass 2 description: a special plant mutated by radiation, its juice concealing one's scent, helping to evade the of for approximately 1 hour. Price: 10 survivor coins. Name: Task Card 1 description: a task card issued by the shop system, refreshing a random task, with rewards upon completion. Price: 5 survivor coins. Name: Purple 3 description: a special vine plant mutated by radiation. The juice boiled from it aids in rapid coagulation of wounds, suppressing bacteria, and promoting healing. Price: 30 survivor coins. Hint: due to the use of a special refresh card, you may select 1 item from the 3 for free. If the item's price exceeds 100 survivor coins, this effect does not apply. Wow, these are excellent items. Lu Shen couldn't help but exclaim, when he and Shirley had cooperated to slay that. The process had been relatively smooth, leading him to believe the strength was weak, and thus its radiation core's value was low. Yet now, it was evident that the second tier possessed formidable strength, and its radiation core's value far exceeded his expectations. This was indeed a considerable windfall. Next time, he would need to compensate Shirley. Lu Shen muttered to himself, his gaze fixated on the 3 items, reluctant to part with them. The items produced through the use of the shop's special refresh card indeed boasted high quality, each proving to be immensely useful. Corpse Breath Grass was a life-saving item. When venturing outside, his greatest concern was encountering mutated creatures. 1 or 2 might be manageable, but if faced with a multitude, escape would be impossible. Furthermore, Lu Shen had contemplated that if all humanity in this apocalyptic world had transformed into, the actual number of would presumably be staggering, particularly in cities where humans once congregated. The level of danger is undoubtedly heightened. Therefore, the perils posed by decomposing corpses must be taken into account. Simultaneously, another insight gleaned from the introduction suggests that perhaps these corpses do not rely on temperature perception, but rather on their sense of smell, which is quite surprising. The purpose of the mission card remains somewhat obscure to him, yet it is likely not without merit. The Zeeching Vine, similarly, is categorized as a strategic resource, even surpassing the value of certain hard currencies. After all, it is a life-saving item akin to high-quality medication. With a modicum of contemplation, Lu Shen resolved to acquire the entirety of it. The shop's special refreshment included the privilege of selecting 1 item for free, allowing him to obtain the most expensive Zeeching Vine at no cost, which was indeed a delightful surprise. Spending 15 survival coins, he procured these 3 exceedingly precious items, leaving Lu Shen quite exhilarated. After properly arranging the Zeeching Vine and the corpse scent grass, he retrieved the mission card, a petite card that bore a resemblance to a business card. Inscribed upon it was a line of text detailing the mission. Mission: hunt down 10 level 1 decomposing corpses and 2 level 2 decomposing corpses. Reward: 50 survival coins. The task's difficulty is rather standard. It cannot be deemed particularly challenging, yet it is not simplistic either. The reward is somewhat average, lacking in any particularly exhilarating aspect. After all, the value of 10 level 1 decomposing corpses alongside 2 level 2 corpses already amounts to 110 survival coins based on the value of his radiation core. Thus, the reward of 50 survival coins can only be regarded as a supplementary boon. This mission is best approached with a sense of fate. It is ill-suited for a dedicated hunt for decomposing corpses. On one hand, they are elusive, and on the other, they pose a significant danger point. One must simply allow things to unfold naturally. After a period of exploration, there remains a considerable opportunity to hunt down 10 level 1 decomposing corpses and 2 level 2 corpses. Checking the time, it was nearly 7 p.m. Shen consumed a corn cake as his meal for the day. As for the evening, he had numerous tasks awaiting him, such as extracting juice from the corpse scent grass, boiling the zeeching vine, and grinding corn flour. An evening destined to be bustling. He toiled until past 10 p.m., barely managing to complete these tasks. Gathering 2 small vials of liquid. One contained a grayish substance, less than 10 grams, but with an exceedingly pungent odor. This was the juice from the corpse scent grass. The liquid extracted from the zeeching vine amounted to approximately 500 ml, resembling a viscous gray-purple sludge. After carefully concealing them, Shen lay down on the plush grass, casually tuning in to the survival radio for communications. Damn it, I barely made it to the town ruins today, and I almost got taken out by some beast. Don't let me find out who you are, otherwise it's a fight to the death. Ha! If you're weak, keep your mouth shut. If you end up dead out there, you can only blame yourself. Quit talking nonsense. If you have the ability, face me with real weapons. Everyone, stop the bickering. Settle your matters privately, and don't disrupt public resources here. Sigh. Exploring the town ruins isn't easy. I went there today, too. Not only did I find no useful resources, but I was also chased by over a dozen decomposing corpses. They're still lurking outside the shelter. I have no idea what to do. Brother, think positively. Having decomposing corpses guarding your shelter means safety is assured. There's no need to be so dramatic. Hey, brothers, does anyone have extra food? Could you spare some for me? I can move in your shelter. I'm very obedient. Don't be ridiculous. Everyone here struggles to meet basic living needs. Who would be interested in you? Food is far more precious than you. I want it. Sister, come here. I have plenty of food. Ah, yes. You are the biggest food reserve for me. TSK. Brother, your intentions are too dark. In just a few days, Shen could distinctly sense the subtle shift in relationships among survivors under the pressure of survival. Initially, they were relatively amicable, still upholding the morals and ethics of a peaceful society, even assisting one another, with relationships remaining clear-cut. However, now, hostility has multiplied several times over, and desires continue to spread. He is certain that among the existing survivors, some have resorted to plundering others, an occurrence not uncommon in a post-apocalyptic environment. He couldn't help but sigh. Such changes were inevitable. In the struggle for limited survival resources, competition among survivors would only intensify. Particularly in the coming days, many survivors would face a food shortage, and even if they were reluctant to leave the shelter, they would have to venture out in search of sustenance. The town ruins would undoubtedly be the best option. By then, many survivors would congregate in the town ruins, making it exceedingly easy for conflicts to erupt. Significantly raising the danger level, he has resolved that tomorrow may be his last trip to the town ruins. Afterwards, he must steer clear of that area and focus on survival centered around the shelter. Smack! In the middle of the night, Shen awoke with a start, having slapped his own face. How could there be bugs in the shelter? By the light of the fireplace, he frowned and glanced beside him. Discovering he had squashed a bug that closely resembled an ant, he immediately became alert. If it were a mutated creature, it could be as perilous as a black segmented worm, capable of inflicting serious harm with the slightest misstep. Fortunately, upon inspection, he found that it was merely an ordinary ant. Yet, how could ants suddenly appear in this icy wilderness? Shen rose to investigate, finding numerous small bugs within the shelter, many congregating around the secret fireplace, seemingly seeking warmth. This phenomenon bears some resemblance to the black segmented worms. Many creatures struggle to survive in frigid environments. thus opting for hibernation. However, upon sensing warmth, they awaken and gravitate towards in this icy realm. Only the temperature within the shelter remains above 0. For these small insects, it is akin to paradise. They all flock here. Yet for the survivors, this situation is rather unpleasant. Had he not been dressed in thick clothing, these pests would have likely bothered him even more. Sigh. Residing in this muddy pit is certainly not a sustainable solution. Shen has contemplated numerous times the need to renovate the shelter or even relocate it to a more habitable location. However, these have merely been thoughts, lacking any tangible action. Nevertheless, if conditions permit, addressing the shelter's issues could indeed be placed on the agenda. As he reclined within the shelter, influenced by the presence of these insects, he found it impossible to fall back asleep. Adding a few logs to the fireplace, he poured himself a small half-bottle of white liquor, sipping it while pondering his future plans. Food remains the primary objective, and it is essential to find a stable and sustainable source of nourishment, ideally allowing for cultivation. Living resources must continue to be sought, and the shelter itself poses a significant problem. As resources increase, so do living demands, and this place is simply too cramped. Additionally, there are the relationships with other survivors, cooperation, trade, competition. Thoughts swirled in his mind as Shen recorded several important ideas, facilitating future planning. The silence of his shelter was punctuated only by the howling wind outside and the sound of his pen scratching against paper. For many survivors, due to a myriad of factors, sleep at night is often shallow, frequently leading to awakenings in the dead of night. The next day, at around 2 p.m., weather, temperature, minus 12.4 C. Climate, moderate snow. Wind speed at level 10. Radiation, moderate. Today's outdoor time exceeding 73 minutes will result in radiation invading the body, and as night falls, radiation levels will continue to rise. Today's weather has deteriorated significantly compared to previous days, consequently reducing the time available for exploration. However, factoring in the 30 minutes with a gas mask, his outdoor exploration time still reaches approximately 100 minutes. But he is also considering where to explore today. If he intends to proceed to the town ruins, time may be a little tight. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, there may not be enough time to return. However, venturing into the desolate woods, where resources are scant, would inevitably result in a considerably diminished yield. More importantly, the number of individuals exploring the ruins of towns will surely increase in the future. If one fails to seize the initiative, the remaining supplies will be scavenged by other survivors, leaving him with nothing. After much contemplation, Shen ultimately gritted his teeth, set aside his greed, and opted for the most prudent plan to head towards the desolate woods. Little did he know that this choice would spare him from numerous unnecessary troubles. At that moment, a message from Shen arrived. "Brother Shen, are we still gathering at the town ruins today? Let us go for a big score." No, Shen declined. "Time is too tight today. I want to have enough for the round trip." "Not enough time for a round trip? You're quite far away, Brother Shen," Shen replied, somewhat regretfully. He then added, "In that case, I'll go alone this time. If I find any useful resources, I'll save some for you." "All right, take care. There will likely be many people heading to the town ruins today that if danger arises, prioritize your own safety," Shen advised. Although their relationship could not be deemed extremely close, amidst this apocalyptic winter, they could be considered half-friends. Shen nodded in agreement and refrained from saying more. Shen donned his gear and stepped into the swirling snow, making his way toward the desolate woods. This time, in addition to a survival radio and spear, Shen carried 2 additional pieces of equipment, a backpack and a burlap sack, as well as an axe, all of which he had acquired the day before. The axe was crafted that very morning, utilizing the iron sheets he obtained yesterday. Combined with his talent condensation, he fashioned it into the shape of an axe, then affixed a wooden handle. The creation of this axe consumed nearly all his energy, and he had to eat 2 corn cakes to gradually recover. The density of iron was exceedingly high, presenting significant challenges to manipulate it with his talent. Even the axe in his hand was not compressed to any remarkable degree, resembling a mass of steel coils rather than a seamlessly forged tool. Nevertheless, it was more than adequate for chopping wood. Upon arriving at the desolate woods, he routinely checked the animal traps, and as expected, they were empty, devoid of even a single hair. Shen shook his head in frustration. It had been many days since he had consumed anything substantial, and his physical condition was deteriorating. Regrettably, the traps were not yielding results. Not just today, but for a long time to come, they might continue to be unproductive. Shen did not press the matter and redirected his focus toward gathering wood, which was the primary reason for his visit today, due to his absence from wood gathering in recent days. The supply of firewood had become critically low, forcing him to refrain from lighting the fireplace during the day. He had nearly 100 minutes to collect as many sturdy branches as possible. Using the axe to break through the snow on the ground, he sought out the buried hard branches and collected them all. With the axe in hand, even the harder snow could be easily split, significantly increasing his efficiency. However, after the previous days of collecting, the number of hard branches buried in the snow had dwindled to a scarce few, and it wasn't too long before he ran out. Therefore, Shen shifted his gaze to the dead trees. In fact, chopping down the wood would be more convenient, allowing for a quick acquisition of a substantial amount, but he had refrained from doing so until now. One reason was the absence of tools like an axe. Attempting to fell a tree of considerable hardness without such implements was exceptionally challenging. The other reason pertained to sustainability. Surrounding the shelter was this solitary patch of desolate woods. If he were to deplete it entirely, where would he source wood in the future? The scarcity of resources compelled him to meticulously plan the utilization of every available asset. As for now, it was a matter of necessity. The number of hard branches on the ground was too few, and he required a significant amount of wood for warmth. Hence he had no choice but to fell a dead tree. He selected a relatively small dead tree, about the thickness of a bowl and approximately 2 meters tall, which appeared quite slender. Shen swung the axe in his hand, severing the thinner branches from the tree. The hardness of the dead tree itself was exceptionally high, even surpassing that of the hard branches, making it quite difficult to chop down. It often required 7 to 8 consecutive strikes to barely bring it down. However, compared to digging for hard branches in 1.8 meters of snow, this method was considerably quicker and yielded more results. Discounting the time spent on a round trip, he had about an hour to gather wood today, a generous amount of time. During this hour, Shen dared not to pause for even a moment, maintaining a high-intensity effort, continuously chopping away. In the end, he amassed a total of 4 large bundles of hard branches, which constituted all of today's haul. He tied them up with cloth strips, stuffing 3 bundles into the burlap sack, which barely accommodated them, while the remaining bundle he carried on his back. Just as he hoisted the branches and prepared to return, his gaze was drawn to the northern snowstorm. A mere glance revealed something that captured his attention. The northwest, there were traces left by a survivor, extending all the way to the town ruins. Shen's eyes narrowed. Typically, when he ventured out, he would intentionally conceal his footprints, as his talent worked exceptionally well in the snow. However, other survivors were not so fortunate. If someone were clever, utilizing a wide homemade snowboard to traverse, their footprints would be shallow, easily concealed by the winds, and would be difficult to detect. Yet if someone walked with their bare feet through snow over a meter thick, they would leave a very conspicuous trail, easily noticeable by others. This individual clearly fell into that latter category. Shen squinted his eyes. Through this obvious walking trail, he could effortlessly locate the survivor's shelter. Whether for resource plundering, seizing a shelter, or even killing for treasure, it would be a simple task. This was not a time for moral considerations. In this harsh reality, the survival of the fittest reigned supreme. If he could rapidly gather a substantial amount of supplies to increase his chances of survival, such actions were not out of the question. After taking a deep look, Shen committed the route to memory before hoisting the hard branches and returning to the shelter. If anyone were to witness this, they would observe a remarkable sight. Shen dragged the firewood forward, leaving deep tracks behind him. Yet once he passed, the snow seemed to restore itself, returning to its original state. This was the advantage bestowed by his talent, allowing him to move through the snow like a ghost, nearly undetectable to anyone. Upon returning to the shelter, he immediately set to work organizing his haul from the day. The hard branches not only represented firewood, but also signified a considerable amount of survival currency. The dangerously elusive black segmented worms had become his primary source of survival currency. For other survivors, Obtaining survival currency was exceedingly difficult, often requiring the sale of life supplies in exchange, making it a rare commodity in this apocalyptic world. Yet for Lu Shen, the desolate woods were a veritable treasure trove, capable of providing him with abundant survival currency. Of course, this avenue for acquiring survival currency was one he had earned with his life. Squatting at the entrance of the shelter, he utilized the back of the axe to crack open the hard branches, extracting the still slumbering black segmented worms within, which he then exchanged for survival currency. This time, the quantity of hard branches was quite significant, resulting in a considerable number of black segmented worms extracted as well. Compared to the hard branches in the snow, most black segmented worms prefer to dwell within the dead trees. Although Lu Shen referred to them as dead trees, they were not truly lifeless. Rather, they appeared somewhat withered. This also meant that the black segmented worms residing in the dead trees could benefit from the sap within the branches, providing a more favorable environment for their slumber, with temperatures higher than those of the hard branches buried in the snow. Ultimately, after opening all the hard branches, he harvested a total of 28 black segmented worms, resulting in a substantial sum of 90 survival currencies. By rights, 28 black segmented worms, each valued at 3 survival currencies, would only amount to 84 survival currencies. However, among them was one particularly large black segmented worm, about the size of a ping pong ball, likely having absorbed more radiation, which astonishingly commanded a value of 9 survival currencies. Thus, combined with the 9 survival coins he had left, he now possessed a total of 99 survival coins, which instantly made him feel a surge of wealth. It is no exaggeration to say that among all survivors, he considered his fortune to be among the elite. Moreover, with just one more survival coin, he could upgrade his shelter. Up to this point, he had been using the survival radio to keep abreast of the situations of other survivors daily. Yet he had never heard of any survivors successfully upgrading their shelter. After all, for anyone, gathering 100 survival coins is no simple feat. However, this uncertainty left Lu Shen in a quandary about what changes would occur after the shelter upgrade. Would it expand in size? Or perhaps enhance its facilities? These unknown factors made him hesitate over the decision to upgrade his shelter. Spending a full 100 survival coins without satisfactory returns would leave him in despair, severely disrupting his survival rhythm. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to first utilize today's store refresh qualification. If valuable items appeared, he would purchase them. If not, there was no rush to spend his survival coins, and upgrading the shelter could wait. After all, the shelter upgrade occupied a distinct page, likely signifying its importance. Upon refreshing the store, 3 items appeared before him. Name, coffee 3, 10 survival coins. Name. Axe 1, 12 survival coins. Name. Suspenders, 100 survival coins. Fortune smiled upon him. Aside from the rather peculiar suspenders, he had managed to find 2 valuable items. The effect of coffee is akin to that of cigarettes and alcohol. It serves to relax the mind and release emotions, thus holding considerable value, though its practical utility is limited for most survivors, who struggle even to meet basic needs. The notion of relaxation is a luxury. Only after a period, when survivor stockpiles are sufficient to sustain basic living, can the true value of such commodities be realized. Therefore, in the short term, Lu Shen had no intention of trading for cigarettes or alcohol, nor would he accumulate them excessively. Even for him, the value of food and other essential items far outweighed these. The 3 units of coffee, while decent, were not in high demand, and he did not plan to purchase them. But as for the axe, it is an indispensable tool for any survivor, requiring no hesitation whatsoever. Yet for Lu Shen, the value of such iron tools was greatly diminished. After all, with materials like iron sheets, he could easily forge these tools thanks to his solidified talent. The iron axe he crafted yesterday was a prime example. He even contemplated that once stability was achieved, he could specialize in tool making and trade with other survivors. Such tools are undoubtedly rare in a post-apocalyptic environment. Not only are they highly valuable, but every survivor needs them, creating a monopolistic market. Given this analysis, the value of these 3 items was deemed low, rendering any purchase unnecessary. Lu Shen, gazing at the 99 survival coins in his hand, finally gritted his teeth and resolved to upgrade the shelter. A rusty iron cup fortuitously valued at 1 survival coin was sold, allowing him to gather the 100 coins needed to click the upgrade button. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Looking around, he noticed no changes. Upon reopening the shelter page, he discovered that the information had indeed changed. The original description read Initial Shelter. Initial shelter area. 5.32 square meters. Within this range, radiation will not affect you. Upgrade requirement, 100 survival coins. However, at this moment, the information had transformed. Independent shelter description. The initial shelter cannot be moved and its size cannot be altered. It can be occupied by other survivors. The independent shelter has a shelter core, allowing survivors to choose the location of their shelter. The shelter core can cover an area of 10 square meters, within which radiation will not affect you. In the future, there's a chance that the store will refresh items for expanding the shelter and blueprints for shelter facilities. Special items have a higher refresh probability with special cards. On the table before him lay an ancient stone, appearing unremarkable. It must be the so-called shelter core. From the information, it became clear that the so-called shelter upgrade was not a progression from level 1 to 2 or from 2 to 3. Essentially, it involves spending 100 survival coins to acquire a shelter core, allowing the choice of shelter location, and later the possibility of using other items for modifications and expansions. This offered significant operational potential for future development, preventing him from being confined to such a small shelter. Although it was not the surprise he had envisioned, Shen felt no disappointment. The current small shelter was hardly suitable for survival. Surrounded by scarce resources, with only a patch of barren woods, once depleted, even firewood would be unobtainable. Additionally, the shelter was situated on an open plain, easily visible to other survivors, without any cover save for a small hillock. The interior was drafty, with an area of only 5 square meters. Merely storing supplies had already filled the space, let alone planting corn or arranging other living facilities. If given the chance, he would also want to relocate the shelter, and the independent shelter core provided him with this opportunity. However, in the short term, he was unlikely to consider moving the shelter, as the undertaking was substantial and not something that could be completed quickly. Little did he anticipate that unforeseen circumstances would necessitate many of his plans being expedited. Suddenly, his communicator vibrated, and a message from Shirley arrived. "Brother Shen, I'm in trouble." Upon reading the message, Shen couldn't help but furrow his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping in. "What has happened?" Shen inquired solemnly. He was well aware of Shirley's capabilities, standing nearly 2 meters tall and possessing a body-enhancing talent. His strength was formidable. Whatever trouble he faced could not be trivial. Soon, Shirley's voice, tinged with a sense of gloom and chill, came through. "Brother Shen, today I explored the ruins of a town and encountered other survivors." "Other survivors?" Shen pondered briefly, sensing the gravity of the situation, and asked, "Did a conflict erupt?" Shirley took a deep breath and replied, "Indeed, 3 awakened survivors banded together to seize the town ruins and lay in ambush for others approaching. As soon as I got near, they attacked me as a team that, if it weren't for my strong physique and my own awakened talent, I might not have made it out today." Shirley's tone was laced with both anger and lingering fear. Anyone encountering such a situation would understandably feel distressed. Shen asked gravely, "Are you certain there were 3 of them? Were there any other survivors nearby?" "It should be 3, Shirley replied thoughtfully. "Only 3 confronted me, so it's likely there were no others around. However, I did see several corpses of other survivors, likely those who went to explore and were killed by them in that somber exchange." Shen could acutely sense Shirley's repression. After all, he was merely a 19-year-old youth. Witnessing the cruel reality of the apocalypse and the life-and-death struggles among survivors had profoundly impacted him. Shen was no different. Having lived in peaceful times, he had never encountered such horrors. While he had anticipated that the scarcity of food and resources would inevitably lead to conflicts among survivors, the reality still filled him with trepidation. After a few minutes of silence, Shirley spoke again. "Brother Shen, I am no match for them alone, but if the 2 of us join forces, we can certainly deal with them. How about we?" Shirley left his sentence unfinished, but Shen immediately grasped his meaning and countered, "Can you guarantee with 100 certainty that they have no accomplices? Can you assure that we can dispatch them without sustaining any injuries? I cannot. Then it would be wise for you to remain rational. Shen's tone grew more intense as he firmly refuted his opinion that it is undeniable that conflicts arise from the competition for resources. However, if it's merely to vent frustration, such behavior is rather juvenile. Furthermore, even in the pursuit of resources, it must be predicated on a foundation of safety. Taking a deep breath, Shen remarked meaningfully, "Surely. The issue you need to contemplate now is not whether to reclaim your dignity, but something far more significant." "What is it?" Surely inquired, puzzled. "When you escaped, you didn't intentionally conceal your escape route, did you?" Upon hearing this, Surely was instantly taken aback, remaining silent for a considerable time. Shen pressed on, "Is it possible that they could trace your route of escape to locate your refuge?" "Damn, I completely overlooked that. I was too focused on fleeing." Surely lamented. Shen felt a wave of helplessness. This was a common mistake among survivors. Or, to be precise, it was a dilemma that nearly all survivors find difficult to resolve: the tracks left behind in the snow. With such deep snow, any passage would inevitably leave a mark, and it is utterly impossible to hide it, making it easy for others to follow the trail back to the refuge's location. More critically, due to time constraints, each person has a limited window for exploration, seldom considering detours, resulting in a direct approach. This means that from a high or distant vantage point, one could almost instantly identify the route leading to the refuge's position. "Surely, you should prioritize relocating the refuge. Other matters can wait," Shen advised. "Alas," Surely sighed, "I understand, but I am severely injured. Not only is relocating the refuge a challenge, but even whether I can venture out to explore tomorrow is uncertain." Following this, Surely had a thought and added, "Moreover, only the refuge can shield us from radiation. Once we leave the refuge, survival becomes nearly impossible. The first problem is indeed troublesome, but there are solutions regarding the refuge." Shen murmured to himself, "What do you mean?" Shen did not respond, instead continuing to inquire, "Is your injury serious?" "Quite severe." Surely nodded, saying, "That brood over there somehow got hold of the kitchen knife and left me with a deep gash that is still bleeding. However, my physical condition is relatively good, and with some time to recuperate, I should have a chance to recover." Although Surely spoke lightly, Shen knew the situation was perilous, and in this environment, where would there be time for him to recover? After pondering for a long while, Shen spoke, "Surely, if you trust me, I can offer you some advice, though whether you heed it is entirely up to you." After a moment of silence, Surely sent a message back, his voice low and hoarse. "Go ahead, I will definitely consider it seriously." Shen nodded slightly, saying, "First, regarding the refuge, I believe it must be relocated. There is a high probability that they have already discovered your refuge, even if they have not pinpointed its exact location. They might come knocking on your door any day now, but you need not worry about this. By spending 100 survival coins to upgrade the refuge, you will obtain an independent shelter core. At that point, you can detach from your original refuge and seek a new dwelling. Therefore, the most pressing matter is to address your injuries. Recover swiftly and gather 100 survival coins as soon as possible." Surely was taken aback, unable to restrain his curiosity. "Brother Shen, how do you know all this? Have you successfully upgraded your refuge? You should focus on your own issues first." Shen raised an eyebrow, secretly relieved that he had been prudent and avoided the town ruins, or else he would have gained nothing. Surely replied bitterly, "That really puts me in a difficult position. Even if I sold all my resources, I couldn't gather 100 survival coins. Moreover, I don't have any medical supplies." Shen fell silent, glancing at the purple vine juice. This juice possesses properties to stop bleeding, protect wounds, inhibit bacteria, and aid in healing, making it extremely effective for Surely's injury. However, was it truly necessary to expend such a precious medicinal resource on an outsider? A small amount of purple vine juice in exchange for a relatively reliable ally might not be a bad trade, and it could potentially yield other supplies as well. Shen contemplated, having made his decision. "Surely, in which direction is your refuge?" Surely hesitated for a few seconds before responding. "It's approximately 1.5 kilometers northeast of the town ruins." Shen's eyes flickered as he pulled out a piece of paper and sketched a rudimentary map centered around the town ruins. Surely's location was 1. 5 kilometers to the northeast, while his own refuge lay about 2.5 kilometers directly east of the town ruins. Thus, the straight-line distance between them was roughly 2 kilometers. Brother Shen, why are you suddenly asking for my address? Are you planning to come over? Shen nodded slightly. I have some medical supplies. Although the quantity is limited, they will benefit your injuries. I'll bring some to you tomorrow on the other end. There was silence for several minutes before a solemn "thank you" finally emerged. Though Shirley had expressed gratitude many times, these 2 words felt particularly sincere. You should take precautions and gather as many survival coins as possible. I can assist you this time, but if you encounter a similar issue in the future, you must rely on yourself. Although Shen was determined to help him, he still intended to remind him. In the deep of night, the survival radio crackled with an emotional, electronic voice. Damn it, today some beast nearly killed me while lurking in the ruins. If I find out who you are, I will not let you off easily. What is this? I saw that the town ruins were occupied by 3 people, with several corpses lying around, blood staining a large area. I didn't dare go near. Has it escalated to this point? This group of brutes, I swear if I find out who they are. Hey, I went to the town ruins today and didn't see anyone. Someone responded, there are likely many small and large town ruins in the surrounding area. Part of the suburban region, the town ruins that everyone is referring to may not be the same. Indeed, it seems there are town ruins to the south and north of my refuge. But it appears that bloodshed has occurred today. I wonder which brutes are responsible. Ha ha ha. Don't you want to take over the town ruins? This is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Resources are limited, but the capable will thrive. If you're not strong enough, don't wind up. This is what you said. Better not regret it when you die. You think I'm easily intimidated? The atmosphere in the communication grew increasingly tense, and the relationships among the participants became more strained. When everyone refrains from contact and cannot engage in the real world, it is easy to maintain a facade of goodwill, joking and chatting freely, even offering useful information with kindness. However, once conflicts over interests erupt, the tension escalates sharply, and they do not hesitate to resort to violence. In less than a week, in the brutal environment of survival, human nature has undergone a significant transformation. The law has completely collapsed, and morality is no longer constrained. To survive, killing and plundering have become rampant. Shen switched off the survival radio, the clamor abruptly ceasing, and the entire refuge fell into a quieter state. The situation is growing increasingly tense. It seems necessary to make more preparations, Shen murmured to himself. The events of the day undoubtedly revealed 2 extremely vital pieces of information. First, incidents of resource competition, plundering, and killing are on the rise, and trust among survivors is gradually eroding. Second, survivors have begun to form alliances and seize critical resource points. The overall deterioration of the survival environment will pose a considerable challenge for the upcoming struggle for existence. The threats posed by survivors may well surpass those of the undead and mutated creatures, necessitating heightened vigilance. In addition to concealing one's movements while venturing out, ensuring the refuge's concealment and protection has also become paramount. It seems essential to make renovations to the refuge to ensure safety to the greatest extent possible. Shen pondered as he opened the weather app to check the current external conditions. Weather, temperature, -19.9. Climate, heavy snow, wind speed at level 13. Radiation. Severe exposure outside for more than 2 minutes today will result in radiation infiltrating the human body, and as night falls, radiation levels will continue to rise. It was now evening, and the weather had yet to reach its most severe state. However, the radiation had already reached a severe level, accompanied by heavy snowfall and fierce winds, with the temperature remaining perpetually low. One could only imagine the severity of the environment at midnight this moment. Considering the impact of radiation, the external conditions were still bearable for short outings. Shen tucked the core of the independent shelter into his pocket. The area within a 10 radius around it was free from radiation. He could not help but raise an eyebrow. If the external conditions permitted, he could easily journey far and wide with the core of the independent shelter, seeking refuge elsewhere and embracing a life of wandering. Unfortunately, the extreme cold and terrifying blizzard rendered it impossible for him to be away from the shelter for an extended period, even without the risk of radiation. At this moment, with the core in hand, Lu Shan cautiously stepped out of the shelter to breathe in the outside air. Indeed, there was no pungent scent of radiation. Effective. A smile crept onto Lu Shan's face. While he could not stray too far from the shelter, he could certainly engage in various tasks around its vicinity, allowing him to utilize his time more productively rather than wasting it entirely within the confines of the shelter. This was especially important after the incident with Shirley, which had significantly diminished his sense of security. Therefore, this time, he resolved to harness his talent to transform the shelter into a fortress. A fortress constructed from ice bricks. After ensuring he was well protected against the cold to prevent frostbite, Lu Shan ventured into the thick snow. With his hands pressed against the snow, he utilized a solidified talent to begin compressing and condensing the snow. Within mere seconds, the loose snow was compacted and its volume reduced by nearly half, forming a solid snow brick. However, Lu Shan refrained from compressing the snow bricks to the hardness of ice, as the energy expenditure required for such a feat was substantial. Instead, he opted to pour water directly onto the snow bricks, which would cause them to solidify into ice blocks in a short span of time. A much simpler process that he planned to utilize his talent to create uniformly sized snow bricks from the snow surrounding the shelter. Subsequently, using the shelter as the core, he aimed to construct a semicircular fortress with an approximate area of 10, completely enveloping the entire shelter. After shaping the ice bricks, he slowly poured hot water over them, allowing the snow bricks to gradually transform into ice bricks in the low temperatures. When constructing, he would also apply water at the joints of the ice bricks, which would quickly solidify into ice in the frigid conditions, rendering the structure incredibly sturdy and impervious to the wind. After spending several hours working, by around 3 a.m., a semicircular ice brick fortress was successfully erected. Its efficiency beyond imagination. The concept of the ice brick fortress had been on Lu Shan's mind for quite some time, yet he had never had the opportunity to bring it to fruition. After all, the time spent exploring outside was invaluable, and he could not afford to waste it on such endeavors. He had to seek survival resources. However, with the core of the independent shelter, this issue was perfectly resolved, allowing him to leave the shelter for work without fully utilizing the time allocated for exploration. The ice brick fortress held immense significance. Firstly, it could conceal the shelter as the semicircular shape of the fortress, once covered with a layer of snow, would resemble a small hill, making it difficult to detect. Secondly, it provided an effective deterrent against both decaying corpses and mutated creatures, as well as other survivors. Lastly, the airtight nature of the ice brick fortress would enhance the living conditions inside, significantly improving insulation. That Ilyushin also considered another issue. The smoke from the fireplace could potentially attract the attention of other survivors. Thus, he specially constructed a passage using ice bricks, hidden beneath the layer of snow, to divert the smoke elsewhere. Consequently, the entire shelter was effectively concealed. Even if someone passed nearby, they would be unable to discern the location of the shelter. The size of the shelter had essentially doubled. Why placing the core of the independent shelter at the center of the ice brick fortress, where the original shelter was situated near the entrance. He ensured that the entire fortress remained free from radiation intrusion. Surveying this icehouse shelter, Lu Shan felt quite pleased. His range of activity had increased significantly, standing beneath the ice brick shelter. The outside world was engulfed in darkness, the howling cold wind driving snowflakes against the ice bricks like blades, producing a piercing sound. It wasn't long before a thick layer of snow accumulated atop the ice brick shelter, signifying its complete concealment. Upon returning to the underground shelter, the temperature had also risen. Previously, even with the fireplace lit, the temperature hovered around 1 to 5, with areas far from the fireplace remaining even colder. The relentless low temperatures and cold wind from outside constantly infiltrated, maintaining the overall chill. However, now the temperature within the shelter was able to sustain above 5, and the howling of the wind had diminished considerably. It must be said that the effectiveness of the ice brick fortress was remarkably evident. That night marked the most comfortable sleep he had experienced since arriving in this snow-laden apocalypse. With no intrusion from the low temperatures and no disturbance from the cold winds, coupled with relatively ample survival supplies, a sense of security and contentment washed over him, allowing him to sleep until past 10 a.m., still feeling somewhat reluctant to rise. After getting up from his bed and performing a quick wash, Shen began a new day of work, having constructed the ice brick fortress the previous evening. Today he needed to tidy up and organize the area. Shen exited the underground shelter and ignited a fire beneath the ice brick fortress, illuminating the space before commencing snow removal. Under the ice brick fortress, there was a 5 area occupied by the underground shelter, and after clearing the snow, he found the ground to be remarkably solid frozen earth. However, he noticed that the frozen ground above the underground shelter was relatively thin. The primary reason for this was the shallow excavation of the embedded underground shelter, resulting in a rather flimsy overall structure. Had it not been for the low temperatures freezing the soil, such a thin layer of earth could very well collapse during usage. This observation further solidified Shen's resolve. If given the opportunity, he must replace the shelter as soon as possible. Beyond the original shelter, there was still a 5 area beneath the ice brick fortress, and after clearing the snow, it resembled a small courtyard. Shen did not waste this space. After pouring some hot water onto the frozen soil, he loosened it a bit and planted a small quantity of corn seeds, intending to experiment with agriculture. Although he did not plan to reside in this shelter for the long term, it was still essential to initiate his attempts at cultivation. Firstly, he needed to ascertain whether the corn seeds left over from years ago had any possibility of germination. Secondly, he wanted to experiment with what type of soil conditions would meet the requirements for crop growth. He was neither a farmer nor an expert in agricultural techniques. These were unfamiliar fields for him, requiring gradual exploration. Even if he wasted some corn seeds, it would be worth the endeavor. After carefully planting the corn kernels in a vacant spot and watering them, Shen returned to the underground shelter. Initially, he intended to use his talent to create a new batch of tools, such as knives for self-defense, shovels, and pickaxes. However, considering he needed to venture out in the afternoon, he refrained from utilizing his talent carelessly. As afternoon approached, Shen began to prepare for his outing. Weather, temperature, -19.6. Climate, moderate snow, wind speed at level 9. Radiation, mild exposure outside for more than 100 minutes today will result in radiation infiltrating the human body. And as night falls, radiation levels will continue to rise. The weather was rather pleasant, and the 130 minutes of outdoor time allowed him to execute his plans with greater ease. Equipped with various gear and the purple condensation vine juice, Shen set forth on his journey towards the northwest. Although the distance to the Shirley refuge was merely 2 kilometers away, the ambiguity in direction and distance cast a shadow over this leg of the journey. He had resolved to offer assistance if possible. If not, so be it. If he truly could not locate Shirley's refuge, there was no need to endanger himself unnecessarily. Moreover, this outing held another purpose: to find the location of the fluff grass. This material, renowned for its exceptional insulation properties, was exceedingly valuable in extreme cold conditions. Securing a stable supply would prove immensely beneficial, whether for personal use or trade with other survivors. Prior to his excursion, Shen had already contacted Shirley. After all, searching for a hidden refuge beneath the vast expanse of snow was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Thus, as he made his way northwest, Shirley would also depart from his refuge, heading southeast. Due to his severe injuries, he would not stray too far from the shelter. After approximately 25 minutes of travel, Shen paused, furrowing his brow as he surveyed his surroundings. By his calculations, he had traversed nearly 2 kilometers, and Shirley's refuge should be nearby. Yet he still did not see Shirley, indicating a deviation in direction that required adjustment. After re-establishing contact with Shirley, Shen retraced his steps for several hundred meters based on some subtle terrain features, and after correcting his course, he finally spotted Shirley amidst the swirling snow. The actual direction of the refuge was indeed slightly off, approximately 25 degrees west of north, and the 2 shelters were closer than anticipated, merely a short distance apart. "Shinga, you've arrived," Shirley exclaimed with palpable excitement. Shen cast a glance at him, noting his pale complexion and fatigued expression, clearly indicating his poor condition. It seemed his injuries were indeed serious. "Let us retreat to the refuge. We cannot afford to perish out here. All right, but I don't think I'm going to die." Shen, too weary for banter, followed Shirley to his refuge. Upon seeing Shirley's shelter, He was immediately taken aback, unable to suppress a sigh at the stark disparity between individuals. Shirley's refuge was an abandoned small shipping container, spanning 15 square meters, adorned with wooden panels both inside and out. Not only was it spacious, but also provided excellent insulation against the cold and wind. The interior facilities were far more plentiful than those of his own modest refuge. Noticing Lu Shen's envious gaze, Shirley scratched his head with a wry smile, saying, "Shungu, don't be misled by the appearance of my refuge. It has its own considerable issues." "Oh, what problems?" "The material of this container is subpar. It has nearly cracked under the low temperatures, and 1T lasts much longer. As for the inner and outer wooden panels, they're poorly fitted with significant gaps and have not undergone carbonization or anti-corrosion treatment. Hence, the actual lifespan of this shelter is woefully short." Shirley sighed. Lu Shen nodded in agreement. Upon entering the shelter, he initially perceived the environment as relatively favorable. However, a closer inspection revealed numerous issues, primarily concerning quality. Certain corners of the container had already cracked from the freezing temperatures, and it was uncertain when it would collapse entirely. The phrase "golden exterior, rotten interior" aptly described the situation. "If I get the chance, I would hasten to replace my refuge. This place is simply too dreadful, and I fear it might collapse any day now." Shirley was evidently quite dissatisfied with the shelter. "We can address the refuge issue later. Once we upgrade, changing shelters will not pose a problem. What you need to focus on now is your injuries. Let me examine your condition," Lu Shen stated calmly. Shirley nodded, settling Lu Shen down before unfastening his heavy clothing, saying this time, "I was indeed careless. My injuries are rather severe." When Lu Shen beheld the wounds, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. His chest and abdomen were covered in bruises, primarily from severe blunt force trauma, appearing quite alarming. However, the most grievous injury was a knife wound that extended from his right scapula to his left chest, merely wrapped in a strip of cloth. The depth was evidently serious. As blood continued to seep from the wound, Lu Shen marveled, "Goodness, how are you still alive?" Shirley, with a mournful expression, replied, "Bro, I don't want to die. I've been holding on. Those brutes were intent on taking my life." A glimmer of determination flickered in Lu Shen's eyes. This severe injury indicated that the three assailants had no intention of leaving any survivors, although this matter did not directly involve him. Eliminating Shirley would effectively destroy an ally and indirectly hinder his future development and survival, diminishing his chances of survival. In short, they wanted him dead. With that thought, a hint of resentment welled within him. "No matter. We will resolve this matter gradually. For now, let's tend to your injuries." Lu Shen retrieved the purple condensation vine juice from his pocket and carefully unwrapped the cloth covering Shirley's wound, revealing the ghastly injury. Upon seeing the wound up close, Lu Shen could hardly believe it. Could the purple condensation vine juice truly heal such a severe injury? The depth of the wound was nearly 1 centimeter, already split open to expose the bright red flesh within, showing no signs of healing. Nevertheless, the purple condensation vine juice was known for its antibacterial properties and wound-repairing capabilities, certainly better than merely wrapping it in cloth. He poured the viscous liquid and applied it to the wound. "Oh my God, it hurts." As soon as the juice made contact, Shirley jumped up in agony, rolling on the ground, his chest muscles twitching uncontrollably from the pain. Lu Shen raised an eyebrow, inwardly acknowledging the efficacy of the treatment. In his experience, the more painful the medicine, the more effective it tended to be. Shirley was drenched in sweat, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Eventually regaining his composure after a while, "Big brother, this stuff is a potent medicine, quite valuable, and it can heal Shirley." Despite the intense pain, Shirley's will to survive was robust, and he ultimately endured the agony. Allowing Lu Shen to coat the wound with the purple condensation vine juice. By the end, his chest muscles continued to spasm, and he almost rolled his eyes back in agony. Once the application was complete, Lu Shen gazed at the gaping wound, reminiscent of a canyon, seemingly struck by a thought. Then, under Shirley's bewildered gaze, he reached toward the injury. Shirley, visibly distressed, grabbed his wrist and said, "Bro, I prefer women. Don't do this." 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The atmosphere became palpably tense. Lu Shun's expression darkened, and he slapped Shirley's bald head, exclaiming, "Get lost, you fool!" Several minutes later, Lu Shun utilized his condensation ability to draw the torn edges of the wound together and stitch them slightly, resembling a sewing process. Witnessing this miraculous scene, Shirley was taken aback. "Bro, is this your ability? How unique!" Lu Shun's gaze was icy as he sternly instructed, "Do not disclose this to anyone, including your own ability. Keep it to yourself, that I understand." Shirley nodded earnestly, expressing, "Thank you so much, Shingo. Without you, I would likely have faced dire consequences." As he spoke, Shirley forced himself to stand and rummage through a corner, retrieving a few items and handing them to Lu Shun. "What are these?" "Some supplies. I understand the rules. There's no such thing as a free meal. You took time out of your exploration to come treat my injuries and used such precious medicine. So I cannot be remiss." Shirley's jovial demeanor turned serious as he spoke. That Lu Shun glanced at the items being offered, which included a compass, some unidentified plants, and 8 corrupted corpse radiation cores. He did not immediately refuse, but instead inquired, "What kind of plant is this?" "Corpse grass, a special plant that can enhance strength when consumed by corpses that it grows in the snow, attracting many corpses that come to snatch it. I thought it was unusual, so I took it." "You took it?" Lu Shun's lips twitched. It was no wonder Shirley was pursued by the corpses. His strength was indeed remarkable. Then he turned his attention to the corrupted corpse radiation cores, asking, "What do you keep these for?" Unfazed by the potential effects of radiation, Shirley scratched his head and remarked, "Based on my years of reading novels, those crystals extracted from rotting corpses must be of great use. Swallowing one might enhance my strength." Lu Shun's lips twitched in disbelief. "Have you consumed one?" "No, I'm not foolish," Shirley grinned, then added, "However, I do give him a lick every day." Lu Shun regarded him with the eyes of one observing a fool, meaningfully patting his shoulder. "Brother, these can only absorb a trace of energy if you reach level 2, and the risk of infection is immense. As for the level 1 radiation cores, they are pure radiation." As his words settled, Shirley stood there, stunned. Lu Shun shook his head in resignation, took the compass and the corpse grass, and tossed the 8 radiation cores back. "These 2 are useful to me, so I will take them. As for the radiation cores, you can keep them to lick. Gather 100 survival coins as soon as possible. The independent shelter core is crucial for future development." With that, Lu Shun said nothing more and headed outside. The time for exploration was extremely limited. Every moment was precious. He needed to return to the shelter to gather some firewood. Shirley watched Lu Shun's departing figure, glancing at the radiation cores in his hand, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes that he may appear simple-minded, but he is far from foolish. As he stated, he possesses a keen sense of moderation. These 8 radiation cores, valued at 40 survival coins, were his way of repaying Lu Shun for treating his injuries. Since Lu Shun accepted them, it was more of a transaction today. 40 survival coins exchanged for healing medicine, though gratitude lingered and their bond remained close. This gratitude could eventually be repaid. However, since Lu Shun declined, it became a favor instead. At a few minutes later, while walking through the snow, Lu Shun received a communication. "Thank you, Shen. The fluff grass is located 100 meters northeast of my shelter. You can bring some back when you have time. Additionally, I know a spot that is very suitable for relocating the shelter. Once my injuries heal, we can go check it out." "All right, thank you." Lu Shun smiled, thinking this expedition would not be in vain as long as Shirley was not cold-hearted and ungrateful. The time, medicine, and effort he invested were indeed worthwhile. He took out the survival radio to check the remaining time. 50 minutes left. With the 30 minutes from the gas mask, he had a total of 80 minutes. Seeing he had ample time, Lu Shun altered his route, heading northeast. The distinct downhill path lay ahead, from a distance. A frozen river stretched across the snowy landscape, accompanied by a few trees. Unlike the desolation of dead trees, these were several plants resembling willows. Even amidst the biting cold, tender buds dared to emerge. Dancing in the frigid wind, Lu Shun approached the river, picking up an axe to begin digging, clearing the thick layer of snow, and forcefully chopping through the ice below until he reached the frozen soil. At that point, he could clearly see a thick layer of pale yellow fluff grass growing near the riverbank. The surrounding frozen soil was merely ice shards. Only the area where the fluff grass thrived remained damp and even slightly warm. Lu Shan's expression brightened as he gathered all the fluff grass and stowed it in his backpack. Although it appeared plentiful, the quality was exceptional. Each clump was the size of a grinding wheel. Compressing to no larger than a fist, the backpack could hold quite a bit. After digging for approximately 40 minutes and filling his backpack with fluff grass weighing several dozen pounds, Lu Shan reluctantly ceased his efforts. On his return to the shelter, he passed the dead trees and took a moment to inspect the animal traps in the fierce wind and snow. One trap had been blown away, and despite his efforts, he could not find it. The remaining trap also yielded no results. Buried beneath the thick snow, Lu Shan couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. It was his impulsive decision to buy two useless items. In such harsh weather, capturing animals was unrealistic. Even the traps struggled to survive, and it was fortunate they weren't blown away entirely. With a resigned shake of his head, Lu Shan tied the remaining trap to a dead tree with cloth strips. Regardless of whether it could catch any animals, he needed to ensure the trap didn't get lost. Back at the shelter, beside the fireplace, large amounts of fluff grass were spread out, utilizing the warmth of the fire to dry. Although a backpack full of fluff grass didn't seem like much, once spread out, it covered the entire shelter, forming a thick, warm layer. When compressed and blended together, it transformed into an exceptionally thick and soft mattress. Around 10 centimeters in thickness, sinking slightly under his weight. No less comfortable than a proper quilt, Lu Shan lay on the fluff grass mattress for a while, discovering it was remarkably warm, with the temperature beneath him reaching several degrees. The insulation was incredibly effective. If he could acquire a proper blanket, he would be well prepared against the night's chill. Truly a wonderful find. He resolved to gather more whenever possible. As he contemplated, Lu Shan suddenly realized that what truly mattered in this world might extend beyond the resources found in the ruins of towns. The plants and animals affected by radiation, yet not entirely dead, but instead mutated, held extraordinary significance and value. In fact, they might even surpass the worth of ordinary items. The exact functions of these resources remained unknown, requiring exploration and experimentation to ascertain their potential. Each new resource discovered was akin to unearthing a treasure, providing a competitive edge among survivors and yielding substantial benefits. The black segmented worm, fluff grass, violet vine, and corpse grass all exemplified this. As night approached, Lu Shan contacted Shirley again, inquiring about his recovery and discussing forthcoming actions. Shirley assured him that his injuries would not hinder his mobility. He simply needed to regain his strength. If all went as planned, he could head out tomorrow to show Lu Shan a suitable area for relocating the shelter. If the location proved appropriate, they could focus on accumulating survival coins and preparing for the move. Shirley's shelter had already been compromised, and the container-shaped hideaway was quite conspicuous in the snow, making it unsafe to remain there. But if they could relocate soon, Shirley was eager to leave the current site. Meanwhile, Lu Shan was also curious about what kind of place Shirley deemed highly suitable for constructing a shelter. Once they confirmed the meeting place for the following day, Lu Shan opted not to prolong the conversation and prepared to rest early. He added some firewood to the fireplace, leaned against the earthen wall deep within the shelter, and let his mind drift into a hazy reverie before slowly succumbing to sleep. The thick and soft fluff grass bedding significantly enhanced his comfort while sleeping, imbuing the shelter with a homely atmosphere. Outside, the howling blizzard raged and radiation permeated the air, creating a suffocating atmosphere of post-apocalyptic decay. Inside, however, the fireplace crackled, providing a sense of tranquility. Yet, in the dead of night, a slightly jarring sound cut through the howl of the wind. Lu Shan, nestled in slumber, furrowed his brow but dismissed it as some inconsequential noise. However, the next moment, he jolted awake. He abruptly recalled that they had built an ice-brick fortress capable of withstanding the storm outside. So where was that sound coming from? Instantly alert, Lu Shan sprang from his bed, casting a suspicious glance towards the entrance of the shelter. The piercing sound, akin to claws scraping against glass, echoed once more in his ears, confirming it was not a figment of his imagination. Something had entered. Lu Shan furrowed his brow, eyes sharp with vigilance, as he grasped the axe nearby and cautiously approached the entrance of the shelter. using the faint light from the survival radio. He carefully surveyed the situation outside. After inspecting the area, Shen found nothing out of the ordinary within the ice brick fortress. The bricks remained airtight, the crops undisturbed, and the stored wood and metal sheets all intact. Everything seemed normal. Moreover, upon further inspection, even the scraping sound had vanished. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Shen was certain he had not misheard. Something unusual was afoot, though he had yet to uncover as his gaze shifted towards the outside of the ice brick fortress. His expression suddenly sharpened. If the interior was sound, it was highly probable that the anomaly lay outside the shelter. Furthermore, the earlier sound bore a striking resemblance to claws scraping against the ice bricks. Shen immediately heightened his vigilance, gripping the axe in his hand tightly. Could it be a rotting corpse? Without daring to let his guard down for even a moment, he cautiously stepped outside. Slowly pushing open the door made of ice bricks, the iron axe poised to strike at any moment. He was prepared to deal with whatever situation arose, ready to strike first and ask questions later. As fate would have it, his task required him to hunt down a rotting corpse. It would be a stroke of luck, a warm gesture, and a way to earn survival coins. However, upon opening the door, he did not encounter the anticipated corpse. Instead, a frigid wind howled outside, carrying with it a sharp scent of radiation that made Shen frown and take a step back. Where was the rotting corpse? He remained cautious, scanning the surroundings for any suspicious signs. Yet after a thorough search, he found not a single corpse in sight. Unwilling to give up, he clutched the core of the independent shelter and ventured out into the treacherous conditions. Bracing himself against the fierce wind with one hand on the icy wall to avoid being blown away, all the while assessing his surroundings. This was a perilous post-apocalyptic world, where any lapse in attention could cost him his life. So he had to ascertain the situation. Even as he struggled through the snowstorm, he refused to abandon his intentions. After taking a few steps and reaching the rear area of the ice wall, he suddenly kicked something soft beneath his feet. What on earth? He looked down sharply and was met with the sight of a creature, its thick fur giving it a rather silly appearance. Right before his eyes, startled, Shen took a step back, but upon closer inspection, he noticed that the creature had a leg caught in a trap. The sharp iron teeth had dug deep into its flesh, likely even severing bone, and blood soaked its hind leg, creating a gruesome sight. Shen's eyes lit up, unable to suppress an exclamation. Oh, isn't this my trap? The trap's design was identical to the one he had set. Clearly, this creature had inadvertently stepped into the trap while traversing the desolate forest, resulting in its grievous injury. Dragging its wounded body, it had made its way to the vicinity of the shelter. Seemingly attempting to dig through the ice wall, he glanced at the ice wall beneath the creature, which had already been excavated into a sizable hole. The hissing sound he had heard earlier was likely the noise of it clawing at the ice. However, due to its severe injuries, it had succumbed to unconsciousness before fully breaking through soon. A look of delight crossed Shen's face. He had not anticipated encountering such fortune. This was a veritable treasure delivered to him. The creature appeared to be of considerable size, weighing around 30 to 40 pounds, with a robust body concealed beneath its thick fur, indicating a substantial amount of meat. Even after skinning and deboning it, a considerable quantity would remain. Moreover, this was meat. In a post-apocalyptic environment, the value of meat was immensely high, not only capable of replenishing essential nutrients, but also serving as a trade commodity for precious resources. As for its fur, it could be fashioned into hats or gloves, providing effective protection against the cold, an invaluable resource indeed. Shen trembled with excitement as he hoisted the creature and brought it back to the shelter, casually filling the hole it had dug with accumulated snow. Upon returning to the shelter, he examined the creature closely in the glow of the fireplace. It appeared to be a type of mutated animal. Its fur extremely thick and patterned with gray and white, its limbs short and sturdy, and its face adorably comical, with round eyes and a plump mouth, even sporting a slight jowl, if one were to liken it to another creature. It resembled a silver tabby, albeit significantly larger and slightly more ferocious, with longer, sharper claws. Strictly speaking, it bore a closer resemblance to another dangerous creature, the rabbit cat. Judging solely by weight, It was at least over 20 pounds, possibly nearing 30. A true hefty specimen. Shen scrutinized it without immediately dispatching it, for this creature was indeed a rarity. Moreover, it was the only living being he had encountered in this post-apocalyptic world aside from insects. Placing it in front of the survival radio, he utilized the store's detection function, and soon information began to appear. Name: thick-furred snow beast description. A mutated creature affected by radiation, capable of surviving in extreme cold and blizzards. Possessing exceptionally thick fur for warmth, strong hunting abilities, adept at digging, and relatively intelligent. Can be exchanged for 120 survival coins. Wow, what a windfall. Upon seeing the figure of 120 survival coins, Shen's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this creature truly be worth 120 survival coins? Yet it made sense. The store evaluated items based on their worth in the post-apocalyptic environment, that if this snow beast were to be dismantled, its components would indeed fetch a considerable amount of survival coins. For instance, its fur, noted for its exceptional thickness and warmth, indicated high quality. Moreover, its blood and flesh would easily weigh around 20 pounds. Even at a conservative estimate of 5 survival coins per pound, that would amount to 100 survival coins. Not to mention, this one was still alive, making its value of 120 survival coins quite reasonable. However, after pondering for a moment, Shen decided against killing it immediately or exchanging it for survival coins. For within the description, a particular phrase caught his attention: relatively intelligent. These 5 seemingly ordinary words bestowed upon this creature a new characteristic: the potential for domestication. He resolved to give it a try. If he could successfully tame it, it would prove beneficial in the post-apocalyptic setting. Whether as a hunting companion, a source of daily companionship, or even as a foot warmer in winter, it would serve a significant purpose. If it ultimately proved impossible to tame, he could always resort to slaughtering it for meat later. Having made up his mind, Shen fashioned 2 small handcuffs from iron sheets and secured them around the creature's limbs, ensuring it could not move freely even if it awakened. Subsequently, he released the trap from its hind leg. It was evident that the muscle of its thigh had been severely torn, the trap's immense force having deeply penetrated into the bone, distorting its overall structure. Shen began to doubt whether this little creature would survive the night. Even if it did, there was a high likelihood it would end up crippled. He had no intention of keeping a dependent creature in a shelter. If it were disabled, its fate would inevitably lead to becoming food. With that thought, Shen left it be and returned to his bed to sleep. When he awoke the next morning, he faintly heard a whimpering sound emanating from the creature. The snow beast had regained consciousness, but its eyes were vacant, its demeanor fatigued. Lying in a corner, cautiously observing Shen's direction, the unfamiliar environment and alien scent instilled a deep-seated fear in this creature, which had survived in the wild for years. However, its severe injuries rendered it incapable of resistance. Its strength had been completely exhausted the previous night, and it could only intermittently lick its wounded leg. Its muscles quivering from the pain, as long as it's alive. Shen muttered casually, then proceeded to wash up and prepare breakfast. He understood that wild animals were inherently cautious. If he displayed excessive concern or attempted to placate it, it might have the opposite effect, that he needed to first relax himself so that the snow beast would lower its guard and acclimatize to the shelter's environment. The fireplace. He roasted a piece of corn cake, brewed a bowl of hot tea, and retrieved around 50 grams of beef canned food, along with some pickled radish, as his meal for the morning. This breakfast was something many survivors could only dream of. It included staples, vegetables, meat, and even provided salt and vitamins, ensuring a comprehensive intake of nutrients to maintain good health. The only downside was that the corn cake was exceedingly unpalatable, making him nearly choke as he struggled to swallow it. Ultimately, he abandoned the remaining half-piece of corn cake, unable to force it down, and tossed it to the snow beast. This creature had survived in such harsh conditions, likely due to its strong predatory instincts. But it was also probably an omnivore. The snow beast cautiously sniffed the offering, but driven by instinct, it snatched the corn cake and began to lick at it. The corn cake was tough, requiring it to tilt its head to bite down, and it chewed for a while without showing any signs of picky eating. However, after only a few bites, it rolled its eyes and began to retch. Clearly having choked on it, Shen empathized. It turned out he was not alone in disliking the corn cake. It truly was dreadful. Lending a bowl of warm water to Shui, it hesitated not for a moment to lap it up. And only after a few minutes did it resume gnawing on the corn cake. Tea this very moment. Although this creature remained ever vigilant. Huddled in the corner, reluctant to venture out, it had notably softened its resistance towards Lu Shan's act of providing food. Indeed, there was no overt aggression, and its temperament could be deemed relatively gentle. Lu Shan nodded in satisfaction. In a post-apocalyptic setting, beyond the imminent threats to survival, the profound solitude also posed a significant challenge for every survivor. The darkness, cold, hunger, and fear exert immense psychological pressure. If one cannot alleviate it effectively, it is only a matter of time before they are overwhelmed. After ensuring Shui was well fed and hydrated, Lu Shan attempted to approach it, hoping to engage in some tactile interaction. But, as expected, he was met with failure. Shui remained ensconced in its corner, continually exhaling in a manner that clearly indicated its aversion to any external approach. Lu Shan paid it no mind. He understood that taming was a gradual process, not something that could be achieved overnight. However, since he intended to care for this creature, he needed to make further preparations. Most importantly, he had to securely store all the food in the shelter, ensuring that this creature would not pilfer any of it. In fact, Lu Shan had already contemplated this matter. The confines of the shelter were rather cramped. After stockpiling a substantial amount of resources, there was scarcely enough room to move. A reorganization was necessary, necessitating the relocation of some supplies outdoors. Without hesitation, Lu Shan gathered a batch of accumulated snow from outside and, utilizing warm water and low temperatures, transformed it into ice blocks, subsequently constructing a rectangular icebox. The icebox occupied a modest area of merely 0.5 square meters, but possessed considerable depth, allowing for the storage of a fair amount of provisions. He placed the ground corn, salt, honey, canned beef, pickled vegetables, and pickled radishes inside, subsequently covering it with ice bricks. He also watered the corn seeds, though this small patch of land was currently devoid of any activity. It held his hopes. Logically, given that the shelter area was free from radiation, the soil, albeit hard and cold, was entirely capable of supporting crop cultivation. Successfully nurturing seedlings would signify the potential development of agriculture, ultimately offering the prospect of a stable food supply, which was crucial for survival in the apocalypse. Busy until the afternoon, Lu Shan received a message from Shirley. "Shingu, it's time to set off." Glancing at the time, Lu Shan noted it was approximately 2:25 p.m., with the weather improving and radiation levels having dropped to a minimum. "All right, let us meet by the river." Equipped with his gear and fully armed, Lu Shan stepped into the swirling snow, heading northward from the shelter. The destination this time lay northeast of Shirley's shelter, across the river where the fluff grass was, continuing north for a kilometer. For both Lu Shan and Shirley, the journey was not particularly lengthy, totaling no more than 2 kilometers. With the compass guiding their direction, Lu Shan found it much easier to navigate, taking the shortest route and arriving at the river where he had gathered fluff grass just 15 minutes later. Shirley had already arrived, though his complexion appeared somewhat pale, and his demeanor was notably lethargic. Lu Shan frowned and inquired, "You aren't going to collapse on the way, are you?" "Don't jinx me." Cough, cough. Shirley helplessly spread his hands, followed by a series of coughs. Lu Shan's lips twitched. "You haven't recovered from your injury, and you catch a cold again? I didn't want to." "You have no idea how unfortunate I am. Last night, a zombie approached and nearly got into the shelter. Fortunately, I fought it off and ultimately dealt with it, but now there's a gaping hole in the container. And it's seriously drafty," Shirley lamented, his face drawn down. Lu Shan shook his head in resignation. This kid truly had a rough fate, encountering one peril after another, yet surviving was itself a stroke of luck. "Enough of that. Let us get moving, you'll feel better after a bit." The two ceased their banter and began their trek northward, crossing the frozen river surface, leading them into a vast expanse of white snow. "Shirley, what kind of place makes you think it is exceptionally suitable for building a shelter?" Lu Shan, still curious, queried during their journey. Shirley chuckled, not providing a direct answer, but instead countering with a question. "Guh. What conditions do you think are necessary for constructing a shelter?" After a moment's contemplation, Lucian replied. We need to consider multiple factors. First and foremost is resources. There must be accessible resources near the shelter, including timber, food, and various supplies. Shirley nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is something I've also taken into account. It should pose a significant problem. Secondly, geographical location is crucial. The distance from the ruins of the town must be just right, not too close, nor too far, and the surrounding survivor population should not be too dense. Upon hearing this second condition, Shirley looked puzzled and asked, "Why is that? Is it to gather resources from the town ruins?" Shen shook his head, saying, "The primary value of the town ruins lies not in the resources within, but rather as a landmark that may become a trading hub in the future, frequented by many survivors or factions that we cannot be too far away to ensure we can access the town ruins for interaction with other survivors. Yet we must also avoid being too close to prevent unnecessary conflicts." "I see." Shirley nodded in agreement, realizing the rationale behind this. Although the world was currently in a state of apocalypse, the fundamental nature of human transactions would persist regardless of the harsh conditions. Shen continued, "Lastly, the actual location of shelter should ideally have mountain cover for enhanced concealment, with access to fresh water and preferably surrounded by forest. Go. Don't speak of conditions we don't have." Fair point. After approximately 30 minutes of walking, traversing several hills, they arrived at a relatively concealed hollow in the mountains, finally reaching their destination. "Shen, it's right here. Take a look." From a distance, Lucian's attention was captivated. Narrowing his eyes to observe. "What on earth?" Shirley grinned. "Shen, let us get closer and take a look. This thing is still relatively intact." Shen remained silent, his eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Upon approaching, he confirmed he was not mistaken. This was actually an abandoned train? Stretching nearly 100 meters, it was blanketed by thick layers of snow, with hints of green rust barely visible, much of it buried and seamlessly integrated into the surrounding landscape. The robust, ironclad carriages, towering over 3 meters, retained an awe-inspiring presence even when ensconced in snow. In this moment, one could truly appreciate the magnificence of civilization. Construct such a train in a post-apocalyptic world would require an immense expenditure of resources, material, and manpower. Shen approached to inspect it. Despite the ravages of time and the corrosive effects of radiation leading to significant deterioration, the iron exterior remained remarkably sturdy, indicating high quality. Some of the carriages had been mangled during the disaster, twisted into grotesque shapes, and lay strewn across the snow, completely covered. Yet other carriages stood resolutely on the tracks, their massive size and weight imparting a sense of safety. Shirley grinned foolishly. "Shen, what do you think?" "I've already checked. Several carriages are in excellent condition, and the metal is quite thick, perfect for use as a shelter." "Shirley, you're incredible. You managed to find such a treasure." Shen, overwhelmed with excitement, clapped Shirley on the shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain. Compared to his dilapidated shelter, these high-speed train carriages were nothing short of a top-tier refuge. In terms of warmth and safety, they far surpassed his initial shelter. Shen tried to temper his excitement as he began surveying the surrounding environment, growing increasingly satisfied. Although the train was immense, stretching several hundred meters like a colossal dragon, it was rather difficult to spot in ordinary circumstances. The surrounding area was characterized by rolling hills, with the train tracks nestled within a hollow, shielded by the mountainous terrain that if one does not venture deliberately closer, it is exceedingly difficult to discern the circumstances within. Even from the vantage point of a mountain, one would struggle to detect the train cars below due to the thick blanket of snow. More crucially, the mountainsides are dotted with scattered patches of forest, resources ripe for the taking in considerable quantity. From any perspective, this locale presents itself as an exceptional site for constructing a refuge. In that moment, Shen comprehended that his friend Shirley was indeed astute. Just the value brought forth by this train could more than compensate for all his previous efforts, far exceeding any form of equitable comparison. Let us venture into the carriage and take a look. The snow is piled so high that it has blocked the door. I couldn't open it last time, and I'm unaware of the conditions inside." Shirley expressed with a hint of concern. Regardless of the favorable exterior conditions, if the interior proved uninhabitable, it would significantly diminish the potential of this refuge. Shen nodded, seeking out a relatively intact carriage and attempting to pry open the door. The entrance was nearly completely buried, necessitating the clearing of surrounding snow, which consumed considerable effort from both. The inner door was also firmly frozen shut due to years of ice accumulation, making it nearly impossible to open by sheer human strength alone. Explaining Shirley's prior struggles to gain entry, Shen inspected the situation and discovered that the train's door was somewhat different from those on Earth, employing a push-pull mechanism, although it was exceedingly robust. The principle was not overly complex. Utilizing his innate talent, he focused on the minute components within, applying minimal force to deftly disengage the latch. Boom! The door opened with ease and scathe. However, due to years of neglect, it was riddled with rust, producing an unpleasant screech as it was drawn open, demanding substantial effort. Yet, in light of the immense value of the entire train, such imperfections were trivial upon gazing into the interior. Shen found himself momentarily breathless, unable to shake the sensation. The modern carriage unfolded before him, stirring deep-seated memories of a civilized era. Neatly arranged sofas adorned with intricate modern designs, a level floor, and smooth glass, elements entirely absent in the apocalyptic world. After surveying the interior, he noted that the carriage was quite spacious, approximately 10 meters in length, slightly smaller than those on Earth, but with greater height and roominess. Notably, the glass within the carriage was akin to that of high-speed trains, remarkably thick and immovable, seamlessly embedded within the structure. The floor appeared somewhat disorderly, littered with various items, alongside several frozen corpses, now rigid with the chill. These unfortunate souls were likely passengers who met their demise during the cataclysmic events that befell the train. Yet Shen also observed that some carriage windows had been shattered, indicating that some individuals had managed to escape. However, the events of the past remained shrouded in mystery. At least for now, no living souls were present. Only the stale odor of decay permeated the atmosphere. Additionally, it was worth noting that this train, in comparison to those on Earth, possessed certain distinctions. Beyond size, each carriage was entirely segregated, each approximately 10 meters in length, existing independently like individual rooms. Deep Go, what do you think of this place? Is it suitable for constructing a refuge? Shirley casually took a seat, surveying the surroundings with a sense of comfort. Perfectly suitable. Shen's mind whirled with thoughts. In terms of geographical positioning, nearby resources, and concealment, it scored nearly full marks, coupled with the train-S value. It undoubtedly surpassed tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of survival coins. The shelters meticulously constructed by other survivors over years of toil would likely pale in comparison to this masterpiece of human ingenuity. There was no need to occupy the entire train. Merely selecting a single carriage would suffice as a high-quality refuge. When I first came here, I was so preoccupied with chopping wood on the hillside that I completely overlooked this place. Had I not accidentally rolled down the slope, I might never have discovered this immense treasure. Shirley recounted his experience with a sense of pride. Shen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The boy indeed had a rich tapestry of experiences, but it was fortunate he had survived to this point. Deep Go, when do you think we should relocate the refuge? Do we need to plan further? Or should we scout the area for any remnants of towns? Shirley asked seriously, his earlier joviality fading. After pondering for a moment, Shen shook his head. No need. Such a high-quality refuge does not require further consideration of other factors. As long as conditions permit, we can relocate here tonight. Then shall we head back to tidy up and move over? No need, Shen replied with a light chuckle. The round trip would be too time-consuming. Let's explore here today, gather resources from the train, and spend the night that we can return tomorrow. Stay here. Shirley paused, seemingly recalling something, and asked, Deep Go, did you bring the core of the independent refuge? Shen nodded slightly. Patting Shirley's shoulder, you rest here. I'll check other carriages to gather useful resources and tools. With that, he stepped out of the carriage. Shirley, not wishing to overexert himself, settled onto a nearby sofa to recuperate. His injuries were still severe, and his body felt weak. Having accompanied Shen for a 2-kilometer trek to the train wreckage had nearly pushed him to his limits, Shen stepped outside for a more thorough examination of the entire train. After tallying, he found there were a total of 20 carriages. The 6 closest to the front had been completely destroyed, having derailed and now buried under snow, leaving only a vague outline of wreckage visible. Near the rear, 4 additional carriages were severely damaged, with windows shattered and frozen bloodstains scattered across the ice. Alongside dismembered corpses, some of the bodies appeared grotesquely decomposed. Thus, in total, only carriages 7 and 16 remained viable options. However, this was already a fortuitous outcome, as not only had 10 carriages been preserved, but they were also situated near the middle of the train. Typically, a dining carriage would be located in the middle section, around carriage 10, where food supplies might be stored. Naturally, many fresh items like box meals would be inedible after years, yet there was potential for finding instant noodles, biscuits, canned goods, and sausages. Unfortunately, after a thorough search, Shen did not locate a dining car. It was evident that this train lacked a dedicated dining carriage, and even fast food or box meals were absent, which was indeed disappointing. Originally, Shen had hoped to find culinary tools and used condiments in the kitchen of the dining car, but that hope had evaporated. Nevertheless, through his search, he gained a clearer understanding of the various carriages. The first 8 and the last 8 were standard passenger carriages, orderly with seating and numerous corpses within. The 4 middle carriages, however, were of a more upscale design, resembling meticulously arranged rooms, equipped with beds, sofas, televisions, and desks, spacious and comfortable. Even the materials of these high-end carriages appeared superior. Shen employed various methods before managing to open the door to one. After merely a glance, Shen had made his decision. He would convert the upscale carriage into a refuge, for its layout and facilities were incredibly well-suited. Even after all this time, the bedding and blankets showed only minor dust. With no signs of deterioration, an astonishing find. The sofas were equally soft and comfortable, and the quality of the other amenities was excellent, ready for immediate use upon relocation. The only consideration was that the upscale carriage was quite large, measuring about 10 meters in length and 3 meters in width, totaling nearly 30 square meters. The area coverage of the independent refuge core would need to be considered, merely occupying a mere 10 square meters. This space imposes significant constraints on daily activities. However, this predicament will eventually be resolved, as the system had already alerted during the upgrade of the shelter. In the future, there's a possibility of discovering items that expand the core of the shelter and stores. Thus, while these issues cannot be addressed in the short term, they will not pose a problem in the future. Shen selected carriage number 10, meticulously clearing out the corpses, debris, and dust, leaving only the functional living facilities. Once the area was tidied up, it would serve as his residence for the day. When Shirley arrived and beheld the luxurious interior, he couldn't help but marvel, having grown accustomed to the dust-laden simplicity of the rudimentary shelter. The sudden transition to a high-end carriage was indeed quite disconcerting. Shirley rested in carriage number 10, while Shen continued his search for supplies in the other carriages within this train. Aside from the carriages themselves, there exists another exceedingly precious resource: the belongings of several hundred passengers, each likely laden with an abundance of luggage, which undoubtedly contains an assortment of provisions. Items such as food, clothing, medicines, and tools, essential for survival, should be in ample supply. In comparison to the ruins of towns, Shen surmised that the resources within the train might be even more plentiful. After all, the town ruins have been scavenged numerous times since the apocalypse, with most useful items taken by the initial survivors, leaving behind only a meager assortment of low-value goods. Moreover, the town ruins were essentially a small rural area, and even without the scavengers, the available resources would be limited. However, the train was different. This train remained intact, undiscovered by other survivors, so the supplies likely remained abundant and diverse. Shen commenced his search with the relatively intact carriages, totaling 10, 4 high-end carriages and 6 ordinary ones. Among the 4 high-end carriages, he found only 6 suitcases, and they were rather light, containing little. This left him puzzled. Did these affluent individuals not require luggage when traveling? Upon opening the suitcases, he was nearly driven to exasperation. Inside, there were an array of cards, cash, ties, belts, sunglasses, and an assortment of peculiar cosmetics, sunscreen, and even contraceptive devices. While the quantity was substantial, the utility was rather limited. The scant clothing he discovered was predominantly thin spring and summer attire, mostly women's wear, rendering them useless to him. With a resigned sigh, Shen refrained from discarding these items outright. Instead, he categorized them and repacked them into the suitcases, placing them in carriage number 7. This ordinary carriage appeared quite spacious, and Shen intended to utilize it as a storage area for the discarded luggage and supplies. Continuing his exploration of the remaining carriages, he unearthed several more suitcases in the ordinary carriages. This time, the haul was considerably better. Across the 6 carriages, he extracted a total of 52 suitcases, which was fewer than anticipated, averaging merely 8 or 9 suitcases per carriage, indicating that the train's passenger count was not particularly high. He transported all the suitcases to carriage number 9, where he thoroughly sifted through the contents, organizing and categorizing the usable items. Upon witnessing the abundance of resources filling an entire carriage, Shen could not help but exclaim, "We've struck it rich." The most numerous items were clothes. Almost every suitcase contained a vast array of garments, men's, women's, and children's clothing, alongside a considerable quantity of shoes, socks, underwear, and more. However, a portion of the clothing was of mediocre quality and had severely deteriorated. Additionally, there was a crucial point to note. Winter attire was scarce, with only a handful of cotton jackets and pants found, and their quality was rather subpar, even inferior to the winter clothing provided by the system. After organizing the clothing, he found that the lightweight spring and summer garments filled a total of 32 suitcases, while socks, underwear, shoes, and other essentials occupied 3 more. The thicker winter clothing was set aside for immediate use. The second category of items comprised various tools, including chargers, power banks, watches, cosmetics, cash, and luxury goods, collectively deemed useless, which filled 5 suitcases and were relegated to a corner. The third category, which Shen valued most and regarded as one of the most precious resources, was food. Many suitcases contained food items. Although the quantity was limited, it added up to a significant amount when gathered together. Snack foods filled 5 large boxes, while they were past their expiration date. They had been preserved well under low temperatures and could be consumed under harsh conditions. However, these snacks were not filling. Despite their decent flavor, their cost-effectiveness in a post-apocalyptic environment was considerably lower than anticipated. Compared to snacks, Shen hoped to find a bag of flour or rice, but regrettably, no one seemed to have brought such staples onto the train. Fortunately, while searching one of the carriages, he stumbled upon a small storage area that appeared to contain emergency food supplies. Inside were 3 unopened boxes of instant noodles, 2 boxes of canned beef, 1 box of canned fruit, 1 box of compressed biscuits, and 5 boxes of bottled water. This batch of provisions held far greater value than the 5 boxes of snacks. Serving as true hard currency in a post-apocalyptic world, by rationing carefully, it could sustain 2 individuals for at least a month or 2, and they could live quite comfortably. More importantly, he discovered an emergency medical kit, specifically equipped for the train, containing a plethora of basic medications and medical supplies. Items included iodine, alcohol, adhesive bandages, hemostatic dressings, cooling pads, thermometers, medical masks, emergency flashlights, survival blankets, antibiotics, anti-inflammatory medications, cold remedies, and painkillers that in a post-apocalyptic scenario, these items could be life-saving. Not only could they be retained for personal use, but they could also be traded with other survivors for numerous valuable items, their worth being self-evident. Additionally, he found some medications among the suitcases. However, their quantity was relatively scarce, and the types were rather rudimentary, primarily consisting of vitamins, cold powders, adhesive bandages, and cough syrups. Shen did not disdain these, packing away both the professional emergency medical kit and the assorted medications into suitcases, organizing them for easy access in the future. Approximately 2 suitcases were filled, a considerable amount. Lastly, he encountered various miscellaneous items whose value remained uncertain, such as toys, umbrellas, and headphones, which were all tossed into a corner for potential exchange for survival currency. In summary, the haul comprised 62 suitcases of various clothing, 5 suitcases of snacks, 2 suitcases of medications, and 5 suitcases of miscellaneous items, leaving 8 suitcases emptied AS with emergency food supplies found on the train. He opted not to pack them into suitcases. Instead, he brought them back to carriage number 10 for daily consumption. That it may appear that a multitude of items filled the suitcases, nearly saturating an entire carriage. Yet in reality, there were not many truly useful provisions. In terms of food, Shen conducted a thorough assessment and calculation, determining that even with careful rationing, the supplies would last 2 individuals approximately 2 months. Thus, the quantity of provisions was far less than Shen had envisioned. He had initially hoped to discover a dedicated cargo carriage brimming with emergency food sufficient for 1 or 2 years of sustenance. However, it now seemed that this world's trains did not stockpile such an abundance of food, which was indeed disappointing. With a sigh, Shen realized a fundamental truth, whether in the ruins of towns or the remnants of trains. Neither represented an optimal choice in the apocalypse. Relying solely on resources scavenged from ruins for long-term survival in such a world was inherently unrealistic. While remnants of civilization, such as food, clothing, and tools, might still exist within the ruins, they were finite and could only serve as temporary emergency supplies to genuinely survive in the long run. One must cultivate agriculture or rely on existing resources to endure. Nevertheless, the items discovered in the train's ruins still held considerable value. Even when exchanged for survival coins, it represents a substantial fortune. Shen has exited the carriage, clutching his survival radio, and has commenced assessing the prices of various items. According to the shop system's evaluation, computers, mobile phones, charging cables, and power banks are categorized as low-value items. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, electricity is a rare commodity. These electronic devices, devoid of power, are almost indistinguishable from refuse. Even less useful than a walkie-talkie, the value of everyday tools is somewhat higher, barely reaching 110 survival coins. Clothing holds a similar value, as it is an essential for survival, even if not sold to the shop. It could fetch considerable resources and survival coins from fellow survivors. If all the clothing were to be sold, it could easily amount to several hundred survival coins. Food possesses the highest value. Although it consists of snacks, it provides a significant energy boost. Additionally, it replenishes essential elements like salt and sugar and is quite palatable, making it a rarity in the apocalypse. Ultimately, Shen sold a batch of useless tools, exchanging them for some of survival coins, and upon gathering 100 coins, he proceeded to upgrade the shelter. Upon viewing the information regarding the independent shelter core, Shen was quite astonished. Haha, with this, we can fully relocate. Shen grinned, his mood evidently lifted. Prior to acquiring the independent shelter core, a sense of unease lingered within him, worried that external radiation might affect him. However, now he felt completely unencumbered. The two of them unpacked 2 packs of instant noodles, along with canned beef, sausages, dried tofu, and other snacks, crafting the most sumptuous meal they had ever had, nearly bringing them to tears of joy. Shen could hardly recall the last time he had tasted such a delightful feast. Each recollection of the dry corn cakes filled him with despair, as did the equally dreadful compressed biscuits. The rich flavors of the instant noodles burst forth in his mouth, while the canned beef was tender and fragrant. After satisfying their hunger, as the two lay upon the soft bedding, covered with a thick quilt, a wave of warmth and security enveloped them, eliciting immense satisfaction. The sense of safety provided by this train shelter was incomparably superior to that of their former, smaller refuge. It felt like heaven compared to hell. Even Shen couldn't find a single flaw. It was simply a perfect sanctuary. Brother Shen, I can't shake the feeling that there's no such thing as a perfect situation. Could this shelter also have its downsides? Shen's expression darkened. Shut up and say something positive. In the dead of night, a low, ominous growl echoed through the pitch-black snow, dragging footsteps scraping across the snow-covered ground, the stench of decay becoming increasingly potent. Bang! Bang! The violent thuds reverberated against the outer metal of the train, causing the entire carriage to shake. What was that? Shen jolted awake, instinctively glancing out the window in the next moment, upon seeing the scene outside. His mind went blank, and a wave of fear surged from within, causing his entire body to turn cold. What the hell? He slapped Shirley's face. Stop sleeping. We're in big trouble. Brother, I'm already awake. Don't hit me. Shirley sat up with a heavy expression, his gaze toward the window filled with terror. Looking out, they saw that the glass was densely covered with rotting corpses, sharp claws scraping against the glass. Producing a chilling screech, decaying flesh clung to it, sending shivers down their spines. Damn it, how can there be so many corpses? Did we stumble upon a nest of them? Sweat beaded on Shirley's forehead as he gripped a baseball bat he had hastily found as a makeshift weapon. His trembling hands betraying his fear, Shen's condition was equally dire. His breathing was labored, his eyes fixed intently on the horrifying sight outside. As he gazed out, the sight was overwhelming. The glass was practically obscured by a mass of rotting bodies. Skeletal hands reaching toward the interior of the carriage, clawing at the frost-covered glass now smeared with blood. Due to the frost obstructing their view, they could not ascertain the exact number of corpses. But Shen estimated there were at least 50. This was the first time he had witnessed such a congregation of the dead, his heart gripped tightly by fear. Damn it, we've got a problem. Shen muttered under his breath. The situation they faced was akin to a death sentence. These corpses possessed no intelligence, merely relying on scent to locate prey, as long as they remained inside the carriage. The likelihood of the corpses departing was slim. They would likely remain there, blocking their escape, that a day or two might be manageable. But given enough time, they would inevitably breach the train's defenses and invade, leaving the two of them to share a gruesome fate. Even if the carriage was sturdy enough, prolonged confinement would lead to a dire scarcity of food and water, resulting in their eventual demise. Shirley's expression was grave as he whispered, I knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. This is not a perfect shelter at all. It's a grave prepared specifically for us. Where did all these corpses come from? When we arrived today, there wasn't a single one in sight. Shen, gazing at the densely packed corpses outside, found himself at a loss, pondering for a long time without a solution. Killing the corpses? The carriage's windows were sealed shut, and there were no skylights, making it impossible to extend their weapons outside. The only way to confront the corpses would be to open the door and face them head-on. But how could the two of them possibly deal with so many? However, Shen contemplated one final method. The corpse scent grass juice. This juice could mask their scent, allowing them to evade the corpse's pursuit, representing their only means of survival. Yet there was another grave concern that weighed heavily on Shen's mind. Even if they managed to use this method to avoid the corpse's attack temporarily, the corpses would not simply disperse. They would linger nearby, posing an equally perilous threat. This meant that within hundreds or even thousands of meters around them, there could be dozens or hundreds of corpses, all potentially drawn by their scent. The level of danger was such that the two of them could not possibly remain here any longer. After much hesitation, Shen refrained from using the corpse scent grass. It was his last resort. If he used it recklessly, he feared they might lose their chance of survival altogether. Simultaneously, he was perplexed. Why had there been no corpses during the day, yet so many suddenly appeared at night? Was there a reason behind it? Or could there still be a glimmer of hope? Enveloped in fear and unease, the two remained quietly in the carriage, clutching their makeshift weapons, their gazes fixed on the window. The atmosphere was stifling. Apart from the growls of the corpses, there was no other sound. Even the howling wind and snow outside seemed to be drowned out by the noise of the undead. Shen glanced at the mechanical clock. The seconds ticked by agonizingly slow, each one a torment. It wasn't until 7 a.m. at the outside remained shrouded in darkness, a heavy, oppressive atmosphere suffocating the dimly lit carriage, where only the survival radio and the flickering firelight provided any illumination. Brother Shen, are we gonna die here? Shen shook his head, replying solemnly, no, even in the worst-case scenario, if we must open the door and confront them head-on. We still have a chance to survive. He pointed toward the door and continued, the entrance is narrow, preventing many corpses from entering at once. We can easily defend ourselves as long as we endure. Defeating all the corpses should not be an issue. Shirley's lips twitched. Brother Shen, are we really that formidable? Theoretically, it should be fine, right? Brother, can you not speak with such uncertainty? I was just beginning to feel hopeful. Shen helplessly shook his head. Given the current situation, he felt utterly powerless. However, Just as despair began to settle over them, a sudden change occurred outside the carriage. The dense mass of corpses began to thin out. Their cacophony of growls gradually diminishing. Shen and Shirley exchanged a glance, quickly rising to peer out the window. Through the dim shadows, they could barely discern the figures of the corpses retreating. Were the corpses retreating? Shen was engulfed in uncertainty, his heart brimming with curiosity and confusion, utterly baffled by the peculiar circumstances, the sudden appearance of a multitude of corpses, only to have them vanish again by daylight, was an occurrence he had never witnessed before. Cautiously, he opened the car door just enough to peer outside, unable to suppress a gasp of cold air. The corpses receded like a tidal wave, their numbers exceeding his expectations, easily numbering in the hundreds. Moreover, their quality was alarmingly high, with several exceeding level 2 among them. Shen understood that even if he were to open the door and attempt to fight back from a geographical advantage, it was highly probable that they would not stand a chance against these corpses. While he might manage to fend off level 1 corpses, the larger and more formidable level 2 and even level 3 corpses were certainly beyond their capabilities. Fortunately, this time it was a close call. Although he remained unaware of why the corpses retreated, he had ultimately saved his own life. Closing the car door, he slumped onto the bed, unable to resist rubbing his temples. Should he consider relocating? This question resurfaced in his mind, leaving him indecisive. Shingu, what shall we do next? Shirley inquired, his face reflecting a mix of despondency and lingering shock. After a moment of contemplation, Shen replied, "Until we have discerned the patterns of the corpses' movements, it is unwise to relocate the shelter." Shirley sighed. Understanding their patterns comes at a cost. At least it is now confirmed that the corpses will not persistently assault the vehicle. They will retreat after a certain period. This implies we still have a chance. Indeed, Shen stretched lazily and continued, "Having gone without sleep all night, let us rest first. Once the weather eases this afternoon, we can return to the shelter and thoughtfully consider the relocation." The two spoke little further. After a brief rest, they hastily consumed a lunch of instant noodles and canned beef, though the atmosphere lacked the joy of the previous day. Until now, Shen had not taken the corpses seriously. After all, their numbers were relatively sparse, and had barely encountered any across the vast snowy expanse. However, following last night's experience, he truly comprehended the despair that would engulf them when the corpses surged forth in overwhelming numbers. Regardless of one's strength, the corpses could devour the enemy whole through sheer numbers, leaving no possibility for survival. Consequently, the train carriage, a perfect haven, would ultimately require a degree of compromise. In the afternoon, the weather was harsh, temperature at -17. Foresee, light snow, and wind speeds reaching level 9. Radiation levels were moderate. Exceeding 86 minutes outdoors would result in bodily exposure to radiation, which would escalate as night fell. Shen and Shirley rummaged through their luggage, donning several layers of thermal clothing to enhance warmth. They packed a substantial amount of food and medicine, filling their backpacks to the brim. Following their earlier plan, they intended to transfer useful supplies from the shelter into the carriage. However, the threat posed by the corpses compelled them to alter their strategy. After ensuring they had ample provisions, the two ventured into the biting winds and snow on their return journey. Yet, when they arrived at Shirley's shelter, the sight before them left them utterly disoriented in the frigid gusts. "Damn it!" Shirley erupted in a torrent of curses, for the large door of the container shelter stood wide open, and all useful supplies had been completely stripped away. Every morsel of food, every piece of insulation, every essential item had vanished without a trace. Even the tables and beds had been dismantled to make matters worse. Someone had deliberately vandalized the container, tearing a wide gash that allowed snow to drift inside. Shirley's complexion turned ashen as he began to piece together the unfolding events. It was undoubtedly the trio that had besieged him, having discovered the location of his refuge and returned to plunder it. Anger and fear coursed through him. Had he remained indoors to recover rather than venturing out yesterday, he would have surely encountered them. With little hope of survival in such a confrontation, Shen furrowed his brow and inquired, "Approximately how much supplies have been taken?" "Food, blankets, pickled radishes, pickled vegetables, and over 80 survival coins," Shirley replied through clenched teeth. This represented all of his stock. Particularly infuriating was the loss of those 80 survival coins, which he had painstakingly acquired by selling off most of his tools. His original plan had been to gather 100 survival coins to upgrade the shelter. But now it had all been snatched away. Had it not been for the recent gains aboard the train, he would have been left destitute, entirely stripped of any chance of survival in this apocalyptic world. The actions of the assailants were utterly reprehensible. They had not only looted every resource, but had also maliciously damaged the shelter, clearly showing no intention of leaving Shirley with a chance to survive. His face turned a deep shade of anger, his eyes bloodshot with rage, revealing a chilling intent. Those three beasts, if I ever discover who you are, I will skin you alive. Shen's gaze sharpened, his own fury igniting within. The behavior of these individuals was intolerable, provoking an insatiable enmity that a cold voice broke the silence. Do not worry. They have likely amassed enough survival coins by now and may have upgraded their shelter. Where do you think they would relocate after acquiring an independent shelter core? Shirley's mind raced, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he articulated each word carefully. City, town, ruins, with the loss of his shelter. Shirley had nowhere else to turn but to follow Shen. Their bond had deepened significantly over these past days, with trust considerably strengthened, and they shared the wealth found within the train carriage. Thus, even with the exposure of this initial shelter, Shen was not overly concerned. Upon entering the sturdy ice-brick fortress, Shirley was left in awe. Shungu, your skills are remarkable. You managed to construct this ice house all by yourself? Shirley marveled at the thick ice-brick walls, finding it hard to believe. While many survivors could conceive of using ice bricks for defensive structures, few could execute such a plan. The first obstacle was time. Only those with an independent shelter core could potentially undertake such a task. The second was the complexity of construction. Had Shen not possessed the advantage of his innate talent, it would have been impossible to build such a well-crafted ice-brick fortress in such a short time frame. Shen merely smiled, yet a thought began to take shape in his mind. Since he had been able to construct an ice-brick fortress for defense and concealment at the initial shelter, could he not also create a similar fortress within the train shelter, effectively camouflaging one or more carriages? This would not only enhance concealment, but also serve as a deterrent against the corpses. Moreover, if he were to leave a few gaps during the construction of the ice-brick fortress, he could launch counterattacks against the corpses. The more Shen contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. It seemed he had discovered a means of survival within the train shelter. However, the effectiveness of this idea required testing, but it was undoubtedly a promising concept. While the exterior ice-brick fortress was indeed impressive, entering the underground shelter posed some challenges. Shirley, already of considerable stature, nearly got stuck at the entrance, requiring several attempts to squeeze through. Once inside, he found himself unable to stand upright, repeatedly bumping his head against the shelter's roof, forced to curl up in a corner. Shirley, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked, "Brother, did you steal some wild animal's den? This seems rather unethical." Shen's expression darkened instantly. What kind of remark was that? However, upon turning to observe, he found himself at a loss for rebuttal. Although it was termed shelter, it was essentially a pit dug into the ground, with earthen walls enclosing a painfully cramped space. In fact, a furry creature lay curled up in the corner, watching the two with a wary gaze. This scene indeed lent itself to misunderstanding. Shen, disinclined to explain, lit the fireplace, toasted a corn cake, and boiled some water, offering it to the creature in the corner. The little creature, evidently quite hungry, disregarded its fear and began to eat voraciously, its gaze toward Shen softening somewhat. Shen attempted to stroke its head, and the creature showed minimal resistance, merely taking a step back, no longer exhibiting its initial wariness. "Shirley, what are your plans moving forward?" Shen inquired while tending to the fire. Shirley, still curiously surveying the shelter, paused upon hearing the question and replied, "What else can we do? We need to find another shelter. Do you not intend to return to the train shelter? I dare not go back. There are hundreds of decaying corpses, not to mention quite a few of level 2 and above. I fear I may not return alive." Shirley shook his head repeatedly, and then, as if struck by a thought, spoke with a tone laced with bitterness. "It would be best to find a refuge beside the ruins of the town." Just wait until I deal with those three beasts one by one. Lu Shun waved his hand, saying, "Do not rush into revenge. There will be ample opportunities for that later. First, we must address our survival needs." "Alas, Brother Shun, do you have any suggestions?" Shirley sighed as he inquired. After pondering for a moment, Lucian replied, "In my opinion, the train carriage remains the best choice for a refuge." But Lucian interrupted directly. "There are no buts. The issue of the corpses is not insurmountable. Have you thought of a solution?" Shirley asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. Elyushin pointed towards the ice-brick fortress outside the shelter, stating, "In the midst of a snowstorm, constructing a defensive fortress becomes significantly easier. This is a prime example." Shirley's eyes lit up as he murmured to himself, "That's a valid point. By utilizing ice bricks to fortify the entire train carriage, even if corpses were to attack, they would pose no danger to us. Brother Shun, this method is indeed viable." Lucian nodded slightly, yet there was one thing he had not mentioned. While ice bricks may be effective, their strength ultimately remains too low. They might withstand level 1 corpses, but more powerful corpses could still breach them. However, he could leverage his talents to compress the ice bricks further, enhancing their quality to surpass even that of iron. It was precisely for this reason that he resolved to regard that perilous train wreck as their future refuge. Shirley nodded in agreement, stating, "I believe this method is reliable. Shall we proceed according to our original plan? Return to the train shelter and begin constructing the ice brick fortress?" "Indeed, I had initially intended to take a gradual approach to building the fortress, but given that your shelter has been destroyed, we must expedite the process." Upon hearing this, a surge of anger welled up within Shirley once more. Yet he managed to suppress his emotions and slowly nodded in response. That night was perhaps the most oppressive for Shirley. First, he had nearly been killed, and then his shelter was destroyed. Any one of these events could have plunged him into an abyss from which he could never return. Were it not for his alliance with Lucian, he might now be left with nowhere to go, waiting to perish amidst the blizzard and radiation. The two lay within the cramped shelter, the survival radio broadcasting communications, various recent updates filtering into their ears. Zhao Yuanxiang cursed furiously, expressing his betrayal. "You, who I trusted so deeply, dare to set an ambush against me. Remember this. I will repay this grudge sooner or later. I end the Red Poplar Forest. This is my territory. Wang Yu's domain. If anyone dares to approach again, they shall not escape my wrath. Zhang Yueqian, you wretched scoundrel, we were childhood friends, yet you conspired with that wild man to steal from my shelter. Just pray I do not catch you, or else. Hey, you little rascal, do you really think that Yueqian has any interest in you? Dream on, I will gladly accept your canned beef. Ha ha! Is there any benefactor willing to take me in? I am on the verge of starvation. Please, grant me a morsel of food. I beg you." The communications grew increasingly hostile, filled with expletives, and ceased to convey any useful information, devolving into a cacophony of curses. The interactions among survivors had begun to reveal a stark reality. The anticipated camaraderie was replaced by deception and treachery. Conflict, slaughter, debauchery, and deceit permeated this realm of survival, where chaos reigned among the remnants of humanity. Amidst this turmoil, certain information caught Lucian's attention. "Greetings, survivors. I am Zheng Hai. We have gathered 4 awakened talents and have occupied the ruins of Qinghe Town, inviting all to join us in survival and to forge a haven for survivors. Hello, I am Qin Yongwei, residing in the vicinity of Bailing Town, possessing an awakened physical talent. Any friends willing to join forces with me to cleanse the corpses in Bailing Town? We can seize control of the town together. May I meekly inquire how you all managed to leave your shelters to survive in the town ruins? Are you not afraid of radiation? Ha! You little brat, go home and drink your milk. This matter does not concern you. Greetings, survivors. I am Zhou Yunbo, and I, along with 2 like-minded companions, have occupied the ruins of Teeling Town that if there are other survivors in the vicinity, you are welcome to join us in facing the dangers of this apocalyptic world." Teeling Town. Upon hearing this message, both Lu Shun and Shirley's gazes sharpened. "Brother Shun, I recall that the entrance to the town ruins bore a name. It seemed to be something like Teeling. Right?" Shirley inquired in a low voice. That Shen said nothing further, but retrieved a stack of papers from behind the bed, which was none other than a child's homework book he had discovered earlier in the town ruins. Written upon it in crooked letters was, Teeling Primary School, Class 1, Grade 3. Indeed, this is the place. Lucian's brow arched. It appears those three who besieged me have indeed upgraded their shelter and officially relocated to the town ruins. This is in fact a fortunate turn of events. A fierce glint appeared in Shirley's eyes. Shen chuckled softly, offering reassurance. Now you can rest easy. They remain in Teeling Town, and there will be ample opportunities to deal with them in the future. For now, let us return to the train wreck. Brother Shen, I still harbor some reservations. Shirley's brow furrowed deeply. They have clashed with me before and have seen my face. Should they encounter me again, they will undoubtedly strike. To be safe, why don't we head to the town ruins tomorrow and take the initiative to eliminate them? Moreover, they have now occupied a town ruin and are actively recruiting. If we wait until they grow stronger, I fear we will struggle to contend with them. Just the two of you. As Shen did not respond, well aware of Shirley's deep-seated obsession. This was understandable. The adversaries had repeatedly attempted to kill him and had even pursued him to his shelter to silence him. Such enmity was not easily dismissed. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, he shook his head, saying, Shirley, while the two of us are certainly capable, it would be exceedingly difficult to take down three awakened talents without sustaining injuries. Shirley fell silent. Furthermore, you need not worry about their growth. With merely a 10 independent shelter core, they cannot achieve significant development. Indeed, Shirley reflected for a moment, ultimately managing to temper his youthful fervor. Though anger simmered within him, he retained his composure, recognizing that this was not the optimal time to act. For both of them, the most prudent course of action was to thoroughly seize the train wreck, constructing a well-equipped shelter there, ensuring a stable means of survival. With the resources available, they would not lack for food in the immediate future. And by selling off unnecessary tools, they could acquire a substantial amount of survival currency. Given a bit of time, they could become robust enough to surpass even those who occupied the town ruins. Possessing greater potential. When the conditions were right, they could also gather other survivors to establish a similar stronghold for their kind. It was for this reason that Shen was disinclined to act now, as this marked their most vulnerable phase, rendering confrontation with others unnecessary. After exchanging a few light-hearted words, the two settled into sleep within the cramped confines of a shelter. The cold winds howled, and the world was a desolate, icy expanse fraught with peril and solitude. In the dead of night, Shue, a small creature, nestled into a corner, perhaps seeking warmth, cautiously crawled to the foot of Shen's bed. Curling up and drifting into a deep slumber, Brother Shen, what items do you intend to bring along? I see you have quite a load. Shirley called out loudly from outside the shelter. Shirley, there is still some time before we set off. Why not come inside the shelter? Shen replied, packing his belongings while casting a resigned glance at Shirley. Never mind. Your shelter is far too cramped. After a night of sleep, my back is already sore. It is far more comfortable outside. Shen. Today I must return to the train wreckage. He began to pack his belongings, selecting useful items to take along. The current refuge had accumulated a fair amount of resources, yet it was impossible for him to carry them all back. Food was a given. He would undoubtedly take it all. Although the corn cakes were rather bland, they were sustenance and quite filling, a treasure for many survivors. Additionally, he packed pickled radishes, pickled vegetables, salt, honey, white liquor, and water purification tablets. These were all unfinished food items, which he stuffed in his backpack. Other necessities, such as paper and pens, a fireplace, flint, a kettle, tin sheets, purple vine juice, corpse breath herb juice, a compass, bowls, and basins were also carefully included. With such an array of survival items, it would be challenging for Shen to carry them all by himself. Fortunately, Shirley was there, making everything considerably easier. With his excellent physical condition and towering height of over 2 meters, he effortlessly lifted the burden. Shirley carried his own luggage on one shoulder and Shen's on the other. Appearing remarkably at ease, Shen merely needed to don his backpack. The refuge had been emptied, leaving only a plump creature still nestled in the corner. Shen glanced at it, hesitated for a moment, then said, "Will you come with me, or will you remain here? If you choose to stay, this refuge is yours." Shui, of course, could not comprehend, merely tilting its head and regarding Lu Shan with a hint of caution, its eyes reflecting an expression of affection, though it seemed to swallow nervously. Letting it go was out of the question. He merely wished to ascertain whether this radiation-mutated creature possessed any semblance of sentience. If it were simply a wild animal, the 2 days of interaction would hardly have sufficed to tame its instincts. In that case, Lu Shan would have no qualms about dispatching it for meat and utilizing its hide for clothing, maximizing its utility. However, if it truly exhibited signs of intelligence, then the situation would be different. It inherently possessed the instinct to seek benefit and avoid harm, potentially making choices favorable for its survival, possibly even choosing to follow him. 3 minutes later, it was proven that the store's evaluations were accurate. Though still fearful of Lu Shan, Shui approached, brushing against his pant leg. For it, the apocalyptic world was fraught with danger, and obtaining food was exceedingly difficult. Survival alone in the wilderness meant certain death at the slightest misstep. However, following this human offered the promise of free food and a warm abode, undoubtedly making survival considerably easier. With its rudimentary intelligence, it quickly made its choice that by the time everything was packed, it was already afternoon, and the snow and wind outside the refuge began to subside. It's time to set off. Shingu, Shirley stated, standing beneath the icy fortress, his head nearly grazing the ceiling. That Ilyushin nodded slightly, checking the time and weathered. It was now 1:58 p.m. The temperature read -20.1 C, with moderate snowfall and an 8-level wind speed. Radiation levels were moderate. Exceeding 120 minutes outdoors would result in radiation infiltration, which would increase as night fell. The weather was relatively favorable. Although radiation remained at moderate levels, the ample time outdoors, 120 minutes, was quite generous for the two of them. Who would have thought moderate radiation pollution would allow for 120 minutes outdoors? Shirley exclaimed in surprise. Ilyushin's gaze shifted. On the first day of exploration, the radiation levels were also moderate. Yet we could only stay out for just over 40 minutes. It seems that as our physical resilience improves, so does our resistance to radiation. Indeed, Shirley mused, especially after awakening our talents, our outdoor time has significantly increased. Lu Shan observed Shirley's survival radio, noting the variance in outdoor time. His own time was displayed as 120 minutes, while Shirley's was 116 minutes. Though the difference was slight, it was nonetheless evident. This discrepancy likely stemmed from Shirley's injuries, which had yet to heal, impacting his radiation resistance. That Ilyushin committed this hidden pattern to memory. "Let us go. We must hasten our pace. Once we reach the train wreck, we'll need to construct an ice brick fortress, which will take considerable time." But he stepped outside, braving the fierce wind and snow, trudging northward. Shirley found it even more arduous, carrying additional weight and his own substantial load, each step sinking half a meter into the snow. This was with the aid of wooden skis. Without the broad wooden boards beneath his feet, each step would likely have plunged deeper than a meter. With every step, Lu Shan utilized his talent to restore the snow he had disturbed, preventing any potential tracking. Shui, incredibly clever, kept pace beside him, darting forward with agility. After some time, Shui showcased a unique method of travel. It burrowed entirely into the snow, carving a tunnel beneath the surface, speeding ahead while remaining nearly undetectable. Ilyushin couldn't help but marvel. Creatures that survived in this apocalyptic world possessed their own special skills, enabling them to evade danger. The journey was monotonous, and after 30 minutes of silent trekking, they arrived at the hillside surrounding the train wreck. This time, they did not rush down but stood atop the highest point, surveying the area. On one hand, Lu Shan was assessing the environment, searching for potential tree resources and remnants of towns. The terrain here was notably undulating, with several high hills sporadically adorned with trees, neither abundant nor scarce. However, to the east, the mountains rose even more dramatically, revealing expansive forests, thick and plentiful, now blanketed in deep snow. Upon sighting this forest, Lu Shan initially breathed a sigh of relief, but soon a note of caution flickered in his eyes. The emergence of a vast forest indicated a wealth of resources, particularly for warmth, as timber would not pose a concern. Furthermore, there was a substantial likelihood of edible plants or animals residing there, essential elements for long-term survival. Yet Lu Shen recalled the horde of decaying corpses that had previously besieged the train wreck, retreating towards the east. What lay to the east? What circumstances prevailed there? Lu Shen could not ascertain, but it was certainly not entirely safe, warranting further investigation. Surveying other directions in search of clues yielded little success. The dawn light, coupled with the hazy gray-blue cloud cover, rendered visibility quite poor, and the snowstorm hindered any clear view of the distance. After lingering for a moment, Lu Shen descended the hill towards the train wreck. Overnight, thick snow had once again blanketed the area, nearly concealing the entire train. Only upon closer inspection could the greenish-blue exterior be discerned. Had the train tracks not been elevated, they might have arrived to find the entire train buried beneath the snow. Clearing the surrounding snow, they swept the accumulated snow off the top of the train cars, revealing the entire carriage. According to their plan from the previous night, they intended to encase an entire carriage with ice bricks, forming a sturdy fortress to withstand the onslaught of the decaying corpses. Shirley scanned the area and asked, "Shingu, what shall we do next?" Lu Shen placed the luggage in compartment 10 and replied, "First, let us light the fireplace to melt some snow for water." Preparing to create ice bricks, Shirley was responsible for boiling the water, while Lu Shen utilized the wood to craft several ice brick molds, each approximately 50 centimeters x 30 centimeters x 20 centimeters, simply requiring the snow to be packed into the molds. Then, compress it tightly and pour water over it. The melted snow will solidify in low temperatures, ultimately transforming into robust ice. Lu Shen, utilizing his innate talent, can expedite this process. However, due to the substantial energy consumption, he has refrained from employing his abilities for the time being. That it must be said that constructing buildings with ice bricks is indeed a remarkably convenient method, especially in the extreme conditions of a blizzard apocalypse, where it becomes almost effortless. In a mere 30 minutes, Lu Shen produced over 30 ice bricks. Had the collection of snow not been so slow, the pace could have been even swifter. As his movements grew more adept during the subsequent 30 minutes, he managed to produce over 50 additional ice bricks, though it left both him and Shirley thoroughly exhausted. While snow is relatively light, once transformed into ice, its weight becomes astonishingly heavy, each brick weighing approximately 60 pounds. That a few bricks may be manageable, but as their numbers increase, Shirley found himself nearly overwhelmed. Moreover, 80 ice bricks are woefully insufficient. Constructing a complete ice brick fortress that envelopes an entire train car would require at least 500 bricks. This undertaking is vastly more extensive than the modest 10 square meter ice brick fortress at the shelter. By the time their outdoor work concluded, the two had managed to create only 120 ice bricks as they observed the increasingly dimming sky. Although it was just past 4 p.m., the ambience was akin to night, with temperatures plummeting to minus 25 degrees. The howling cold wind stirred up the accumulated snow and the falling snowflakes, swirling through the air like icy blades, nearly tearing at their coats. The radiation levels were surprisingly manageable. Although they had returned to severe radiation, the presence of the independent shelter corps allowed them to remain outside with some semblance of safety. "What should Deep Brother do now?" Shirley shouted hoarsely. Lu Shen squinted against the onslaught of wind and snow. His form swaying precariously, he utilized his talent to convert the snow beneath his feet into ice, firmly encasing his feet to prevent being swept away. Gazing at the yet-to-be-constructed ice brick fortress, a solemn expression flickered in Lu Shen's eyes as he declared, "Let us construct a portion first. If we attempt to complete it all during the exploration period, it may take 4 to 5 days to finish, and we cannot afford to wait that long." Shirley nodded emphatically, and, under Lu Shen's guidance, they began transferring the heavy ice bricks, stacking them layer by layer around the No. 10 train car. Initially, during the construction of the shelter, Lu Shen had opted for a semicircular fortress for aesthetic appeal, structural integrity, and concealment. However, now, due to the vast area required to minimize ice brick consumption and facilitate construction, he ultimately decided to construct a cubic ice brick fortress that merely needed to encompass the train car, measuring approximately 12 meters in length, 3.5 meters in height, and 2.5 meters in width. To prevent collapse. The roof would still need to be arched in a semicircular shape to enhance overall structural stability and concealment. Given the insufficiency of the existing ice bricks, Shen planned to first erect the surrounding walls, stacking them one by one. However, upon conducting a simple calculation, it became clear that merely enclosing the four walls would require nearly 700 ice bricks by the time they finished assembling the 120 ice bricks. They had only completed half of the front wall of the number 10 train car, leaving both men utterly fatigued. Shirley gasped, "Brother Shen, I'm about to die." "So am I." Shen suddenly felt a pang of regret, realizing his decision had been significantly flawed. He should have utilized the time when the snowstorm was milder and the weather conditions were better to tackle the most challenging construction tasks. During the harsher weather, they could have sheltered at the rear of the train car, engaging in the comparatively easier task of ice brick production. This approach would not only have made their efforts less strenuous, but also significantly accelerated their progress. As for today's endeavors, they could only cease for the time being. The two did not stay in the number 10 car. Instead, they relocated the fireplace, bedding, quilts, and the food they planned to consume that day to the No. 7 standard car, intending to spend the night there. Their primary concern was that an influx of corpses might collapse the ice wall beside the number 10 car. Furthermore, the number 9, 10, 11, and 12 cars were high-end compartments, which they intended to use as their future shelter. If they were to be repeatedly besieged by corpses, damage was highly likely, rendering their efforts futile. It was wiser to remain in the standard car until they could endure the next couple of days and fully construct the ice brick fortress before returning to the high-end compartments. The ensuing night was ordinary, yet not without its peculiarities. As anticipated, the corpses returned with the onset of night, their numbers dense and overwhelming, frantically clawing at the train car in a desperate attempt to tear it apart. The slumbering snow, whether awakened by the cacophony or frightened by the terrifying presence of the corpses, jolted upright, its fur standing on end, embodying a state of alarm. Its sensitivity to danger was acute. Sensing it was on the brink of death, it was understandably terrified. Yet this time, the mental state of Shen and Shirley was markedly steadier. They merely observed the scene in silence. The quality of the train car was high, and its materials were exceptionally sturdy. The skeletal remains of the corpses could not breach its defenses. Unless all the attacking corpses were upgraded to level 2 or above, there remained little chance of compromising its integrity. Thus, in the current circumstances, the two were relatively safe. Moreover, even if the train car were inadvertently damaged, Shen still carried the corpse breath herb juice, which could safeguard both their lives in a state of half-consciousness. As dawn approached around 8 a.m., the corpses began to retreat like a receding tide. Shen opened his eyes with a calm demeanor, peering through the gap in the train door. The direction in which the corpses departed led eastward toward the train wreckage. Though their ultimate destination remained unknown, it was indeed a strange phenomenon that they were unseen during the day, yet surged forth en masse at night. Shen mused, his gaze taking on a solemn intensity. Whenever an unusual pattern emerges, it invariably conceals an extraordinary story. However, Shen had little interest in delving into it, nor did Shirley. For them, the most pressing matter was to expedite the construction of the ice fortress. He nudged the still, slumbering Shirley awake, and after a quick snack, they resumed their ice brick production. Outside, the darkness was profound, the biting cold wind howled incessantly, and the temperature plummeted alarmingly. Nevertheless, the two resolutely exited the train car, leaving the snow to sleep by the fireplace. This creature had grown increasingly relaxed, sprawled lazily on the bedding, curling up its body. After casting a glance at Shen and Shirley, it returned to its repose. At the rear of the car, nestled between the train car and the hillside, most of the cold wind was mitigated. They ignited a small fire for illumination, and the two commenced their ice brick production with mechanical precision. They filled the molds with snow, compressed it firmly, added water, and awaited the freezing process before demolding. Shen had not anticipated that despite his daily grind of 996 in civilized society, he was still bound to the relentless demands of labor in this apocalyptic world. Shirley, too, at just 19 years of age, had experienced the harsh realities of life, his eyes now devoid of light, reflecting only a numbing acceptance of work. After a morning of toil, the two paused at 11:30 a.m., having produced a total of 350 ice bricks. After a brief afternoon nap, they promptly arose at 1:30 p.m. to continue their efforts, assembling the completed ice bricks into the structure by the following afternoon. They had gathered the requisite ice bricks for the first fortress, successfully erecting it within 113 minutes of exploration time. Constructing the surrounding walls proved relatively straightforward, requiring only physical effort for stacking. However, the assembly of the roof consumed considerable time. Subsequently, they considered that the two could not remain in close quarters indefinitely. They both required their own living spaces. After considerable deliberation, they resolved to construct another ice brick fortress. The process was identical to the previous one, consuming nearly 2 days, and the second fortress rose majestically from the ground. In just under 4 days, 2 robust ice brick fortifications enveloped carriages number 10 and 12, creating 2 distinct sanctuaries. Gazing upon the sturdy, towering ice walls, the two breathed a sigh of relief. These had undoubtedly been the most exhausting 3 days, with nearly every moment spent laboring and facing the incessant disturbances from the corpses at night, pushing their physical and mental limits to the brink. However, the completion of the shelters provided immense comfort. This refuge differed significantly from the initial one, as the environment was exceedingly favorable, allowing for long-term survival. Here, they envisioned a base upon which they could rely for their future sustenance and growth. They had agreed to divide all resources found here equally, each claiming half, as they would continue to live and develop independently. After all, as 2 young men, it was impractical for them to reside together continuously. While daily interactions would be frequent, their explorations and developmental endeavors would be entirely separate, aimed at minimizing conflicts and reducing friction. This arrangement would also enhance future possibilities, allowing for a diversification of their respective developments. Shen occupied carriages 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. The 12th and 13th carriages were luxurious, well-furnished, and suitable for habitation. The 12th carriage, shrouded by the ice brick fortress, would serve as the primary refuge. The 14th, 15th, and 16th carriages were standard, with neatly arranged tables and chairs, the corpses and debris having been thoroughly cleared, destined to become storage for various essential resources. Currently, the 14th carriage housed a plethora of suitcases, all divided between the two ideally. Their initial plan had been to envelop all carriages in ice brick fortresses, subsequently connecting them to create a large-scale sanctuary. However, the undertaking of constructing ice brick fortresses was labor-intensive and exhausting for just the 2 of them, rendering any further construction impractical in the short term. Perhaps it would only be feasible to resume such large-scale projects when more hands were available. Now, with a secure refuge established, the paramount task was to seek food and other necessary resources for survival. Shen had organized all the food, and after careful calculation, he realized that even with stringent rationing, he could only sustain himself for a maximum of 1.5 months, that he needed to explore the surrounding environment within that time frame to find stable sources of food to ensure his continued survival. Simultaneously, he aimed to scout the ruins of nearby towns to determine if any other survivors existed. Preparing for future developments, night deepened. Shen lay in the 12th carriage. The previously opulent and luxurious furnishings had been stripped away. As many were deemed impractical, he prioritized utility over aesthetics. Items such as the television, glass coffee table, and computer had all been discarded into the 14th carriage. As a result, the 12th carriage now appeared considerably more spacious. With a bed at the far end, layered with thick blankets and clothing, Shen had gathered all the bedding, quilts, and winter attire from the other carriages for warmth. The insulation within the carriage was not as effective as anticipated. Through the frosty glass, he could feel the chilling air seeping in, often shivering through the night. Furthermore, the train had likely been operational during the summer months, and the bedding was not designed for winter's frigid temperatures. The blankets were merely standard cotton ones. While they provided decent warmth in temperatures around freezing, their efficacy diminished significantly in conditions of around -20 degrees. Strictly speaking, the warmth provided by the fluff grass surpassed that of these cotton blankets. effectively preventing heat loss from the body, remaining a valuable resource for insulation. Thus, Lu Shen layered the fluff grass beneath his bedding, yielding surprisingly effective results. Next to the bed stood a fireplace, an indispensable resource that offered substantial warmth. Apart from the bed, two other pieces of furniture remained in the carriage: a sofa for daily relaxation and a table that held essential survival items such as a radio, mechanical alarm clock, compass, paper, and pen. Additionally, two rows of shelves above the windows were utilized to store suitcases, now filled with food. Beside the table, a makeshift nest had been created using suitcases cushioned with clothing, serving as Snow's resting place. More often than not, however, Snow preferred to leap onto the bed to sleep, as leaning against the fireplace was evidently more comforting. Lu Shen gazed at the rusted tin ceiling, the crackling of the flames in the fireplace resonating in his ears as Snow ambled over and settled at the foot of the bed. It was the 11th day since the onset of the blizzard apocalypse. He had acquired his second refuge, one that was relatively well equipped, ensuring his safety and future survival. The gentle glow of the fire illuminated the carriage, instilling a profound sense of security. Lu Shen retrieved the survival radio and utilized the day's shop refresh opportunity. In the preceding days, he had also refreshed the shop, but regrettably, none of the desired items had appeared. With the quality seeming rather low, as the goods continued to cycle, 3 items emerged. Name: purified radiation water, 500 ml. Description: capable of filtering radiation. Price: 12 survival coins. Name: emergency thermal blanket 1. Price: 20 survival coins. Name: mineral water 1L. Price: 10 survival coins. Though the quality of these 3 items was decent, they were not urgently needed, and Lu Shen's desire to purchase was minimal. The emergency thermal blanket would have been a priority at the initial shelter, but now it seemed unnecessary to waste resources. The same applied to the mineral water, as purification tablets could be reused. The only item that captured his attention was the purified radiation water, as it pertained to a critically important matter: crop cultivation. He had long attempted to grow corn, yet had consistently failed. He suspected that the primary reason lay in the radiation-contaminated soil, which could not support the growth of corn. In this land, nearly all visible plants had been mutated by radiation. The corn kernels he had harvested had not transformed due to radiation, likely requiring clean soil to germinate properly. The purified radiation water might potentially mitigate some of the soil's radiation, allowing for corn cultivation. Without hesitation, he purchased it. Lu Shen reflected on his current wealth. A substantial portion of the resources within the carriage was deemed useless, at least for now. Thus, he decided to sell a batch of items to convert them into survival coins. This included toys, power banks, and corroded phones and computers, collectively amounting to a significant number. Although the individual prices were modest, selling everything yielded a total of 234 survival coins. Having acquired the purified radiation water, Lu Shen pondered. Now that he had somewhat stabilized, tomorrow he could attempt to develop agriculture and explore the surroundings, hoping for a smooth venture. This moment, only 2 matters weighed heavily on his mind. First, he aimed to develop around the carriage shelter, establishing a more robust fortress while pursuing agriculture and animal husbandry, albeit with considerable challenges at present. Second, he needed to explore the vicinity to uncover available resources and the ruins of nearby towns. If possible, it would also be prudent to investigate the situation with the corpses. Reflecting on the corpses, Lu Shen glanced at the time. It was already past 8 p.m. It was nearly time. He directed his gaze outside the carriage window, where a faint growl echoed ominously. However, with the chilling winds howling and the sharp, grating sound of claws scraping against the ice walls, the corpses were approaching as expected. They had finally arrived. He hoped the ice brick fortress would hold strong, perhaps even yielding a bounty of radiation cores from the corpses. Lu Shen remained vigilant, quickly rising from the bed, donning thick clothing and grasping the newly crafted iron spear in his hand. The elongated wooden handle, crafted from a sturdy branch, culminates in a sharp iron tip that exudes an intimidating aura, complete with specially designed barbs. This weapon, meticulously fashioned over the past 2 days, serves a practical purpose in combating the undead. With the establishment of an ice brick fortress, The defensive capabilities of his shelter have significantly improved, granting him the potential for retaliation. Moreover, during the construction of the ice brick fortress, he deliberately left several circular openings, each approximately 8 centimeters in diameter. Such dimensions render it quite challenging for the undead to accurately insert their hands. Conversely, the iron spear could be thrust outward, allowing for indiscriminate assaults on the undead. The positioning of these openings is also carefully considered, aligning with the height of a person and level with the heads of the undead, enabling precise strikes at their vital points. Standing at the vehicle's door, Shen wields the iron spear, relentlessly thrusting outward. Whenever he detects a significant penetration, he employs the spear to stir, the barbs at its tip inflicting considerable damage. After more than 2 hours of continuous assault, Shen, panting heavily, finally pauses, beads of sweat adorning his brow, his arms trembling slightly from fatigue. Damn it, there are just too many. I can't possibly kill them all. He curses internally, retracting the iron spear to inspect it, only to find it completely blunted, the metal pitted and significantly corroded. He had initially thought that, in a purely offensive stance, he could easily deal with the undead outside, perhaps even eradicate them entirely. However, reality delivered a harsh blow. The hardness of the skulls of the undead is not to be underestimated, particularly the second-tier undead, whose overall strength has markedly increased, rendering ordinary iron weaponry largely ineffective and even prone to damage. More critically, the radiation emanating from their brains is exceptionally potent, causing substantial harm to any weapon that comes into direct contact. Gazing at the relentless onslaught of the undead, Shen can't help but rub his temples. If this continues, he will exhaust himself without managing to eliminate many. After a moment of contemplation, convinced that the undead cannot breach the ice brick fortress, he tosses his weapon aside and retires to the vehicle for some much-needed sleep. The following day, he awakens to a sky as dark as ink, indistinguishable from night. Peering through the faint light, he notices that the horde of undead has receded, leaving behind a few lifeless bodies, along with bloodstains and decaying flesh splattered across the ice walls, causing Shen to furrow his brow. The ice brick fortress, freshly constructed just yesterday, now lies in disarray after a single night of chaos, which undeniably dampens his spirits. However, the sight of 12 corpses scattered on the ground slightly lifts his mood. Extracting the radiation cores, he discovers they are all first-tier undead cores, each valued at 60 survival coins, amounting to a considerable sum. Additionally, this allows him to complete a significant portion of the task on his mission card. He only needs to hunt 2 more second-tier undead to earn an additional 50 survival coins. Not rushing back to the vehicle, Shen begins to excavate the snow pile beneath the train car, revealing the frozen earth below. He pours the last can of hot water over it. Eager to experiment, the upper layer of ice begins to melt, exposing the brownish-yellow soil beneath, which is hard and barren, of rather poor quality. Such soil is, in fact, the norm in this post-apocalyptic world. Shen has unearthed several patches of frozen ground, all proving unyielding and ravaged by radiation, rendering them nearly unusable. Yet, he still wishes to give it a try. After all, whether in search of remnants of food from a bygone civilization or foraging for wild fruits and vegetables, neither is a sustainable long-term solution. For survivors to endure in this desolate land, the development of agriculture is imperative, providing a stable and enduring source of sustenance, straining to extract the frozen soil. Each clump resembles stone, devoid of moisture and emanating the pungent odor characteristic of radiation. Although the independent shelter core ensures that radiation does not penetrate within a certain radius, the actual efficacy leaves much to be desired. It merely lowers the concentration of radiation in the air, safeguarding human health, but does not entirely eradicate the radiation from the soil or purify the water sources that in strict terms, whether within the initial shelter or the independent core. Radiation is only diminished, not completely eliminated. Prolonged exposure to such an environment still poses significant burdens on the human body. In recent days, he has heard other survivors on the emergency radio discussing this very issue. Some survivors, possessing weaker physical constitutions and lacking awakened talents, have exhibited symptoms such as throat inflammation and respiratory infections from prolonged exposure to the apocalyptic environment. Initially, these symptoms were mistaken for mere colds. But over time, skin erosion from radiation has also become apparent. Increasingly, survivors are coming to understand that the so-called safe outdoor time does not mean they are entirely immune to radiation. Rather, during that period, the effects are less pronounced, and they are not transformed like the undead or mutated creatures. Upon reflection, such realizations are hardly surprising. Radiation permeates every corner of this world. How could soil, water, and air remain completely unaffected? Only those who have awakened their talents exhibit a higher resistance to radiation, showing no discernible effects. Yet Shen remains uncertain whether one can sustain a life in this apocalyptic world without being affected by radiation in the long term. No one knows the answer. All survivors can do is strive to endure. Shen collects the excavated frozen soil into an empty suitcase, and once full, he returns it to the vehicle. The stone-like soil is certainly unsuitable for direct planting. He boils several bowls of hot water in the fireplace and pours it over the frozen earth, attempting to loosen it as much as possible. However, it remains evident that the soil is exceedingly barren. Nearly devoid of nutrients, fragile like gravel, Shen furrows his brow. The radiation's insidious grip on this world has taken root, rendering it unsuitable for crop cultivation and the survival of any organism. Nevertheless, he does not abandon hope. After discarding this unyielding soil, he resumes his deeper excavation. The surface soil, too heavily affected by radiation, is indeed unusable, but what of the deeper layers? Continuously digging downward, he uses an axe to break apart the surface stones, revealing the softer soil beneath that to facilitate his efforts. He even crafts a shovel and a pickaxe. Laboring to excavate a pit over a meter deep at last, he discovers that the soil he has unearthed is a rich brown color and retains a hint of moisture. Resembling normal soil, a look of joy spreads across Shen's face as he murmurs to himself. It seems the soil deep beneath has not been entirely ravaged by radiation. This is indeed good news. This phenomenon suggests that survivors still have a glimmer of hope, that on one hand, the existence of untainted soil deep underground implies that radiation has difficulty penetrating to such depths, thus providing the underground shelter with reduced radiation exposure. It effectively represents a relatively safe zone for survivors that, on the other hand, usable soil can support agricultural development, ensuring a stable source of sustenance for the future. Shen carefully collects the deep brown soil, spreading it within the suitcase. A mere splash of hot water is all it takes to dissolve the ice particles within the earth, rendering it ready for use. With a heart brimming with excitement, he pours a small portion of purified radiation water onto it. In an instant, a hissing sound erupts, as if he were pouring sulfuric acid rather than water. Wisps of dark gas rise, filling the air with a pungent odor, likely composed of the radioactive substances that linger within the soil, and in considerable quantities. That a small amount of purified radiation water proves insufficient. After a moment's contemplation, Shen pours in the remaining half bottle. This time, the reaction intensifies, releasing a plethora of radioactive materials. The soil in the suitcase, once dreary, begins to regain vitality, emitting a faint scent of earth. That it truly works. A smile breaks across Shen's face, though it is swiftly shadowed by a frown. The current situation presents both good and bad news. The radiation in the soil can indeed be neutralized, allowing him to pursue agricultural development. However, he lacks the ample purified radiation water needed to eradicate all the radiation. With only one suitcase full of soil, how can he possibly cultivate crops? Will he be reduced to planting just 2 corn stalks at a time? After 2 months of labor, will he only be able to feast on a single meal? As he sat in contemplation, burdened by heavy thoughts, a sudden idea flashed through his mind, prompting him to spring up from the sofa. One singular thought consumed him. What is the function of the purification of radiation? Is it not simply to extract radiation from the soil? Yet, achieving this seemed within the realm of possibility, given his capabilities. In that instant, Shen recalled the essence of his innate talent. Talent, solidification description, the ability to attract and gather energy or matter. The more he pondered this description, the more profound it appeared, suggesting numerous deeper applications that he had yet to explore. From the outset, his understanding of this talent had been limited to compressing a certain substance to enhance its quality or altering the form of materials through attraction, such as compressing iron sheets into the shapes of axes, shovels, and picks. Even from these few perspectives, this ability was undeniably formidable, far rarer than those related to physical attributes. However, in reflecting on the description of his talent, he began to realize that its potential extended beyond these confines. Energy and matter. He had never attempted to attract and gather energy, yet had been unconsciously employed in his daily life. Furthermore, it could be applied to agricultural endeavors, for instance, transforming snow into ice directly on the ground. Beyond sheer compression, it also involved a degree of thermal manipulation. However, this process demanded considerable energy. Indeed, it was quite taxing. Conversely, the attraction and gathering of matter required significantly less energy. But was radiation classified as matter or energy? Shen was uncertain, yet he was confident that his talent could likely be harnessed to manipulate radiation to AT that moment. The carriage fell into an eerie silence, with even the howling wind and snow outside seeming to pause, leaving only the sound of his heartbeat echoing in his ears. 10 seconds later, Shen dashed out of the carriage and began excavating a fresh batch of soil from the ground. This time, he placed his hand upon the soil and activated his innate ability, a faint yet palpable force of attraction beginning to oscillate. The soil's fragments trembled slightly under the influence of this newfound power. Shen furrowed his brow, recognizing a significant challenge he needed to overcome. The target of his ability had to be precisely identified. He needed to bypass the soil itself and seek out the concealed radiation within, a task of considerable difficulty, demanding a high level of proficiency with his talent. This arduous process consumed over half an hour, leaving him nearly exhausted, but he managed to locate the radiation within the soil as he attempted to draw it out. A pallid aura gradually dissipated, and the soil regained its original hue. Was it truly effective? Joy welled up in the depths of Shen's eyes, and his excitement was beyond words. The extraction of radioactive substances. What profound significance could this hold for survivors? It far exceeded mere imagination. On a small scale, it would enable the effortless creation of radiation-free soil, facilitating agricultural pursuits. But on a grand scale, he could extract radiation from specific areas, potentially establishing a truly safe haven devoid of harmful radiation. Moreover, radiation was fundamentally linked to the undead and mutated creatures. Mastery over radiation would mean possessing a means to combat these threats. Lastly, and most crucially, the process of extracting radiation had proven lengthy, yet the energy expenditure during the actual extraction was relatively minimal. Radiation, particularly that found in soil and air, should be regarded as a form of matter, and indeed, a very light one at that. Thus, the act of attracting it was not particularly arduous. After thoroughly purging the radiation from the soil in both of his suitcases, he earnestly embarked on the journey of planting. He carefully retrieved his cherished corn kernels, burying them meticulously in the soil at a depth of approximately 23 cm, ensuring the soil was loose and well aerated. Before watering them, all that remained was to wait for germination. This method of planting, Shen dubbed serendipitous planting, for he possessed no real understanding of agriculture. Merely tossing seeds into the earth and watering them, if the seed sprouted, it would be a cause for collective joy. If not, there was little he could do. After laboring tirelessly until nearly noon, he finally took a moment to rest on the sofa, his heart brimming with confidence for the future as he contemplated the smooth development of agriculture and the utilization of his talent. In celebration, he opened a pack of instant noodles, a can of beef, and poured himself a glass of liquor for lunch. He even treated the snow to an extra piece of beef in honor of the day's successes. Yet, a lingering concern regarding food storage weighed on his mind. Although he had procured a quantity of provisions from the train wreckage, it would only sustain him for a month and a half at most, necessitating alternative solutions for future sustenance. He pondered how to allocate his time for exploration that day. A message from Shirley arrived. "Brother Shen, what are your plans for today?" Slurping a mouthful of noodles, Shen replied casually. "First, let us scout the resources in the vicinity, then I'll check the trees on the hillside to see if there are any usable resources or food." Timber remained an essential resource. The fireplace consumed a considerable amount of fuel daily. Thus, the importance of wood was self-evident. No need to worry about the timber situation. The hills are steep, and we can simply chop down entire trees and roll them into the valley. Easy enough. Shirley, unfazed, lowered his voice. I have some news, but I'm not sure if you're interested. Ilyushin raised an eyebrow. What news? After organizing his thoughts, Shirley whispered, I overheard someone on the comms mention that there's a large abandoned town about 5 kilometers north of Town, known as Jingning Town. This area is relatively intact, with only a few buildings collapsed, and it contains numerous resources. However, it has been overrun with the undead, which has prevented any survivors from taking control. Recently, a certain officer Zhao Zhongyang has been planning to gather a group of capable survivors to clear out Jingning Town, with the spoils to be shared, establishing a survivor stronghold. Brother Shen, we should check it out. Who knows what benefits we might find? Upon hearing this, Lu Shun did not respond immediately, instead falling silent for a moment before coldly asking, Shirley, has anyone approached you privately? No, Shirley stammered, clearly taken aback. Lu Shun spoke coolly. First, I follow the daily communications and have not heard such news. Second, how could an ordinary survivor know about an abandoned town 5 kilometers north of Town and identify it as Jingning Town? Are you trying to pull a fast one on me? Third, would Zhao Zhongyang openly call for help on public channels without fearing other survivors might betray him? Fourth, brother, stop right there. I admit I was wrong. Shirley interjected hurriedly, his face a mask of defeat. But how did you see through it so easily? Were there really that many holes in my story? Lu Shen shrugged. Not really. I just thought that with your verbal skills. It seemed unlikely you could craft such a logically coherent and detailed narrative that it sounded like you were merely parroting someone else's words. Shirley. Enough chatter. Tell me the specifics. With a sigh, Shirley recounted. While I was browsing the comms, someone named by Linin added me as a friend and shared this information that Ilyushin frowned. How did he know you were near Town and Jingning Town? Did you let anything slip? I don't think so, but I was exchanging insults with those 3 bastards from Town, so they might have guessed I was in the vicinity. That Ilyushin's face turned pale. Was this kid lacking in common sense? Who would waste their time arguing on a survival radio? With a helpless sigh, he recognized that Shirley was not foolish. In fact, he was quite intelligent. Yet he often acted in ways that bewildered others and was prone to impulsive decisions. Shirley scratched his head. Brother Shen, I know my limits. I didn't agree to anything. It's all up to you to decide. Considering the names Zhao Zhongyang and Bai Linin, Lu Shen finally said, have them come to me. I'll speak with them. Understood, Brother Shen. Before long, someone found him through the communication and sent a friend request. The name was Bai Linin. Hello, Mr. Lu. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. May we discuss the details? A steady and magnetic voice of a middle-aged man resonated. Speak, Lu Shun replied calmly. There was no need for excessive pleasantries among intelligent individuals. Bai Linin began to elaborate. Jingning Town is a medium to large-sized town, home to nearly 200 households, with an actual population exceeding 1,000, making it the largest town in the vicinity. We intend to clear it out under the leadership of Zhao Zhongyang, establishing a sanctuary for survivors that will provide ordinary survivors with a place to reside and create a trading hub for others. However, due to the substantial population, numerous corpses linger, and mutated creatures may also be concealed within. Thus, we are currently rallying nearby survivors in an effort to cleanse the area. I wonder if you would be interested in participating in our endeavor. Presently, all survivors are isolated in their corners. Without uniting, how can one survive in such a harsh environment? The overall situation and rhetoric were not dissimilar to what Shirley had conveyed. Ilyushin listened intently. Falling into contemplation, after a considerable pause, he carefully inquired, I have a few questions. Feel free to ask. If I can answer, I will certainly oblige, Bai Linin responded. First, there are numerous ruins of towns in the vicinity. Why must we choose the most perilous Jingning Town? Do not tell me it is due to its larger area, for size alone does not determine the suitability of a survivor gathering place. Bai Linin's gaze sharpened, realizing the question was more astute than he had anticipated. Not allowing Bai Linin time to ponder, Lu Shun swiftly posed his second question. Second, what gives you the confidence that you can establish a sanctuary in Jingning Town and attract other survivors to settle there? Is it based on your mere 10 square meters of independent shelter core? This was the question Lu Shen was most curious about. Survivors can generally be categorized into 2 types. One type consists of those whose development is poor, still hiding in their initial shelters, lacking the means to upgrade. Their lives are arduous, teetering on the brink of death for them. The existence of a survivor gathering place is indeed necessary, allowing them to connect and barely survive. However, these survivors lack the independent shelter core, so how could they leave their initial shelters to reside in Jingning Town long-term? The other type of survivor has fared better and has exchanged for an independent shelter core. Those capable of collecting 100 survival coins in a short time are not ordinary individuals. They may have awakened a talent, united with other survivors to establish their own small gathering, or are simply fortunate individuals. These capable survivors can thrive independently and have no need to join another's gathering. Thus, Lu Shan's first two questions essentially revolved around the same inquiry. What is it about Jingning Town that could entice other survivors, necessitating such arduous efforts to cleanse it? Hiss, Linen pursed his lips. Taking a deep breath, acutely aware of the precision and sharpness of the other party's inquiries, compared to the earlier oafish individual, this person's questions were far more incisive and perceptive. After a moment of contemplation, Linen understood he could not obfuscate the truth, responding earnestly. Brother Lu, I see you are no fool, so I will not conceal anything from you and can disclose some deeper information. I hope you will consider this seriously. I am listening. Lu Shan narrowed his eyes, aware that crucial information was forthcoming. You are correct. There are two pivotal reasons for selecting Jingning Town as our target for cleansing. Firstly, regarding internal resources, we have already investigated. This town has not been explored by other survivors, so the resources within remain intact. Once we eliminate the corpses, we can obtain a substantial amount of survival resources. Lu Shan interjected, that is not the most crucial point. Please elaborate on the second. Linen let out a bitter smile, stating, the second point is indeed more significant, or perhaps the most critical factor. Previously, Officer Zhao Zhongyang explored Jingning Town and utilized special means to evade the corpses, reaching deep within. There, he discovered a batch of mutated plants resembling willows, and these mutated plants are exceptionally unique. Lu Shan frowned and inquired, what special properties do they possess? They isolate radiation. Just 4 words caused Lu Shan's pupils to constrict sharply. Linen continued, Officer Zhao Zhongyang has already tested that the juice extracted from these mutated plants, when mixed with walls and soil, can effectively shield against radiation erosion. Following this, it becomes clear, and Lu Shan immediately grasped the significance of these mutated plants. What does this imply? It means that, as long as there is a sufficient quantity of mutated plant juice, a safe, radiation-free sanctuary for survivors can be established. All ordinary survivors in the vicinity, who have not awakened talents and lack the ability to upgrade their shelters, can come to reside. That it is highly likely that a significant number of survivors will gather in a short period, forming a sizable sanctuary. Lu Shan quickly recognized that if what this person claimed was true, Jingning Town indeed had a substantial chance of becoming a center for survivor gathering, trading, and communication in the near future. Finally, Lu Shan exhaled deeply, suppressing the turmoil within, and asked, how many willow trees are there? How many survivors have you gathered? Linen smiled and replied, there are quite a few willow trees. There's an artificial lake within, encircled by these mutated willows, with at least 50 to 60 present. As for the number of survivors, including you and Shi Xiao, there are 12, with more than 5 having awakened talents. Lu Shan nodded slightly, then furrowed his brow to ask, the confidentiality of this information is likely not very strong, is it? Aren't you afraid that individuals from other small gatherings might come as well? Linen smiled nonchalantly. I welcome their arrival. The more people, the better. Upon hearing this, Lu Shan was initially taken aback, before nodding slightly in agreement. After all, whether it be cleansing the corpses or establishing the gathering place, what was lacking was manpower. As long as people came, all other matters could be resolved. Where is Jingning Town specifically located? When will the cleansing take place? Linen beamed. Jingning Town is situated approximately 5.3 kilometers northeast of Teeling Town, at a 15-degree angle, and the cleansing will occur the day after tomorrow. I look forward to meeting you. Brother Lu. Lu Shan frowned. Such a detailed address. Are you a local? Not quite. I found a map. I am aware of the ruins of towns in this vicinity. Wow, impressive. Please provide me with a copy. Ahem, Brother Lu, please refrain from cursing. Once the gathering place is established, I will publicly share the map. The conversation concluded. Brother Shen, I think I've been quite reliable this time, right? If we missed this opportunity, it would have been a significant loss, Shirley grinned. Reliable my foot. Lucian couldn't help but curse. Do you have any idea how many corpses are in a town of 1,000 people? Do you really want to charge to the front and become cannon fodder? But didn't you just agree? I never agreed. Lucian raised an eyebrow. We can go take a look. If it's dangerous, we will flee. If it's not, we can reap some benefits. He remained somewhat curious about the situation in Jingning Town. Whether it be the vast quantities of supplies or the wondrous mutated willow trees, there indeed exists a possibility that they could influence the unfolding circumstances of the future. Ilyushin lowered his head in contemplation. Considering solely the role of the supplies and the mutated willow trees, they perhaps did not sufficiently stir his heart. The resources from the train wreckage were not insignificant, and he had procured a batch of food, alleviating his immediate concerns. Although the town's ruins contained a fair amount of materials, they were not necessarily superior to those found in the train wreckage. As for the mutated willow trees, had he discovered their potential before realizing his own innate abilities, he might have been swayed. However, at present, he could create a radiation-free zone thanks to his talents, establishing a safe gathering place. Thus, the mutated willow trees appear to hold little significance for him. The true allure lay in Jingning Town, which was likely to become a center for trade and communication among the nearby survivors. Attracting many powerful and capable individuals to IT was essential for him to understand the prevailing situation and trends in the vicinity to avoid being obsolete in the face of times. Nevertheless, safety remained paramount. Let us prepare. We shall head to Jingning Town the day after tomorrow. For now, we should stay put in the shelter and refrain from unnecessary commotion, Lucian instructed casually as the afternoon approached. It was once again time for their daily exploration. Ilyushin donned his gear, armed himself with an iron spear, and strapped an axe, pickaxe, and shovel to his waist, while his backpack contained a survival radio, a compass, and a mechanical alarm clock. After putting on gloves, a mask, and windproof goggles, he shielded every exposed area from radiation. These pieces of equipment, all salvaged from a suitcase, proved to be quite useful. Venturing into the snowstorm, he encountered Shirley from Carriage 10, who had just finished donning his gear as well. Deep go. Where do you plan to go today? I intend to head to the eastern hillside to gather firewood. Supplies are dwindling, Lucian shouted hoarsely. Despite the short distance between them, they had to raise their voices to communicate due to the howling wind, which was sharp and piercing, reminiscent of countless ferocious beasts roaring in their ears. Causing their eardrums to ache, Shirley replied. Then I'll check the northern area. There's a patch of mangroves there. All right, take care. The two parted ways, each heading in a different direction. Ilyushin opted for the most prudent approach, seeking out usable timber on the nearby hillside. As he trudged through the vast expanse of snow, this outing felt somewhat different, for he was accompanied by a little companion. The snow, traversing through the layers, darted ahead with remarkable speed, occasionally peeking back, though not in a playful manner. This snow was a genuine wild predator, exhibiting exceptional vigilance and hunting prowess, constantly surveying its surroundings that on Earth, a snow of over 30 pounds would not be considered small. Rather, it belonged to the category of medium to large predators, akin to species such as the lynx or the leopard. Despite sharing living quarters and even sleeping in the same bed, Snow maintained a cool demeanor, never allowing Lucian to pet or cuddle it. Yet he was unconcerned, as he valued Snow's practicality above all else. The duo ascended the hillside together, and fortunately, the slope was gentle. Otherwise, the difficulty of the climb would have increased significantly. The trees here differed greatly from those in the desolate woods, as they were relatively softer, yet appeared more vibrant and larger. Towering at nearly 4 meters, the trunks flourished with branches and retained a few yellowed leaves. A remarkable feat of survival in such frigid temperatures. These plants, having endured radiation and undergone mutation, bore significant differences from ordinary flora, each possessing unique traits and capabilities that Lucian assessed the surroundings. Preparing to wield his axe against the trunk, Snow suddenly burst forth from the ground with astonishing speed, scaling the tree trunk and swiftly grasping at the dead leaves, before Lucian could react. It had pinned a leaf beneath its claws, Just as he was puzzled, the creature on the ground began to struggle, emitting a series of chirps. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was not a dead leaf at all, but rather a bird camouflaged as one barely the size of a palm. Its feathers perfectly matched the dead leaves, making it nearly indistinguishable at a glance. Shortly thereafter, other dead leaves on a neighboring tree began to tremble violently, revealing two more leaves that flapped their wings and soared into the blinding snow, quickly disappearing from sight. Clearly, several birds resembling dead leaves inhabited the surrounding trees, indicating the development of a unique ecological environment. This time, Shen refrained from hastily chopping down the tree. Instead, he began to search among the dense branches and dead leaves. Indeed, he discovered two exquisitely woven nests crafted from dead leaves, radiating a surprising warmth when touched. To his delight, he found 4 eggs, each the size of a pigeon's egg, an unexpected treasure. Without hesitation, Shen tucked them into his clothing. Using his body heat to keep them warm, he could not ascertain whether the eggs were fertilized. But perhaps after a few days of incubation, they might hatch into little birds. While the odds were slim, it was worth attempting to for the bird in the snow's grasp. Shen wasted no time in claiming it. Although Snow appeared somewhat displeased, it merely scratched its fluffy head with a hind leg before diving back into the snow. The subsequent task proved relatively straightforward. Shen wielded his axe to fell the tree, while Snow wandered nearby, remaining vigilant while also hunting for prey. Today's outing lasted 113 minutes, and with an additional 30 minutes provided by his gas mask, he had a total of 143 minutes for activity. Notably, he had not brought the independent shelter core with him, choosing instead to leave it in the carriage. The primary reason for this decision revolved around agriculture. Although he had successfully removed all radiation from the soil, prolonged exposure to radiation would still affect it. Thus, it was imperative to keep the soil within the confines of the independent shelter core. This necessity left Shen feeling somewhat helpless. Often, for safety reasons, he needed to carry the independent shelter core outside, which proved inconvenient. He continued to seek a more suitable solution. After spending 30 minutes, he successfully felled a tree with a diameter of approximately 35 centimeters and a height of 4 meters. Exhausted and out of breath, Shen felt his efforts had not been in vain, for the entire tree, trunk, branches, and leaves would sustain him for several days. However, no amount of timber was ever excessive in the frigid winter apocalypse. The significance of wood surpassed even that of food. After all, one could survive a day without eating, but a day without warmth from fireplace could result in freezing to death. Therefore, if circumstances permitted, it was entirely feasible to stockpile additional wood. Shen again devoted an hour to chopping down 2 more trees of similar size. With a final half-hour remaining, he set about transporting the timber back to the shelter. The steep slope made it relatively easy to transport the wood, as it could simply roll down the hillside. However, Shen soon discovered that this method was not particularly practical. The thick layer of snow and the considerable weight of the trees made it easy for them to become ensnared in the snow, halting their descent midway. This necessitated Shen's repeated efforts to push them, barely managing to get them sliding down the slope once more. Consequently, his efficiency in transporting the timber was significantly reduced. Until the final moments, he barely managed to push 2 trees to the valley bottom, leaving one remaining on the hillside. With the sky darkening and the blizzard intensifying, the swirling snowstorm roared like tumultuous waves, and Shen expressed his helplessness, deciding to retrieve it the following day. He dragged both trees into the ice brick fortress. During the initial construction, the fortress was not built entirely to the dimensions of the train carriage. Instead, ample space was left around for daily activities and to store some goods. These 2 pieces of timber could be easily tucked beneath the train carriage, alleviating any storage concerns, closing the heavy ice door of the fortress. The howling wind outside diminished significantly, and a soothing tranquility enveloped him. Shen removed his gas mask, wind goggles, and face shield, returning his backpack to the carriage, letting out a long sigh of relief. The sense of security provided by the refuge always offered him great solace. Although the exploration time had concluded, it did not signify the end of his work. With the sanctuary's protection, he could continue his tasks within the ice brick fortress. He retrieved the dry wood and ignited a fire in the corner of the fortress, illuminating the interior as much as possible. Subsequently, he dragged the large tree from beneath the carriage, trimmed its dense branches, and bundled them neatly, placing them in the corner of the fortress. Next, he split the trunk into pieces of roughly uniform size and thickness, stacking them in the corner as well. Originally, Shen had intended to enlist the help of Shui, believing that with its sharp claws and robust muscles, it could effortlessly chop wood. However, Shui chose to ignore the unreasonable request, turning its rear towards him and burrowing into the carriage, curling up on the bed to sleep. Alone, Shen toiled until after 7 p.m., finally managing to dismember the 2 trees and stacking the wood against the walls of the ice brick fortress, covering an entire half of it. The quantity was indeed considerable. Conservatively estimating, the timber from a single tree would sustain him for at least 3 days. After this labor, Shen had no time to eat, nor even to rest, as the persistent undead returned as expected. Unable to resist rubbing his temples, he opted to return to the carriage, consuming a packet of instant noodles, a corn cake, and a small quantity of snacks to replenish his energy. Nowadays, he typically managed 2 meals a day, one at noon consisting of a corn cake and a piece of compressed biscuit, not seeking quality, but merely striving to stave off starvation in the evening. He would have another meal, usually a packet of instant noodles, a corn cake, and some pickles. This dietary arrangement was something many survivors could scarcely imagine. Aside from lacking vitamins, it nearly fulfilled all other nutritional needs, providing a sense of satiety sufficient for high-intensity work. However, this also led to significant food consumption, and it would not be long before he had to worry about supplies. Furthermore, Shui also required sustenance, adding to the depletion. The small bird captured today, along with 4 eggs, barely supplemented their food supply, merely a drop in the bucket. After plucking and cleaning the bird, Shen placed it directly into the ice brick storage box to freeze. Ensuring convenience for future use, the eggs were nestled in his luggage, cushioned with some fluff, situated beside the fireplace to maintain warmth, with a glimmer of hope for potential hatching. After completing these tasks, Shui continued its languid slumber, while Shen, armed with a metal spear, commenced his nightly activities of harvesting the undead. It was not due to any peculiar fascination, but rather that this task was not only unburdensome, but also yielded a substantial collection of radiation cores, which held great significance for him. By merely spending an hour or 2 each night, he could reliably acquire around 10 radiation cores, akin to finding survival currency from the heavens. Other survivors found it exceedingly difficult to earn even a single survival coin, often risking their lives in the process. Yet he could effortlessly collect 50 or 60 survival coins each night with minimal risk. Why would he seize the opportunity? Adhering strictly to his schedule, he diligently worked for 2 hours before yawning and deciding to call a night as the clock struck 10. Upon returning to his bed, he found Shui curled up beside the fireplace. Resembling a small snowball, Shen removed his coat and lay down, not feeling particularly drowsy. Thus, he took out paper and pen to jot down some crucial information. 500 meters west of the initial refuge lay a withered forest with hard, burnable wood, inhabited by black wriggling bamboo segment worms. Resources available: hard branches, black wriggling bamboo segment worms, 3 survival coins. Iron Ridge Town, approximately 2 kilometers northeast along a river, offers gatherable supplies. Fluff grass, excellent for warmth. The Trainwreck Refuge, located on the eastern hillside, features yellow-leaved trees, gatherable resources, timber, withered leaf birds, withered leaf bird eggs. These resource points and their details might seem trivial. Yet, one can never predict the extraordinary significance that such seemingly useless information might hold for survival in the future. Ding, ding, ding. The mechanical alarm clock rang, rousing Shen from his slumber. The familiar sound of the alarm gave him an odd sense of returning to the city. Shui, startled, opened its eyes wide, surveying the surroundings, and upon confirming there was no danger, resumed its slumber in the dimly lit carriage. Only the fireplace emitted a faint glow. How cold. Just 5 more minutes of sleep. 2 hours later, Shen yawned and playfully smacked Shui's rear. All you ever do is sleep. What time is it? Why don't you wake me up? What good are you? Shui turned his head with a puzzled expression, its round face displaying a hint of exasperation before shifting positions and continuing its nap. Shen stretched, donned his coat, and rose from bed. After a quick brush of his teeth and wash, he stepped outside the ice-brick fortress to collect the spoils from the previous night. However, upon merely glancing at the scene, his eyes lit up. Was this a level 2 corpse? Amidst a sea of decaying bodies, a particularly robust corpse stood out conspicuously, clearly a level 2 undead. Additionally, there were 8 level 1 corpses, their heads punctured by iron spears. Shen gathered the radiation cores, then disposed of the bodies to prevent contaminating the refuge's surroundings. Presently, Shen chose not to exchange the radiation cores for survival coins. Instead, he stored them in a box made of ice bricks. Beneath the ice brick fortress outside the train carriage, he fashioned 2 refrigerators from ice bricks to store perishable meats and the radiation cores he had collected over the past days. Shen estimated that there were already 32 radiation cores inside, resembling unadorned black stones, albeit with a pungent odor. As for the reason, he did not convert them into survival coins. Shen had his own considerations. Recently, the items available in the store had been rather lackluster, rendering it unnecessary to expend survival coins for purchases. Moreover, upon discovering his ability to manipulate radiation, he began contemplating potential uses for the cores, perhaps as weapons to unleash upon enemies when they drew near. Nevertheless, he opted to sell the level 2 undead core to the store, as it could be exchanged for a special refresh card, which was vital for him. The quality of goods refreshed in the past few days had been disappointingly low, leaving him with a sense of having money, yet no place to spend it. Opening the store and utilizing the day as refresh opportunity, Shen felt a surge of anticipation as the 3 items rolled across the screen. Soon, 3 brand new products appeared at name. Electric fan 1. Price, 15 survival coins. Name. Water purification tablets 5. Price, 10 survival coins. Name. Dragon fruit 1. Price, 5 survival coins. Shen shook his head in disappointment. Indeed, there was nothing of value. What use was an electric fan to him? The crucial point was that there was no electricity. As for the water purification tablets, they might be essential supplies for other survivors. However, for Shen, he could effortlessly eliminate the radiation from water using his ability. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided to purchase the dragon fruit. After all, being a fruit, taking a bite each day to replenish vitamins can indeed be considered a worthwhile resource. Moreover, the price is quite reasonable. Subsequently, he directly utilized the store's special refresh card. Based on prior experience, items obtained using the store's special refresh card tend to exhibit significantly enhanced quality and caliber. The 3 items, Zinting, Task Card, and Shixiko, had never appeared in the regular store of freshes, suggesting that they could only materialize through the use of the special refresh card. Following the activation of the refresh card, a faint halo enveloped the store, and the positions of the 3 items began to rotate incessantly, with various unknown products passing by. Soon, 3 brand new items came to a halt before him. Item name, Bicycle 1. Price, 30 survival coins. Item name, Special Mosquito Repellent Incense 1 box. Price, 20 survival coins. Item name, Level 1 Corpse Slave 1 description. A controllable Level 1 corpse, incapable of comprehending complex commands, indistinguishable from ordinary corpses. Price, 100 survival coins. Notice, due to the utilization of the special refresh card, you may select 1 item from the 3 available free of charge. If the item's price exceeds 100 survival coins, this effect does not apply. As expected, the 3 items presented were truly distinctive, items that would not ordinarily appear. The first item, the bicycle, was certainly not a necessary purchase. However, the second item, the special mosquito repellent incense, was something Shen intended to acquire. There had consistently been an issue, whether in the initial shelter or the current train carriage refuge, involving the frequent appearance of small insects. Shen had come to understand that most creatures in this world had retreated underground due to the extreme cold, either hibernating or struggling to survive. Once they sensed warmth, they would approach as close as possible to the heat source. Within the shelter, the long-term burning of the fireplace created a veritable paradise for these wild insects, leading to a substantial increase in their numbers. But if they were merely harmless mosquitoes, it would not be a concern. However, in this post-apocalyptic world rife with radiation, it was entirely possible for more dangerous insects, akin to black centipedes, to be present. Thus, Purchasing the special mosquito-repellent incense was indeed necessary. As for the third item, Lu Shan found himself in a quandary. That a corpse slave? Merely reading the name left him perplexed. It was his first encounter with such a peculiar item. Spending 100 survival coins to bring back a corpse? This hardly seemed like a prudent transaction, yet he sensed that this item might possess greater significance than it appeared. Firstly, being a corpse slave, it would surely not attack its master, ensuring the safety of the corpse. Secondly, possessing a degree of control over the corpse equated to considerable combat potential, capable of defending the shelter and enhancing his own strength. Judging by these 2 points alone, the price was justifiable, marking it as a quality item. Additionally, another thought crossed Lu Shan's mind at this moment, his gaze fixated intently on the corpse slave before him. A question arose. Could this corpse slave potentially enhance its strength? Was there a chance it could evolve into a level 2 corpse? Or even a more powerful level 3 corpse? At least, in Lu Shan's view, there should theoretically be no issue. When he was in Teeling Town, the first level 2 corpse he encountered had been within a building, surrounded by several level 1 corpses, likely having absorbed its similarly ranked kin to achieve its breakthrough. With this thought, Lu Shan could not suppress a surge of excitement. It was worth noting that the area surrounding the train wreckage was teeming with hundreds of corpses. If he could hunt them all down and extract their radiation cores to nourish this corpse slave, perhaps its strength could reach an astonishing level. At that point, he would possess a formidable safeguard in this perilous post-apocalyptic world. With this in mind, Lu Shan ceased his hesitations and promptly spent 100 survival coins to purchase the corpse slave. That a faint glow flashed, and the corpse slave materialized before him. This corpse, resembling a middle-aged man, was grotesque in appearance, its skin bearing a putrid hue, with hollow, lifeless eyes devoid of any vitality or emotion, occasionally emitting low, mournful growls. Lu Shan paid little heed to its appearance, and instead attempted to issue it some simple commands. Run forward, attack in a certain direction, or squat in place. Among others, to his relief, the corpse obediently complied with these straightforward commands. Though its movements were slow, stiff, and exceedingly clumsy, it was still capable of following orders. As a mechanized enforcer, it was more than adequate. However, once Lu Shan issued more complex commands, the corpse faltered, appearing bewildered and unable to grasp his intentions. This situation aligned closely with the store's description. Clearly, this corpse did not differ significantly from ordinary corpses. Perhaps it merely possessed a faint flicker of intelligence, essentially akin to a beast. Nevertheless, in Lu Shan's perspective, whether this corpse possessed true intelligence was not the most critical issue. As long as it could obey his commands and refrain from attacking him, that would suffice. Subsequently, Lu Shan retrieved a level 1 radiation core. Placing the core before the corpse, his eyes shimmered with anticipation. However, seconds ticked by. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, as the radiation core neared its mouth. The corpse remained unresponsive, its gaze blankly fixed on the core. What is this situation? Lu Shan was taken aback, his confusion mounting. Logically, if the corpse could enhance its strength by consuming the radiation core, it would surely exhibit a strong desire for it, not remain so apathetic. Could it be that it simply disliked the flavor of this particular radiation core? Alternatively, it might be incapable of absorbing the core to enhance its strength. Seeing this, Lu Shan could not help but furrow his brow tightly. There had to be some underlying reason that he had yet to uncover. However, surrendering without further attempts left him feeling discontent. Ultimately, after a fierce internal struggle, Lu Shan gritted his teeth and opted for a more forceful approach. He commanded the corpse to open its mouth and forcibly shove the radiation core inside. Yet, he never anticipated that this reckless action would nearly cost the life of the 100 survival coin corpse. Although the corpse exhibited considerable resistance, it ultimately swallowed the radiation core. However, mere seconds later, a horrifying event unfolded. Contrary to expectations, the radiation core was not successfully absorbed by the corpse. Instead, as the core passed through its mouth and throat, the intense radiation energy began to ravage its already decayed flesh. The corpse's mouth and throat were quickly corroded, creating a horrifying gaping wound, from which dark, purulent blood flowed incessantly. The sudden surge of pain elicited a harrowing wail from the corpse, its cries reverberating through the icy brick fortress, sending chills down one's spine. Witnessing this, Shen was equally alarmed, promptly exercising his innate ability to forcibly extract the radiation core from the corpse's body. Fortunately, after a tumultuous ordeal, the corpse gradually regained its composure. After encountering such a setback, Shen finally ceased his actions, lost in contemplation. Previously, he would have firmly believed that by consuming the radiation cores of other corpses, enhancement was assured. However, following his recent experience, the matter seemed far more complex. It was highly likely that the method for corpse enhancement did not involve direct consumption of radiation cores, but rather some other means entirely. Moreover, there are several anomalies that warrant profound contemplation. Firstly, he observed no evident signs of mutual aggression among the corpses. If they could enhance their strength through consumption of one another, such harmony would be utterly inconceivable. Secondly, he had never witnessed a level 1 corpse successfully ascend to a level 2 by devouring the radiation core of another level 1 corpse. Suddenly, a pivotal realization struck him. The corpses, apart from their cranial region, were entirely composed of decayed, fibrous tissue, devoid of any internal organs. Thus, even if one were to consume a radiation core, how could it possibly absorb the energy contained within? With this thought, he smacked his forehead, recognizing the folly of his previous actions. That it was akin to tossing a radiation core into a pile of rotting flesh and expecting it to absorb the energy. Feeling somewhat exasperated, Shen scratched his head, his spirits dampened. If this corpse was incapable of enhancing its strength, its value would be diminished by dozens of times, rendering it slow even for menial labor. Not only was it weak, but its grotesque appearance would also be off-putting in a shelter. However, having invested 100 survival coins, Shen pondered for a moment, unwilling to concede so easily. Thus, after a brief contemplation, he resolved to adopt a different, more direct and brutal approach. He would directly channel radiation. Utilizing his innate talent, he would envelop the concentrated radiation energy within the level 1 core and forcibly draw it into the mind of the level 1 corpse. This endeavor would undoubtedly demand considerable effort on his part. The radiation in the soil was vastly inferior to that within the radiation core. The former resembled a gas, dispersed and sparse, requiring minimal exertion to extract. In contrast, the radiation within the core, in both quantity and quality, far exceeded his expectations, exacting a substantial toll on him. However, this time, the outcome was evidently promising. As the solidification energy drew near the corpse's cranium, it displayed no overt resistance. Instead, a glimmer of yearning flickered in its gaze. Is it working? A look of surprise illuminated Shen's face. He guided the dense radiation energy, akin to a swirling black mist, into the decaying skull, enveloping its own radiation core. That moment, a discernible change occurred in the corpse. Its vacant stare seemed to waver slightly, and its body writhed restlessly, emitting faint growls from its leaking throat. This transformation persisted for approximately 5 minutes. The once desiccated and repugnant corpse, with flesh hanging limply like tattered rags, began to show signs of improvement. Some muscle fibers started to tighten, regaining a semblance of resilience, wrapping around its skeletal structure. Although the changes were minute, Shen's keen perception did not miss them. It appeared that the corpse's body was exceedingly fragile, incapable of withstanding the energy from the radiation core. To enhance its strength, it would need to utilize the radiation core within its mind to absorb other radiation energies. Shen bowed his head in contemplation, grasping the underlying principle. Although this method was more arduous and exacted a greater toll on him, any means of strengthening was worth the effort. He estimated that drawing energy from a level 1 radiation core would consume approximately 15 of his innate ability. This implied that within a single day, he could channel energy from 5 radiation cores for the corpse to absorb. After deliberation, Shen picked up another radiation core and commenced the extraction. He intended to use 35 of his innate ability, reserving 25 for contingencies during his explorations. The subsequent process unfolded remarkably smoothly. The corpse stood in a daze, allowing the concentrated radiation energy to envelop its radiation core, while its strength steadily increased. Within its mind, the radiation core deepened, and the energy grew more potent and substantial. Initially, the radiation energy within the core was akin to a mere bowl of water, yet it had now expanded by 50. In reality, absorbing a radiation core did not equate to fully converting its energy into a part of oneself. Throughout the absorption process, a significant amount was expended, with an absorption rate of approximately 50. Thus, the corpse's enhancement was not as swift as anticipated. As the radiation core surged, the desiccated and decayed flesh on the corpse's exterior became more taut and resilient, resembling a thick layer of aged leather. Remarkably, even its size appeared to have slightly increased, gradually aligning towards that of a level 2 corpse. After absorbing the energy from 3 radiation cores, the corpse had undergone a notable transformation, appearing significantly more robust. A glimmer of delight appeared on Lu Shen's face. If this pace of enhancement continued, the corpse would soon attain level 2. Possessing a level 2 corpse for protection would greatly ensure his safety, whether venturing out to scavenge resources or facing conflict with other survivors. Strictly speaking, a survivor awakened with physical enhancement abilities would possess strength comparable to that of a level 2 corpse. In a life-and-death struggle, the two would likely face off with equal chances of victory or defeat. More importantly, the methods by which survivors could enhance their abilities remained largely unknown. Conversely, this corpse could continuously absorb radiation cores to acquire even greater strength. If a level 2 corpse proved so formidable, what then of a level 3? Lu Shen could already envision this corpse potentially becoming his greatest shield. At noon, the meal was still a simple affair, primarily consisting of corn cakes and pickled radishes. Within the carriage, Lu Shen chewed on the corn cakes, washed down with lukewarm water and radish slices, each bite scraping his throat, causing him to roll his eyes in discomfort. The nearby fireplace continued to blaze, accompanied by a plate of insect-repelling incense, its faint fragrance enveloping the carriage, adding a touch of warmth to the atmosphere. As for the corpse, due to its unsightly appearance and overwhelming stench, Lu Shen had opted not to allow it inside the train carriage. Instead, it remained silently beneath the ice-brick fortress. Simultaneously, in an effort to simplify daily references, he had named this corpse Lu Shen. As the clock inched towards 2 in the afternoon, it was time for his daily excursion. Lu Shen checked the weather for the day. Weather report. Temperature, -16.6 C. Climate, moderate snow, wind speed of 9. Radiation, mild. If outdoor activity exceeds 132 minutes today, radiation will invade the human body, and as night falls, radiation levels will continue to rise. Urgent reminder, approximately 45 days from now, a severe blizzard is expected. At that time, temperatures will plummet, snowfall will increase, wind speeds will exceed level 15, and radiation will intensify, significantly reducing exploration time. Survivors are urged to prepare accordingly. In addition to the routine information, this weather update included an urgent alert. After reviewing it, Lu Shen furrowed his brow slightly. A severe blizzard? He found it hard to fathom the ferocity of a calamity that could be classified as such by the system. After all, the current daily snowfall and the living conditions of the survivors were already dire enough. Countless survivors had perished on this frigid terrain, leaving little hope for survival. What could an even more severe blizzard possibly entail? In the depths of his heart, Lu Shen quietly devised a plan in the days to come. Aside from his journey to Jingning Town, it was imperative to make additional preparations for the impending fierce snowstorm. For instance, he needed to stockpile more firewood, fortify the defenses of the shelter, and perhaps even expand IT for today's tasks. They remained consistent with yesterday's, continuing to gather timber and exploring the surrounding environment. Dressed in his gear and accompanied by the zombie Lu Shen stepped into the vast, swirling snowstorm. He returned to the same location as the previous day, providing the decaying corpse Lu Shen with an axe. And together they set about felling trees. However, the efficiency of the zombie was markedly diminished. Although its strength rivaled that of human, its movements were stiff and awkward, reminiscent of an old, rusty automobile. Lu Shen could fell a tree in merely 20 minutes, while Lu Shen often required over 40. Nonetheless, having an extra pair of hands was a source of comfort for Lu Shen in 40 minutes. They managed to chop down 3 trees, sufficient for their needs for a while. Lu Shen refrained from further cutting. Understanding the importance of sustainable resource management, there was no need to exhaust their supplies entirely. With the presence of Lu Shi, the task of transporting the timber no longer fell solely on Lu Shen's shoulders. The zombie dutifully carried the heavy logs towards the shelter, albeit at a slower pace. Yet the completion of the task was commendable. Each time, it toiled without complaint, dragging an entire tree to the entrance of the ice brick fortress, leaving Lu Shen to simply haul it inside. Lu Shen himself was not idle. He began repairing and reinforcing the ice brick fortress. The shelter remained the most crucial element of survival in this apocalyptic world, ensuring his safety and providing him with the means to endure. Thus, the fortitude of the shelter directly influenced the challenges he faced in survival. In his efforts for this reinforcement, Lu Shen had two primary considerations. Firstly, he aimed to add another layer of ice bricks to the outer layer of the existing fortress, thereby enhancing the thickness of the ice walls to prevent collapse under the onslaught of the blizzard and the zombie attacks. Secondly, he needed to expand the area of the ice brick fortress. Initially, the fortress had been constructed with the intent of conserving materials and expediting the building process, resulting in a size only slightly larger than a train carriage, barely sufficient to cover it. The space left over was too limited even for stacking firewood, let alone storing other items. For the sake of better future survival, Lu Shen deemed it necessary to expand, thereby increasing his operational space. With his plan set, Lu Shen acted decisively. He first began the expansion at the rear of the train carriage, which faced away from the wind and featured a relatively flat area suitable for extending the shelter. Lu Shen set to work, breaking through the ice brick fortress at the back to create a door approximately 2m in size. He then crafted ice bricks and constructed a small room protruding about 3m outward, forming a rectangular prism. Thus, he extended a cubic room measuring 2m, 3m from the original fortress, which could serve as a storage space for firewood and other items. Why not make it larger? Simply due to a lack of time. After all, he still needed to fortify the shelter, and time was of the essence. Once he completed this task, over an hour had passed that Lu Shen hurriedly began producing ice bricks, utilizing nearly all his molds to work at the fastest pace possible. However, as he gazed at the solid ice bricks, an idea suddenly struck him. Could his talent for solidification enhance the strength of the ice bricks? Without hesitation, Lu Shen employed solidification to compress the ice bricks. Yet after a mere trial, he chose to abandon the effort that it was not without effect. Under the influence of solidification, the ice bricks indeed became thinner, their color deepening significantly, and their density and hardness increased substantially. If every ice brick could be compressed, the overall defense of the ice walls would reach an unprecedented level. However, the energy consumption was exceedingly high. Compressing solid materials required a considerable amount of talent energy, comparable to compressing steel. Perhaps, when his strength was formidable enough, he could manage this task with greater ease. For now, it was wiser to focus on fortifying the structure. He proceeded to layer another set of ice bricks over the outer wall of the fortress, a task that proved relatively simple. He merely had to affix the ice bricks to the existing walls and pour some water to solidify them. Consequently, in just over an hour, he reinforced the four walls, increasing their thickness by approximately 5 cm. As for the arched ice wall atop the fortress, it had accumulated a thick layer of snow. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Shen climbed to the roof to clear most of the snow, leaving about 10 centimeters. He then poured water over the remaining snow to melt it, which would quickly freeze into a thick layer of ice at such low temperatures, effectively serving as reinforcement. By the time he completed all these tasks, the exploration period was nearly over. The zombie Lu Shi had successfully dragged back 4 large trees to the ice brick fortress, marking a successful conclusion to the day's work. That Lu Shen couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency of the zombie. With its considerable strength and unwavering diligence, it provided him with invaluable assistance, an extra pair of free labor. Had it not been for the zombie's somewhat endearing appearance, Lu Shen might have considered it a meal, especially given its growing laziness. Upon returning to the shelter, in appreciation for Lu Shi's hard work, Lu Shen once again utilized his remaining talent to channel radiation energy from 2 radiation cores for the zombie to absorb. After the absorption, Lu Shi's physique grew even more robust, nearing the threshold of a level 2 zombie. However, Lu Shen was still somewhat puzzled about how the wandering zombies outside enhanced their strength. Other level 2 zombies had not received his assistance in channeling radiation. How had they managed to evolve? Was it solely through the absorption of ambient radiation? This seemed plausible, but the efficiency would undoubtedly be low, prolonging their advancement. After some contemplation, Lu Shen devised a promising method. He exited the train carriage, approached the ice brick fortress, crafted several ice bricks, and constructed a refrigerator-like structure standing 1.8 meters tall, just enough to accommodate a person standing within. He then excavated several small compartments inside, resembling niches, and filled them with all the radiation cores. After securing Lu Shi inside, he sealed the door. This created a relatively enclosed space saturated with radiation cores, which could potentially accelerate the zombies' enhancement process. The night passed with fierce winds and swirling snow, darkening the skies. The following day, Lu Shen routinely tended to the corpses of the zombies outside the fortress before checking the refrigerator. Upon opening it, his eyes widened in astonishment, and a delighted smile graced his lips. It worked. Inside the refrigerator, the zombie had significantly bulked up. Its previously gaunt muscle fibers now radiated strength, and even its gaze bore a newfound intensity. Lu Shen sensed a powerful aura emanating from it. Overnight, this level 1 zombie had successfully broken through to level 2, experiencing a substantial enhancement in strength out of course, while the refrigerator played a significant role. It was merely supplementary. In truth, after absorbing 5 level 1 radiation cores yesterday, Lu Shi was already on the cusp of evolving into a level 2 zombie, merely needing a final push. Spending the night in an environment rich with radiation energy allowed it to absorb even more, ultimately facilitating its transformation. Today marked the day of their journey to Jingning Town, and Lu Shi's timely breakthrough and enhanced strength left Lu Shen elated. Initially, he had harbored concerns about today's undertaking, but with the support of a level 2 zombie, his arsenal of formidable means had grown. Coupled with Shirley and his own strength, they now represented a formidable force, even when faced with other survivor factions. There was no need for excessive trepidation. This afternoon, they could confidently proceed to Jingning Town. At this moment, Shirley had sent a communication. "Shungu, are we heading to Jingning Town today? Should we prepare anything? Just bring your weapons, check your injuries, and once we confirm everything is all right, we can set off." Lu Shen casually replied. By the time it was past 2 in the afternoon, the severe blizzard gradually calmed down, and the outside world seemed to take a brief respite after enduring a cataclysm, restoring the environment to its optimal state. Compared to previous days, the weather today was remarkably pleasant. The howling wind and snow had diminished significantly, and the radiation levels had dropped to a mild degree, allowing for an astonishing outdoor duration of 152 minutes, marking one of the longest periods ever recorded. Lu Shen took a deep breath. Despite the improvement in conditions, he remained exceptionally vigilant, for today's mission was anything but simple. He and Shirley cautiously emerged from the train carriage refuge, stepping into a world blanketed in snow. With each footfall, the sound of the snow crunching beneath them echoed sharply in the eerily silent atmosphere. Behind them, approximately 100 meters away, a second-tier corpse lay concealed in the snow, maintaining a careful distance to avoid detection. This was his greatest trump card. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, this level 2 corpse would prove to be of paramount importance. The two men pressed onward, with the derelict train station about 3 kilometers from Jingning Town. This 3-kilometer stretch was neither particularly long nor short, yet traversing the desolate wilderness of the apocalypse required utmost alertness with every step. After several minutes, the silhouette of Jingning Town appeared before them. It was indeed a sizable settlement, quietly standing amidst the snowstorm, with numerous buildings visible in the vast expanse of white. Most of these structures were 2- or 3-story self-built homes, once vibrant with the warmth of life, now lay in ruins, exuding a haunting desolation under the ravages of the apocalypse. The streets meandered between the houses, where signs of shops swayed precariously in the wind and snow. Lu Shen and Shirley did not recklessly approach the town. Instead, they cautiously lingered at the periphery. They were acutely aware that, beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of this town, Hidden dangers likely lurked. As they gazed into the heart of the town, they could faintly discern numerous corpses roaming the streets like soulless husks. These grotesque figures, some dragging their mutilated limbs and others emitting chilling growls, numbered at least 50 or 60. The sight of such a massive horde of corpses sent shivers down their spines, explaining why other survivors hesitated to venture into this town. Even those awakened with talents would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with such a multitude of corpses, just as the two men focused intently on assessing the town situation. The survival radio in Lu Shan's pocket crackled to life, its sound starkly jarring in the stillness. The voice of Bai Lin came through. "Mr. Lu, we have arrived. Please make your way to a valley directly east. Everyone can gather there." Upon hearing this news, Lu Shan's heart tightened slightly. The next phase might be one of the most perilous aspects of this operation. The dangers within the town's ruins were, after all, anticipated and thus manageable. It was the uncertainty surrounding other survivors that truly concerned him. Could they be forthright? Would conflicts arise? Were there hidden threats? All remained to be seen. Lu Shan and Shirley exchanged a glance before making their way toward the valley to the east. Throughout their journey, they remained on high alert. Before long, a valley came into view, where 7 or 8 figures had already gathered. Lu Shan and Shirley slowed their pace, observing the individuals with heightened caution. A brief glance revealed that most were standing in small clusters, their stances alert, as if prepared for any potential danger. Clearly, familiarity among the group was limited when Lu Shan and Shirley arrived. They immediately drew the attention of others, who curiously scrutinized them. Upon noticing Shirley's towering stature of over 2 meters and his robust physique, many could not help but raise their eyebrows. In this apocalyptic world, a figure of Shirley's height and build, even without awakened talents, was far superior in combat prowess compared to ordinary survivors. Should he possess awakened abilities, his strength would undoubtedly be even greater. In contrast, Lu Shan, with his relatively average build, was naturally overlooked against Shirley's imposing presence. However, Lu Shan was indifferent to this. Being unnoticed could, in fact, be advantageous. Moreover, survival in this desolate world relied not solely on physical strength, but also on intelligence, courage, and the composure and decisiveness needed in the face of danger. The atmosphere in the valley felt tense and somewhat oppressive. Although they had gathered, an unspoken barrier lingered among them, and no one knew if the person beside them might betray them in a critical moment, resorting to unscrupulous means for a mere scrap of survival resources. Ahem, there's no need for such tension. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bai Lin, and I believe many of you have been in contact with me. The gentleman beside me should also be familiar to you, Mr. Zhao Zhongyang. A refined middle-aged man spoke up first, smiling. Zhao Zhongyang appeared to be in his middle years, with a square jaw and an authoritative demeanor, projecting an image of a gentle leader as he nodded warmly at the crowd. "Greetings. I am Zhao Zhongyang, that I sincerely appreciate your willingness to gather here for my sake." Zhao Zhongyang cleared his throat before continuing. Lu Shan raised an eyebrow. The man spoke with an air of officialdom that made him feel somewhat drowsy. However, it was evident that Zhao Zhongyang was likely not an ordinary officer, but rather a figure of considerable rank within the police department. Zhao Zhongyang's gaze was profound, his voice resonant. As he continued, "We have encountered an unknown disaster, converging in this apocalyptic realm, where each individual lives in dire straits. I have witnessed many perish, some frozen to death, others starved, and many slain by the corpses that, if this continues, it is only a matter of time before all survivors meet their end in this perilous land, including all of you. Do not dismiss my words as mere exaggeration. Even if you possess awakened talents, granting you strength beyond that of ordinary individuals, when a human populace dwindles and the living conditions worsen, can any of you survive solely by your own strength on this land? Thus, the purpose of my gathering is simple: to construct a safe haven, impervious to radiation, where survivors can congregate. Survivors of lesser strength, those without prospects, can find opportunities for survival within this sanctuary. You may also join as the initial batch of administrators, working together to ensure the safety of this place. Of course, if you prefer not to join the sanctuary, you may regard it as a venue for trade and exchange. In any case, We have a chance to carve out a sanctuary amidst this apocalypse, safeguarding a haven for survivors. The more Lu Shen listened, the more bewildered he became, feeling as though he had stumbled into a pyramid scheme. The familiar rhetoric and impassioned voice nearly ignited his fervor. However, reason reigned over emotion, prompting him to delve deeper into the implications of these words that in essence, Zhao Zhongyang's assertions held merit. Establishing a sanctuary would indeed be a boon for the surrounding survivors. Regardless of Zhao Zhongyang's disposition or the sincerity of his words, the objective was sound. For those survivors who were faring relatively well, the existence of a sanctuary for mutual trading would be immensely beneficial. Consequently, the nearby survivors fell into contemplation. However, a cold-faced female survivor in her 30s suddenly interjected, "Officer Zhao, while I can accept what you propose, there are only 10 of us present. Surely you did not intend to invite merely these individuals?" Zhao Zhongyang paused briefly, smiling before responding, "Ideally, there would be more, but I cannot ascertain how many will actually come." The crowd murmured in response. "What the hell?" From the back, a gaunt old man chimed in. "In this town's ruins, there are nearly 100 corpses. Relying solely on our small number to occupy this area seems rather unrealistic, doesn't it?" Bai Linin pondered for a moment before speaking. "To be honest, everyone, our initial intention was never to occupy this town's ruins. Oh, what do you mean? The area of this town is far too vast, and the number of decaying corpses is overwhelming. It is indeed a fanciful notion to think we can clear it with just our small group," Zhao Zhongyang interjected. "Moreover, using a town's ruins as a gathering point is exceedingly conspicuous, making us susceptible to attacks from the undead and mutated creatures, not to mention the covetous eyes of other survivors. Therefore, we have but one objective: to infiltrate the central zone of the town's ruins, locate that special willow tree, and gather a batch to bring back. Subsequently, we shall establish a concealed underground gathering place around the outskirts of the ruins. This not only provides greater concealment, but also keeps us close enough for continued exploration, allowing us to extract resources from the ruins to ensure our future development." "I see." Lu Shen nodded slightly. Viewed from this perspective, the plan was considerably refined and more pragmatic. That if the goal were to eliminate all the undead and seize Jingming Town, he would certainly turn around and walk away, never daring to wade through such murky waters. However, even so, the difficulty remained substantial. Traversing a long distance in a place with such high corpse density to reach the town center and gather the mutated willow would undoubtedly pose significant dangers. "What exactly should our course of action be?" a relatively young female survivor inquired. In truth, this was a question shared by many, and once voiced, all eyes turned towards Bai Linin and Zhao Zhongyang. After a brief contemplation, Bai Linin replied, "There is no fixed plan. You may devise your own methods. You can act independently or form groups, with the sole aim of collecting the mutated willow branches. Officer Zhao and I have calculated that 1 pound of mutated willow branches can support the establishment of a 20 gathering point. Ultimately, we will plan the construction of the gathering point based on the quantity of collected branches, with those who gather more naturally receiving a greater share of the benefits." The crowd nodded in agreement. If they were to act collectively and follow orders, it would certainly place them in a difficult position. For all survivors, trust among each other was insufficient, leading to a natural desire for independence in their actions. Zhao Zhongyang glanced at his watch and said, "Time is of the essence. Let us commence our actions. Bai Linin and I will also act together and regroup here afterwards. What say you?" "Sounds good. Let be arranged." "Agreed." As the crowd dispersed, a palpable silence enveloped them as they gradually vanished into the swirling snow, evidently without intentions of acting in unison. However, after taking a few steps, Lu Shen suddenly halted, his gaze fixed in surprise. "What is wrong, Shingo?" Lu Shen did not respond, but instead turned his eyes backward, coldly stating, "Come out. How much longer must you hide?" The wind howled behind him, but not a sound betrayed the presence of another 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The world seemed to fall into a profound silence. After a moment of disarray in the wind, Shirley scratched his head in exasperation, saying, "Shingo, why are you doing this again? It seems there is nobody here. Let us just go to..." Elyushin remained unfazed, casting a cool glance at him. Do you think my talent is trivial? The moment those words left his lips, Shirley was taken aback, a flicker of contemplation crossing his not-so-bright features. Shen's gaze remained fixed on a particular direction, his expression icy and indifferent. Shirley began to understand that Shen was not jesting. His own vigilance heightened as he took a cautious step forward, fists clenched. Shen's talent was not solely for manipulation. He often utilized it to obscure his tracks, rendering his movements more clandestine on this occasion. However, to avoid revealing his ability during the meeting with other survivors, he had not concealed his footprints. Nevertheless, he still infused the surrounding snow with his energy, maintaining a state poised between pulling and not pulling, a condition that enabled him to probe his surroundings and sidestep unnecessary troubles. Just moments ago, he had distinctly sensed subtle disturbances in the snow behind him, indicative of someone having treaded there, but if such disturbances persisted, it signified that someone was following closely. After a full 10 seconds, a figure finally emerged from behind a rock. Is there truly someone? Shirley's expression darkened, his demeanor shifting to one ready for combat. Shen remained equally alert, his gaze fixed on the newcomer. Clad in heavy garments with their face obscured by a hood and mask, the identity of the individual was shrouded in mystery. However, he vaguely recalled that this person had spoken earlier and appeared to be a young woman. "Who are you? What is your purpose?" Shen inquired, his tone grave. The newcomer did not answer immediately, instead pausing for a moment before responding. "Is your surname Liu? Shen? Shen." He was acutely aware that since arriving here, he had never disclosed his name to anyone. Among all present, only Bai Linen and Shirley might have known his true identity. "Bai Linen told you my name?" The figure shook her head and replied, "No, I just thought your voice sounded familiar." As she spoke, she removed her mask, revealing a gentle and intelligent visage. Her natural beauty, devoid of makeup, was nonetheless striking. "You are..." Shen raised an eyebrow, deep in thought. The woman sighed. "In our sophomore year, did you not date someone?" Shen rubbed his head, still somewhat perplexed, and nodded slightly. "I suppose so. But you've changed quite a bit. I hardly recognize you. How have you been all these years?" Notably, the woman's lips twitched, and she covered her forehead as if in disbelief. "I truly do not wish to scold you. I am your former girlfriend's roommate. We've only met once or twice." Shen awkwardly touched his nose, realizing the embarrassment of the situation. This was indeed many years ago, and his memory had clearly faded. Yet, at that moment, some recollections began to resurface, and he recognized her. Shueya, a clinical medicine major, shared the same cohort as him. She was the roommate of his ex-girlfriend. Though they had crossed paths, they were not particularly acquainted. Encountering someone from his past in this foreign land filled Shen with a sense of wonder. It was indeed a remarkable coincidence. "Shueya, right?" Shen smiled. "I thought once we graduated, I would never see my former classmates again. Yet here we are. What a twist of fate that I also found your voice familiar, which led me to confirm it. I didn't expect you to recognize me." Shueya donned her mask once more, leaving only her eyes visible. Shen nodded slightly, but refrained from further pleasantries, instead asking, "Putting that aside, what are your plans?" "To infiltrate the town's ruins. I won't be going in alone. My strength is limited, so I plan to browse around outside and gather some supplies," Shueya stated calmly. "Limited strength," Shen murmured, somewhat skeptical. Given that Bai Linen had specifically invited her, it was highly likely she had awakened her own abilities. Perhaps her combat prowess was not particularly outstanding, yet she certainly possessed unique skills. After all, a young woman surviving in this apocalyptic world and appearing to thrive must have her own means. "What are your plans? Will you join this uncle in infiltrating the town's ruins?" "Uncle?" Shirley scanned the surroundings, incredulous as he pointed to himself. "Ahem, I'm only 19. Just call me younger brother," Shen explained with resignation. Then added, "We will act according to the situation, that if it becomes too dangerous, we won't venture too deep." "All right. Since we each have our plans, it is indeed better to act independently," Shueya replied with commendable discretion. "Yes, encountering you here is fate. Let us keep in touch. Shall we add each other as friends?" "Certainly." Shen casually sent a message through the communication channel, prompting Shueya to click on the option to add him as a friend. After a brief exchange, The two fell silent, parting ways without further conversation or any joint actions, each heading in a different direction. Although they were once acquainted, their familiarity had faded with the years, rendering them almost strangers to one another. Lu Shan, she was scarcely different from an unknown individual. Yet, Shuya herself possessed significant value. She was a graduate in clinical medicine and had reportedly pursued further studies. Her expertise in clinical medicine was likely to be exceptionally high. In a post-apocalyptic world, a doctor capable of treating common ailments and managing injuries was worth far more than one could imagine. For instance, Shirley had sustained severe injuries from a surprise attack, which would take an extensive period to heal naturally, leaving him with deep wounds even now. Full recovery would require at least several months. Partly due to the severity of the injuries and partly due to the absence of professional medical care, it was solely due to Shirley's robust constitution and decent living conditions, along with Lu Shan's assistance in treating and managing his wounds, that he had managed to endure. Had it been another survivor, they would have likely succumbed to their injuries long ago. Thus, it was evident that Shuya, as a talented student in clinical medicine, held immense intrinsic value, that if she proved to be of good character and not unpleasant, there would indeed be merit in fostering a connection, as she represented a vital networking resource. As Lucian contemplated this, he arrived at the edge of the town's ruins, redirecting his focus to the task at hand. Even now, he harbored some reservations about the day's plan. Zhao Zhongyang and Bai Linen were undoubtedly correct. Establishing a gathering place would indeed be beneficial for all survivors. However, the challenge of venturing into the heart of the town's ruins to collect branches from mutated willow trees was far more formidable than anticipated, presenting considerable danger. How many individuals had the capability to traverse a sea of corpses and delve into the town's center? Lu Shan felt that, given his own strength, accomplishing such a feat would be exceedingly difficult. Conversely, if they confined their search to the outskirts of the ruins, the risk would be significantly diminished, and the yield would likely be satisfactory. Thus, he remained ambivalent about whether to penetrate deeper into the town or to explore its periphery. "Shirley, what do you think we should do?" he inquired. Shirley scratched his head, squinting at the surrounding debris, and replied, "For safety's sake, I think we should stay cautious." Lu Shan nodded in agreement, saying, "Then let us explore the outskirts, gathering whatever useful resources we can. There is no need to take unnecessary risks in this apocalyptic world, regardless of the circumstances or objectives. Personal safety remained paramount. There was no necessity to endanger oneself for the ideals of others." This principle had always guided Lu Shan, for in a world rife with ruins and peril, every decision could be a matter of life and death. That moment, Lu Shan and Shirley remained vigilant to their surroundings, gradually approaching the edge of the town's ruins. Once a thriving scene, Jingning Town now lay in ruins, reduced to crumbling walls and an overwhelming silence. They cautiously entered one of the still-standing buildings, hoping to uncover usable resources within. The condition here mirrored that of the previous ruins they had explored, dilapidated and severely damaged. The walls bore faded marks that reflected a once vibrant past, now overshadowed by desolation. Numerous holes marred the roof, allowing faint light to filter through and illuminate the dust-laden floor. The availability of resources was pitifully scarce, clearly having been ravaged by countless previous scavengers, although the environment within Jingning Town was exceedingly perilous, making it difficult for survivors to scavenge. Even the areas close to the outskirts had been thoroughly pillaged, leaving behind only trivial everyday items. Lu Shan and Shirley searched room by room, not overlooking any corner that might conceal supplies. Yet, after scouring for entire buildings, their haul was dishearteningly meager. Merely 3 bags of salt, 5 bags of sugar, and some expired, moldy bread. "Brother Shen, it seems the outskirts have been picked clean as well. If we want to find more, we will have to venture deeper inside." Shirley lamented. Disappointment etched across his face. Gazing at the scant supplies in his hands, he recognized that while sugar and salt were indeed valuable resources, their yield was woefully inadequate for their survival. Lu Shan maintained a calm demeanor. He too understood this reality. However, the pervasive presence of corpses in the town posed a significant threat. The consequences of being surrounded by the undead were unthinkable. A thought flickered through his mind. Was it truly worth risking so much for a handful of resources and some mutated willow branches? But soon, a new idea took root. Perhaps there was no need to take such risks. If the dangers stem from the corpses, why not lure them deeper into the town, allowing him to collect the mutated willow branches safely? This approach could not only ensure his safety, but might also yield greater rewards. After careful deliberation, Lu Shan instructed, "Shirley, you stay here and gather resources. No matter how few you find, I will venture closer to the heart of the town to assess the surrounding situation." Shirley frowned slightly, concern evident on his face. "Brother, you're not planning to go in alone, are you? It would be safer if we went together. Rest assured, even if I were to toss you in, I wouldn't risk myself." Lu Shan retorted with a smirk. Shirley blinked in surprise. "Brother Shen, you're truly sincere. Flattery won't get you anywhere. Stop wasting time and start collecting resources," Lu Shan chided. Patting Shirley on the shoulder before departing alone, cautiously approaching the depths of the town's ruins. The number of corpses on the outskirts was indeed sparse, allowing Lu Shan to progress relatively smoothly. However, after penetrating 2 or 3 buildings, the number of corpses increased noticeably, either wandering aimlessly in the streets or congregating at the entrances of various houses, emitting low, guttural growls. Shen dared not act recklessly. He found a relatively concealed house and stealthily slipped inside. There, he began to control the undead. Although the undead had not yet manifested, they maintained a distance of 1 to 200 meters behind him, ensuring they could rush to his aid if needed without attracting the attention of others. Shen focused intently on the task at hand, feeling the faint connection he shared with the undead. After a minute, the undead gradually approached. Standing before him, Shen cautiously directed them to venture deeper into Jingning Town and issued commands for them to collect branches from the mutated willow trees. The branches of these trees possessed unique properties. Acquiring them could potentially aid their survival in the days to come. For himself, he ascended to the 3rd-floor attic of a rural, self-built house, taking a commanding position to observe the situation. From this vantage point, he could see most of the town's expanse. Though the view was somewhat obscured, it sufficed for him to grasp the general circumstances. While controlling the undead, he could also keep an eye on the movements of other survivors. Regardless of the situation, information remained an invaluable resource. Previously, by Lin Yin and Zhao Zhongyang's descriptions of Jingning Town had been rather vague, and many details were suspect. Thus, Lu Shan was not inclined to fully trust their words. He must personally investigate the specific circumstances within the town. With his own eyes, he observes that the undead are steadily advancing deeper into the area, oblivious to the peculiarities that surround them. The undead move with remarkable swiftness and agility, skillfully avoiding the main thoroughfares and making their way along a relatively concealed path, striving to attract as little attention as possible from other corpses, thereby sidestepping unnecessary troubles. Shen silently surveys his surroundings, his keen gaze methodically scanning every detail, while also noting the movements of several other survivors from the earlier assembly. It is evident that there are a total of 10 seekers of survival, roughly divided into 6 groups. Some are pairs of allies, while others have chosen the path of solitary existence. Among them, Bai Lin and Zhao Zhongyang, himself and Shirley, as well as another unfamiliar pair of a man and woman. All belong to the category of paired action. The relationships among them are relatively close, as it is nearly impossible to forge weak bonds in such a harsh environment of survival, with allies at hand. Whether confronting the dangers of exploration or coping with the solitude of life, they can mutually support one another, which is far superior to the plight of acting alone. The remaining 4, however, operate independently. One of whom is Shuya. Within Lu Shan's line of sight, he can effortlessly trace their approximate locations through the clear footprints left in the snow. Shuya is not far off, perhaps driven by trust in a familiar face, or perhaps a subconscious belief that proximity to Lu Shan would afford her a measure of safety. Thus, she has not strayed far, the distance between them merely a little over 30 meters. She too has refrained from venturing deep into the town and is instead scavenging for survival supplies in a comparatively safe area. Additionally, Lu Shan notices 2 distinct sets of footprints extending into the heart of the town's ruins, both belonging to pairs, clearly Bai Lin and Zhao Zhongyang. along with the other couple, have ultimately chosen to venture toward the town center to collect branches from the mutated willow trees. The branches of these mutated willows hold extraordinary significance in the current environment. Lu Shen comprehends their choice. Personal safety is indeed paramount, but the importance of the mutated willow branches cannot be overstated. Moreover, they are crucial for future survival. If Zhao Zhongyang can indeed fashion a safe haven free from radiation using the mutated willow branches, it would undoubtedly attract a multitude of surrounding survivors seeking refuge. This would mark the establishment of the first gathering place, and if he could partake in its construction and secure certain rights and privileges within it, it would greatly benefit future endeavors. There will always be individuals yearning to restore order within this chaotic world, longing for a relatively stable living environment or a refuge devoid of radiation. For them, the value of a gathering place is exceedingly high, and so too is the worth of the mutated willow branches. Perhaps that couple shares such aspirations, recognizing the immense potential behind the mutated willow branches and are thus willing to take the risk. Even if a gathering place is not established, the utility of these mutated willow branches remains significant. They could be transported back to create a refuge, serving as a makeshift substitute for an independent refuge corps. Thus, Lu Shen quietly observes, keeping a watchful eye on the movements of the undead. However, just as he believes everything is unfolding according to his observations and predictions, an unexpected turn of events occurs. After a period of scrutiny, Lu Shen's gaze suddenly sharpens, his attention drawn to two directions in the southwestern part of the town, his brow furrowing involuntarily. For in that direction, he has unexpectedly spotted several footprints. This sudden revelation sends a jolt through him, prompting him to murmur, why are there people over there? They total 10 individuals, all having entered the town's ruins from the eastern valley. Logically, all footprints should originate from the east. How could they possibly appear in the west and south? Furthermore, he even discerns a few tracks of 3 individuals walking in tandem. If all the footprints are accounted for, the number of individuals has clearly exceeded 10. Have other survivors arrived as well? And it appears their numbers are not insignificant. Lu Shen's brow tightens, his mind racing with countless thoughts. Initially, while the situation within the town's ruins was perilous, it remained within his control. After all, he could surmise the movements of these 10 individuals. Yet now, with the sudden emergence of these additional footprints, the entire scenario has become increasingly complex, a new group of unknown survivors, their exact numbers unclear. Their identities remain a mystery. Their intentions are wholly uncertain. This not only intensifies the competition for resources, but also creates a fertile ground for conflict. Lu Shen's brow remains furrowed, his expression grave. After a brief moment of contemplation, he realizes that this matter is far from simple. He retrieves his survival radio and contacts Bai Linen and Shirley, sending them 2 messages to inform them of the situation. Shirley, engrossed in gathering supplies, is taken aback upon hearing Lu Shen's words. What? Outsiders have arrived? What should we do, Shunge? This place is already dangerous. Having more outsiders will only complicate matters further. As he speaks, he instinctively tightens his fists, his expression growing serious. In no matter, we must exercise caution. We currently know nothing about these newcomers, their origins or intentions. For now, we shall remain on standby. Shirley nods vigorously, replying, understood, in a concealed corner of a dilapidated street. Bai Linen and Zhao Zhongyang remain hidden, their expressions relatively calm as they read the message in their hands. Bai Lin merely raises an eyebrow slightly, showing no signs of panic, and whispers, it seems someone is approaching. This aligns closely with our original plan. Zhao Zhongyang nods in agreement, saying, let's explain the situation to Lu Xiaoyu. While we have our own plans, we should not endanger others because of them. All right, soon, a message is dispatched. Mr. Lu, there is no need for excessive concern. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Bai Linen's voice is calm as he explains, the value of the mutated willow branches is immense. With them, we can establish a safe refuge and gathering place. Such good fortune will undoubtedly attract other survivors seeking to collect them. Moreover, relying solely on our 10 individuals to safely traverse the town, evade all the undead, gather mutated willow branches, and return unharmed is exceedingly difficult. The arrival of this group will only benefit our efforts. as it may divert some of the undead, thereby enhancing everyone's safety. Just stay vigilant and try to avoid conflict if any issues arise. Feel free to seek my assistance. Shen is momentarily taken aback, pondering Bai Linen's words, sensing there is some merit to them. Yet he cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. He presses further. With more people, the situation becomes chaotic. It may be challenging to maintain control. Is this part of your plan? Bai Linen chuckles softly, a glint of determination in his eyes. Shen, you must understand that establishing a gathering place cannot be achieved by one or two individuals alone. The more people that come today, the greater the likelihood of successfully constructing a gathering. Upon hearing this, Shen is momentarily stunned, as if a realization dawns upon him, muttering to himself, "So that's it? This was your original plan?" At this moment, he begins to grasp that Bai Linen and Zhao Zhongyang likely purposefully exposed information to attract more survivors to the potential of the mutated willow branches. Those who are capable of traversing such distances to explore Jingning Town are likely not weak in ability. This stronger group of survivors could, on one hand, draw the undead away, thus distributing the dangers within the town's ruins, thereby increasing the success rate of gathering mutated willow branches. That, on the other hand, each survivor possesses unique talents. Perhaps some have more specialized means to acquire the branches safely. For Zhao Zhongyang and Bai Linen, today's objective seems straightforward: to gather as many mutated willow branches as possible and establish a gathering place. They're even willing to stir the pot and create chaos to achieve this goal, putting themselves and others at risk. Shen was quite astonished, unable to resist casting a higher regard upon Zhao Zhongyang. In the pursuit of establishing a gathering place, he did not hesitate to complicate the situation. Drawing so many unknown individuals into the fray, he could not help but silently lament that in this apocalyptic world, each person, in their quest for survival and their own aspirations, truly employs every conceivable means. One must also acknowledge that Zhao Zhongyang is undeniably visionary. In this present Doomsday scenario, the notion of any survivor attempting to go it alone is indeed a misguided one. The most fitting course of action is to establish a sanctuary for survivors, allowing more individuals to unite and strive to endure in this bleak reality. This holds immense significance for both weaker survivors and more formidable survivor groups alike. However, the process of establishing such a haven will likely require a portion of individuals to shed blood and tears, incurring certain costs. Those who have ventured to Jingning Town are precisely the ones who will bear this burden. Should they successfully locate the mutated willow branches, they will naturally attain greater privileges within the gathering place. Yet, should they ultimately fail and perish here, no one will remember them. Shen sighed deeply, acutely aware that Bai Lin and Zhao Zhongyang harbored immense determination to successfully gather the mutated willow branches and establish the sanctuary. The forthcoming situation may become even more enigmatic and unpredictable. Nevertheless, for the other survivors, challenges and dangers undoubtedly loom on the horizon. However, being privy to the circumstances in advance grants him ample time to prepare, ensuring he does not fall into a passive stance. Silently concealed in the attic, he observed Shen's gradually receding figure, now exceedingly indistinct, having ventured approximately 500 meters away. The artificial lake at the town center was now within close proximity. If they could reach it smoothly, they would naturally be able to collect a batch of mutated willow branches. Due to the elevation, as the distance increased, Shen could no longer discern the situation surrounding the artificial lake. Thus, he devised another method. With a resounding bang, Shen broke through the wooden planks at the attic's apex, directly emerging from the rooftop. He understood the principle of elevation providing a broader view. However, the rooftop was blanketed by a thick layer of snow, resembling a dark shroud that obstructed his escape. Shen repeatedly employed his abilities to melt the snow above him, creating a passage over a meter wide before finally crawling out onto the roof. This building was already quite tall, one of the highest structures in the entire Jingning Town. Though it boasted only 3 stories, the presence of the attic rendered it equivalent to 4. Now, having ascended to the roof and climbed to the ridge, he felt as if he had gained an entirely new vantage point, allowing him to survey the entirety of Jingning Town. This moment, he could also barely discern the state of the artificial lake at the town center. It was a completely frozen expanse, covered by a thick layer of snow, rendering it almost unrecognizable as a lake. However, he could make out a ring of willows encircling the lake, markedly distinct from ordinary willows. Towering and robust in stature, yet appearing more desiccated, their drooping branches resembling the claws of a malevolent specter, ominous and terrifying. Furthermore, their coloration starkly contrasted with that of regular willows. Both the trunks and leaves exhibited a faint reddish hue that stood out conspicuously against the bleak backdrop of snow and wind. Imbued with an eerie quality that Sure, a level 2 corpse, traversed the treacherous ruins of the town as if in a realm devoid of threats, with level 1 corpses daring not approach, allowing him to reach the central area unimpeded. Following Shen's instructions, Sure proceeded to snap off the branches of the mutated willows, stuffing them into the backpack slung over his shoulders. However, the branches were excessively long, resulting in only the roots fitting inside the backpack while the majority trailed behind. The intelligence of the corpse was ultimately too limited. It could only follow simple commands, lacking the capacity for adaptation. Had it been a human survivor, they would undoubtedly have bundled the branches for easier transport and greater collection efficiency. Yet, it was evident that Sure did not possess such advanced intellect, simply cramming all the mutated willow branches into the bag without any semblance of organization. In the next moment, Shen's gaze shifted, suddenly focusing on the surface of the artificial lake, where he vaguely sensed a hint of unease. Suddenly, he caught sight of the snow atop the lake beginning to collapse slightly. Although it appeared quite indistinct, it nonetheless captured his attention. What was this? Shen's brow furrowed. Such collapses in snow were not uncommon. However, in the current environment, even the most inconspicuous disturbances warranted scrutiny. Soon, he realized this was no mere accident. The snow layer on the artificial lake had collapsed once more, and the area was even larger this time. This was bad. There was something amiss in the artificial lake, although he could not see the specifics. Shen had an unsettling premonition that he hastily commanded Sure in his mind to cease gathering the willow branches and return post-haste. Sure momentarily appeared bewildered, his large cranium housing a limited intellect, causing his reaction to be noticeably sluggish. However, after a brief hesitation, he grasped the backpack and sprinted back toward the town's outskirts. Just seconds later, Shen felt relieved for his decisiveness in the center of the artificial lake. The snow had first slightly caved in, only to be subsequently pushed upward, as if some creature from beneath the ice was breaking through. Before long, a vague shadow emerged from the water surface, not revealing its full form, but retreating once again. Yet, even the small portion exposed was enough to convey its immense size. Shen's heart raced. Despite the distance and the obscured view, it instilled a profound sense of dread within him, a fear of the vast and unknown creature. By his estimation, even the visible part measured several meters, indicating the colossal size of whatever lay beneath. Damn it, he cursed inwardly, realizing that it would not be so straightforward. How could such a being exist in this modest artificial lake? Shen could not help but scold himself. Had he not been sufficiently cautious, Sure might have already fallen victim. Watching Sure clutching the mutated willow branches as he dashed toward the outskirts, Shen exhaled a sigh of relief. After calming his nerves, he began to rationally analyze the situation. Perhaps he should have anticipated that within the vicinity of these mutated willows, there would inevitably exist unpredictable dangers. And those dangers would not be insignificant. Earlier, even amidst a sparse grove of withered trees, he had encountered the perilous black-wormed bamboo beetle. What more could be expected in this area teeming with mutated willows? Furthermore, why did the mutated willows possess the ability to absorb radiation? This might be a tactic to attract certain creatures, facilitating their predation. After all, in a natural environment, the evolution of any species is never without reason. There is always a rationale behind such advancements. That moment, the dangers posed by the artificial lake in Shen's eyes had escalated to a critical level. Without compelling reasons, he would never approach it. Just as he retracted his thoughts and cast another glance at Sure, his brow furrowed once more. The sudden turn of events was occurring even more rapidly than he had imagined. Shen swiftly retrieved his survival radio, sending a message to Shirley. Shirley, stop gathering supplies and come quickly. Trouble is brewing. As Lu Shi clutched the mutated willow branches and sprinted toward the outskirts of the town. Lu Shen stood atop the height, his keen eyes catching sight of three furtive figures along the path Lu Shi was traversing. Near the periphery of the town's ruins, it was evident that these were three survivors. Likely having discovered Lu Shi and now hastily concealing themselves, Ilyushin knew full well that he could not afford to remain indifferent. The value of the flesh of the undead is immense, and the mutated willow branches are equally invaluable. Hence, even if it entails risk, he must take action. Upon receiving the news, Shirley, though puzzled, resolutely ceased his search for supplies and hastened towards the direction of Lu Shen. He understood that Lu Shen would not be in such a hurry without good reason. When the two met, they exchanged nods. Lu Shen offered no further explanation and gestured for Shirley to follow him directly towards the undead. Before the three survivors could make their move, he needed to ensure the safety of the undead and the mutated willow branches in the streets. The undead sprinted forward, its movements swift and agile, traversing the ruins of the town as if in a desolate realm. Just as it passed an intersection and was about to reach the outskirts of the ruins, three figures suddenly appeared ahead, blocking its path. All three were male survivors, clad in heavy winter attire, gradually encircling the undead in a triangular formation amidst the snowstorm. The undead halted abruptly, letting out a menacing roar, its gaze filled with ferocity. However, lacking Lu Shen's command, it refrained from attacking. What is the situation with this corrupted being? Why does it carry a backpack, and its intentions seem so clear? The leader, with hawk-like eyes, coldly scrutinized the undead, a hint of confusion flickering in his mind. Another individual nodded slightly, his voice grave. This is indeed abnormal. Although it is a second-tier undead, its level of intelligence should not be this high. Moreover, the backpack it bears likely contains willow branches? Let us not dwell on that. The apocalypse has descended. What could be so strange? We should simply eliminate it. Not only can we obtain a second-tier radiation core, but we could also collect a substantial amount of mutated willow branches, completing a significant portion of our task today. The last man, a piece of grass hanging from his mouth, nonchalantly remarked, "Then let us make our move." Cough, cough. Just as the three were about to act, a clear cough broke the tense silence. My friends, I urge you to reconsider your actions. Lu Shen slowly approached from behind, his gaze fixed on the three individuals. Calm yet profound. Following him was Shirley, towering over 2 meters, exuding an imposing presence akin to a fortress blocking the narrow street, particularly when he discerned the faces of the three men before him. His previously naive expression transformed into one of sharp intensity. Shirley let out a cold snort, a violent aura erupting from him as his gaze locked onto the trio, as if ready to strike at any moment. In an instant, the atmosphere became charged with tension. The three survivors took a step back, their eyes darting between Lu Shen and Shirley, wariness evident in their expressions. What do you two intend? The leader, a middle-aged man, likely the eldest among them, inquired first. What do you mean? Shirley sneered, clenching his fists. Take a guess at what I mean. He then turned his gaze to Lu Shen, his voice low with anger. Brother Shen, these are the three who attacked me at Ling Town, leading to the destruction of my refuge. They're most likely responsible. Lu Shen's eyes flickered. Shirley's earlier demeanor had already given him a hint, and he was not surprised to find them to be enemies. That he chuckled softly, thinking how fate can be so twisted. However, he was also curious. Iron Ridge Town was not close to Jingning Town, nearly 5 kilometers apart. That it was indeed astonishing that these three had traversed such a distance. Yet they likely had no intention of retreating, planning instead to stay here for the night. After all, they had probably abandoned their original refuge and were surviving on the independent refuge core, granting them far greater freedom of movement. The three men opposite him appeared momentarily stunned before scrutinizing Shirley intently. One of them, a short and lanky man, couldn't he help but scoff. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's that big O from last time. TSK, who would have thought you'd survive such severe injuries and the destruction of your refuge? Another chimed in, but the middle-aged leader quickly frowned and silenced them, saying, Enough. He then shifted his gaze to Lu Shen and the others. That my young friends. We may have had our differences in the past, but we can settle those matters later. Given that we are the ruins of the town, our objectives align. There's no need for us to engage in a deadly struggle here. If we attract the undead, none of us will fare well. Brother, why bother with their nonsense? With our strength, enough. The man behind him attempted to speak again, but was silenced by the middle-aged leader. Lu Shen's gaze darkened. The leader exhibited a remarkable level of rationality and intelligence, perceiving the situation clearly, which made Lu Shen feel a twinge of apprehension. Had they all been mindless brutes, he could easily dispatch them today. However, the presence of a cunning individual among them complicated matters. Shirley, undeterred, coldly declared, "Last time you three ganged up on me. Taking advantage of the situation, this time, feel free to try. Let us see if I don't skin you alive. Ha! Last time 3 against 1 left you severely injured. This time, with 2 against 3, we can just as easily finish you off." As tensions escalated, the expressions of both Lu Shen and the middle-aged leader grew increasingly solemn. The situation was spiraling towards an uncontrollable confrontation. Lu Shen took a deep breath, his voice icy. "Gentlemen, regardless of past grievances, I offer you a choice. Leave this place immediately, as if nothing happened. Let bygones be bygones." Suddenly, uproarious laughter erupted, disdain evident on the faces of the three. "Brother, can you not discern the situation? Can't you see who holds the upper hand?" "Humph." The middle-aged leader no longer concealed his sharpness, stating, "Brother, I advise you to leave immediately, and I may spare your lives. Allowing the past to remain in the past. Since that's the case, there's nothing left to discuss?" Lu Shen's expression remained tranquil, a cold smile curling at his lips as his innate abilities began to activate in the shadows. The 3 survivors, emboldened, exuded powerful auras, subtly inching closer as the imminent clash loomed. Shirley gradually tempered his fury, adopting a more rational stance that he spoke softly. "Brother Shen, I apologize for dragging you into this. Stop the pleasantries. What is the big deal about taking down 3 mutts?" Lu Shen's gaze was frigid. Shirley nodded. "All 3 of them are awakened individuals. The 2 behind are physically gifted. One excels in speed, while the other in strength. However, in my previous encounter, I found them to be fairly average. I could handle 2 of them easily. Only the leader possesses considerable strength. His ability is unique, allowing him to transform his fingers into metal, which I could not counter, and why injuries last time were primarily inflicted by him." Lu Shen nodded slightly. These 3 were undoubtedly among the most formidable survivors, not to be underestimated. Knowing our circumstances changes nothing. The gap in raw strength cannot be bridged by mere information. Across the expanse, a middle-aged man stood at the rear, flanked by 2 others who were the first to act. One of them, possessing astonishing speed, surged through the swirling snow and wind, creating a tremendous maelstrom as he charged forward. Unfazed, Shirley boldly stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Lu Shen, his formidable figure serving as an impenetrable barrier against the oncoming assault. The sheer force of his presence sent the swift, diminutive adversary hurtling backward, crashing into the snowdrift beside him. However, immediately following this, another survivor, whose strength was his defining trait, unleashed a powerful punch that seemed to explode within the very air. Shirley barely had time to react, raising his arms in a defensive posture to withstand the onslaught. Managing to absorb the blow with sheer force of will. It was undeniable that despite both possessing physical attributes, the disparity between them was stark. Shirley's combat prowess was markedly superior. He was a quintessential embodiment of high offense and high defense, rugged and robust, standing resolute as he effortlessly contended with both assailants. Lu Shen, observing from behind Shirley, began to trust that in this 2-on-1 scenario, Shirley truly held the upper hand. Yet, given his previous severe injuries, it was evident that the middle-aged man was to blame. With a somber gaze, Lu Shen remained vigilant, silently assessing the situation. Refraining from immediate action, he sought an opportunity, a singular, decisive moment to shatter the stalemate and conclude the conflict. However, he was not alone in this pursuit. The middle-aged man, too, refrained from rushing into battle, instead lingering at the periphery, keenly searching for Shirley's weaknesses. The strategies of both sides were eerily aligned. They each relied on their physical prowess to bear the brunt of the confrontation, while those with special abilities orchestrated the broader combat from the sidelines, seeking a chance to deliver a lethal blow. The tide of battle shifted abruptly, after being toppled once more by Shirley. The swift adversary wore a peculiar grin. This time, he did not charge forward in another assault, but instead pivoted, launching himself at an awkward angle towards the concealed Lu Shen. His dagger gleamed ominously, the cold light heralding imminent danger. Shirley could not help but shout, "Be careful, Brother Shen!" Yet at that very moment, the middle-aged man seized the opportunity, springing into the fray with fingers transformed into metal, striking directly at Shirley. The previously balanced confrontation was upended in mere seconds. Lu Shen's gaze darkened as he scoffed. "Mind your own business. I can handle this." Shirley, still inexperienced, unwittingly fell prey to the opponent's diversionary tactic. But Lu Shen was not so easily deceived. As the lithe adversary lunged, he employed the simplest of defenses, conjuring a pillar of ice beneath the assailant's feet. This straightforward maneuver not only minimized energy expenditure, but proved exceptionally effective. Caught off guard, the nimble man stumbled, crashing into the snow, creating a sizable crater upon impact. Lu Shen, undeterred, swiftly analyzed the battlefield and initiated his assistance to Shirley. Should Shirley falter in the frontal engagement and suffer grievous injury from another sneak attack, the tide would undoubtedly turn against them. Thus, it fell upon Lu Shen to counter the middle-aged man's tactics. He advanced a step, plunging his hands into the snow, rapidly employing his unique abilities in an instant. The loose snow surrounding Shirley began to solidify, forming a robust wall that encased him. Observing this, the middle-aged man let out a derisive laugh, launching a punch at the wall. The untransformed snow was instantly scattered, swirling snowflakes filling the air in a dazzling display. "You think a mere flurry of snow can obstruct steel? How naive!" he mocked, casting a scornful glance at Lu Shen. Even if it had been an ice wall, he could shatter it with his metallic fist, let alone this feeble snow barrier. With a single strike, the middle-aged man unleashed his power, indiscriminately kicking at the still-standing snow wall, which crumbled into a flurry of snowflakes, as fragile as a piece of paper. Yet, in the immediate aftermath, a piercing scream erupted. "Aw! Ah! What the hell?" Boom! Snow and blood mist merged, instantly enveloping the snowy ground, the vivid crimson staining the pristine white landscape, a striking contrast. In that moment, every gaze, save for Lu Shen's, was seized by terror. Lu Shen rose slowly, his voice cold as ice. "Shirley, what are you waiting for? Strike!" Shirley, shaken from his stupor, bore a fierce grin as he unleashed a powerful punch against the strength-focused survivor. Their forces colliding in a tremendous clash. Due to the disparity in size and weight, Shirley's blow proved far more potent, sending the opponent sprawling. The situation rapidly transformed again, with all three adversaries now sprawled in the snow, their faces etched with astonishment and dread. The leading middle-aged man clutched his leg in agony, grimacing in pain. As he glanced down, he found numerous sharp, slender ice needles embedded in his thigh, blood gushing forth, saturating his pant leg in a vibrant red. This method was one Lu Shen had meticulously developed during his idle moments, specifically for combat in the snow. He was acutely aware of his strengths and weaknesses. Compressing the snow into ice would undeniably augment his combat effectiveness, but the energy required was immense and nearly unattainable. Conversely, merely controlling the snow would yield minimal damage, rendering it nearly ineffective. Thus, he chose to blend both techniques. The snow wall served as a mere cover. Creating a loose barrier was effortless, requiring minimal energy. Yet within that wall, he had compressed dozens of exceptionally fine, sharp ice needles with formidable hardness. Their thickness barely exceeded that of medical needles, allowing for reduced energy consumption while maintaining considerable lethality. The needles appeared dark, far harder than ordinary ice, with the snow wall as a shield and the black ice needles as his primary offensive weapon. He rendered the vast snowy expanse virtually indefensible. The middle-aged man, gravely wounded, glared at Lu Shen with malevolence, barking, "Zhang He, Wang Bing, what are you two dawdling for? Quickly dispatch the one behind." The remaining fool will be easy to handle. Understood. The fallen, lean adversary had scrambled to his feet, the humiliation of his earlier fall igniting a flush of rage across his face as he gripped his dagger once more, lunging forward with renewed ferocity. Lu Shen chuckled darkly, casually scooping a handful of snow and hurling it at the lithe Be careful, shouted the middle-aged man and the other strength-based survivor in unison. The recent experience of the middle-aged man was still fresh in their minds. The seemingly innocuous snow wall concealed a perilous threat. Even now, they remained oblivious to the true nature of Lu Shen's abilities. The agile adversary, startled, quickly retreated, shielding his face with his hands to mitigate damage. Yet in the next moment, the gentle snowflakes brushed against his visage, inflicting a subtle harm as they danced away in the wind. "Are you mocking me?" The live man seethed with fury, preparing to charge once more. But at that instant, Shirley emitted a cold snort, seamlessly coordinating with Lu Shen, delivering a punch that sent the lithe man face first into the snow. Blood gushed from his nostrils, painting the snow crimson once more. As he attempted to rise, he was met with a visage smeared with blood, one eye completely obliterated, blood streaming profusely. Lu Shen observed him with a smile, picking up another handful of snow and casually tossing it at the man's face. The humiliating scene incited an instinctual desire to evade. Nevertheless, the middle-aged man's voice rang out once more, "Don't be complacent. This time you may truly possess a means of retaliation, with caution in mind." The lithe adversary gritted his teeth and opted to evade, retreating rapidly. This very moment, his steps had become somewhat unsteady, clearly indicating that he had suffered severe injuries. Once again, the snowflakes danced in the wind, seemingly a mere illusion. The fact that a simple handful of snow could yield such significant results filled Lu Shen with delight, for it entailed virtually no expenditure on his part. This deceptive tactic rendered him an almost bug-like presence in the snowy expanse. His ability lay in solidification, yet he need not solidify every object. A mere sprinkling of solidified weaponry amidst a vast sea of illusions was sufficient to instill terror in his foes, amplifying their sense of threat. In a mere half-minute, 2 out of the 3 adversaries had sustained grievous injuries. Apart from the lone strength-type survivor, who had yet to see blood, the other 2 were in dire straits. "Brothers, I fear there may be a misunderstanding between us," the middle-aged man, now crumpled on the ground, finally expressed with a hint of trepidation, gasping for breath as he forced a smile that, "A misunderstanding." Lu Shen regarded him coolly, his tone calm, yet laced with an unmistakable danger. "Are you suggesting I have struck the wrong person?" No, absolutely not." The middle-aged man hastily waved his hands in denial, chuckling nervously. "It's merely our own folly. As fellow survivors, must we truly part ways in life and death? Let's call it quits, shall we?" "Call it quits? Do you take me for plaything?" Lu Shen's eyes glinted with menace. No, we can offer compensation." The middle-aged man quickly interjected. "The 3 of us have amassed quite a bit of stock over the past few days, no less than 100 survival coins. We can offer this as a ransom for our lives. How does that sound?" It was evident that he recognized the unfavorable turn of events, grasping that victory was nearly impossible, thus opting for the final route of pleading for mercy to "A ransom for your lives?" Lu Shen slowly approached, extending his hand. "Allow me to inspect these survival coins first. Of course. The middle-aged man smiled broadly, reaching into his pocket, but in the moment he bowed his head, a sinister grin crept upon his lips. "Be careful, Brother Shen," Shirley exclaimed urgently. However, 2 seconds later, he realized his warning came too late. Lu Shen's outstretched hand grasped a handful of snow, which he promptly threw into the middle-aged man's face. The middle-aged man, who had just smirked, erupted into a horrific scream the next instant, a sound more anguished than before, as if his skin were being flayed. He clutched his head and faced desperately. Yet the pain was unrelenting. The more he rubbed, the greater the bloodstains and injuries became, soon rendering his head a gruesome mess. "What is this? What is this?" he shrieked. "Damn it, beast!" The pitiful wails sent shockwaves of terror through the remaining 4, their hair standing on end. Even Lu Shen found himself momentarily touching his nose, murmuring softly, "Is it really that painful?" Shirley, a strength-type survivor, felt goosebumps rise at this statement that you're the one inflicting pain. And you ask if it hurts others? Both the strength-type survivor and the lean man were visibly shaken, swallowing hard as they instinctively recoiled. Shen regarded the middle-aged man with indifference. The technique he had just employed bore similarities to the earlier black ice needles. The black ice needles, measuring approximately 10 centimeters in length, were slender and sharp, capable of piercing through the body and hidden within the snow wall. Only when someone actively damaged the snow wall would its formidable power reveal itself. The greater the force exerted by the adversary, the more significant the ensuing damage. The method Shen had just employed, which he termed snow sand, was a proactive offensive tactic utilizing his solidification ability. He compressed soft snowflakes into distinct, hardened particles. He then applied his ability once more to compress these particles further, reducing them to mere fractions of a millimeter. During this secondary compression, the snow would naturally crystallize, forming nearly invisible barbs. When scattered in abundance upon the skin, they would create numerous minuscule wounds that a handful of snow sand hurled at one's face naturally inflicted a searing pain. If one were to rub their face afterward, it would result in secondary injuries, tearing open a multitude of wounds across the head and face. This encapsulates the principle behind this technique. It was an unexpectedly discovered capability that required no intricate mastery, merely harnessing the natural transformation of ice during the compression process to create a weapon. Shen clapped his hands, glancing at the middle-aged man, now curled up and writhing on the ground, his face a grotesque blur of blood and flesh, rendering him unrecognizable the moment he had acted. The corpses surrounding the battlefield also surged forward with remarkable speed, one biting into the back of the strength-type survivor and inflicting severe damage. Within a mere span, the three adversaries had been grievously injured and lay incapacitated on the ground. Devoid of any capacity for resistance to this juncture, their gazes toward Shen and Shirley were now filled only with horror and dread, as they crawled backward in a frantic bid for escape. Not only did they regard Shen and his companion with fear, but they also looked upon the corpse as if it were a specter, for it appeared distinctly different from ordinary corpses. Seemingly under human control, the three adversaries stood there, the corpse entirely disregarding them, even appearing dazed. It was precisely this behavior that made it all the more eerie. However, Shen had no intention of indulging in explanations. His gaze was cold as he fixed them with a murderous intent. Given that a grudge had already been established, and one that ran deep, it could not simply conclude here. It would be best to eliminate them entirely. Yet, just a short while ago, he had merely been an ordinary young man in the city, and the prospect of taking a life posed a significant psychological challenge for him. Shen's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he contemplated the current environment, one devoid of morality, law, and societal structure. If he could not muster the resolve to ensure his own safety, how could he ever secure it in the future? Just as he hesitated, preparing to eliminate the three before him, he suddenly furrowed his brow, glancing behind him. His sharp senses detected approaching sounds, and they bore no attempt at concealment. "Who goes there?" he inquired coldly. Shirley grunted in response, blood staining his attire as he cast a somber glance backward, evidently aware of the approaching presence. Before long, two groups of individuals emerged into view. Upon seeing the first figure, Shen felt little surprise. It was Shuya, who had been scouring the vicinity for resources. Given their proximity and the volume of the preceding skirmish, it was clear she had come to investigate the commotion. However, she remained concealed, refraining from making her presence known until Shen spoke, at which point she cautiously stepped out from behind a structure and waved AS for the other two. They were Zhao Zhongyang and Bai Lin, who gradually approached through the snow, raising their hands in a gesture of peace, indicating they bore no ill intent. Their expressions were calm, but upon observing the scene on the ground, a look of astonishment crossed their faces as they regarded Shen with admiration. They recognized that the three individuals on the ground were formidable foes, likely awakened beings, and it stood to reason that the odds were heavily in their favor with a 3-2 advantage. Yet, Shen and Shirley had effortlessly subdued the trio without sustaining significant injuries. Such a scenario could only arise from one of two possibilities. Either there was a vast disparity in intellect between the two sides, or Lu Shan possessed an exceptionally unique and potent ability. Either way, it was worthy of admiration. Particularly striking was the corpse beside them, which was clearly unlike ordinary cadavers, seemingly manipulated by some external force, further heightening the sense of awe. Zhao Zhongyang gazed at the two in astonishment, nodding slightly as a thought crossed his mind. These two are extraordinary. Lu Shan maintained a placid demeanor, casting a glance at Shuya before turning his attention to Zhao Zhongyang and his companion. Inquiring, "My friends, what brings you here?" Zhao Zhongyang waved his hand dismissively. "We heard the sounds of a skirmish and came to investigate. Not expecting to find you, Mr. Lu. Dealing with a few short-sighted individuals. There's no need for Officer Zhao to concern himself." Lu Shan was not inclined to engage in lengthy discourse, quickly brushing the matter aside. Yet Zhao Zhongyang persisted, smiling as he remarked, "Mr. Lu, I truly did not anticipate your remarkable strength, effortlessly vanquishing 3 awakened beings, and possessing the ability to control the undead." Upon hearing the words, Lu Shan slightly furrowed his brow. He was reluctant to expose the existence of Lu Shi to others. However, it was evident that events were unfolding contrary to his expectations. At least the individuals before him were already aware of Lu Shi's presence. There was nothing particularly extraordinary about it. After all, it was merely a product purchased from a store. If given the opportunity, one could procure one as well. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Shan casually offered an explanation, by directly addressing the origin of Lu Shi. He could prevent Zhao Zhongyang and others from indulging in baseless speculations and deter them from directing their ambitions toward him. Moreover, Lu Shi was indeed acquired from the store. If they were fortunate enough to successfully refresh it, it would cease to be a secret. Conversely, if they could not obtain it, it was of no concern to him. The source of Lu Shi was not a significant secret. What truly required concealment was his method of enhancing Lu Shi's power. After all, it was quite challenging to elevate the strength of a decaying corpse through ordinary means. It necessitated the utilization of solidification techniques to draw upon radiative forces, which was the crux of the matter. Zhao Zhongyang appeared contemplative as he nodded slightly, choosing not to dwell excessively on this issue. Instead, he turned his gaze back to Lu Shan and spoke. "Mr. Lu, your strength is commendable, and your character appears upright. Would you be willing to collaborate with me in establishing a sanctuary to protect a community of survivors?" Lu Shan raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the sincerity of the other man's expression, but he glanced once more at the willow branches held by Lu Shi, a smirk involuntarily tugging at the corners of his mouth as he inquired. "Are you referring to the mutated willow branches?" Cough, cough. Zhao Zhongyang cleared his throat a couple of times and waved his hand dismissively. "The willow branches are indeed part of the reason that it is only natural to recruit those capable of collecting mutated willow branches. However, my words are not mere jest. I genuinely extend an invitation to you, hoping you will join the sanctuary. For a sizable sanctuary, relying solely on myself is insufficient. I require others to assist in management and the protection of safety. Of course, should you become part of the management team, it would also bring considerable benefits to you, providing a more convenient trading environment and the backing of the sanctuary that I trust you can comprehend the advantages therein." Zhao Zhongyang eloquently laid out his needs alongside the associated pros and cons after listening. Lu Shan nodded in agreement. The man spoke with utmost sincerity. He did not paint grandiose visions nor lay traps. Every point made was something he could contemplate. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "If a sanctuary can indeed be established, I would not mind participating or offering some assistance. However, full residency is unnecessary. I have my own refuge and development plans that we can engage in some cooperation to jointly combat certain threats that would pose no issues. Your words suffice." Zhao Zhongyang's face broke into a smile as he extended his hand toward Lu Shan. After a brief handshake, they had established a verbal agreement of sorts. "Officer Zhao, how many mutated willow branches would it take to construct a sanctuary? If the quantity is substantial, it may prove quite challenging." Lu Shan inquired. Whether delving into the ruins of a town or gathering mutated willow branches by the artificial lake, both were perilous endeavors where a moment's inattention could spell disaster. If the required number was minimal, it would be manageable. However, if it were dozens or hundreds of pounds, the likelihood of successfully building the sanctuary would decrease significantly. Zhao Zhongyang pondered briefly before responding. I plan to construct an underground refuge in the nearby valley, requiring the juices from mutated willow branches to be mixed with the soil across all 6 surfaces: top, bottom, left, right, front, and back. As I mentioned earlier, conservatively estimating, for an area of 20 square meters, approximately 1 pound of mutated willow branches would be necessary. Lu Shen nodded slightly. That indeed does not seem excessive. For a 20 square meter area, coupled with 4 walls and a ceiling, it would amount to nearly 100 square meters, yet only require 1 pound of mutated willow branches. Correct. Rather than extracting juice from the branches, we can boil the mutated willow branches to extract their essence, which can then be diluted and mixed into the soil. Thus, the required quantity is not as high as one might think. Zhao Zhongyang elaborated, then continued. Moreover, collecting mutated willow branches is not as straightforward as one might imagine. Directly harvesting them poses significant dangers. It is preferable to excavate some withered willow twigs buried in the snow surrounding the willow trees. Excavate in the snow? Lu Shen scratched his head, perplexed. What's the matter? Is that not how you gather them? Zhao Zhongyang inquired, puzzled, before glancing at the bundle of relatively intact willow branches in Lu Shi's hands. Unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Did you really just pick them? Officer Zhao, you didn't give any prior warning. Zhao Zhongyang rubbed his nose and admitted, indeed, I did not. Regardless of the method employed, as long as one can obtain mutated willow branches, it is a good thing that Lu Shen scrutinized Zhao Zhongyang, silently concluding that the man was not entirely virtuous. He likely understood the dangers surrounding the artificial lake and the risks associated with indiscriminately picking mutated willow branches. Yet he deliberately withheld this information. Perhaps his sole intention was to encourage others to obtain large quantities of mutated willow branches through faster and more extreme means, leaving Zhao Zhongyang blameless should danger arise. However, seeing that Lu Shan possessed considerable strength and sought to recruit him, he finally revealed the truth. Thus, Lu Shan heightened his vigilance. In this apocalyptic environment, there were no absolutes of good and evil, and many harbored their own ulterior motives that a moment's inattention could lead to being outmaneuvered. If that is the case, how do you gather mutated willow branches, Officer Zhao? By digging in the snow near the artificial lake. Lu Shan inquired. There's no need to approach the artificial lake. Digging from a distance of 100 meters will suffice, where one can find many branches that are already decaying and quite dry, ensuring a higher level of safety. I see that. Lu Shan nodded in understanding. Zhao Zhongyang glanced at the time and remarked, well then, I shall not keep you, Mr. Lu. I still have some gathering to do. You may attend to your own matters. Very well. As he watched the 2 men vanish once more into the swirling snow, Lu Shan shifted his gaze back to the snowy expanse. Although the trio had not completely lost their ability to act, they dared not make a move under the watchful eyes of Shirley and Lu Shi. Upon noticing Lu Shan's gaze, fear was clearly evident in their expressions. The middle-aged man hastily fell to his knees, pleading, Big brother, please spare our lives. We merely wanted to seize the backpack of this decaying corpse. We never intended to provoke you. Before he could finish a sentence, Lu Shan's heavy voice interrupted him as he coldly uttered 5 words. Shirley. Take care of it. As he spoke, the spear in his hand was already drawn. Sensing the imminent end, the middle-aged man's expression twisted in rage. Devoid of any hesitation, he made one final desperate attempt. Damn it. Are you forcing us to our deaths? If so, then you shall die as well. With that, he attempted to rise from the ground. Lu Shan, quick as lightning, activated his innate talent to form a block of ice on the ground, encapsulating the man's feet and rendering him immobile for a brief period. Shirley swiftly followed suit, striking the man's forehead with a stone, causing a violent gash that led to a heart-wrenching scream echoing through the snowstorm. With gritted teeth, Lu Shan did not hesitate to thrust the spear in his hand. As the iron spear pierced flesh and blood, a life was extinguished. Lu Shan could distinctly feel his heart racing, as if it might leap from his chest, with blood coursing rapidly through his veins and a churn in his stomach. It was his first experience in taking a life, and he found himself somewhat unsettled. However, through sheer willpower, he forcibly suppressed all feelings of revulsion. as for the other two, he dealt with them without hesitation. He had no interest in waiting for them to regain their senses, and it was far more suitable to eliminate them directly. The three bodies, bleeding profusely, were soon covered by the cold snow and buried beneath the vast expanse of white, quickly disappearing from sight. Shen observed this scene, unable to suppress the myriad emotions swirling within him. Perhaps hidden within this endless snowfield lay countless such bodies, and occurrences of slaughter like this were likely frequent. The encounters between survivors did not signify a reduction in the difficulty of survival, nor did they imply mutual assistance. More often than not, due to the greed harbored by human survivors, conflicts and contradictions erupted, leading to numerous bloody confrontations in that moment. An idea suddenly crossed his mind, perhaps constructing a haven governed by laws. Order and morality was indeed a commendable notion. Shen sighed, collecting his thoughts, and retrieved his electronic clock to check the time. With around 60 minutes remaining until the exploration time concluded, reserving 40 minutes for the return journey meant they had an additional 20 minutes left to explore. Shen glanced at Shirley and then at Shui beside him, saying, "Let us continue gathering supplies." The two said little else and turned to return to different buildings, resuming their search for resources. As for himself, he took the backpack from Shen, extracting the mutated willow branches, and then resettled the backpack onto Shen, aiming to utilize these final 20 minutes to gather another batch of mutated willow branches. This time, he intended to keep a distance from the artificial lake, opting for a simple excavation further away to collect a small quantity of mutated willow branches. Once more, Shen was tasked with the labor. Carrying a pickaxe, dutifully moving deeper into Jingning town, he halted about 100 meters from the artificial lake, beginning to dig into the snow beneath. Shen could not discern the specifics, but felt no excessive worry. Instead, he returned to the building to search for resources. It was undeniable that the items stored in Jingning town were considerably more abundant than those in Teeling town, with some buildings seemingly untouched. Particularly, the structures closer to the interior appeared somewhat antiquated, and due to the damaged state of the buildings, much of the wind and snow had blown inside. Yet there remained an abundance of usable living supplies and resources. Shen was indiscriminate in his collection, packing away food, seasonings, warm clothing, and cooking utensils alike. However, he was somewhat dismissive of certain ordinary items, such as spring and summer clothing, which offered little in terms of warmth and practicality. Moreover, he had already discovered dozens of suitcases filled with clothing in the train wreckage, rendering those items redundant. His primary concern lay with food and other essential supplies, preferably those with long shelf lives and high energy content. He did come across some snacks, but many had expired and were severely rotten, rendering them unusable. Conversely, he also found some exceedingly valuable food items. For instance, in a particular cupboard, he discovered 8 bags of salt, 4 pounds of white sugar, and 6 bottles of honey. These items had remarkably long shelf lives and were rich in energy, qualifying as hard currency in a post-apocalyptic world. The caloric content provided by a pound of white sugar far exceeded expectations. Generally speaking, a person can survive for 3 days without food or water, but with water, survival extends to 7 to 10 days. However, if sugar is added to the water, one survival could exceed 20 days. Illustrating the efficacy of sugar, 100 grams of sugar is equivalent to 2 large bowls of rice, providing 400 kilocalories. When combined with other foods, it not only enhances flavor, but also significantly increases satiety. As for honey, it requires no further elaboration. Its sugar content is even higher, and its shelf life surpasses that of both white sugar and salt. The value of these findings alone outweighed all other acquisitions. Shirley, on the other hand, felt quite disheartened. He had rummaged through several buildings as well. While he did manage to find some food, he had not come across a substantial quantity of high-quality food items like white sugar, indicating a stroke of bad luck. What frustrated him even more was that he stumbled upon an entire barrel of rice and another of flour, initially believing he would amass a significant food supply. However, upon closer inspection, he found the rice infested with insect corpses, completely consumed, and the flour in a similar state, utterly unusable. In one warehouse, he also discovered a batch of corn, but it too was riddled with holes from insect infestations, rendering it devoid of practical value. These circumstances made Shen acutely aware that, after so many years, the resources within the ruins of the town had largely become unusable. Relying on the remnants of the town for supplies was not a particularly reliable endeavor. And sooner or later, everything would be scavenged, leading to a continued scarcity of food. For long-term survival, agriculture must develop, and one must seek out usable items from the natural world in this post-apocalyptic environment. This includes hunting wild beasts and foraging for edible plants to sustain life in the long run. After scavenging for a while, noticing that exploration time was nearing the 40-minute mark, Shen paused his efforts and prepared to return. Bidding farewell to Shuya, he led Shen and Shirley back in the direction of a shelter. Upon returning to the train wreckage, the external weather had grown dim and oppressive, akin to a night where one could barely see a hand in front of their face, with a howling cold wind evoking a sense of dread. Only after lighting the fireplace within the carriage did a semblance of safety return. Shirley did not immediately return to his own compartment. Instead, he first came to Shen's side, as they needed to review their findings and divide their spoils. This time, their haul was quite substantial. It could be broadly categorized into food, seasonings, daily necessities, and mutated willow branches. The quantity of food was considerable. Aside from the white sugar, salt, and honey that Shen gathered, Shirley had also found a batch of corn untouched by insects, weighing about 30 pounds. Additionally, there were 2 substantial tea cakes, quite hefty in weight. The tea cakes, having undergone drying, had low moisture content, making them suitable for long-term storage without any signs of spoilage, and they exuded a delightful aroma. However, neither of them was particularly versed in the art of tea and could not discern the specific type of tea, though its fragrance was quite pleasant. Tea is akin to luxury items such as coffee, wine, and cigarettes, capable of alleviating fatigue, enhancing comfort, and improving their quality of life. Furthermore, in the future, they could potentially sell it to survivors seeking to enhance their living standards. Another significant find that excited both of them was that Shirley had discovered 5 or 6 bundles of vermicelli, weighing quite heavily, nearly a dozen pounds. Originally, vermicelli does not have a long shelf life, but under dry conditions and maintained at sub-zero temperatures, this batch remained edible, free from spoilage and insect damage. This constituted a long-lasting food source, crucial for their future survival. Undoubtedly one of the greatest acquisitions of the expedition. In terms of seasonings, not much was brought back, primarily salt and monosodium glutamate, sufficient for everyday flavoring as for daily necessities. They mostly returned with a few iron bowls and a pot for cooking. Lastly, the mutated willow branches were deemed the most significant and unique discovery of the trip. Shen assessed them briefly. Their weight was considerable. The initial batch of branches directly harvested weighed around 6 to 7 pounds, appearing heavy and full of sap. Subsequently, the mutated willow branches dug out by Shen from the snow were relatively few, weighing about a pound. Due to their prolonged burial underground, they were encased in ice and somewhat shriveled, their quality not particularly high. Shen could not help but reflect on the truth that fortune favors the bold. The act of harvesting mutated willow branches from the trees consumed merely a few fleeting minutes, yielding not only an abundant quantity, but also branches of exceptional quality. However, one must contend with the inherent dangers posed by the artificial lake. In contrast, excavating from the ground, even if it takes an extended period, results in the procurement of only a meager amount of mutated willow branches, the quality of which is comparatively inferior. Thus, a choice must be made between the 2 options, each presenting its own merits and drawbacks. After evenly distributing all the spoils, save for the mutated willow branches, Shirley returned to his compartment. Before departing, however, he raised a pertinent inquiry regarding the shelter. The shortcomings of the train carriage as a refuge had gradually begun to manifest, with the primary concern being warmth. Shen, having his own fireplace for heat and the ability to nestle his feet within the snow, did not find it particularly cold. Conversely, Shirley lacked a fireplace and could only ignite a fire pit. Yet, to create a fire within the carriage, he had to consider the issue of smoke dispersion. Consequently, he needed to shatter a small portion of glass for venting, which led to a chilly atmosphere inside the carriage and diminished its insulation efficacy. More critically, The presence of a fire pit posed a significant risk of conflagration. While manageable in the short term, prolonged exposure could compromise safety. Therefore, while the train carriage may appear secure, it harbors numerous drawbacks that could, in fact, render it less advantageous than an underground shelter. Indeed, the train carriage stands as a fortified bastion of defense. Yet certain issues require amelioration. Shen pondered this matter, contemplating the possibility of excavating an underground refuge around the periphery of the train carriage, especially now that he had acquired the mutated willow branches, which offered greater convenience and potential. Just as he was engrossed in thought, the survival radio in his arms crackled to life with a message from Bailinen, accompanied by a friend request from Zhao Zhongyang. Bailinen, Mr. Liu, Officer Zhao wishes to discuss matters concerning the construction of a gathering place. Shen simply replied with an okay and accepted Zhao Zhongyang's friend request. Zhao Zhongyang, forthright and direct, wasted no time with pleasantries and inquired, "Hello, Mr. Liu, I plan to meet again tomorrow at the same gorge as today, bringing the mutated willow branches that we will discuss the construction of the gathering place." Focusing primarily on the site selection and the size of a shelter, which should adhere to everyone's opinions, that Shen nodded in agreement. "No problem. As long as I have sufficient time to go out, I should be able to make it. In truth, he could retain all the mutated willow branches to construct a private shelter for himself. However, after thorough contemplation, he deemed the existence of the gathering place to be essential and worthy of investment. Should he become an initial shareholder of this gathering place, he stood to gain considerable benefits. Once it flourished, as for a private shelter, there was no need for excessive concern. The mutated willow branches could be harvested again, allowing for construction at a later date. After all, residing in the train carriage was quite acceptable for the time being. In contrast, the construction of the gathering place might indeed need to be prioritized. If the majority of survivors were to perish, the purpose of the gathering place would be rendered moot. By the way, how many mutated willow branches have you acquired? If the quantity is insufficient, we may need to venture in again tomorrow. Zhongyang continued. Shen pondered briefly before responding. Approximately 5 pounds. That should suffice for constructing a small shelter. He did not intend to bring all the mutated willow branches, as it might attract unwanted attention. Hence he planned to retain a portion for safekeeping. Such a quantity. Zhongyang expressed surprise. Yet upon reflection, he quickly grasped the situation. That makes sense. Your speed in directly harvesting from the mutated willows is indeed remarkable. However, this method is exceedingly perilous, and we should strive to avoid it next time. Lu Shan's countenance darkened at this remark. You suggest I should avoid it? Had you mentioned that sooner, Wu-Ti, I have done so. He could not be bothered to respond further and set the survival radio aside. The matter of the survivor gathering place could wait until tomorrow. For now, he needed to focus on preparing his dinner and commencing his tasks for the day. Dinner was not particularly sumptuous, consisting of the unappetizing corn cakes along with a small portion of pickled vegetables and radishes, all washed down with warm water. This food arrangement primarily aimed at satiation, as given his current living conditions, mere sustenance was the priority, and he could not afford to be choosied out of course. He occasionally indulged in a pack of instant noodles, complemented by some snacks to add a touch of richness to his diet. Once his meal was completed, he returned to his regular tasks. Recently, his workload had been quite demanding, focusing on agricultural development, the production of ice bricks, and the cutting and storage of timber. The matter of ice brick production was crucial for the expansion and reinforcement of the shelter, a task that required considerable time and could not be accomplished hastily. To facilitate future construction and fortification, he intended to create ice blocks of identical dimensions using molds within the ice brick fortress, stacking them for later use. In his perspective, producing as many ice bricks as possible was advantageous. Ideally, he would envelop all the compartments within the ice brick fortress and connect several fortresses together. This would significantly enhance the size of the shelter. Firewood also posed a long-term challenge. The daily consumption of firewood amounted to a staggering figure, as it was an essential resource in the snowstorm apocalypse. Should the supply of firewood dwindle, life would become untenable. Therefore, it was prudent to prepare a substantial stock of this indispensable commodity, as daily excursions to gather timber were not feasible given his other responsibilities. Ice bricks and timber were matters of routine accumulation, requiring merely time for preparation without stringent demands on quantity or difficulty. However, agriculture presented a more daunting challenge. It was an entirely new undertaking, demanding high standards across various aspects and requiring even greater expenditure of effort. Firstly, Shen needed to ensure that the container for cultivating corn remained within the core of the independent shelter to prevent radiation from affecting the corn's growth. Secondly, he had to irrigate at fixed times daily and apply organic fertilizer to enrich the soil. Lastly, he needed to contemplate further issues and preparations for the future development of agriculture. If the corn could not be successfully cultivated, he could not abandon agriculture altogether, but would need to seek other viable crops for planting. After all, whether amidst the ruins of towns or train wrecks, the food remnants of the previous civilization could not sustain one for a lifetime. To survive in the apocalypse, it was imperative to seek new avenues, though Shen had yet to discern where that path Shen methodically completed these tasks while also securing Ji, allowing it to re-enter the refrigerator to gradually enhance its strength. Following today's experiences, Shen increasingly recognized the value of Ji. In this world overrun by corpses, having a fellow undead like Ji proved advantageous in numerous circumstances. Therefore, the plan to bolster Ji's strength needed to persist. Utilizing the remaining talent energy, Shen once again drew energy from 2 radiation cores into Ji's mind, aiding it in rapidly absorbing radiation to enhance its strength more efficiently. However, compared to yesterday, the changes observed after absorbing the radiation cores today were markedly diminished. After all, yesterday's level 1 cadaver absorbed a core of the same level, resulting in a more rapid enhancement. Now that it had ascended to level 2, the efficacy of a level 1 radiation core had naturally decreased significantly. However, it is believed that with the accumulation of time, there will eventually be fruitful results. After completing his tasks, he stretched and intended to return to the refuge of the train carriage when he suddenly spotted Shui, his furry companion, wobbling out of the carriage. Shen looked at it in surprise. This creature had grown increasingly lazy since they began cohabitating. Aside from accompanying him during woodcutting excursions, it mostly lounged in the refuge, basking by the fireplace for warmth that on several occasions, Shen had entertained the thought of butchering it for meat and using its fur for garments, which would be an invaluable resource. Yet, gazing into its innocent eyes and recalling how it would warm his feet at night, he could never bring himself to do it. Today, however, was peculiar. It had ventured out on its own for a stroll. But that was not the end of the surprise. Shui pranced over to the corner of the snow fort and began to dig in the snow, swiftly unearthing 8p. Shen, perplexed by the sight, was taken aback when he soon discovered the contents of the snow. Were those animal carcasses? Beneath the snow's icy grip, the hard ice layer had been breached, revealing 2 relatively sizable corpses, a rabbit and a bird. Yellow and dried like autumn leaves, Shen's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that these corpses had simply appeared here without reason. Moreover, it was evident that there were faint traces of blood in the snow, and the wounds on the bodies looked fresh, indicating they had been recently hunted. Astonished, Shen gazed at Shui and could not help but ask, "Did you hunt these?" Shui sat still, scratching its head with its hind leg, its whiskers brimming with pride as it stared directly at Shen. With a resigned smile, Shen understood through their shared experiences that this little creature was craving meat, for Shui often exhibited this behavior and gaze when fixated on cans of beef. However, such a strategic resource was not something Shen could afford to share. It seemed that this creature had taken it upon itself to hunt. Yet it was not entirely unexpected, weighing around 40 pounds. Shui was considered a large animal and undoubtedly a skilled hunter in the wild. Moreover, before they resided in the refuge, Shui had survived alone in the wilderness, proving its survival and hunting prowess. Shen excitedly ruffled Shui's head and unearthed the 2 carcasses from the snow. Weighing them in his hands, he found them to be quite hefty, especially the rabbit, which weighed around 5 to 6 pounds. The dried leaf bird was lighter, weighing only about half a pound, and would be even lighter after the feathers were removed. Nevertheless, Shen felt immense satisfaction. In this snow-laden apocalyptic world, where even basic resources were scarce, the prospect of meat was a rare treasure for any survivor. After contemplating for a moment, Shen carried the two carcasses back to the train carriage, also retrieving another dried leaf bird from the fridge. This was the first bird Shui had captured during their last woodcutting venture, which he had hesitated to consume until now. As Shen brought out the ingredients, Shui's eyes lit up, and it excitedly bounded back to the carriage, even standing on its hind legs to hug Shen's leg. This was the first time Shen had witnessed such exuberance from Shui. Clearly, after days of subsisting on corn cakes, Shui was thoroughly fed up and craved something more substantial. Shen placed the 3 frozen carcasses beside the fireplace, utilizing its warmth to thaw them. Facilitating the process of skinning and bleeding, he began with the rabbit. It was a medium-sized snow hare, its fur a grayish-white, making it difficult to spot against the snow. It was evident that this hare was quite plump, its belly round and full, indicating a good diet. Shen planned to remove its fur intact to create some warm garments, which would likely be of superior quality compared to clothing made in spring, summer, or autumn in this snowbound apocalypse. Naturally grown warm materials were far more effective than ordinary fabric, much like down, employing meticulous techniques. Shen successfully stripped the thick fur from the snow hare. Next, he began to dismember the entire hare, meticulously extracting sizable chunks of meat. After approximately 50 minutes, he had divided the entire hare into 5 parts. Meat, bones, the head, entrails, and fur, each a valuable resource in its own right. The quantity of meat was substantial, rich and fatty, constituting the most important source of carnivorous sustenance, which Shen intended to freeze in the fridge rather than consume immediately. In the current survival environment, it was essential to stockpile resources for longevity. The entrails were equally valuable, providing trace elements vital for nutrition, and were also stored in the fridge. After some contemplation, Shen decided to keep the bones and head for cooking. The 2 dried leaf birds were considerably smaller, yielding less resource. Primarily, they lacked fur. After plucking the feathers, they were rendered unusable. The remaining meat and bones were small, making dismemberment challenging, and yielded only about 7 or 8 ounces combined. Nonetheless, gazing at the vibrant red meat, Shen felt a surge of excitement. He retrieved a pot he had collected, washed it clean, filled it with fresh water, and placed it over the fireplace to heat. Once the water boiled, he chopped the rabbit bones and head, along with the meat and bones of the dried leaf birds, and tossed them into the pot, embarking on a lengthy simmering process. The bubbling steam quickly filled the carriage with a rich aroma of meat, stirring Shui's excitement. Enhanced the flavor. Shen added salt and MSG. Just a touch of simple seasoning could dramatically elevate the dish's taste. After several hours of simmering, the broth turned to snowy white, floating with a layer of grease, its savory scent igniting an insatiable hunger, even though he had just finished dinner. In reality, the intention behind simmering a pot of meat soup post-dinner was not merely to satiate hunger, but to replenish the body's oil and fat reserves, ensuring a return to optimal health. Rather than simply eating, it was about nourishing and absorbing essential trace elements for maintaining well-being. For Shui, the vital ally in capturing meat, Shen was equally generous, directly serving 2 portions of the dried leaf bird meat and a generous bowl of broth in its designated wooden bowl. The steaming broth, complemented by tender meat and delectably soft bones, filled Shui's bowl to the brim, and it eagerly began to feast. Meanwhile, Shen focused on consuming the remaining rabbit head and sipping some broth. However, he suddenly recalled that Shirley was next door. Freezing and starving thus so, he packed a bowl for Shirley and delivered it to him. Upon seeing the broth glistening with grease, Shirley was instantly moved to tears, but unfortunately, as soon as he brought it outside, it had already frozen into a solid block. He had no choice but to retreat to the refuge to reheat. Shen also attempted to offer some broth to Shen, but it seemed uninterested and he abandoned the idea. The pot of meat soup was nearly entirely shared between the two, that although they did not experience an immediate sense of fullness, their bodies felt warm and their spirits somewhat lifted. The strength they had gained while dealing with the corpse that night was palpable, and they felt remarkably invigorated. Furthermore, Shen noticed a significant improvement in the quality of sleep that night. He fell asleep quickly, which was a positive sign. When morning arrived, his energy restored, the dim glow of the fireplace flickered, casting light over the darkened carriage. Shuel lay at his feet, its thick fur enveloping Lu Shun's legs, providing a comforting warmth that felt at least 30 degrees. Utterly delightful that in that moment, Lu Shun truly realized that Shuel was worth saving. It not only captured prey, providing the scarce resource of meat, but also offered emotional support. Warming his feet, an exceptional companion in this apocalyptic world. After a brief rest, Lu Shun rose from his bed to clear away the zombies outside the ice brick fortress. Then he brought back the radiation cores, ensuring they were not completely buried beneath the snow. Today, a total of 12 cores were gathered, all still at level 1, a quantity that remained consistent with the usual. They were all placed into the icebox where the remains of Lu Shun were stored. As he gazed at the icebox brimming with radiation cores, Lu Shun suddenly had a thought that, is it possible to draw the radiation from one level 1 core into another, thereby concentrating the radiation within and achieving a higher quality? A mere moment of contemplation led him to believe there was great potential in this idea, that if he were to directly draw the radiation cores into Lu Shun's mind, it would pose significant difficulty, as it would require not only Lu Shun's effort but also Lu Shun's active absorption. However, if he could instead channel the radiation energy into another radiation core, the mere change in position would likely consume less energy and be a far simpler process. With this in mind, Lu Shun began his experimentation that he retrieved 2 radiation cores, employing his consolidation talent to facilitate the transfer of radiation energy, subsequently compressing it into the second core. The process proved to be even smoother than he had anticipated. The radiation energies from the different cores did not repel each other. Rather, they fused together with remarkable speed. He could distinctly feel that the energy within this radiation core had become more potent, its quality slightly enhanced. That Lu Shun attempted once more, drawing the energy from a third radiation core into the same core. This time, the difficulty increased marginally. It seemed that the space within the radiation core had already been filled with the energy from the first 2 cores, necessitating greater effort to further compress it. If the first core involved pure drawing, filling a previously unoccupied space, then the second was about density compression, allowing for the storage of more radiation energy within the same volume. After accommodating the energies of 3 radiation cores, a noticeable transformation occurred. The stone darkened significantly, its appearance edging ever closer to that of a level 2 radiation core. Lu Shun observed this scene with astonishment. Perhaps it was indeed feasible to forcibly create a level 2 radiation core through this continuous compression method, if he could then draw the higher quality energy from the level 2 core for Lu Shun to absorb. Might it not allow for a rapid enhancement of its power, as before? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, his hands tirelessly engaged in the processes of compression and drawing. However, it seemed that there were limits to this endeavor. Compressing the energies of 4 radiation cores into a single core had resulted in the accumulation of energy equivalent to 5 cores, reaching an exceedingly high concentration of radiation at this point. The core was nearing the threshold of a level 2 core. It was merely a matter of opportunity before achieving a higher state. He placed this radiation core back into the icebox, where the released radiation energy was denser than that of the others. Upon absorbing the energy, Lu Shun's decaying flesh trembled slightly, as if it were voraciously consuming the energy within. This transformation confirmed for Lu Shun that higher quality radiation energy could indeed bestow greater enhancements upon the corpse. Yet, today was not suitable for further experimentation, as he needed to conserve some talent energy for the afternoon's outing. At 2 p.m., Lu Shun donned his clothing and equipment, checking the weather for the day. Weather report, temperature, minus 18.6 C. Climate. Moderate snow, wind speed at level 9 to radiation. Moderate, exposure exceeding 126 minutes today will result in radiation invading the human body. As night falls, radiation levels will continue to rise. Urgent reminder, a severe snowstorm is expected in about 2 to 3 days, with temperatures plummeting, increased snowfall, and wind speeds exceeding level 15, alongside a significant rise in radiation. Survivors are advised to prepare accordingly. The weather today remained relatively pleasant. Yet the impending storm heightened Lu Shun's anxiety. Nevertheless, the day's plans were to proceed. After equipping himself, Shen also assisted Shui in creating a small entrance at the base of the ice wall, facilitating its daily comings and goings, sparing it the trouble of digging daily. Though somewhat reluctant, Shui ambled into the snow. One must admit, as a native of this world, Shui's methods of survival and travel in the snow were far more efficient and scientific than those of humans. Diving headfirst into the snowdrifts, it began to burrow forward and swiftly disappeared from sight. This method of travel offered numerous advantages. Firstly, it provided a high level of concealment, making it difficult for predators to detect its movements and for prey to spot it. Secondly, its speed was markedly faster. At full pace, Shui moved at least 5 to 6 times quicker than Shen. Most importantly, traversing through the snow provided insulation, and coupled with its thick fur, it maintained a consistent body temperature, minimizing unnecessary energy expenditure. It could be said that this was a remarkably efficient and scientific method of movement, regrettably unattainable by humans. Watching Shui venture far ahead, Shen regrouped with Shirley and began their journey toward Jingning Town. Shen continued to follow closely behind, serving as Shen's greatest assurance of strength. The day's agenda was relatively simple, primarily revolving around discussing the location and size of the gathering site. If time permitted, they could further explore Jingning Town, gathering useful supplies or continuing to collect mutated willow branches. Covering the same distance, the two quickly arrived at the valley where they had gathered the previous day. Spotting 2 figures waiting at the base of the valley, Zhao Zhongyang and Bai Lin. Given their proximity to Jingning Town, they had arrived sooner. Mr. Liu, it seems you are as punctual as ever, Zhao Zhongyang greeted with a smile. Shen returned a slight smile. Such an important matter as establishing a gathering site certainly warrants prompt attention. You are quite considerate, Zhao Zhongyang replied, satisfaction evident on his face as he regarded Shen. Nonchalantly, Shen inquired, how many people are expected today? Not more than 5, Zhao Zhongyang replied. Shen frowned. Just that few? There weren't many individuals who ventured into the town center yesterday to collect mutated willow branches. But it should suffice, Zhao Zhongyang stated, his demeanor remaining calm. Perhaps, in his plan, he only required a handful of individuals to gather sufficient mutated willow branches. The primary focus was to inform more survivors about the gathering site, encouraging their participation and spreading the word to lead others to join. Furthermore, constructing a gathering site was not ideally suited for an abundance of leaders. After a few more minutes of waiting, another individual approached. However, this newcomer was not one of the 10 from yesterday, but a completely unfamiliar face, standing approximately 1.75 meters tall. This person was entirely wrapped up, leaving only their eyes visible, which suggested they were a youth. Hello, Officer Zhao, a clear voice greeted, and the newcomer nodded toward Shen. Zhao Zhongyang, smiling, remarked, we should have met yesterday. You were about 50 meters away from me, excavating mutated willow branches from beneath the snow. I remember you had 2 companions, right? The newcomer nodded, responding with a smile. Indeed, they have other obligations today, so I was sent to meet you. Shen's gaze flickered as he scrutinized the individual. It was evident that they had already formed a small gathering, likely numbering around 35 individuals, possessing the capacity to survive in this apocalyptic landscape. Moreover, their internal organization appeared clear, suggesting that their overall strength was commendable. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but wonder why other solitary survivors had been unable to arrive promptly today, even if they had successfully collected mutated willow branches yesterday. However, it is highly unlikely that they can venture out 2 consecutive days, as they still need to strive for survival. Most survivors possess 2 essential resources for survival: food and wood. Furthermore, many individuals probably do not have iron axes and can only resort to more primitive and inconvenient methods to fell trees, which significantly slows down their cutting speed. Thus, many who explored yesterday need to chop wood at home today, naturally leaving them with no time to gather. That a group of people teetering on the brink of life and death indeed find it challenging to have much leisure time. In fact, a considerable portion may not have upgraded their shelters or possess independent refuge cores, living in the most arduous conditions. Today, those who are able to participate in the construction of the gathering place are likely to be exceptionally strong individuals with basic survival skills. Through simple conversation, Shen also learned that this young man is named Zhang Sha, 29 years old, and has similarly awakened his talents. making him part of a relatively strong group of survivors. Moreover, he is cheerful and straightforward. And the two exchange contact information for future communication and trade. After a few minutes, two more groups of people arrived in succession. One of them is a lone survivor, who is also one of the 10 individuals gathered in the valley yesterday. This person appears somewhat short, with a hoarse and aged voice, likely indicating that he is a middle-aged man named Wang Haishan. Liu Shen was somewhat surprised that he could come alone, having successfully collected mutated willow branches yesterday, and still finding time to join today. This suggests that his abilities must be considerable. The other group consists of a duo, both male survivors appearing to be around 30 years old, likely supporting each other in their survival efforts. They introduce themselves. The elder of the two is named Hu Linyu, while the younger is Qin El. It seems that these are the only participants. Zhao Zhongyang spoke with a smile. There are only 5 groups present, with Zhao Zhongyang, Liu Shen, and Wang Haishan being the only ones from the 10 who gathered yesterday. The other 2 groups are spontaneously formed small gathering places, having come to Jingming Town after hearing news to collect mutated willow branches. The group did not engage in excessive pleasantries. Zhao Zhongyang directly stated, "The purpose of gathering everyone here is to consolidate the mutated willow branches and then establish a gathering place. What are your thoughts? Since we are here, we shall naturally proceed as you wish." Zhao Jingguang, Zhang Shuo replied with a smile. The elderly Wang Haishan also grinned, his aged voice uttering, "Indeed, creating a gathering place is a good thing. If we can truly accomplish it, we will certainly support it." Seeing this, Zhao Zhongyang's tense demeanor eased somewhat, and he said, "Thank you all for your support. There are several aspects that we need to discuss. Do not hesitate to speak. The first point concerns the mutated willow branches in everyone's possession. The size of the gathering place we can create depends on the quantity of these branches." Zhao Zhongyang directed his gaze towards the crowd and then took out a bundle containing the willow branches he had excavated from the ground, which appeared to be quite a substantial amount. "I have approximately 3.5 pounds. How about you all?" Liu Shen was somewhat astonished that Zhao Zhongyang and Bai Linin had managed to dig up 3.5 pounds of mutated willow branches from the snow. This quantity was quite significant, indicating their considerable experience. Wang Haishan followed suit, retrieving a handful of branches from a bamboo basket at his back, stating, "I have a little over a pound that I noticed something unusual in the artificial lake. So I didn't dare to get too close." The others nodded slightly, as those who successfully collected mutated willow branches and stood there discussing had, to some extent, detected the abnormality in the artificial lake. Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, they had long cultivated the habit of meticulous observation. They were particularly sensitive to such hidden threats. Fortunately, I asked Officer Zhao in advance about how to collect mutated willow branches. Zhang Shuo remarked cheerfully, pulling out a handful of branches that appeared to have been frozen in the snow. "Here, I have just under 3 pounds. Subsequently, Hu Linyu also produced a package, though it contained only a little over a pound of mutated willow branches. Evidently, despite being a duo, they had not devoted all their energy to collecting these branches, likely spending a significant portion of their time scavenging for other resources. At last, the group turned their attention to Liu Shen and Shirley. Without saying much, Liu Shen directly retrieved a large bundle of mutated willow branches from his backpack and handed it to Zhao Zhongyang, saying, "Here, there are about 5 pounds." Everyone's gaze shifted, casting a look of surprise and apprehension at Liu Shen and his companion. Although the quantity of mutated willow branches did not indicate much, it certainly suggested that the labor force and capabilities behind Liu Shen were of superior quality. In a resource-scarce apocalypse, the ability to gather supplies also somewhat reflects a person's value. Furthermore, Shirley, towering close to 2 meters, with a physique reminiscent of a small mountain, appeared quite intimidating, signifying considerable strength. "Mr. Liu, your methods are truly remarkable." Zhao Zhongyang could not help but exclaim. Liu Shen smiled faintly. "It was merely luck. I nearly drew the attention of whatever lurked in the artificial lake. Indeed, the entities within the artificial lake were quite dangerous. Otherwise, gathering mutated willow branches should have been a relatively straightforward task." The elderly Wang Haishan stated solemnly that Hu Linyu then looked towards Zhao Zhongyang, asking, "To be frank, Officer Zhao, do you know what lies within?" Zhao Zhongyang pondered for a moment, shaking his head. "I am uncertain. I only caught a glimpse of its outline, but could not discern the exact nature of the creature. Judging solely by its revealed silhouette, it is evidently not small. The others nodded slightly, as they had all sensed, to varying degrees, the lurking danger. Due to time constraints, they did not linger on the topic of the artificial lake, and Zhao Zhongyang began to discuss other matters. Secondly, we need to deliberate on the location and size of the gathering place. Zhao Zhongyang took stock of the quantity of mutated willow branches and continued. We currently have a total of 13.5 pounds of mutated willow branches. Construct a gathering place with a height of 3 meters, ensuring all 6 surfaces are coated with sap. We can estimate. Lu Shen silently calculated in his mind and stated, if we assume that 1 pound can cover 20 square meters, then 13.5 pounds can cover roughly 500 square meters. This calculation was not merely a straightforward multiplication of 13.5 by 20, but required additional considerations. Zhao Zhongyang, upon hearing this, verified the figure of 500 square meters and found it indeed quite accurate. Nodding, Mr. Liu is correct. Based on our current supply of mutated willow branches, we can approximately construct a gathering place of 500 square meters. What do you all think? Upon hearing this, Wang Haishan furrowed his brow slightly, his hoarse voice breaking the silence. Wouldn't 500 square meters be too small for a medium to large gathering place? Indeed, Hu Linyu added, the public area should be at least 13 square meters, with the management requiring a portion for their domain. Adding private residences, it may not suffice. Zhao Zhongyang had evidently anticipated this. Realizing that merely relying on the branches collected in a single day to create a large gathering place was fundamentally unreasonable. Since everyone is dissatisfied with the area, do you have any good suggestions? Perhaps we could gather another batch of mutated willow branches and then plan the construction of the gathering place. Zhao Zhongyang inquired. Though he was the one spearheading this endeavor, he did not monopolize the discussion, but rather provided everyone with the opportunity to participate. Listening to the group's discussion, Lu Shan's gaze grew somewhat contemplative, and he then spoke. Everyone, a gathering place of 500 square meters is not necessarily unfeasible. Oh. Mr. Liu, do you have any thoughts? Zhao Zhongyang asked. Liu Shen considered for a moment, organized his thoughts, and replied, if we are to construct an underground gathering place, then merely expanding the area is not the best option. This necessitates consideration of the terrain and the complexities of the underground landscape. Moreover, if the area is too vast, it could potentially lead to localized collapses, significantly increasing the danger for those residing within. Thus, from a certain perspective, a gathering place of around 500 square meters is precisely the most suitable and safest size. The elderly gentleman, Wang Haishan, suddenly interjected, reminding, young friend, your argument indeed holds merit. However, what potential for development can a mere 500 square meters of gathering ground possess in the future? I believe it should be at least 1,000 square meters. Lu Shan shook his head, replying, if you feel the area is insufficient, we can certainly expand in the future. Moreover, rather than enlarging the area on the same level, it would be more advantageous to increase the number of levels of the gathering ground. A single level of 500 square meters, when doubled, becomes 1,000 square meters, and it would significantly conserve the consumption of mutated willow branches. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes brightened. They had only considered expanding the area on one level, forgetting that increasing the number of levels is also a viable method of enlargement. Furthermore, this method presents distinct advantages. After all, how much can one expand in a flat space? 1,000 square meters? 2,000 square meters? Once the area becomes too extensive, the risk of collapse escalates, alongside greater demands on the terrain and environment. Conversely, while increasing the levels of the gathering ground may still encounter some challenges, these challenges are notably fewer. Following this statement, Wang Haishan refrained from further comments. Zhao Zhongyang seized the moment to speak. If that is the case, shall we proceed with Mr. Liu's suggestion and construct a gathering ground of 500 square meters? No objections, came the replies. Let us not delay. 500 square meters it shall be. Now, regarding the location of the gathering ground, does anyone have any insightful suggestions? Hu Linyu chimed in. This is a question, Zhao officer. You have already been planning for the construction of the gathering ground. I presume you have some thoughts in mind. Zhao Zhongyang smiled broadly. Indeed, I have contemplated a few ideas. for the sake of future expansion and resource exploration. I believe the vicinity of Jingning Town would be an excellent choice. Liu Shen nodded slightly. The gathering ground is not established overnight, and should further expansion be necessary, mutated willow branches will still be required. Additionally, Jingning Town is the largest ruin in the surrounding area, with numerous buildings yet to be explored, which could serve as future targets for exploration. However, Zhao Zhongyang's choice of this region clearly carries even greater significance. Beside him, Bai Lin produced a map and stated, "Everyone, Zhao officer and I have discussed this matter, and based on the surrounding circumstances, Jingning Town indeed stands out as the optimal choice. Please elaborate on the reasons." Bai Lin unfurled the map, which was notably old, marked by distinct creases, and its vast area danced in the wind. To prevent the map from tearing, the group hastily made their way to a nearby building on the outskirts of Jingning Town to convene. Once the map was spread across the ground, Liu Shen was astonished in fact, he had attempted to sketch a map of the surrounding area based on information from the survival radio, but had been unsuccessful. He only knew the relative positions of Tiling Town and Jingning Town, while remaining largely ignorant of the conditions of other town ruins, having merely heard their names. Therefore, encountering a complete map of the area filled him with delight. Bai Lin pointed to the map, saying, "We are currently located in Jingning Town, which is relatively large compared to other towns in the vicinity. However, this is still a small town. To our west, approximately 8 kilometers away, lies a substantial urban ruin, while we are likely situated in the suburbs." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, eagerly leaning in to examine the map, their eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, the map clearly indicated that 8 kilometers to the west of Jingning Town lay an urban symbol, accompanied by a dense network of roads and a myriad of town buildings, all showcasing its former prosperity. Of course, this prosperity now belonged to the past, and it was likely a ruin, Liu Shen observed quietly. The entire map centered around the city, suggesting it was a city route map. The urban area was considerable, at least a second-tier city, and to the east of the city, numerous towns were densely scattered, likely representing the town ruins that everyone aimed to explore. The survivors in this vicinity were likely situated near these town ruins, as he had yet to hear of any survivor discovering the city. Discussions invariably revolved around small town ruins. As for the eastern side of Jingning Town, it lay beyond distant forests and mountains, with undulating terrain covered in numerous tree icons, clearly indicating a wilderness area. However, Liu Shen noticed a railway cutting through these expansive mountains. It was evident that a segment of this railway corresponded to the current location of the train ruins. If one were to follow the railway, they would likely encounter the train ruins. Viewed from this perspective, the location of the train ruins as a refuge was indeed quite favorable. It was not far west from Jingning Town and could delve into the mountains and forests to the east, showcasing significant potential for development. Although dangers may lurk within the mountains and forests, they also represented abundant resources. For long-term survival and development, reliance on these natural resources would be essential. Moreover, Bai Lin and Zhao Zhongyang's thoughts evidently aligned with his own. Bai Lin turned to the group, continuing, "From a long-term perspective, it is challenging for Jingning Town to sustain the gathering ground's prolonged development. That if we wish to further acquire survival resources, we must consider 2 main aspects. Firstly, we should explore the urban ruins that cover a broader area and contain more resources, as we should be able to obtain a wealth of survival resources, including food and other supplies. We are merely 8 kilometers from the city. While reaching it is currently difficult, it is not impossible in the future. Secondly, we must also contemplate the mountains and forests to the east. The city has been abandoned for so long that we cannot ascertain what remains within it. There is a significant possibility that the city is teeming with corpses, posing a considerable danger to us, making exploration exceedingly challenging. Therefore, we must also redirect our focus to the eastern mountains and forests, where ample timber, mutated food due to radiation, and various wildlife abound. Although these 2 present dangers, they could also provide a potential path for survival." The attendees listened intently, nodding in agreement. They were not foolish individuals and certainly comprehended these principles. The city represents one avenue. The mountains and forests represent another. Jingning Town lies at the intersection of these two paths, serving as a strategic position for both offense and defense, whichever direction they choose to develop. They would have the freedom to select in the future. Viewed in this light, Jingning Town's location is indeed quite advantageous. Wang Haishan nodded in agreement that indeed Hu Linyu also expressed his approval, stating, moreover, everyone who has arrived should not be far from Jingning Town. Choosing this place as the gathering ground would be quite convenient for all. Seeing that there were no objections, Zhao Zhongyang spoke up. Since everyone concurs, let us finalize this location that I propose that we establish the gathering ground in a relatively flat, slightly undulating valley approximately 800 meters northeast of Jingning Town, a location that offers relative concealment. After a brief moment of contemplation, everyone nodded in agreement. Well, it is settled, then that a smile spread across Zhao Zhongyang's face as he added, now, there is one final matter to discuss, which is likely of utmost concern to everyone. The distribution of benefits. Upon hearing the phrase distribution of benefits, the spark in everyone's eyes flickered. Having invested so much time and effort to gather mutated willow branches and to deliberate on the construction of the gathering ground, they were not engaged in this endeavor for charity that if there were no tangible benefits, who would be willing to undertake such a task? Zhao Zhongyang chuckled, stating, here's my plan. The benefits will primarily be divided into land and survival coins, allocated according to each person's contributions. What do you all think? The group exchanged glances, hesitating to respond immediately. Hu Linyu spoke gravely. Could you elaborate? Land, of course, refers to the territory within the gathering ground, based on the number of mutated willow branches each person contributes. A portion of land will be allocated to each, akin to real estate. Zhao Zhongyang endeavored to articulate in simple terms. The area of the gathering ground will be divided into two sections, one for trading and the other for residential purposes. As for which specific area of land is required, you may choose as you see fit. Regarding the specific allocation of area, I have arranged that for every pound of mutated willow branches, an area of 10 square meters will be exchanged. How does that sound? The crowd exchanged glances, each contemplating the proposal, and ultimately nodded in agreement. In total, everyone contributed 13.5 pounds of mutated willow branches, which amounts to an allocation of 135 square meters. This is already a substantial area for the entire settlement. If they were to demand more, the very existence of this settlement would lose its significance, leaving no space for other survivors to thrive. Among the group, the wealthiest were undoubtedly Lu Shen and Shirley, with 5 pounds of mutated willow branches, translating to an area of 50 square meters. Whether for personal habitation or for sale to other survivors, this represents a lucrative opportunity that could yield considerable profits in the future. Zhao Zhongyang, seeing that there were no objections, continued. As for the remaining area, it will be rented or sold to other survivors, which will generate a considerable amount of survival coins that I plan to allocate 40 of these coins for the daily operations of the settlement. Another 40 for expansion and construction, and the remaining 20 will be distributed among us, the original builders. How does that sound? After a moment of silence, the crowd furrowed their brows slightly. The eldest among them, Wang Haishan, was the first to speak. The allocation of 40 for the settlement's operations is already quite substantial, and now another 40 for expansion and construction. Might that be excessive? Furthermore, there seems to be some overlap in the purposes of these two allocations. Zhao Zhongyang shook his head, stating, the operations of the settlement focus more on internal management and the establishment and oversight of a trading market, which requires a significant initial investment. 40 is not excessive. As for expansion construction, it will primarily be used to establish the settlement's defensive capabilities, venture out to explore resources, fend off the undead and mutated creatures, and confront any potentially hostile forces. These are entirely distinct aspects. One focuses on internal matters, while the other emphasizes external ones. I believe that occupying a total of 80 is quite modest, and I do not recommend any modifications. Zhao Zhongyang displayed an unwavering stance on the allocation of these survival coins, his expression serious and resolute, showing no signs of concession. This surprised the others, as Zhao Zhongyang had always maintained a gentle demeanor, readily accepting their suggestions. However, when it came to the concrete operations of the settlement, he revealed a decidedly firm side. After further deliberation, they ultimately could not sway Zhao Zhongyang and had to comply with his vision for governance. Yet in time, they would come to realize that Zhao Zhongyang's ideas were indeed far-sighted and more aligned with the settlement's developmental needs. Based on this distribution, Lu Shan would ultimately receive around 7 coins, which is already a significant proportion that if the settlement thrives and accumulates a substantial number of survival coins, his income would surely increase proportionately. Moreover, this method of distribution essentially made the individuals present stakeholders in the settlement. As the settlement prospered, so too would their share of the benefits. Their interests were now intertwined, binding them firmly to the settlement. Sharing glory in success and suffering in failure, Liu Shan couldn't help but marvel at Zhao Zhongyang's exceptional tactics. With merely a few words, he had successfully gathered a group of capable survivors to construct the embryonic form of settlement. Throughout this process, Zhao Zhongyang had not invested much effort, but had effortlessly secured a coalition of competent survivors, forming a community of mutual interest. Such abilities and strategies are not common among ordinary individuals. However, whether this vessel can set sail smoothly in the future still depends on the navigational skills of Captain Zhao Zhongyang. As the discussions were nearing their conclusion, Lu Shan suddenly furrowed his brows and asked, "By the way, Officer Zhao, is there not an essential aspect we have yet to discuss?" The crowd paused, their gazes instinctively shifting toward Zhao Zhongyang, who responded with a calm smile. "You are referring to the excavation and construction of the settlement. Correct? There is no need for concern. I will take care of that." "You alone?" Lu Shan inquired, surprised. Zhao Zhongyang waved his hand. "I have several survivors under my command who will assist me in this endeavor. However, I will primarily oversee it, and I believe you all have awakened your talents, while mine is related to soil." Upon hearing this, the others exchanged knowing looks, surprised at Zhao Zhongyang's depth of secrets. A talent connected to soil must be more unique and mysterious than those related to physical attributes. However, since Zhao Zhongyang did not elaborate, they refrained from pressing further. Zhao Zhongyang continued, "In the coming period, I will be excavating and constructing the settlement in the designated area. You are welcome to come and assist or supervise. We trust Officer Zhao's integrity." "Very well, we will come by if we have time." "No problem." Having concluded all matters, the group dispersed. Aside from the construction of the settlement, survival was equally vital in the limited time available. They either ventured into Jingning Town to explore or returned to their shelters to stockpile food and wood. Each individual had a tight schedule, leading to a brief discussion before they resumed their respective tasks. Liu Shan checked the time. It was still early, so he and Shirley proceeded to explore Jingning Town. Their roles were the same as the previous day, with Shirley responsible for gathering supplies while Lu Shan controlled the undead, approaching the artificial lake to collect mutated willow branches near the train wreckage. He also intended to construct an underground shelter, perhaps even one situated further away from the train cars. He understood the wisdom of having multiple escape routes, for while the train cars were of decent quality, it was prudent to remain vigilant and prepared for unexpected situations. As he controlled the undead, he made his way toward the artificial lake, beginning to excavate scattered mutated willow branches from the surrounding snow. Though the pace was slow, safety was paramount. After observing for a while and ensuring that the undead posed no danger, Lu Shan descended from the highest loft and began scavenging for supplies in other buildings. He still dared not venture deep into Jingning Town, limiting his search to the outskirts. However, it wasn't long before he spotted a figure approaching the building they were searching, given the presence of other survivors nearby. Lu Shan did not bother to conceal his footprints. It was likely that others were aware of their presence, yet still decided to come closer. Liu Shan frowned slightly. What could compel someone to approach knowing full well they were not alone? There were likely 2 possibilities. Either they sought him out for a discussion, or they intended to cause trouble. As the figure drew nearer, Lu Shan discerned the face of one of the earlier individuals. Liu Shan had not previously seen his face, but from the voice, he appeared to be a middle-aged man, composed and steady in demeanor, exuding an air of authority, likely a leader within his small settlement. However, he had been accompanied by another survivor earlier, and now he was alone. Liu Shan's eyes flickered. If this person truly intended to cause trouble, he would not come alone. Thus, it was evident that he had business to discuss with Lu Shan. "Mr. Lu, may I speak with you?" Hu Linyu inquired, his tone still calm and composed. "That of course." Lu Shan gestured invitingly for him to enter the building. "May I ask what brings you here?" Lu Shan asked. Hu Linyu did not respond immediately. Instead, he unwrapped the cloth around his head, politely revealing his face, a middle-aged countenance, around 35 years of age. Only then did he speak. "Mr. Lu, I wish to propose a transaction. And I come with sincerity. A transaction." Lu Shan was taken aback for a moment, as he was not selling anything and had never advertised such intentions. What kind of transaction could this be? Hu Linyu nodded deeply, gesturing toward the tools at Lu Shan's waist. Realizing the implication, Lu Shan suddenly understood. It seemed Hu Linyu sought to purchase a batch of tools. However, curiosity prompted him to ask, "Mr. Hu, why do you think I would be selling tools? These items hold significant value in this apocalyptic world, and I too require them for survival." He distinctly remembered never having disclosed his ability to craft such tools. Leaving him somewhat puzzled, Hu Linyu flashed a knowing smile and said, "Mr. Lu, there is no need for you to conceal anything from me. With a touch of cunning, I have gleaned some insights, which emboldens me to approach you for a purchase. Elaborate. Firstly, your tools are remarkably new. I have interacted with other survivors and discovered various implements among the ruins, yet they are all quite antiquated, nearly decayed. Secondly, the materials of your weapons appear to be of inferior quality. Typically, one would not employ such iron to craft tools. Upon hearing this, Lu Shan could not help but let out a wry smile. The other party's keen observations astonished him. These 2 points were ones he had noticed himself and had taken measures to conceal. For instance, he had wrapped the axe in cloth to disguise its newness, only to have it uncovered. This serves to illustrate the extraordinary perceptiveness of the individual before him, who was certainly not an ordinary person. Regarding the tool's material, it was indeed crafted from tin, the quality of which was rather low, and Lu Shan's own pressing was insufficiently strong, resulting in an overall quality that was merely average. This detail could only be discerned by someone with considerable experience. With the matter laid bare, Lu Shan no longer held back. He spoke candidly. "I do possess the capability to fabricate tools, yet the cost is not trivial, I understand." Hu Linyu replied earnestly, "I recognize the importance of tools and the intricacy of their creation. I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory price. Could you elaborate further?" After pondering for a moment, Hu Linyu continued, "I require 2 axes and 2 picks that I can offer survival coins as payment. How does 30 per piece sound?" 120 survival coins for the creation of 2 axes and 2 picks is undoubtedly a lucrative deal, even exceedingly so. However, after some contemplation, Lu Shan shook his head and said, "I do not require survival coins. I seek staple foods, fruits, vegetables, or other provisions that can be preserved long-term." Hu Linyu frowned slightly at this. "Mr. Lu, is this request not a bit excessive? Food is scarce for everyone. It is utterly impossible for me to trade food for tools. Even if I were to agree, the other survivors under my command would certainly not. Is there no room for negotiation?" Hu Linyu replied firmly, "Absolutely not. In fact, if you possess food, we would be willing to pay a premium for it." Seeing the resolute gaze of the other, Lu Shan could only chuckle ruefully. It seems that for anyone, food remains the foremost issue to be addressed. Yet the blizzard-ravaged environment guarantees a scarcity of food. Hunger, bitter cold, and radiation are the prevailing themes here, inescapable for every survivor. With a resigned sigh, he proposed, "Then I require 6 level 1 radiation cores from the brains of decayed corpses in exchange for 1 tool. Or 1 level 2 radiation core for 1 tool. What do you think?" Hu Linyu paused, somewhat taken aback as he regarded Lu Shan with surprise. The preference for radiation cores over survival coins speaks volumes. At the very least, it confirms that Lu Shan is not in need of survival coins. Such survivors must possess significant self-sufficiency that I have some level 1 radiation cores, though not the full 24. I possess approximately 13, that could the remainder be supplemented with survival coins? Agreed. Lu Shan nodded in affirmation. Regardless of how this transaction unfolds, he stands to gain significantly, and he has no reason to refuse. Moreover, he has long ceased to care about that initial piece of tea. In fact, When he crafts tools in the future, it is highly unlikely he will utilize that piece of tin as material, given its relatively low quality and limited hardness. Had he not recently been pressed for time, he would have long since updated and produced more refined tools. It is worth noting that he possesses another material of superior quality, in greater abundance, and more suitable for crafting implements. The steel salvaged from train wrecks, the tin scavenged from residential buildings, is as flimsy as plastic, fit only for mundane household use. However, the steel from train wrecks, particularly the structural components, boasts an unimaginable hardness. Even when he employs his talents to compress it, altering its shape proves exceedingly difficult. This is the true material suitable for tool making. Crafting 4 ordinary tools from tin is a trivial task, and earning an extra 200 survival coins is a rare stroke of fortune. Once their discussion concluded, they exchanged contact information and agreed to reconvene in 2 days for the transaction. However, after Hu Linyu departed, Lu Shen suddenly recalled the impending blizzard. Moreover, it was a colossal blizzard, specifically flagged by the system as a major disaster, its power undoubtedly formidable. The forthcoming days would surely bring harsh weather, making it exceedingly challenging to conduct their agreed-upon trade. Shen shook his head, not overly concerned. In a post-apocalyptic setting, transactions inherently carry numerous uncertainties, all of which are acceptable. Furthermore, these issues could be deliberated and resolved via the survival radio, which is not a significant problem. Setting this matter aside, Lu Shen resumed his search among the surrounding buildings for usable resources. Regrettably, most of the outer structures had already been scavenged, leaving scant items behind. After toiling for several minutes, he managed to uncover a barrel of homemade bayberry wine, notably potent and still consumable. Without hesitation, he seized the entire glass bottle, intending to bring it back to the shelter. This barrel of liquor is quite substantial, weighing at least several dozen pounds that, if he could exchange it for other resources, it would undoubtedly yield a handsome profit. As time grew short, Lu Shen sought out Shirley and summoned Lu Shi, beginning their journey back to the shelter. Their respective hauls were rather modest, neither exceptionally bountiful nor entirely devoid of value. Once they returned to the train carriage amidst the swirling snow, the trio began to assess the day's findings. Lu Shen had brought back merely a large barrel of bayberry wine. Shi returned with over a pound of mutated willow branches. Shirley had scavenged a variety of items, filling a large bundle, though few were genuinely useful. Among these, Lu Shen spotted a 500 milliliters container of cooking oil, a bottle of vitamin B, and various utensils such as cups, wooden buckets, and ladles. Shen scrutinized the items with a hint of disdain, unable to restrain himself from saying, "Where did you find this rubbish? Cups and buckets are tools I can craft directly, and of superior quality at that." "What is the point of this?" Shirley scratched his head. Speaking in a low voice, "There was simply nothing else. I had to bring something back, right?" Lu Shen shook his head in resignation. Among these items, only the barrel of oil held any utility, while the rest were all but trash, including the bottle of vitamin B. This item has an expiration date, and its quality appears rather subpar. Not to mention, the pills inside have already gone black and moldy. 99 unusable. He discarded all this refuse into a specific carriage and then sat on the sofa of Lu Shen's train carriage, where the two engaged in a brief exchange. Tea present. The two were akin to a small gathering, allies closely connected in this post-apocalyptic realm. "Brother Shen, the blizzard is imminent. Shouldn't we prepare in advance?" Shirley remarked, a hint of worry in his eyes that a blizzard is no trifling matter, and who knows what unforeseen consequences it may bring. Moreover, the blizzard could affect exploration time, potentially rendering outdoor expeditions impossible. If resources are consumed without replenishment, survivors may find themselves unable to endure. Shen's gaze shifted thoughtfully as he replied, "We must certainly prepare. Starting tomorrow, we should refrain from venturing far and focus on gathering more timber, while reinforcing the shelter." "Indeed, that was my thought as well. My timber is nearly depleted," Shirley admitted. Scratching his head, Shen expressed surprise, asking, "You haven't stockpiled additional timber?" "I reserve enough from 2 trees. But after 2 consecutive days of outings, I've nearly exhausted it," Shirley confessed candidly. Shen could not help but facepalm, saying, "Let us not go anywhere tomorrow. gather over 45 pieces of timber, and will also expand the ice brick fortress. After a moment's contemplation, he added, when the blizzard arrives, we should try to consolidate our living arrangements to minimize timber consumption. This should not pose a problem. Shirley nodded in agreement. As evening approached and darkness enveloped the sky, the two continued their labors within the ice brick fortress instead of resting. Shirley, robust and tall, took charge of crafting the ice bricks. He transported the accumulated snow from outside into the wooden molds, whereupon he poured water to melt it, effortlessly forming the bricks. These were then neatly stacked in a corner. After deliberation, the two resolved to expand the fortress further, aiming for an increase of at least 30 square meters. This expansion would ensure that, even when unable to venture outside, they could still move about the fortress to disassemble wood and manufacture tools. Moreover, Lucian needed to allocate space for excavating an underground refuge. During idle moments, he would work on this excavation, and once completed, they could simply apply the juice extracted from mutated willow branches to enable immediate habitation. However, Lucian did not intend to relocate the refuge in the near term, as the environment within the train carriage was quite satisfactory. Nonetheless, the underground shelter, devoid of radiation, was exceptionally suited for cultivating crops, its most significant advantage. Possessing a piece of land free from radiation that could consistently yield food was the greatest assurance of survival in this apocalyptic world, representing a critical task to accomplish in the forthcoming days. The rhythm of life remained stable and serene as Lucian and Shirley engaged in casual conversation while attending to their respective tasks. As darkness fully descended, the relentless tide of zombies continued to surge. A daily occurrence. Observing his old friend's approach, Lucian habitually retrieved his iron spear and began to prod through the aperture in the ice wall. Each day, he reliably secured around 10 radiation cores, equating to approximately 50 survival coins, a sum not far removed from a paycheck. Moreover, Lucian regarded this currency with little interest, choosing instead to deposit it all into the refrigerator housing Lucian, thereby enhancing its capabilities. That night, Shirley opted not to return to his refuge, instead bringing his bedding, plush grass, and the independent refuge core to Lucian's carriage to spend the night, upon awakening the next day and having a light meal. The two resumed their relentless production of ice bricks. Their 2-day excursion had somewhat slowed their survival pace, and now was the time to act swiftly, dedicating nearly all their hours to work beneath the ice brick fortress. By afternoon, the number of ice bricks had grown significantly, nearly filling the entire fortress, with much stacked outside as well. As the time for exploration approached, Lucian decisively set to work, forcibly breaking open the small wood storage behind the ice brick fortress. This storage space was still too limited and required further expansion. According to their plan, it was highly likely that they would fill all available space behind this train carriage, amounting to approximately 35 square meters. Temperature, minus 20.6 C. Climate, moderate to heavy snow, wind speed at 9, emergency radiation level, moderate, exceeding 106 minutes outdoors today will result in radiation exposure. As night falls, radiation levels will continue to rise. Urgent notice, in about 12 days. A severe blizzard is expected, during which temperatures will plummet, snowfall will increase, wind speeds will surpass level 15, and radiation will intensify. Survivors should prepare accordingly, with temperatures dropping further and heavy snowfall reducing outdoor time significantly. The environment had undeniably worsened compared to previous days. Stepping outside the ice brick fortress, visibility was severely impaired, shrouded in a gray haze with heavy snow filling the sky, swept away by the biting cold. Shirley, you are responsible for expanding the ice brick fortress. To stack them up as I taught you, I will go outside to gather wood. Lucian shouted against the cold wind. Shirley signaled an okay and began dragging the ice bricks from within the fortress to commence the expansion. Lucian, too, remained busy, taking Lucian and snow with him as he ventured into the vast snowy expanse. Scattered around the hills were several clusters of trees, most forming small groves of 7 or 8. These miniature forests were abundant in timber resources, with dozens of such groves in the vicinity, each featuring slightly varied tree species. Lucian selected a larger grove, approximately 10 trees clustered together, and began his logging efforts. The trees here were robust, roughly 30 centimeters in diameter and over 4 meters tall. Considered large in a post-apocalyptic setting in contrast, trees and other groves were typically small and slender, many devoid of leaves. Starkly differing from this grove, after nearly 20 minutes of strenuous labor, Lucian finally felled one tree and directed Lucier to transport it back to the refuge. He estimated that such a sizable tree would suffice for 34 days. A veritable bargain. Subsequently, he felled 3 more trees, stopping only when he was drenched in sweat. It was not that he lacked the desire to continue, but his axe had dulled, nearly slipping from its handle, and the efficiency of his work had significantly declined. Furthermore, space within the ice brick fortress was limited, making it challenging to accommodate 4 trees. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lucian instructed Lucier to assist while he planned to explore the backside of the hill. Earlier, he had spotted a grove in that direction, also containing about 10 trees. However, these trees appeared unique, resembling pines. If they were indeed mutated pines affected by radiation, they might yield valuable resources worth investigating. Upon reaching the backside of the hill, halfway up, he indeed discovered a grove of trees reminiscent of pines, standing at heights exceeding 15 meters. However, these trees were slender, with diameters of only 10 centimeters. Logically, in the ravaging winds of the apocalypse, such tall and thin trees would struggle to withstand the elements, with a high probability of being snapped. Yet, this grove stood resilient amid the storm, unaffected by the harsh winds and snow, its branches remaining unbowed. This indicated a remarkable hardness to the wood. Lucian approached for a closer inspection and confirmed that these trees closely resembled pines, their dense needles clustered vibrantly green amidst the snowfall. Exuding a lively vitality, a glimmer of excitement sparked within Lucian. Discovering pines in the wild was a rare find. Each pine tree could provide a wealth of survival resources. Pine needles serve as excellent kindling, and, unbeknownst to many, the green needles are edible and can be brewed into tea, rich in various minerals and amino acids essential for the body. Pine cones, the source of pine nuts, can be consumed as food and also serve as high-quality fuel. However, he was uncertain of the specific species of these pines, as some yield edible pine nuts while others do not. Most importantly, these pines could yield another extremely precious substance: pine resin, collected from the branches. Pine resin could be utilized to craft candles, its value in the apocalypse far surpassing expectations. Most fireplaces are constructed of iron and lack glass for light transmission, resulting in a dimly lit refuge. This issue was not unique to Lucian. It was a challenge faced by all survivors. If one could manufacture candles, they would undoubtedly be a precious resource in the apocalypse. After a moment of contemplation, Lucian promptly returned to the train carriage, gathering a dozen plastic bottles along with some strips of cloth. By carving a groove into the pine trees, the resin would ooze forth, which he would then guide with the cloth strips into the plastic bottles for collection. He would then secure the bottles tightly to the tree trunks with another strip of cloth. Almost every pine tree was equipped with a plastic bottle, initiating a slow collection process that Lucian counted a total of 19 pine trees, which was quite a number, and he hoped to gather a substantial amount of resin. He could only wish for the blizzard to arrive a little later, allowing him to accumulate enough resin to craft candles before it struck. After completing these tasks, time had nearly slipped away, and Lucian harvested a generous bunch of green pine needles along with dozens of pine cones to bring back to the train carriage. Upon his return, Shirley had also finished expanding the ice brick fortress. Behind the original fortress, a rectangular space of approximately 35 square meters had been added, standing about 2.5 meters high, slightly shorter than the fortress within the train carriage. However, from the inside, it appeared quite spacious and remarkably sturdy. This effectively doubled their living space. Even with the impending blizzard, they could still accomplish many daily tasks beneath the ice brick fortress. Not long after they returned to the shelter, darkness enveloped the sky outside. Enormous snowflakes battered the glacier fortress like a tempest, painting a scene reminiscent of an impending apocalypse, instilling a sense of dread. Shirley wiped the sweat from his brow and lamented, "The weather is truly deteriorating. I shudder to think what it will be like when the blizzard actually arrives." Lucian's gaze was equally somber as he stared into the pitch-black night. A stifling gloom that evoked a sense of despair. In oh more overthinking. Let's prepare as many supplies as possible. The blizzard could come today or tomorrow. Time is of the essence. Shirley nodded in agreement. The two men lit a fire in the ice brick fortress and began to segment the wood in the newly expanded area. They had felled 4 massive trees, yielding a significant amount of firewood, enough from just one tree to nearly fill half a wall. They swung their axes to chop off the smaller branches, bundling them together for kindling. The main trunks were chopped into smaller sections and neatly stacked inside the fortress, appearing quite ample, enough to last them at least a month. This would ensure that they would not need to venture out for firewood in the coming month, thereby maintaining their warmth. With this, they would have more time to attend to other tasks. Once they had finished cutting all the wood, they returned to the carriage for a meal, which was somewhat more sumptuous than usual. Typically, their staple consisted of corn cakes or compressed biscuits, accompanied by snacks like dried radishes, canned goods, and instant noodles. Fortunately, during her outing, Shui had managed to catch 2 leaf birds. Shen was unsure where she had found them. He only knew that she had followed him outside, and by the time he returned to the shelter, Shui was already asleep. Regardless, acquiring 2 leaf birds for food was undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune, providing them with much-needed fat and enhancing their meal's flavor. Thus, dinner consisted of compressed biscuits, dried radish, and meat soup. The leaf birds were prepared in the usual manner. Feathers removed, cut into small pieces, and cooked in an iron pot with salt and seasoning, yielding a delicious flavored AS for the meat distribution. They shared it equally. Now, Shui had become the primary provider of meat, a significant asset to the shelter, and therefore they could not neglect her needs to some extent. It was essential to ensure she was well fed and cared for, so she could continue to be a reliable worker. In their current survival team, she was indispensable as they huddled around the fireplace, enjoying the steaming meat soup. The swirling warmth enveloped them, and the flickering flames cast a tranquil glow on their faces, creating an atmosphere of serenity. They engaged in light conversation. Shen, how has the quality of goods in your store been lately? Shirley inquired. Quite mediocre, really. Mostly useless trinkets with very few items of any real value. Shen replied casually while gnawing on a bone. So you're in the same boat. Shirley sighed in resignation, adding, I haven't encountered a single worthwhile item in the past 3 days. It's driving me to the brink. Shen remained unfazed, stating, goods in the store are merely embellishments. True survival depends on exploring this world. That's true, but I've managed to accumulate a few hundred survival coins, and I can't even spend them. Shirley exclaimed with a disgruntled expression. Shen shook his head in exasperation. Save them. Once the settlement is established, there will be plenty of opportunities to spend. That makes sense, Shirley nodded, then turned his gaze to Shui, saying, Shen, I've always felt that my luck is lacking. Perhaps we should let this little chubby one give it a try. Shen raised an eyebrow. Shui, sensing the malicious intent, paused her eating and took a couple of steps back. Meow. 10 seconds later, Shui's paw was placed on the survival radio, and 3 items began to refresh. Shui, maintaining her composure, retracted her paw with an exasperated expression and resumed her meal. The 3 items appeared before them, eliciting expressions of surprise. Name. Canned yellow peaches 1, 10 survival coins. Name. Potatoes 500 grams, 20 survival coins. Shen, this chubby one's luck is indeed remarkable. It refreshed 3 food items, Shirley exclaimed in astonishment. Shen's eyes lit up. These are not just any food items. What makes them special? Shirley asked, somewhat puzzled. Shen explained earnestly. Potatoes are highly filling and easy to cultivate. Absolutely the most suitable seed. If our method is correct, we could potentially cultivate them long-term.as for the eggs. If they are fertilized, we might have the chance to hatch chicks. I had previously collected a few leaf bird eggs and store them in my suitcase for several days. But they haven't hatched in the current circumstances. Anything that could provide sustainable food sources was invaluable, and potatoes were among the best. This 1 kilogram of potatoes costs only 20 survival coins. But in Shen's eyes, even if it were valued at 200 survival coins, he would certainly buy it. Shirley scratched his head, expressing a doubt. Shen, I've heard that potatoes are not ideal as a staple crop. While they are easy to grow and yield abundantly, their nutrition is limited, and they are difficult to store. Shen shot him a glance. Limited nutrition? Can't you eat other things? Difficult to store. ever thought of turning them into potato starch. Having something to eat is better than being picky. You make a valid point, Shirley chuckled. Without any hesitation, the two men decided to purchase the potatoes and the eggs. The potatoes were roughly the size of ping-pong balls, appearing very uniform and of excellent quality. The eggs were unremarkable, just like ordinary eggs, but it was still unclear whether they were fertilized. They needed to be incubated in a stable environment of around 38°C for 5 to 6 days to determine if they were fertilized, at which point they would know if they could hatch. Liu Shen placed the 5 eggs next to the fire in his suitcase, already filled with warm clothing, with 4 bird eggs situated in the middle. He placed the 5 chicken eggs in as well, attempting to incubate them. If successful, the eggs would turn into chickens, potentially providing a long-term food source. In the current apocalyptic environment, capturing wild chickens or birds was far more challenging than hatching bird eggs. Looking at their haul, Liu Shen couldn't help but marvel at how useful Shue's paws were. In addition to capturing prey, it also brings good fortune. Moments later, Liu Shen, clutching the plump body of Shue, pressed his paw once again onto his survival radio. He still had one opportunity to refresh. Soon, 3 brand-new items appeared before his eyes. Name: Insuin wood 1 description. A special type of wood mutated by radiation, possessing the ability to absorb radiation, capable of attracting surrounding radiation into itself for storage, preventing leakage. Price: 15 survival coins. Name: Flint 1 price. 10 survival coins. Name: Lingling potion 1 description. A special item of high value. A precious substance refined from radiation cores of level 2 or higher, which has eliminated lower quality radiation energy and can be consumed by humans. Upon consumption, it enhances innate abilities to a certain degree. Value: 50 survival coins. Wow, these are all excellent items. Liu Shen's eyes widened in astonishment. Aside from the flint, the others were entirely new to him. The flint, as one would expect, should be stockpiled, and at such a modest price. Purchasing it was a no-brainer. However, upon closely examining the Insuin wood's description, Liu Shen fell into deep contemplation. This wood could absorb radiation and store it within itself, preventing any spillage. Its function was somewhat akin to that of mutated willow branches. If he were to amass a significant quantity of Insuin wood, it could be used to construct shelters and gathering places, likely yielding commendable results. Yet the underlying principles of the two were entirely different. The sap of mutated willow branches primarily repels radiation, creating a safe zone by keeping radiation at bay, whereas the Insuin wood absorbs all surrounding radiation, thus forming a secure area. Furthermore, Insuin wood possesses another remarkable property. It can be utilized as a radiation core, and one of superior quality at that. It has now become evident that radiation is not entirely devoid of utility. At the very least, concentrated high-quality radiation can assist corpses in augmenting their strength, which is a profoundly significant function. However, the amount of radiation a level 1 core can store is quite limited, so utilizing Insuin wood for radiation storage might yield favorable results. This represents a more effective, higher quality, and recyclable radiation core. For other survivors, its value may not be exceedingly high, but for Liu Shen, acquiring it to place in the refrigerator housing the Liu corpse could significantly bolster its power. Alternatively, situating it in areas rich in radiation to absorb higher quality radiation and then returning it for the Liu corpse's consumption would be an excellent strategy. As for the final item, Liu Shen's eyes widened even further. The Lingling potion, a refined substance containing beneficial materials derived from level 2 radiation cores, could be directly consumed by humans to enhance their innate abilities. Its effects were straightforward and powerful, undoubtedly the highest quality item in the entire store. Upon acquiring a level 2 radiation core, he had learned through its description that it contained a portion of absorbable material for humans. However, this material was scarce and could not be extracted, rendering Liu Shen hesitant to consume a level 2 radiation core. He had contemplated whether a level 3 or even a level 4 radiation core, containing more beneficial materials, might be safe for human consumption. He never anticipated that such a special potion would appear in the store. His luck was truly extraordinary. Furthermore, he believed the probability of encountering such a high-tier item was exceedingly low. Without much hesitation, he promptly purchased all 3 items. The insulin would measured approximately 10 centimeters in length and was as thick as a baby's arm, appearing entirely unremarkable in its blackened hue. However, once placed outside the independent shelter core, he could distinctly sense it attracting radiation from all directions, storing it within. Soon, a radiation-free zone with a diameter of about 1 meter formed around him. Shen was astonished. Strictly speaking, the efficacy of this insulin would even surpass that of mutated willow branches. Though its scarcity was regrettable, the lingling potion appeared as a milky white liquid, barely the width of a finger, its quantity seeming remarkably limited, accompanied by a faint, fishy odor. "Shungu, this thing looks a bit dubious," Shirley remarked seriously while stroking his chin. Shen's expression darkened, and he retorted, "Get lost. No one would have thought of that if you hadn't mentioned it. I can't believe you didn't think of it," he muttered, rolling his eyes. Nevertheless, the appearance of the potion was indeed peculiar. Yet, one would not expect the appearance of substance derived from radiation cores to be particularly appealing. This was, after all, to be anticipated. After a moment's reflection, Shen decided to down it in one gulp. Initially, there was no reaction. The taste was rather ordinary, cool to the touch, with a vague, acrid hint characteristic of radiation. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that peculiar changes began to manifest in his body. First, the surface temperature of his skin rose sharply, exceeding 40 C, turning crimson as an inexplicable energy surged within him. His heartbeat quickened, and the flow of blood accelerated dramatically. He could distinctly hear his own heartbeat and the rushing of blood, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength as if he were about to burst apart. "Wow, this stuff is potent." Shen clutched his chest, feeling as if the force within him was striving to break free. Even his innate ability, consolidation, became uncontrollable at this moment, seemingly undergoing inexplicable changes. The use of his ability was not akin to game skills that could be activated by mere thought. This ability was never bestowed upon him by others. Rather, it resided within Shen, dormant until awakened by some force upon arriving in this apocalyptic world. As the item indicated, this was an awakening of talent, not a mere bestowal of abilities. That was akin to an instinct ingrained in his genes. When a need arose to mobilize it, a powerful force would surge forth from deep within his bloodline and genes, enabling him to utilize consolidation to that moment. The latent power buried within his bloodline and genes seemed to have been greatly amplified. If his prior strength was a mere 1, it now soared to at least 3, signifying a threefold increase. This immense transformation was overwhelming for him to endure in the short term, resulting in considerable discomfort. It took a full 30 minutes for him to gradually acclimate to the expansion of energy. The intense heat dissipated slowly as the surging and overflowing energy within him gradually receded, restoring tranquility. Shen exhaled deeply, silently attuning himself to the changes within his body. The energy of the consolidation talent had expanded threefold. Both his control over the ability and the frequency of its utilization had significantly improved. Moreover, his overall strength had reached a new pinnacle. Additionally, even his physical attributes had received a notable enhancement, with muscle definition becoming more pronounced and improvements in strength, endurance, and speed. This represented a comprehensive enhancement, as if he had broken through a certain threshold, reaching a higher echelon. This transformation was profoundly mysterious. If one were to articulate it, it would be akin to a level 1 corpse advancing to a level 2 corpse, since corpses have levels 1, 2, 3, and 4. Could it be that human survivors also possess the potential for advancement? He had never contemplated this question before, but it was now nearly certain that human strength could indeed be enhanced. However, it was highly probable that only those who had awakened their talents would be able to elevate their power through some special means. Such means were likely exceedingly rare and hard to come by. For the vast majority of survivors, enhancing their own strength remained a formidable challenge. The same held true for corpses. He had encountered numerous corpses, yet only a scant few had truly reached level 2. According to reason, given that the apocalypse had been ongoing for such an extended period, if zombies had a reliable method to enhance their strength, then the overwhelming majority would have already ascended to level 2 or even 3, rather than languishing as mere level 1 corpses. Furthermore, corpses are incapable of forcibly consuming radiation cores to bolster their power. They can only absorb radiation gradually and imperceptibly, which renders their path to advancement exceedingly arduous. The fact that land zombies can reach level 2 in a short span is attributable to Lu Shan's assistance through his talents, enabling him to absorb a significant amount of radiation swiftly, thus reaping the benefits. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Shan shook his head, temporarily casting these thoughts aside. For all survivors, the paramount objective has never been to enhance their strength, but rather to endure. Although his physical condition has improved somewhat and his innate abilities have been augmented, it seems of little utility. He still feels cold, still feels hunger, and traversing through the blizzard, he remains susceptible to being swept away. Such a degree of enhancement merely affords him greater confidence when facing humans or beasts, preventing him from sinking to the bottom of the food chain. Yet before the forces of nature, he still feels as insignificant as dust. Shirley gazed intently at Lu Shan, watching as he gradually regained consciousness, and could not help but inquire, "Brother Shen, how do you feel?" "Not bad. My strength has increased considerably." "It's quite beneficial," Lu Shan replied succinctly. "That's good. The claws of snow are indeed effective." "Indeed," Lu Shan wholeheartedly agreed, having not refreshed a single useful item for several consecutive days. Yet, upon pressing the claw of snow, the subsequent 2 items that appeared were of extraordinarily high quality and significant value. It seems that Snow will have to take on another job. "Brother Shen, it's already past 7. Shall we continue working, or take a short break?" Shirley yawned as he spoke. Since the apocalypse, their schedules have become remarkably regimented, particularly concerning sleep, which had significantly increased. Rising at 7 or 8 in the morning and retiring around 9 in the evening had become the norm. After all, the daily workload was substantial, and without ample sleep, both body and mind would become exceedingly fatigued. After pondering for a moment, Lu Shan replied, "Let's rest a bit later. The corpses will come soon." That is true. They had grown accustomed to the routine of being besieged by corpses at specific times each day, consistently acquiring a batch of radiation cores. Such good fortune should not be squandered. Taking advantage of the time before the corpses arrived, the 2 of them ventured to the expanded ice brick fortress. Surveying the land, with a steady gaze, Lu Shan calmly stated, "Starting tomorrow, we shall prepare to excavate an underground shelter. Let us designate this location and begin digging downwards at an angle, extending approximately 2 meters below." Shirley listened attentively and asked, "All right, but how large of a space do we need to excavate?" "I have just under 4 pounds of mutated willow branches. I intend to use half to construct an underground shelter of about 40 square meters, primarily for storing supplies, cultivating crops, and disaster prevention." Lu Shan elaborated, having contemplated these matters for quite some time. He continued, "The remaining mutated willow branches will be utilized to create another underground shelter for you after the blizzard passes. While the train carriage is decent, it lacks a fireplace, resulting in poor insulation. Residing in the underground shelter, you can build an earthen bed, which should help withstand the cold." Upon hearing this, Shirley nodded repeatedly. Having suffered nightly from the cold due to the absence of a fireplace, a long-standing issue he faced. After discussing their plans, they faintly heard the growls of corpses outside the ice brick fortress. "Let us continue our discussion tomorrow. It's time to get to work." Lu Shan yawned, having long lost the initial fear, and grasped the iron spear beside him. Shirley mirrored his actions, wielding a spear that Lu Shan had crafted for him. In various directions of the ice brick fortress, Lu Shan had also created several holes, facilitating their joint efforts against the corpses. The number of corpses remained overwhelmingly large, encircling the entire ice brick fortress. Perhaps due to the fact that the 2 of them were the only living beings in the vicinity and were conveniently exposed to the corpses' line of sight, they had all converged upon them. Lu Shan was unrelenting, thrusting the iron spear repeatedly, each time piercing through their skulls. It had become a routine, akin to a job. They would stab for 2 hours at a set time each day before heading to sleep. Around 10 o'clock, Lu Shan yawned, sheathed his weapon, and returned to the train carriage to rest. The next day, upon awakening and inspecting the 26 level 1 radiation cores in his hand, Lu Shan nodded in satisfaction. Tossing them all into the refrigerator where the land zombies resided, he then addressed Shirley. "I will take your radiation cores, purchasing them from you at 5 survival coins each. Do you have any left?" Shirley, squatting in the corner brushing his teeth, mumbled indistinctly, "I sold them all. Whatever I obtain in the future will be yours." All right, compared to 5 survival coins, enhancing the strength of the land zombies was evidently far more cost-effective. Standing outside in the inky darkness, with the disarray left by the corpses on the ground, Lu Shan's gaze turned contemplative as he looked eastward. What could possibly be there that causes all the corpses to vanish in the daylight, only to reappear at night? Is truly perplexing. This phenomenon had persisted for quite some time, yet he remained unaware of its cause. He had silently resolved that if an opportunity arose in the future, he must venture into the eastern forest and mountains to uncover what lay within. However, for now, it appeared he must continue striving for survival. With little opportunity for distant excursions, today's tasks remained exceedingly busy, necessitating their full effort to excavate the underground shelter. Previously, the demand for an underground shelter had not been significant. After all, they could reside in the train carriage without needing much space for planting corn. Yet, acquiring a pound of potatoes signified that agriculture could indeed be initiated, necessitating the urgent excavation of sufficient land. Having procured several sheets of iron from the train carriage, which possessed remarkable hardness, he utilized his talent of solidification to compress and reshape them into the form of a shovel. That a tool was thus created, and its quality was commendable. The only issue was that the edges of the shovel required further honing for sharpening, facilitating subsequent excavation. Each of them wielded a shovel and commenced digging downwards in the deepest part of the expanded ice brick fortress. The upper layer of snow had been cleared the previous day, allowing them to begin excavating from the frozen ground layer. The hard soil bore little difference from stone. Each thrust of the shovel required immense effort to dislodge the earth. What he initially believed would be easy turned out to be a formidable task. For an ordinary person, it was likely that after just 2 or 3 thrusts, they would be utterly exhausted, possibly even struggling to penetrate the frozen earth with the first thrust. Fortunately, both of them had awakened their talents. And Shirley, being a strength-oriented individual standing over 2 meters tall, possessed ample strength. Utilizing their formidable power and stamina, they managed to carve out a large pit in the frozen ground. However, this endeavor left Shirley panting heavily, unable to restrain his labored breaths as he suggested, "Brother Shen, shall we boil some hot water to melt the frozen soil? It might expedite our digging." Lu Shen wiped the sweat from his brow and shook his head. "That won't work. Boiling water consumes a great deal of wood, which we cannot afford. Moreover, the surrounding temperature is too low. The hot water would freeze immediately, making excavation even more difficult." "Good heavens, this is exhausting," Shirley exclaimed, his expression one of sheer despair. Lu Shen waved his hand to offer reassurance. "The frozen soil above is particularly hard, making excavation challenging. It will improve once we get deeper." An hour later, they had reached a depth of 2 meters. Shirley stiffly lifted his head and inquired helplessly, "Brother Shen, the soil below is still incredibly hard. It may be due to environmental factors, hence it is frozen more deeply." Shirley, after much deliberation, the two decided to establish the depth of the underground shelter at approximately 3 meters below ground. The deeper the excavation, the better the insulation and the reduced risk of collapse. Albeit with a slight increase in the workload, they began to dig at a diagonal angle, calculating that at a depth of 3 meters and an angle of approximately 45 degrees, the resulting tunnel would span around 2 meters. Upon reaching the depth of 3 meters, the soil indeed became somewhat loose, yet the extreme cold and significant hardening of the earth made it still quite challenging to excavate. However, this was not necessarily a disadvantage, as the high soil hardness mitigated the risk of collapse, thereby ensuring the shelter's stability. Continuing to dig straight down from the 3-meter mark would form the main body of the underground refuge. In terms of height, they anticipated excavating about 3 meters, meaning the total depth of the shelter would be between 3 to 6 meters, neither excessively deep nor particularly shallow, if it were only Lu Shen using the space. A height of approximately 2.5 meters would suffice, but with Shirley's stature exceeding 2 meters, a deeper excavation was indeed necessary. The preliminary digging alone consumed 4 to 5 hours, illustrating the immense workload. Far exceeding their initial expectations, as afternoon approached, The two resolved to pause for lunch before exhausting their outdoor time for the day. At 2 p.m., upon checking the weather, Lucian's heart sank. The temperature read an alarming -21.6, with blizzard conditions and wind speeds reaching level 10. Radiation levels were critically high. Exceeding 32 minutes of outdoor exposure would allow radiation to invade the body, with increasing intensity as night fell. An urgent warning indicated that a severe blizzard was anticipated tomorrow, with a significant drop in temperature, increased snowfall, and wind speeds surpassing level 15. The radiation levels would intensify, drastically reducing exploration time, urging survivors to prepare accordingly. This marked the shortest outdoor exploration time ever recorded, a mere 32 minutes. The environmental conditions were exceedingly harsh. Extremely low temperatures, fierce snowstorms, and persistently high radiation. Moreover, it was clearly stated that a strong blizzard would descend tomorrow, implying that today was the last opportunity for outdoor exploration. Even if venturing outside, it was unwise to stray far from home, and most scouring the immediate vicinity for supplies. After a brief contemplation, Lucian instructed, "Shirley, let us venture to the pine forest to gather some resources that we have yet to stockpile. They may prove useful in the near future." Shirley nodded in agreement, and once fully equipped, the two stepped into the tempest of snow. Their target was clear. The pine forest discovered yesterday, located on the backside of the mountain, not far from their shelter, in just a few minutes. They arrived at the pine grove. Despite the howling winds and swirling snow outside, the interior of the forest remained relatively tranquil. Lucian first inspected the pine resin, discovering that each plastic bottle contained a mere layer of resin at the bottom, roughly 23 grams. Collectively, the bottles yielded less than 50 grams. That it was evident that the collection process was far slower than anticipated. Nonetheless, he recalled that in the original world, the rate of resin collection from pine trees was likely even slower, making this a commendable harvest. Lucian took charge of gathering all the resin from the plastic bottles, reopening the slots for further collection. Meanwhile, Shirley focused on collecting pine cones and needles, both of which were crucial resources. Furthermore, they had discovered yesterday that several cones contained a number of pine nuts. Although the nuts were not particularly plump, they constituted a viable food source for storage. He had specifically instructed Shirley to carry the largest backpack and basket to accommodate the additional pine cones. The two did not linger outdoors. After Lucian completed the collection of resin, they hurried back to the shelter after approximately 10 minutes. The weather conditions were simply too severe, and even during the permissible outdoor time, it was ill-suited for exploration. The wind and snow threatened to sweep them off their feet, while the radiation was overwhelmingly pungent, detectable even through their gas masks. For their safety, they decided to return to the shelter after gathering a modest amount of resources. Even at 2 p.m., when the weather seemed most favorable, the sky was dim, resembling twilight. The overcast clouds loomed ominously, as if they might descend upon the earth, truly a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The two refrained from further outdoor excursions. While the blizzard was forecasted for tomorrow, the current weather was already terrifying. The survivors' radio communications were abuzz with discussions. "Goodness, this weather is quite unnerving. I dare not venture outside. In just 20 minutes, where could one possibly go? Better to stay in the shelter and catch some sleep." "Sleep? Do you have enough food stored? What about wood? Have you prepared sufficient warm clothing? Please don't ask. I beg everyone, does anyone have food to spare? Is there a kind soul willing to take me in? I truly cannot survive much longer. I am a third-year student at Tsingyuan Art Institute. Who among you would be willing to join forces for survival? I am capable of many tasks. Sigh, don't get your hopes up. Those of us without awakened talents and lacking survival skills or adequate resources, who would be willing to team up with us? Even if you were to attach yourself for free, you hold little value to many. Indeed, we are all teetering on the brink of life and death. Mere survival is already a struggle. Who would extend a helping hand at such a time? I suggest everyone seek their own means of survival. In truth, there are still many usable items in this world. It is not necessary to scour the ruins of towns. We should consider alternative methods. Yes, I once stumbled upon a red root plant in the snow that resembled a carrot. However, it was quite sweet and could serve as food. Where did you find that? I have never seen such a thing. It depends on luck. Many plants only grow in specific areas and are mostly hidden beneath the snow. Finding them is a matter of chance. In the absence of conflict, the atmosphere and the communications remained remarkably serene. With survivors exchanging information and providing valuable survival tips, I heard that Officer Zhao Zhongyang plans to construct a gathering place to allow more people to unite for survival. I wonder if any progress has been made? Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? In this icy apocalypse, do you have any idea how much time and effort it takes to build a place that can accommodate many? Indeed, while I wish this were true, the difficulty is insurmountable. Consider this. Even in peaceful times, constructing a medium-sized gathering place would require an immense amount of time. How much more so now? Yet someone soon countered, but I heard that Officer Zhao and his team have already commenced their efforts. Action is one thing, but what is the likelihood of success? Who can say? The survivors engaged in a lively debate, many aware of the Gathering Place initiative, but skeptical about its feasibility and ultimate success. Suddenly, a calm and steady voice emerged, silencing the communications. Greetings, survivors. I am Zhao Zhongyang. I have heard your discussions regarding the Gathering Place, and I wish to provide some clarity in hopes of being helpful. The construction of the Gathering Place is currently underway. We have also identified methods to shield against radiation, creating a safe area for survivors to reside. Present. Due to various constraints, the Gathering Place will cover an area of 500 square meters, located several hundred meters northeast of Jingning Town. Many survivors have contributed to this construction effort, and I extend my gratitude for their support. Once the blizzard has passed, I invite all survivors to join us. You may exchange survival coins or other valuable resources to purchase or lease land. I sincerely hope this gathering place can be successfully established, and I look forward to meeting all of you. Thank you. Extremely official rhetoric, yet it stands out as a refreshing stream of communication amidst the chaos. Zhao Zhongyang's voice, steady and powerful, instilled a sense of hope in many survivors, adding a touch of confidence in that moment. Is what Officer Zhao said truly credible? I find myself somewhat skeptical. There's a plausible chance of authenticity. I know a survivor who resides just south of my shelter. It has said that he also ventured to Jingning Town, where he indeed encountered Officer Zhao and his team. But I have also heard whispers that they discovered branches of a mutated willow tree, the essence of which, once boiled, could repel radiation, creating a zone impervious to its corrosive effects. Goodness, such a phenomenon exists. Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. I have also learned that the construction of this gathering place was not solely the responsibility of Officer Zhao, but rather involved several factions of capable members from various smaller enclaves. Given this information, I find myself inclined to believe the ability to shield against radiation, coupled with a substantial workforce, suggests that if a few formidable leaders orchestrated the construction, there indeed lies a possibility of success. Are you all so easily swayed by a few words from this fool? Establishing a gathering place is not as simple as it sounds. It feels as though we are being treated as mere fodder. Indeed, I harbor doubts regarding this matter, and I urge my friends to proceed with caution. Various perspectives emerged within the communication. Some expressed optimism, while others voiced skepticism. However, Lu Shen paid little heed to this situation. For when the gathering place is established, inevitably a portion of people will come, becoming among the first survivors to take residence. If the gathering place proves to be commendable, word of mouth will naturally spread, and more individuals will arrive. Nevertheless, the gathering place can accommodate only a small fraction of people, and it is not suitable for all survivors to converge. The vast majority of capable survivors, or those who have already formed smaller enclaves, such as Lu Shen and Shirley, are likely to remain anchored to their own shelters rather than migrate directly to the gathering place. The gathering place serves more like a coordinate, a hub for interaction, trade, and communication. How it will evolve in the future remains uncertain. Only once the gathering place is completed and survivors take residence will the ultimate outcome be revealed. A.'s attention returned. Lu Shen focused on the task at hand, excavating the underground shelter. Shirley had been laboring underground, removing copious amounts of soil and piling it into the passage, which Lu Shen then cleared. Meanwhile, Lu Shi was also working nearby, responsible for transporting the dirt beyond the icy brick fortress. After several hours, Shirley unearthed a larger space underground, allowing Lu Shen to join him, significantly increasing their excavation speed. The soil 5 meters down had indeed become much softer, making the digging process considerably easier. However, another issue arose: the abundance of stones beneath the surface, ranging from small pebbles to larger boulders, which greatly increased the difficulty of their task. Typically, when encountering such obstacles, smaller stones would be removed and discarded. Yet for larger rocks, they could only be broken apart with pickaxes before being collectively removed. This slowed their progress somewhat, by the time night fell. Even after tirelessly working without a moment's respite, they had only managed to excavate a mere 5 square meters, leaving them utterly exhausted to depth of 3 meters. The 5 square meter expanse meant that they had unearthed a staggering 15 cubic meters of earth and stone, illustrating the enormity of their undertaking, far beyond what they had anticipated. This was no trivial endeavor. It would undoubtedly require a considerable investment of time, energy, and strength to gradually complete. Shen had resolved to take a measured approach, not seeking immediate results, but rather aiming to excavate a portion each day. Within 10 days to half a month, he was confident they would see tangible progress. With a fierce snowstorm looming, they would be unable to venture outside, thus dedicating all their time to the excavation of the underground shelter. That evening, after a long day of labor, Shen and Shirley returned to the train car. Despite their grueling efforts, their dinner consisted of merely a corn cake, 2 pieces of compressed biscuits, and a bowl of salted water. The arrival of the fierce snowstorm meant there would be no opportunities for exploration, and with their food supply dwindling, they had to conserve as much as possible. Fortunately, neither of them had high demands for sustenance. As long as they could fill their bellies, they were content. As night descended, an unusual event occurred. The much-anticipated corpses failed to appear. It seemed that due to the weather conditions. With winds reaching a force of 15, it was challenging for the corpses to wander in such an environment. Consequently, there was no assault from the undead that night, leaving both men with a sense of regret. This meant a significant loss of potential resources. With no time spent dealing with corpses, they could only redirect their efforts toward excavating the underground shelter. Simultaneously, during their free time, Shen undertook another task: crafting candles. Having collected approximately 50 grams of pine resin, he had just enough to produce a single candle. After cleansing and filtering the resin to remove impurities, he placed it in a pot to melt completely. He then created a mold, a task made easy by utilizing his innate talent to shape the wood into the requisite size for a candle. He placed a wick in the container, poured in the fully melted resin, and allowed it to cool and solidify, resulting in a candle. The candle weighing 40 to 50 grams could burn for around 67 hours, with slight variations depending on the quality of the resin. In a post-apocalyptic environment, candles are indeed a valuable commodity, offering significant assistance for survival. Since arriving in this world, he had not seen the sun, and visibility had remained persistently dim, presenting a considerable challenge for everyone. Survivors with fireplaces were a mere minority. However, even fireplaces could only serve as heating sources and were not suitable for illumination. The vast majority of survivors relied on lighting campfires, which provided warmth and light. Nevertheless, the hazards of campfires were substantial. Their heat was not sufficiently concentrated, and even with a large quantity of wood, they could not produce adequate warmth. Furthermore, there were safety risks, as many survivor shelters were small and filled with flammable materials, making even a slight misstep potentially catastrophic. Therefore, everyone was on the lookout for a better solution to provide ample warmth and sufficient light. That Shen could not equip every survivor with a fireplace, but he could utilize the pine resin to create the precious resource of candles. Not only were they useful for daily illumination, but they also served numerous purposes at other times, such as during the excavation of the underground shelter. The interior was exceedingly dim, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Thus, lighting a campfire was necessary to ascertain the conditions within. However, in the relatively confined underground space, igniting a campfire would deplete oxygen significantly, filling the area with carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide, potentially leading to suffocation. Yet, with the advent of candles, this predicament was resolved. Shen descended into the underground shelter and carved out a deep recess in the side wall, placing the candle within. In an instant, a gentle orange glow illuminated the entire subterranean space. Although the light was not particularly bright, it was sufficient to easily discern the surrounding environment. Wow, you made the candle so effortlessly? Shirley wiped the sweat from his brow. Astonished, Shen smiled in return, explaining, "It wasn't particularly difficult. It's just that the quantity is limited, and I'm uncertain how long they will last." The initial collection of resin was small, which is understandable. Once the quantity increases, there will be plenty of candles to use, Shirley reassured with a grin. That night, after approximately 2 hours of work, around 10 p.m., they returned to the train car to sleep. By this time, they noticed that the candle had consumed nearly 15 grams, leaving Shen utterly astonished. "Isn't that a bit too long-lasting?" He pondered. Originally, he had anticipated that a single candle would burn for 6 hours, which would have been impressive. However, based on the current consumption rate, it seemed that a candle could last around 10 hours, indicating that the quality of this pine resin was exceptionally high, capable of burning for an extended period. This can indeed be considered good news, as it at least suggests that the issue of lighting can be somewhat resolved in the future. Back in the train carriage, Shen lay on the bed while Shirley occupied the sofa, with the fireplace nestled between them, marking the end of a tiring day. That it was on this very night that the fierce blizzard made its official arrival. Even as they remained in the realm of dreams, a bone-chilling cold seeped into their blankets, causing both men to tremble uncontrollably. The snow, too, felt the chill, burrowing completely under the covers and snuggling tightly against Shen as he slept. Without hesitation, Shen embraced the snow, pulling it into his arms and tucking his hands beneath his belly for warmth. However, his feet were left exposed to the cold, which had already entered a state of numbness, even growing somewhat stiff. Eventually, in the latter half of the night, Shen was jolted awake by the cold, cocooned in his blankets, his eyes scanning the dimly lit carriage, feeling that the temperature had dropped to a terrifying level. Beside him, Shirley had also been awakened by the cold, his teeth chattering uncontrollably as he wrapped himself tightly in his blanket, yet still unable to fend off the chill. "Shingu, this is just too cold. I feel like I'm going to die," he exclaimed. "I'm cold too," Shen lamented, nearly burying his head under the covers. The blizzard must have arrived, but how could the temperature drop so low? Shirley, trembling, typed out a message and reached for his survival radio from the nearby chair. In the next moment, a piercing shriek erupted from the device. "What the hell? Minus 38.8 degrees. Shen remained composed as he checked the current weather conditions. Weather, temperature, minus 48.9. Climate. Severe blizzard, wind speed at level 18. Radiation. Extreme, currently under a severe blizzard, outdoor activity is inadvisable. That at minus 48 degrees, with a severe blizzard and wind gusts reaching level 18. Stepping outside the ice brick fortress would likely result in being blown away or frozen to death. This moment. He couldn't help but feel grateful that the ice brick fortress was constructed sturdily. Otherwise, in such an environment, it would likely be uprooted. Many ordinary buildings would probably not withstand such a calamity. Yet the ice brick fortress was uniquely made of ice bricks, completely anchored to the ground, boasting exceptional durability. It's unbearably cold. "I truly feel I can't hold out any longer," Shirley said. Wrapped in his blanket, a hint of despair in his voice, Shen sighed, tossing a few logs into the fireplace, his brows furrowing in deep contemplation, accompanied by a flicker of confusion. How could the temperature be this low? He muttered. Logically, minus 48 degrees should be the temperature outside the carriage, and inside, it should be at least above minus 20 degrees. How could it be this cold? Shirley nodded gravely, replying, "Shungu, my family is from the 3 northeastern provinces. We're accustomed to the cold, yet this truly feels abnormal. It's as if the cold penetrates everything." "It does feel that way," Shen agreed, nodding thoughtfully. This situation was indeed quite rare. With the outer layer of the ice brick fortress providing protection, it should maintain a certain level of warmth inside. The train carriage also had some insulation, and with the fireplace lit, the temperature should be reasonably high. Furthermore, they were covered with such a thick blanket, and beneath them lay a layer of warm fleece. Yet they still felt like they were freezing. Under such conditions, even in a minus 50 environment typical of the northeastern provinces, it shouldn't be this cold. With these doubts lingering in his mind, Lu Shan turned on the survival radio. That moment, the communication channels erupted as if they had exploded. Oh my God, it's so cold. I'm going to die. The roof of my shelter has been blown away. I want my mom. What on earth is happening? How could it only be minus 48 degrees? I've lived in places at minus 50 degrees, and it was never this cold. The cold here is problematic. It penetrates everything. Even with the shelter as protection, the cold continues to seep in. Everyone, hurry and put on your clothes, wrap yourselves tightly in your blankets, and huddle around the fireplace to sleep. That I don't have a fireplace. Am I supposed to sleep next to a bonfire? Many survivors were also awakened by the cold, noticing the abnormal environment. Similar to Lu Shen and Shirley's conjectures, there was indeed a significant disparity between the displayed temperature and the actual perceived chill. This must be related to the apocalyptic world's environment. The cold here was clearly extraordinary, with a penetrating quality that was exceptionally strong, even with the shelter and the ice brick fortress as barriers. The cold still forced its way in. Only by donning sufficient thermal clothing and wrapping themselves securely could the warmth be somewhat improved. This moment, Lu Shen and Shirley had no inclination to sleep. They hurriedly donned their thermal clothing, then nestled back onto the covers, adding more fuel to the fireplace to ensure a greater supply of heat. It was at that instant that Lu Shen made a delightful discovery. The blanket covering him had relatively low insulation, allowing the cold to seep through easily. However, the fleece beneath him proved to be exceptionally warm. He felt the remaining fleece on the bed, and it was still quite toasty, clearly showcasing its effectiveness. After a moment's thought, Lu Shen pulled out the fleece from beneath the bed and stuffed it into his clothing as an additional layer of warmth. His delight. This attempt proved successful. He felt considerably warmer. Shirley, quickly stuff the fleece in your clothes. It works wonders. Upon receiving the suggestion, Shirley followed suit without hesitation. In no time, he exclaimed, "Wow, the fleece really is effective. It is even warmer than the blanket." Lu Shen nodded slightly, speculating the fleece must be a mutated plant affected by radiation, a native plant that has thrived in this apocalyptic environment, which certainly grants it some resistance to the harsh conditions. "That is quite possible," Shirley agreed, nodding. Then, as if recalling something, he said, "Shingu, it seems we need to collect more fleece by the river when we have the chance. This stuff is indeed quite valuable." "Absolutely. If a settlement is established in the future, fleece may prove to be an essential resource." Lu Shen concurred with a nod. Simultaneously, he pondered whether there were other resources to be obtained by the river. The river's expanse was considerable. Although its surface was frozen, water must still flow beneath. Perhaps they could attempt to catch some fish as a source of sustenance. While the odds were slim, it would be worth trying in the future, as it might yield a reward. Thus, the two engaged in casual conversation, choosing not to sleep but to stay awake until dawn. The survival radio buzzed with communication, marking an insomniac night for many survivors, who engaged in lively discussions on the channels. The might of the blizzard was unmistakable at this moment. Many believe that the calamity brought by the blizzard would primarily stem from food shortages. After all, during a blizzard, survivors could not venture outside to procure food or firewood, which would pose significant challenges. However, now, merely on the first night, the sudden drop in temperature had caught everyone off guard. As the clock approached 7 a.m., Lu Shan rose as usual. Outside, it was nearly pitch black, devoid of any glimmer of light, with the howling winds whipping relentlessly against the ice brick fortress, instilling a sense of dread. In the face of such a natural disaster, no survivor had the capacity to resist. Stepping outside would likely result in being whisked away by the fierce winds. The once lazy snow had also assumed a vigilant demeanor, pacing anxiously within the train carriage, appearing quite tense, as a native of this world, and a wild creature at that. Its perception of the environment far surpassed that of humans, and it understood all too well the terror of a fierce blizzard. Perhaps in times past, every occurrence of a fierce blizzard was met with trepidation. For snow, it was an ordeal of terrifying proportions. Driven by an instinctual yearning for safety, Snow remained closely attached to Lu Shen, exhibiting an unusual level of clinginess and even emitting soft whimpers. Lu Shen affectionately patted its head, bringing it along to the excavation site of the underground shelter, where he ignited a candle and commenced his work. Enveloped beneath the earth, the howling winds of the outside world, reminiscent of a cataclysm, grew markedly subdued, instilling a palpable sense of security. Even snow gradually settled into a state of calm. It must be acknowledged that in such an apocalyptic environment, the underground refuge was indeed the optimal choice, capable of withstanding the overwhelming majority of calamities, providing ample safety and concealment. The two individuals began their excavation work in earnest. Shen and Shirley took up positions in opposite directions, delving deeper into the earth. Snow joined the effort as well, demonstrating remarkable prowess in its digging abilities. Its claws could effortlessly tear through the soil, matching the pace of both Shen and Shirley. Once they had unearthed a sufficient quantity of earth, Shen would collect it into bags and place them in the external passage for Shen to transport outside the shelter. However, given that a ferocious blizzard raged outside, it was not an opportune moment for excursions, prompting him to devise an alternative and efficient method. He inserted a tube into the pre-existing openings of the ice brick fortress, previously utilized for puncturing decayed corpses. Technically, it resembled a funnel-shaped pipe with a wider internal end that could accommodate the insertion of soil and stones, subsequently transporting them outside through the conduit. Due to the forceful winds outside, the earth and stones would be whisked away before they could even touch the ground, carried off with the tempestuous blizzard. This method allowed for the swift and safe removal of all excavated soil. With the cooperation of 4 laborers, the excavation proceeded with remarkable orderliness. Yet, during the digging process, Shen remained ever vigilant regarding the blizzard's progression. Presently, the weather had devolved into the most abysmal conditions recorded in history, akin to a hellish nightmare. The temperature stood at a chilling -49.6°C. The climate was characterized by a fierce blizzard with wind speeds reaching 18 on the Beaufort scale. Radiation levels were alarmingly high, exposure to the outside for more than 0. 1 minute today would lead to radiation penetrating the human body, and as night fell, radiation levels would continue to escalate. The extreme cold, terrifying wind speeds, and severe radiation levels vividly illustrated the horrific nature of the external environment. Even until 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the outside world remained shrouded in darkness, devoid of any hint of light. For other survivors, it necessitated the continuous burning of fireplaces or bonfires, which consumed firewood at an alarming rate, a situation that could only be described as harrowing. Only those fortunate enough to form small enclaves of survivors could gather in numbers, utilizing less firewood for warmth, thereby reducing consumption somewhat. Shen felt a sense of relief, as remaining in the underground refuge for excavation required merely the lighting of a single candle. Even amidst the blizzard, work could continue unabated, maintaining a steady rhythm of survival, placing him significantly ahead of other survivors. As evening approached, the two concluded their labors early, having accomplished a substantial portion of the excavation for the day, in no more than 12 days. They would complete the entire digging process. At that point, they would only need to coat it with the sap from mutated willow trees, rendering it fully operational. Simultaneously, agricultural endeavors could formally commence, becoming a vital pillar for their survival. The fulfilling nature of their existence, though exhausting, sparked excitement at the sight of the gradually constructed living camp, signifying a newfound resilience in their perilous, post-apocalyptic world. After wrapping up the day's toil and enjoying a simple dinner, the clock had already struck 7 in the evening. Shirley had nestled himself on the sofa early on, idly fiddling with his playing cards for solitary amusement. Snow found a warm nook, curling into a ball to rest. Shen stifled a yawn, tightened his clothing, and ventured out of the train car to the refrigerator housing Shen. Upon opening the fridge and surveying its contents, his eyes brightened with surprise, and he uttered a soft exclamation before retrieving a radiation core. This was a level 2 radiation core. Elation spread across Shen's face. His experiments had proven fruitful, yielding results beyond his expectations. 2 days prior, he had harnessed his innate talent to channel the radiation from 4 level 1 radiation cores into a single core. This meant that within this core resided the cumulative energy of 5 radiation cores, its essence now perilously close to that of a level 2 radiation core. Remarkably, just a few days had passed, and this radiation core had autonomously transformed into a level 2 core, an exhilarating revelation indeed. In terms of value alone, 5 level 1 radiation cores could be exchanged for 25 survival coins. However, once amalgamated into a level 2 radiation core, it could fetch 30 survival coins, along with a special refreshing opportunity. Yet, this was not the most critical aspect. Now, Lucifer's power had reached level 2, even absorbing level 1 radiation cores would not significantly enhance its strength. Only by assimilating a level 2 radiation core could its power surge rapidly. Inching closer to level 3. Nevertheless, acquiring a level 2 radiation core was no simple feat. Aside from the scarcity of level 2 decaying corpses, even if encountered, they would not be easily provoked. After all, level 2 decaying corpses possessed formidable prowess, and engaging them could result in severe injury. Thus, the challenge of obtaining a level 2 radiation core was far greater than initially imagined. Shen had originally anticipated that Lucifer's power would not experience rapid advancements in the near future, relegated to a slow accumulation of radiation energy. Yet, this newfound discovery imbued him with renewed hope. He could feasibly gather an ample supply of level 1 radiation cores, then utilize his talent to channel the energy into a single core, thereby cultivating a substantial reservoir of radiation energy. After several days of nurturing and fusion, he could produce level 2 radiation cores like this one to be absorbed by Lucifer, perhaps within a matter of days. Lucifer could once again experience a swift augmentation in power through this method. It was only at this moment that Lucian fully grasped the extraordinary potential of his innate abilities. Merely the capacity to rapidly enhance the strength of decaying corpses surpassed the capabilities of any other talent. Without delay, Lucian set his plan into motion. He extracted all 52 level 1 radiation cores accumulated over the past days. Employing his consolidation talent, he channeled the radiation energy from these cores into a single core. Each level 1 radiation core contained energy equivalent to 5 cores, effectively creating a precursor to a level 2 radiation core. In total, he produced 10 of these level 2 radiation core precursors, each brimming with dense radiation energy, tantalizingly close to level 2. Shen could distinctly sense that after consuming the consolidation elixir, his strength had significantly increased, enabling him to utilize his talent multiple times. Even after consolidating 10 level 2 radiation core precursors, he still retained a considerable amount of talent energy. Thus, he directed the energy from the level 2 radiation core into Lucifer's consciousness, facilitating its absorption and expediting the enhancement of its power. As the radiation surged, Lucifer's form underwent notable transformation. The strands of its fibrous body grew increasingly robust, acquiring the resilience and strength of muscle. It was as if the once completely lifeless, decaying corpse, with each rise in power, began to exhibit signs of life once more. Lucifer's overall physique strengthened considerably, becoming more imposing and powerful. Its aura growing denser, enveloped in a faint grayish radiation energy that evoked a sense of trepidation. Indeed, if all proceeded smoothly, it would not be long before a further breakthrough occurred, Shen stated with satisfaction. Now, Lucifer had become his most formidable asset. Even in life-and-death battles, Shirley would likely find himself outmatched. With Lucifer guarding the shelter or accompanying him during outings, his safety would be significantly bolstered. Moreover, Lucifer itself served as a laborer, capable of assisting with tasks without the need for sustenance, rendering it a veritable model of efficiency. Alas, if only he could refresh a few more decaying corpse slaves. Lucian couldn't help but express his feelings of disappointment. However, he could only ponder the rarity of special commodities like the corpse slave. Over the past 2 days, he continued to utilize his daily refresh opportunities. But unfortunately, none of the useful supplies had materialized. The snow's claws seemed to have lost their ability to bring fortune. As he indulged in his thoughts, he continued to stuff the corpse back into the refrigerator before returning to the train carriage. Upon his return, he found Shirley lounging lazily on the sofa, who then remarked, "Shungu, your survival radio just emitted a notification sound. Someone must be looking for you. Someone's looking for me." Lucian was taken aback, as he had very few friends. Who could possibly be seeking him at this time? Picking up the survival radio to check, he saw Shui Ya's name flashing. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Lu Shen murmured, "What could you want from me?" 2 seconds later, Shui Ya's voice came through. "Lu Shen, I would like to ask you a question. Is the matter regarding the gathering place true?" Upon hearing this, Lu Shen raised an eyebrow and replied, "Did you not visit Jingning Town? You should be aware of the specifics." Shui Ya awkwardly responded, "I only went to Jingning Town to gather supplies. I didn't actually participate in the construction of the gathering place. Nor did I collect the mutated willow branches, so I'm not clear about the situation." Nodding slightly, Lu Shen said, "According to Officer Zhao, they are indeed constructing an underground shelter, and his abilities are related to the soil. Perhaps it won't be long before the project is successfully completed. However, I am not entirely certain about the current situation. After all, I cannot visit Jingning Town every day, especially not during this blizzard." "That's true," Shui Ya acknowledged. "Then you must have collected mutated willow branches, which means you possess some land in the gathering place, right?" "Indeed," Lu Shen confirmed. "Once the gathering place is completed, would it be possible to rent a room to me?" "I would pay the market rate," Shui Ya inquired, her tone gentle yet tinged with urgency. Lu Shen was taken aback. He had not anticipated the gathering place to be so coveted that people were already seeking to reserve rentals before its completion. Even recently, the communication channels on the survival radio frequently mentioned the gathering place, with some expressing skepticism while others chose to believe, preparing to move in. This might also be related to Officer Zhao's character. Zhao Zhongyang often spoke in the communication channels, providing valuable survival information, such as how to keep warm, how to identify edible food, and precautions to take when exploring the ruins of towns. He also advised survivors to avoid unnecessary violence against each other. Some individuals had even encountered Officer Zhao during their explorations of town ruins and held him in high regard. This contributed to Zhao Zhongyang's excellent reputation among the survivors in the surrounding area, earning him considerable trust, including Lu Shen. Through these 2 encounters, he found Zhao Zhongyang to be a person of integrity, thoughtful in his considerations, and possessing leadership qualities. Consequently, the gathering place led by Zhao Zhongyang was able to be established and run smoothly, attracting significant attention even before its completion. Lu Shen was quite pleased with this development. After all, he was also a stakeholder in the gathering place, possessing considerable land. An increase in the value of the gathering place corresponded to an enhancement of his assets, resulting in greater future benefits. Thus, after deliberation, Lu Shen refrained from providing a definitive answer. Instead, he responded ambiguously, "I cannot give you a clear answer for now, as the gathering place is not yet established, and we will need to wait for some time to ascertain the specifics. However, if there is excess land available at a suitable price that complies with the gathering place's regulations, I can prioritize renting it to you." Upon hearing this, Shui Ya felt somewhat disappointed. "All right, I will wait for your news, but rest assured, I will meet your price." "Okay, I will consider it," Lu Shen replied nonchalantly. Such matters were not suitable for hasty commitments. Although they were acquainted, they were by no means close, and it was unnecessary to sacrifice his interests for her sake. Moreover, as he mentioned, the situation regarding the gathering place was still unsettled, and the circumstances remained unclear. To ensure the maximization of his own benefits, it would be prudent to discuss these matters after the gathering place was established. If conditions permitted, selling a portion of land to acquaintances was not an unacceptable proposition. After all, Shui Ya was a medical professional, and cultivating connections might prove beneficial in the future. The duration of the blizzard exceeded expectations, leading to another frigid night, where both Lu Shen and Shirley struggled to sleep. Despite the train carriage's decent insulation, they still felt a chilling draft. The howling wind, even through the icy fortress and train carriage, resonated clearly, instilling a sense of fear that made sleep elusive. It wasn't until the latter half of the night that they finally managed to drift off. Due to their irregular sleep schedule, they did not awaken until after 9 a.m. the next day. However, this was inconsequential. During this blizzard, there was little to be done, allowing them to rest a bit longer. As for the excavation of the underground shelter, it was expected to be completed the following day, with only a few dozen square meters left to dig. Yawning, the 2 of them took their shovels and picks, waking the still sleeping Shui with a playful slap before heading into the underground shelter. After 2 days of excavation, the underground shelter had started to take shape, with over 20 square meters of space unearthed. Although it appeared uneven, it was spacious and comfortable. Each time they entered the underground shelter, they felt a profound sense of safety that the train carriage could not provide. That today's excavation work would differ slightly from the previous days, with a change in task allocation. While the others continued their duties, Shirley and Shui were responsible for digging, while the corpse was tasked with transporting rubble and soil. Lu Shen, on the other hand, would commence a different task, reinforcing the shelter using his abilities at present. The underground shelter was merely a shell, extremely rudimentary, with dirt and debris occasionally falling from the ceiling, and the walls and floor being uneven and unsuitable for habitation. Lu Shan would employ his ability, consolidation, to compact the soil of the ceiling, floor, and walls, making them appear more level and sturdy. This task was not particularly complex or difficult, but it demanded considerable effort from Lu Shan. Had it not been for his enhanced abilities and substantial increase in energy, he likely would have collapsed from exhaustion shortly after starting. However, the current situation was much more manageable. With his hand resting on the ceiling, he activated consolidation. The originally loose and uneven soil began to coalesce under a force, compressing together until it resembled stone. This process lasted several seconds, resulting in a smooth ceiling. When Lu Shan pressed on it, he found it remarkably solid, with a hardness comparable to that of stone, along with a hint of elasticity, effectively eliminating the risk of collapse. Exhausting all his ability energy, he firmly compacted the entire ceiling. Now, looking up, it was impossible to tell that the shelter had been hand-dug. It appeared as if it had been constructed using modern equipment, a purpose-built underground facility. By around 5 p.m., Shirley concluded all excavation work. The approximately 40 square meters of shelter looked quite spacious, ample enough to accommodate 12 individuals. Next, Shirley would use a shovel to compact the ground and walls, ensuring they were in a slightly firm state before Lu Shan would step in to further apply his ability to compress them. This task continued until the following evening. After a day and a half of work, Lu Shan had exhausted his ability energy multiple times, finally reinforcing all 6 sides of the shelter, rendering it extraordinarily sturdy with no risk of collapse. Moreover, the internal environment appeared as if it had been expertly sculpted, with exceedingly smooth walls that contributed to an overall aesthetic appeal. This surpassed his initial expectations for the underground shelter, achieving perfection. As they surveyed this monumental project, both Lu Shan and Shirley wore gleeful smiles. At long last, they had completed it, though it had left them utterly fatigued. Today, we must indulge in some beef canned food. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the effort expended over the last couple of days, Shirley exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow. Lu Shan nodded in agreement. Today, we feast. Tomorrow, we can apply the juice from the mutated willow branches. And then we can consider developing agriculture. And on the evening of the 3rd day since the blizzard arrival, the refuge was constructed at an astonishing speed. Such rapid progress was influenced by multiple factors. Firstly, Lu Shan and Shirley, both gifted awakened individuals, possessed inherently robust physiques, thus enhancing their work efficiency. Additionally, with the assistance of Shui and Lu Shi, they effectively had 4 laborers, significantly accelerating the pace of construction. Had it been other survivors, it would likely have taken at least half a month to excavate such an expansive underground sanctuary. That evening, the two seized a rare opportunity to change their rations. Indulging in a hearty meal, each enjoyed a can of beef, a pack of instant noodles, a piece of compressed biscuit, a few slices of pickled vegetables, a steaming bowl of pine needle tea, along with several packs of snacks. This was nearly the most extravagant spread available nowadays, rich in nutrients, replenishing their long-depleted energy. After the meal, thanks to the ample intake of meat and the complete nutritional replenishment, they felt a warm, comforting sensation enveloping their bodies. Shui also partook in a small bowl of meat broth to restore its vitality. The following morning, both awoke early, filled with excitement as they donned their clothing and made their way to the underground refuge. It was time for harvesting, and there was another crucial task that required their immediate attention: the development of agriculture. While excavating the refuge, they had deliberately left a portion of fertile soil towards the end of their work. This soil was primarily intended for agricultural endeavors. In the context of their post-apocalyptic environment, agriculture was the most vital industry. Without a stable agricultural system, long-term survival would be impossible. The successful establishment of agriculture would mean that the small settlement they had formed would genuinely possess lasting security. The first task they undertook was to kindle a fire beneath the ice-brick fortress, placing an iron pot atop to boil water. Once the water reached a rolling boil, they added branches of the mutated willow tree to brew. The simmering process was lengthy, requiring the branches to be thoroughly cooked to extract all their nutrients and juices, which transformed from clear to a greenish hue. Subsequently, they extracted the liquid and evenly applied it to the walls of the underground refuge. As the seemingly clear liquid cooled, it congealed into a jelly-like substance, coated with a layer of oil, allowing it to adhere easily to the walls, thus forming a protective membrane. This thin layer effectively suppressed the intrusion of external radiation, creating a safe, radiation-free zone. They meticulously coated all 6 surfaces, leaving no corner untouched, and crafted a tightly sealed wooden door, similarly treated with the juice to create a relatively enclosed space at this point. Shen retrieved some dark wood to absorb any residual radiation energy within the refuge. This process consumed the better part of the day. By 3 p.m., the refuge was entirely completed, devoid of any trace of radiation. Shen and Shirley, in perfect sync, placed the independent refuge core in the train carriage before stepping inside the underground sanctuary. Clean air filled their lungs, allowing them to greedily inhale. This is the air of normalcy, Shirley exclaimed, unable to contain his Shen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he surveyed the underground haven. However, after a moment of contemplation, Shirley suddenly voiced a concern. Brother Shen, it seems there is still a pressing issue. What? This place is completely sealed. Where will the oxygen come from? Living here would suffocate us. Shen paused, contemplating the matter. This is indeed a consideration. However, the juice from the mutated willow should only repel radiation and shouldn't obstruct the flow of air. That makes sense, Shirley nodded, then suggested, yet this refuge is underground, and we may need to light candles or a fire in the future. The oxygen consumption will surely be significant, and without ventilation. Might that be problematic? In agreement, Shen replied. Then we shall create a ventilation duct leading directly outside the icebrick fortress to draw in some oxygen. What about radiation? No need for concern, Shen waved his hand dismissively. We can place the dark wood at the duct's entrance to absorb any radiation. The two then excavated a wider ventilation duct within the depths of the refuge, approximately 0.5 square meters. Extending it to the exterior of the icebrick fortress, they positioned the dark wood within the upper section of the duct to absorb all radiation while exchanging air. Thus, the refuge was entirely constructed, devoid of safety hazards and ready to serve as a stable stronghold. Despite it being past 7 p.m., the duo continued their labor with unrelenting enthusiasm. They transported soil from the icebrick fortress back to the underground haven using backpacks, spreading it across the deeper sections of the land. They had delineated 2 15-square-meter areas using wooden planks, intending to cultivate corn and potatoes in each. Once the wooden sections were filled with soil, they meticulously plowed neat rows for planting and watered them, adding organic fertilizer to prepare for immediate use. Planting corn was relatively straightforward. They simply buried well-formed kernels to a depth of 35 centimeters. In contrast, growing potatoes proved more challenging, necessitating a thicker layer of soil, as potatoes thrive in deep, loose, and dry earth, facilitating their expansion. Upon retrieving the potatoes, they noted that many had begun to sprout, which was a drawback. As sprouted potatoes are inedible, Shen carefully cut the sprouted potatoes into pieces of approximately 30 grams, ensuring each fragment retained a complete bud for healthy growth. He then dug holes in the soil. Burying the pieces to a depth of around 20 centimeters, the pair toiled until 11 p.m. Neither was an agricultural expert, and many tasks were their first attempts, which extended the time required. Nonetheless, their efforts bore clear results. The 30-square-meter plot within the underground refuge was successfully planted, watered, and fertilized, presenting a neat, orderly appearance that brought them great comfort. However, the acquisition of fertilizer became an urgent concern for them. The post-apocalyptic land was predominantly frozen, and even the deeper soil lacked nutrients, rendering it unsuitable for crop cultivation. Thus, they needed to gather organic fertilizer. This would serve as a temporary solution, as they could later switch to more suitable fertilizers if available. Moreover, the organic fertilizer they could produce was quite limited, insufficient for the 30 square meters of land. After completing their tasks, the two did not return to the train carriage, but instead brought a portable fireplace into the underground refuge. They proceeded to construct 2 wooden single beds, placing them within the sanctuary, along with bringing down bedding, intending to make the underground refuge their living quarters. They had discernibly realized that the underground haven, situated 6 meters below the surface, maintained a significantly higher temperature than the ground level, typically hovering around -10°C with the fireplace lit. The heat remained contained, allowing the temperature to stabilize at 10°C. In the absence of radiation, the chill's intensity diminished, no longer penetrating to the bone. Rather than enduring the cold in the carriage, moving to the underground refuge proved far more comfortable for rest. Simultaneously, the growth of crops also required a suitable temperature, making it an ideal arrangement. Reclining on the sturdy bed, leaning against the clean, smooth wall, Shen casually flipped through the survival radio. The communication channel continued to broadcast the conversations of various survivors. Some appeared on the brink of despair, pleading for mercy and assistance from others. Others engaged in conflicts and disputes, hurling insults at one another. Meanwhile, several survivors sought to form alliances, trading resources and striving for mutual survival. In summary, a myriad of situations unfolded, and Shen remained attuned to the current developments. The vast majority of survivors face considerable challenges in enduring this post-apocalyptic world, particularly for those survivors devoid of awakening abilities, lacking personal strength. And without alliances, the prospects for survival are exceedingly bleak. They meander daily on the precipice of life and death, incessantly foraging for food and firewood, yet they remain confronted with the grim specters of freezing and starvation. Especially after the onset of the blizzard, their inability to venture out for supplies nearly seals their fate. Should the storm persist for an extended duration, it is feared that these individuals may not endure. He estimates that the overall mortality rate among survivors may have surpassed 40%, the majority succumbing to hunger and frostbite, with a smaller fraction falling prey to various injuries and ailments. However, those fortunate enough to survive have managed to scrape together a means of existence, such as sourcing resilient branches and soft grass to secure their survival. Life, amidst despair, struggles to carve a path forward. Forging ahead against the odds, Shen is deeply moved, hoping fervently for the blizzard to pass swiftly so that a gathering place can be established, potentially affording more individuals a chance at survival. Humans are inherently social beings. When developing in isolation, they encounter numerous constraints. However, once congregated, they can flourish rapidly. Absorbing the information relayed through the communication device, Shen's mind is awash with thoughts as the clock strikes 11 in the evening. The hour for slumber, Shen nonetheless shuts it down and opens the shop. Utilizing today as a fresh opportunity, 3 items materialize before him. He glances over them. Name, eyebrow pencil 1, 79 survival coins. Name, water kettle 1, 30 survival coins. Name, thermos cup 1, 20 survival coins. Shen's lips twitch. The memories of the deceased assail him, prompting him to shut the shop and retire for the night. On the 5th day following the blizzard's arrival, Shen and Shirley gradually fall into a lethargic state, spending their days idling in the underground shelter, lounging while fiddling with the survival radio. Though comfortable, it is undeniably too indulgent. After much contemplation, Shen concludes that he cannot afford to languish in such a manner. He must find something productive to occupy his time. For instance, throughout the days of the blizzard, he diligently expends his talent energy daily, sometimes to solidify soil, sometimes to craft tools, and at other times to draw energy from the radiation cores. Shen dons his clothing and makes his way to the ice brick fortress to inspect the status of the radiation cores within the refrigerator. Only 7 radiation cores remain. 2 are standard level 1 cores. while the remaining 5 have merged the capabilities of multiple cores, with a chance of reaching level 2. Upon inspection, he is pleasantly surprised to discover that 3 of the radiation cores have successfully attained the strength of level 2, their radiation intensifying and quality improving. Without hesitation, Shen utilizes his talent to draw forth the energy from the radiation cores, flooding it into the mind of Shen. Upon absorbing the first level 2 radiation core, Shen undergoes minimal changes, merely becoming somewhat stronger, his body trembling slightly as it adjusts to the radiation's transformation. The absorption of the second level 2 core amplifies this tremor significantly, the definition of his muscles becoming increasingly pronounced, visibly twitching and convulsing. Even a pained expression manifests on Shen's face. Yet it is evident that as the potent radiation courses into his mind, Shen's strength is expanding, becoming ever more formidable, his aura terrifyingly potent. As Shen begins to draw the third radiation core, the transformation of Shen becomes markedly pronounced, his height reaching approximately 1.9 meters, his muscular definition unmistakable, and it seems as though blood-like substances flow beneath his skin. In this moment, a completely lifeless, decaying corpse is revitalized, regaining some semblance of living functionality. In total, for level 2 radiation cores are absorbed, resulting in a dramatic transformation of Shen as the fearsome radiation energy proliferates. Harboring explosive power, Shen estimates that Shen ranks among the strongest within the realm of level 2 corpses, even if he and Shirley were to simultaneously assault Shen now. The odds are high that they would not prevail. So this is the true application of my talent. Crafting tools. What a waste of potential. Shen cannot help but marvel. For other survivors, even if they were to purchase corpse slaves from a shop, it would ultimately prove futile. They are incapable of enhancing the corpse's strength. A level 1 corpse is of little use. Even an ordinary person, given the courage to act, could easily dispatch a level 1 corpse. Regarding labor, a level 1 corpse, with its stiffness and lack of power, is merely marginally useful. However, with the aid of the consolidation talent, corpse slaves become an overpowered existence, their strength increasing as effortlessly as drinking water, transforming into formidable entities. If all goes well, it may not be long before Shen can further augment his strength, attaining the status of a level 3 corpse. Yet, there is no rush, as resources are currently limited. Since the blizzard's onset, the horde of corpses has not made an appearance for several nights, significantly reducing Shen's income. Perhaps, once the gathering place is established, he will be able to reap a substantial harvest of radiation cores. After stowing Shen back in the refrigerator, Shen returns to the underground shelter. Previously reclining on the bed, Shirley is now fully dressed and preparing to exit the underground shelter. Shen raises an eyebrow. "What are you up to?" Shirley scratches his head and replies, "Resting is just so dull. I want to find something to do." "What do you intend to do?" "Continue crafting ice bricks in preparation for building the ice brick fortress." Hearing this, Shen ponders momentarily before shaking his head and responding, "That's not quite suitable. Gathering snow would require venturing outside the fortress, which is too perilous. However, you could consider undertaking another task." "What task?" Shirley inquires, puzzled. Shen reflects for a moment and states, "I recall that the backpack you previously carried was woven from vines. Correct?" Indeed," Shirley affirms. "There were several vine plants growing around the former container shelter, so I collected them to make a backpack, and to my surprise, it turned out quite sturdy." Shen gestures an okay and instructs. The trees where the dry leaves and birds live possess remarkable flexibility, and their branches are quite water-rich. If you cut them into thin strips, they should also be suitable for weaving. You might want to consider that. Weaving a backpack? Is that all you can do? Shen scoffs at Shirley, saying, "While a backpack is certainly good, you could also explore other avenues, such as crafting fish traps or more refined snowshoes." Upon hearing this, Shirley's eyes light up, and a smile of delight spreads across his face. "Wow, how did I not think of that?" Shirley, as if discovering a new world, quickly begins to busy himself. Shen shakes his head. This was indeed his own idea, a splendid way to pass the time while also creating useful tools for himself. After some careful consideration, he too finds a meaningful task. producing charcoal. The ice brick fortress is now completely filled with firewood. Whether around the train carriage or the newly expanded ice brick fortress is brimming with wood, significantly encroaching upon their living space. While wood appears abundant, containing moisture and being bulky, it does not burn well in the fireplace, producing copious smoke and pollutants due to the numerous impurities present, such as water, nitrogen, oxygen, and sulfur. These impurities consume energy rather than generating it during combustion. However, the charcoal-making process effectively eliminates these contaminants, thus producing charcoal that is smaller in size, higher in calorific value, and purer in quality. The process of charcoal production had long been contemplated by Shen, yet he had never put it into practice. The primary reason for this hesitation stemmed from the principle of energy conservation. The act of burning wood to create charcoal inevitably results in the loss of a portion of energy, which equates to a form of wastage. However, after careful deliberation, Shen concluded that this loss was indeed acceptable, particularly given the superior energy conversion efficiency of charcoal, which also boasts greater combustibility, rendering it a preferable choice. Consequently, Shen cast aside his doubts and promptly commenced the charcoal-making process. First, he extracted a portion of soil, mixing it with water to achieve a viscous consistency, thereby fashioning a small kiln. Although he referred to it as a kiln, Shen was not entirely versed in its mechanics. He merely constructed a semicircular mound using soil and twigs, leaving an aperture for smoke to escape. Next, he layered easily combustible pine needles and cones at the base, followed by larger pieces of wood on top, igniting the assemblage. Once combustion commenced within the kiln, he sealed the smoke vent with more soil, allowing the materials to smolder in a low-oxygen environment. This rudimentary method yielded a relatively low conversion rate for charcoal, but given Shen's lack of in-depth study on the subject, he had little choice but to let nature take its course. Nevertheless, the results seemed promising. After the kiln cooled completely, he extracted chunks of jet-black charcoal, which were dense and produced a resonant clink when struck together, indicating the quality of the wood was excellent. In this post-apocalyptic world, the surviving flora, affected by radiation, predominantly exhibited high quality, classifying it as premium timber, thus resulting in superior charcoal. In the ensuing days, Shen and Shirley found tasks suited to their skills. The blizzard persisted longer than they had initially anticipated. Originally, they expected the storm to be fierce but brief, lasting at most 2 to 3 days. However, 5 days had passed, and the weather showed no signs of improvement, instilling a sense of anxiety among the survivors. With prolonged confinement, the depletion of food and firewood was significant, leading to the grim reality of starvation and freezing to death. Such a fate was undeniably cruel, causing every survivor to live in a state of constant dread. In stark contrast, Shen and Shirley experienced a fulfilling and comfortable existence. They were not lacking in timber, having stockpiled a substantial amount sufficient for an extended period. Their food supplies included corn, vermicelli, and compressed biscuits as staples. While practicing frugality, they could sustain themselves for at least another month. Additionally, they had sugar and honey, both excellent sources of energy. As a result, they were able to eat well each day, even possessing the energy to work and enrich their survival experience. On the 6th night, while savoring instant noodles, Shen stood beside the kiln, awaiting the charcoal's emergence, lost in thought as he gazed at the inky night sky. Just half a month prior, he had been living a routine life, and now, here he was consuming instant noodles, producing charcoal, and dealing with the undead. Such was the capriciousness of fate. Shen could not help but reflect. Suddenly, amidst his musings, a noise erupted outside the ice brick fortress, capturing his attention. What was that sound? He exclaimed, hastily setting down his noodles and approaching the fortress. Peering through a designated opening, through the swirling snow, he beheld a staggering number of corpses emerging from the eastern forest, their presence overwhelming, their guttural growls echoing through the tempest as they trudged through the snow. That the undead? Shen gasped, a gleam of excitement lighting up his face. The corpses, absent for nearly a week, had returned to the vicinity of the shelter. This seemed to herald the imminent departure of the fierce blizzard and the restoration of their previous survival routine. For all survivors, this was undoubtedly monumental news, offering a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Gazing at the grotesque, decomposing figures, Lu Shen felt an unexpected surge of emotion. Calling for Shirley, they both armed themselves with iron spears, ready to reclaim the lives of the undead once more. The familiar sensation of piercing flesh and the low growls of the corpses invoked a profound sense of familiarity beyond nightfall. The temperature had noticeably risen. Although it remained around -20 to -30 degrees Celsius, the biting chill had subsided. There was no longer a need to stuff additional insulation into their clothing. Ordinary warm garments sufficed. Shingu, the blizzard has passed. Where do you plan to explore tomorrow? Shirley inquired casually from his makeshift we have sufficient timber for now. If time permits, let us venture to Jingning Town tomorrow to inspect the construction of the gathering site. It will be interesting to see the progress made after the storm. Yet, as they conversed, Lu Shan's survival radio emitted a series of beeps. Upon glancing at the message, he could not help but raise an eyebrow. Exclaiming, "Speak of the devil, Officer Zhao is reaching out." Zhao Zhongyang. Mr. Liu, the gathering site is nearly constructed. Once the blizzard subsides, shall we convene in Jingning County? Completed? Lu Shen's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhao Zhongyang replied with a smile. During the blizzard, we did not return to the shelter, but instead transferred a portion of our supplies to the gathering site. Thus, we did not squander these days, and with no opportunity to venture outside. We simply focused on building the site. Wow, Officer Zhao, that's quite impressive, Lu Shen marveled. While such a feat may not seem extraordinary at first glance, it concealed numerous astonishing elements. The ability to relocate supplies from the shelter during a blizzard signified their ample manpower and resources, as well as their formidable capabilities. Moreover, the fact that they could work intensively during the storm indicated a solid food reserve to sustain high-output labor. Most impressively, they had managed to construct a 500-square-meter underground gathering site in just 1 week, showcasing Zhao Zhongyang's remarkable talent. Although a number of survivors had awakened to their own abilities, vast disparities existed among these talents. For instance, the most basic talent was physical fitness. Even within that category, distinctions were evident, with some individuals experiencing enhanced strength, others improved speed, and some enjoying overall enhancements, leading to significant differences among them. Shirley belonged to the latter group, exhibiting a comprehensive improvement in physical prowess, placing him among the more exceptional talents. In contrast, Zhao Zhongyang's abilities were evidently unique, belonging to the category of special talents alongside his solidification ability. After some contemplation, Lu Shen inquired, "Officer Zhao, is the gathering site ready for habitation?" Zhao Zhongyang nodded. "We have merely cleared a 500-square-meter area. However, no facilities have been constructed within, leaving it simply an open space that IT will require additional time before it is fit for living. Despite this, Lu Shen remained thoroughly impressed. He and Shirley had spent the better part of the blizzard merely excavating a 40-square-meter underground shelter. In contrast, Zhao Zhongyang had managed to accomplish a 500-square-meter site in less than a week. All Lu Shen could say was, "Truly remarkable. Officer Zhao, after the blizzard concludes, we will come to inspect it." "Great. I look forward to your visit. In the meantime, I will promote the gathering site and raise its profile." "Haha. We appreciate your efforts, Officer Zhao." After exchanging pleasantries, they concluded their communication. What had initially been a plan to visit Jingning Town had now gained more certainty through their recent exchange as dawn broke the next day. Despite the persistent, overcast skies and the howling winds reminiscent of an apocalyptic siege, the storm's ferocity had notably diminished. The surrounding weather appeared to be returning to a more normal state. Lu Shen, as per his usual routine, arose and gathered the radiation cores outside, totaling 21 in number, a considerable quantity. After harnessing them, he manufactured 4 pseudo-level 2 radiation cores, which he then placed in the refrigerator. Originally, there were several pseudo-level 2 radiation cores within the refrigerator, which had now undergone transformation into genuine level 2 radiation cores. Nowadays, the creation of level 2 radiation cores has become increasingly effortless. By following a fixed procedure and allowing a few days for maturation, they can be produced with ease. Lu Shen extracted a level 2 radiation core and channeled its radiative energy into the mind of the undead version of himself. At that moment, the muscle fibers of the undead had become nearly indistinguishable from those of a human. Whether walking or performing various actions, he no longer moved with the sluggishness characteristic of a corpse, but rather with remarkable fluidity. The muscle structure of the undead differs significantly from that of humans, and it is devoid of any sensation of pain, enabling a range of movements beyond human capability. Furthermore, the efficiency of biological energy conversion into physical strength is markedly superior to that of humans. Thus, under similar physical conditions, the prowess of the undead would exceed that of a human, after absorbing a substantial number of level 2 radiation cores. The body of the undead was now brimming with explosive power, having reached an elevated level of strength. However, it was regrettable that despite having absorbed 5 level 2 radiation cores, he had not ascended to a higher realm, nor had he even reached a bottleneck. Clearly, elevating the level 2 undead to level 3 would likely necessitate a greater accumulation of energy, a feat that cannot be achieved instantaneously at T2 p.m. As was customary, he checked the weather. The conditions revealed a temperature of minus 17.6 C, characterized by moderate snow and wind speeds of level 9. The radiation level was mild, if outdoor exposure exceeded 165 minutes today. Radiation would invade the human body, and, as night fell, the radiation intensity would persistently rise. That a reminder noted the extreme instability of the climate in this apocalyptic environment, urging vigilance against the potential onset of blizzards, extreme frost, snow thunderstorms, avalanches, and other extraordinary disasters. Overall, the environment was stabilizing, akin to a rainbow following a storm, presenting a rather pleasant day. The time available for outdoor exploration had reached a full 165 minutes. And with the addition of a 30-minute allowance for a gas mask, it equated to 3 hours of outdoor activity. This marked the longest exploration period recorded, thus FA/8T this juncture. A message arrived from Zhao Zhongyang. Mr. Liu, if you have the time, you may visit the gathering place today. M. Or Hu Linyu and young friend Zhang Shua are likely to come as well, and discussions can be held among everyone. Liu Shen's gaze flickered. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, I will come if circumstances permit. All right, he affirmed, considering safety and his own appearance. Liu Shan took care to conceal certain aspects to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Nonetheless, it was evident that he needed to make a trip to the gathering place, especially since it had taken him 5 pounds of mutated willow branches to successfully establish it that he was, after all, one of the stakeholders in the gathering place, making it necessary to conduct an inspection. Stepping into the swirling snow, the flurries danced and quickly disappeared into the drifts, evidently in search of sustenance. Liu Shan and Shirlei led the way, braving the wind and snow towards Jingning Town. The most formidable of the undead trailed at a distance, maintaining a comfortable separation, allowing them to see one another without attracting undue attention from others. The familiar surroundings were now shrouded in a blanket of white snow. However, due to the dimming light, visibility was poor, casting a shadow over the snow-covered landscape. In sight, all the ice and snow appeared a grim shade of grayish-black, imbued with a stifling atmosphere. Moreover, following several days of blizzards, the snow layer had thickened considerably, significantly hampering their speed of movement. Even with snowshoes crafted from tree bark, each step sank nearly half a meter into the snow, drastically reducing their pace. Additionally, to mitigate hazards posed by the terrain, Liu Shan had taken 2 long wooden poles, probing the snow before proceeding to ensure the ground was stable. Thus, the journey to Jingning Town consumed approximately 40 minutes. They arrived at the same valley where they had previously gathered, and Zhao Zhongyang was already waiting there, clad in a thick military coat, making him quite conspicuous amid the storm. Mr. Liu, I didn't expect you to be the first one here. Zhao Zhongyang grinned. Liu Shan returned a smile, but refrained from further conversation. Soon, others began to arrive in succession. Liu Shan was somewhat surprised that Hu Linyu, Wang Haishan, and Zhang Shua had all come to the gathering place on the very first day following the blizzard, without needing to gather firewood or food. This clearly indicated that the small gathering place they belonged to was capable of providing ample resources. In this environment, such a robust, small gathering place undoubtedly represented one of the strongest factions among the survivors. While Wang Haishan appeared to be acting alone, it was highly probable that he was not as simple as he seemed. He likely had a small gathering place backing him or possessed unique talents that greatly aided his survival. Regardless of which scenario was true, it signified that the factions before him were undoubtedly worth forging alliances with, representing the most valuable survivor groups to engage with. Hu Linyu chimed in, Officer Zhao. I'm increasingly curious. What exactly is your talent? How could you construct the entire gathering place in just a week's time? The others cast inquisitive glances in his direction, with Zhang Shuo unable to contain himself, exclaiming, "This is truly astonishing. What kind of speed is this? It would take me ages to mold something out of clay." Wang Haishan, however, expressed some skepticism. Officer Zhao, the gathering place is meant to house many survivors, and it will likely need to endure for a considerable duration. Corners cannot be cut. In response, Zhao Zhongyang merely laughed and waved his hand, assuring them, "Rest assured, the gathering place is sound. My talent is not one I wish to disclose. You'll understand the specifics once you see the gathering place." With that, he beckoned everyone to follow him northeast. The group, half convinced, trailed Zhao Zhongyang for approximately 800 meters before arriving at a relatively flat valley. Geographically speaking, this valley was quite suitable, nestled between two higher hills, providing substantial shelter from the wind and snow, thereby significantly diminishing the impact of blizzards. Surrounding the area were expansive groves of dark-hued trees, seemingly abundant and of considerable size. To find such extensive woodlands in the apocalypse is no small feat, implying that the survivors within the gathering place would not need to venture far to acquire ample timber resources for daily warmth. This was indeed an excellent location. Lu Shen couldn't help but exclaim. Zhao Zhongyang, leading the way, smiled in response. On my way to Jingning Town, I stumbled upon this valley and initially intended to relocate here myself. However, after careful consideration, I felt it more appropriate to designate it as the gathering place. Officer Zhao, you are quite magnanimous, Lu Shen remarked. Zhao Zhongyang waved his hand again, guiding the group to the center of the valley, where the landscape was blanketed in pristine snow, save for a single tall pole standing erect. Approaching the pole, Zhao Zhongyang cleared the snow from the ground, unveiling a large wooden board beneath. Upon lifting the board, a sloping earthen staircase was revealed. The structure was remarkably rustic and delicate, and the soil appeared fresh, indicating it had been built not long ago. The size and depth of the staircase left the assembled individuals in awe. Lu Shen descended, traversing 2 complete flights of stairs before finally beholding the main body of the underground gathering place. "Goodness, Officer Zhao, how deep did you dig?" Zhang Shuo inquired, surveying his surroundings with keen interest. Zhao Zhongyang replied calmly, "I excavated 6 meters down. The gathering place itself is 4 meters high, so the deepest point is approximately 10 meters underground. The area is, as we discussed, 500 square meters." Listening to this astonishing figure, the few present fell into a profound silence, yet their eyes betrayed a glimmer of surprise. In a gathering place of such magnitude, it would have taken several months for other survivors to construct it. However, under Officer Zhao's guidance, it was astonishingly completed in less than a week. Upon examining the ground and walls, one could discern that the soil was compacted with remarkable density, clearly indicative of meticulous workmanship rather than shoddy construction. Lu Shen also took a moment to assess the surroundings. While it did not quite match the soil he had compressed using his inherent abilities, the level of compaction was still impressively high. Within the gathering place, Zhao Zhongyang was not alone. Bai Lin was also present, leading 8 survivors engaged in simple construction activities deep within the site. Lu Shen glanced around the gathering place, recognizing it as Zhao Zhongyang's small encampment, capable of accommodating a full complement of 10 individuals. A truly remarkable feat. The strength possessed by Zhao Zhongyang exceeded even Lu Shen's expectations. "Everyone, please take a seat at the table inside. It is an opportune moment to deliberate on the construction and allocation of the gathering place." Zhao Zhongyang beckoned, pouring a cup of hot tea for each person. Lu Shen, maintaining his vigilance, merely held the warm tea in his hands for warmth, refraining from drinking it directly. Once everyone was seated, Zhao Zhongyang steered the conversation back on track. "As you can see, the gathering place has been completed. However, the internal zoning and construction of buildings require further discussion. Does anyone have any opinions?" The group exchanged glances, and the more composed Linyu was the first to speak. Officer Zhao, you must have some thoughts on this matter. Why not share them with us? Zhongyang smiled and replied, the plan remains consistent with our previous discussions. With an overall division into residential and commercial areas, roughly in a 7:3 ratio, that I intend to allocate 70% for the residential area, located internally, with dimensions of approximately 10m 35m, totaling 350 square meters. It is worth noting that the entire gathering place measures 10m 50m. Within the residential area, I also plan to partition it into two sections. The left side designated as a collective dormitory area and the right side as independent housing units. With a reserved 2m wide corridor in between it, I have calculated that the independent housing area can accommodate a total of 14 units, each covering an area of 10 square meters. However, they can be constructed as two-story buildings, thus providing a total of 20 square meters for some capable survivors to rent or purchase. As for the collective dormitory area, it will have the same specifications as the independent housing area, but each unit can house multiple residents by arranging bunk beds within. Based on my estimations, accommodating up to 200 individuals should not pose a problem. Shen could not help but gasp in astonishment. The population density was indeed significant. With less than 2 square meters of personal space per person, it bore a striking resemblance to a slum. The independent housing area, comparatively, would fare better, with two-story buildings at 20 square meters each available for members of a small gathering place of 23 individuals, which was just barely sufficient. However, it was easy to surmise that truly capable survivors would likely be disinclined to reside in such cramped quarters. Yet upon further reflection, many survivors were currently struggling with hunger and suffering from the ravages of cold and starvation, making mere survival a challenge. Concerns about living conditions would be far from their minds. For numerous individuals, the availability of a safe, radiation-free area to reside in would be akin to receiving a windfall from the heavens. Moreover, should the living conditions within the gathering place be too favorable, stronger survivors, already possessing their own shelters, might be tempted to encroach upon the territory of the gathering place. This would leave those ordinary survivors, who desperately needed the gathering place, with little room for survival. Noticing that everyone had fallen into contemplation, Zhao Zhongyang interjected, you may have observed that the layout of the gathering place is quite compact. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, I suggest that each of you remain in your own shelters and not compete with these refugees for space. Unsurprisingly, it was clear that Zhao Zhongyang was deliberately orchestrating this situation. Lu Shen regarded him with a deeper gaze. Officer Zhao's character was indeed unexpected, genuinely aiming to create a refuge for survivors. Thus, the entirety of the design and arrangements was not solely driven by the interests of a manager, but rather focused on the well-being of ordinary survivors. However, none of those present raised objections to this matter. Compared to the gathering place, each of them had their own independent shelters, which were not only satisfactory, but also considerably safer. The gathering place often served as a venue for communication and trade, primarily fulfilling a functional role. That I have no objections to the design of the residential area. Officer Zhao, please proceed as you see fit. Could you elaborate on the commercial area? Lu Shen inquired nonchalantly. For the commercial area, I have not devised an extensive design. It will adhere to the same specifications as the residential area, with a total of 12 two-story shops, each covering 10 square meters. Zhao Zhongyang briefly explained, adding, for the vast majority of survivors, their primary need is for transactions. They do not require dedicated storefronts for selling goods, so the number of shops does not need to be excessive. The group nodded in agreement, recognizing the current scarcity of resources. Even those among them who were better off could scarcely muster enough resources to sell the in Lu Shen's view, there was scarcely a need to differentiate between residential and commercial areas. For commerce was unlikely to flourish. Strictly speaking, the entire residential area resembled a slum, with numerous survivors crammed into a single space, sleeping on large communal beds, resulting in an undoubtedly filthy and chaotic environment. Conversely, the commercial area appeared to be more spacious, featuring 2 rows of independent two-story shops, separated by a 2m wide corridor. Crucially, those who could purchase or rent commercial space would, to some extent, possess a degree of capability, facilitating daily interactions and collaborations. With this understanding, the attendees gain a clearer picture of the overall layout of the gathering place. Hu Linyu then asked, "Given this, will our allocated land be divided according to the area occupied or the actual usable space?" This was a matter of considerable concern for all, as the gathering place boasted a height of 4 meters, allowing for the construction of 2-story buildings. Should the allocation be based on occupied area, the amount of space they could effectively control would nearly double. However, to this, Zhao Zhongyang coldly responded with 4 words: "Actual usable area." Upon hearing this, Wang Haishan furrowed his brow and coughed twice. Expressing his dissatisfaction, "Officer Zhao, this may not be entirely appropriate. There is nothing inappropriate about it. If we calculate based on occupied area, the living space for other survivors will be severely limited," Zhao Zhongyang retorted, his smile fading and his resolve unwavering. However, according to the initial allocation, in a gathering place of 500 square meters, we 5 factions were to share 135 square meters, as previously agreed upon. Zhao Zhongyang waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Regarding this issue, I hope everyone can understand. Moreover, I am the one overseeing the construction of the entire gathering place. Neither digging out the space nor building the structures involved any effort from you all. Did it?" There was no counter-argument to this statement, and they could only nod in agreement. Zhao Zhongyang continued, "Without my intervention, none of you would likely have been able to construct this gathering place. Would you?" "Indeed," came the unanimous acknowledgement. "The work I have done is essentially a service to these survivors, without any expectation of greater benefits. However, regarding the allocation of land, it shall proceed as per my plan. Shall it not?" The crowd fell into a contemplative silence, and, after a moment of reflection, could only nod in resignation. Liu Shen had no objections. Throughout the entire process, he merely contributed the mutated willow branches and did not engage in any other matters. So it was natural not to expect too much from him. Regardless of the prior preparations, the construction of the gathering place, or the subsequent promotional efforts that truly required dedication, it was ultimately Officer Zhao who bore the brunt of it all. Subsequently, each individual present chose the land they desired. Unsurprisingly, all 6 factions, including Zhao Zhongyang, opted for the buildings in the commercial district. Zhao Zhongyang provided 3.5 pounds of mutated willow branches, enabling him to occupy 35 square meters, and ultimately selected a building in the commercial district, along with 15 collective residential beds. Hu Linyu and Wang Haishan each contributed 1.5 pounds of mutated willow branches, which theoretically would only allow for 15 square meters. However, both insisted on acquiring a shop in the commercial district, with a shortfall to be compensated directly in survival coins. Furthermore, in future profit distributions, they would also be entitled to a share of survival coins, which could be deducted at that time. Zhang Shua offered 3 pounds of mutated willow branches, securing a shop in the commercial district and an additional 10 collective residential beds. Lu Shun contributed the most, a full 5 pounds of mutated willow branches, and unreservedly claimed 2 shops in the commercial district, along with 10 beds in the collective dormitory area. Consequently, half of the 12 shops in the commercial district were immediately occupied, and 35 beds in the collective accommodation area were claimed. However, it was highly likely that these beds would not be utilized, but rather rented out to other survivors. Once the allocations were made, the atmosphere among those present lightened considerably. Zhang Shua jested, "Officer Zhao, now that we've finished discussing business, won't you invite us to stay for a meal?" Zhao Zhongyang's expression darkened instantly, his hand shaking slightly. "Get lost. If I were to treat you to a meal, I would have to go out begging." "Huh." The others burst into hearty laughter. Zhao Zhongyang, both pushing and shooing them away, promptly expelled them from the gathering place. Upon reaching the entrance, he spoke earnestly. "If you have the opportunity, do collect some more mutated willow branches to prepare for the second expansion of the gathering place." Everyone could see that the area of the gathering place was exceedingly tight, and for sustained development, it was imperative to expand to a second and third level. Hu Linyu waved his hand dismissively. "This matter is beneficial for us as well. We will keep it in mind." "Indeed, but the promotional efforts for the gathering place will still require your attention, Officer Zhao," Wang Haishan added, his aged face creased with concern as he coughed a couple of times. "Our reputation won't suffice. Our public relations efforts could backfire, and this responsibility falls to you, Officer Zhao." The promotional work was already underway. Following this incident, the rapport among the attendees grew significantly closer that on one hand, they were all angel investors of the gathering place, effectively forming its management tier, which naturally fostered a tighter bond that on the other hand, as each secured a shop in the commercial district, frequent interactions in the future were highly probable, making it essential to maintain good relations. Most importantly, they all understood that they were among the top-tier survivors present, and dealings in the future were inevitable. Shen and Shirley departed the gathering place without haste to return. There was ample time for exploration today, allowing them to thoroughly investigate Jingning Town. Moreover, it was time to finalize the transaction with Hu Linyu. Upon reaching the outskirts of Jingning Town, they spotted Hu Linyu standing ahead. Smiling and waving at the two. Long time no see, Brother Liu, Brother Sure. Shirley scratched his head. Didn't we just see each other? Hu Linyu's mouth twitched. I was merely being polite. You needn't take it so seriously. Oh, I thought you had a poor memory. Shen chuckled as he retrieved 4 tools from his backpack. 2 axes and 2 pickaxes. Hu Linyu said, nothing further. Pulling out a bag of radiation cores and some survival coins, 0.15 level 1 radiation cores, plus 45 survival coins. Please verify. Shen glanced casually to ensure the numbers were roughly consistent before nodding and accepting. No need for a detailed count. I trust your character. Hu Linyu beamed, saying, thank you. I will undoubtedly seek you out for tools in the future, and I can also help spread the word. Hearing this, Lu Shen was taken aback. There's truly no need. Crafting tools consumes a significant amount of my energy, so it would be better for you to seek assistance elsewhere. Hu Linyu raised an eyebrow. I see now. I misunderstood. And no matter, but if you require a small number of tools, you can still ask for my help. However, I want to accept survival coins. Only other more precious resources in exchange. Shen did not dismiss the idea outright. The materials consumed in crafting tools were negligible, as there was an abundance of high-quality steel in the train wreckage, sufficient for tool production. However, crafting tools did require the expenditure of his innate energy, and the harder the materials, the greater the consumption. Occasionally making 1 or 2 might be acceptable, but mass production would be quite taxing on him. If he were to truly operate shop, it would certainly be focused on other resources, and he could not afford to specialize in tool crafting. Even having reached level 2, he could not sustain such a drain. After finalizing the transaction, Lu Shen proceeded to explore Jingning Town as usual. The 2 of them, one living and one dead, had clearly defined work responsibilities. Lu Shen was tasked with delving deeper into Jingning Town to continue collecting mutated willow branches, an exceedingly precious resource in this post-apocalyptic scenario, as collecting more would never be excessive. Moreover, mutated willow branches were likely non-renewable resources. The more he could seize, the better, for if he hesitated, others would take them first. Meanwhile, Lu Shen and Shirley continued their search around the periphery. However, this time, they did not remain entirely on the outskirts, but ventured slightly deeper into the area. Faced with a limited number of corrupted corpses, the 2 of them could easily handle the situation with their combined strength. Particularly in the snowy terrain, their mastery of snow and ice allowed them to effortlessly dispatch level 1 corrupted corpses. After clearing about 7, they finally managed to cleanse a house. Notably, this was a house that had not been scavenged, and the internal supplies were remarkably intact. The previously searched houses had mostly been ransacked by other survivors, appearing in disarray, with many vital resources vanished. Yet this time, the internal supplies were quite adequate, though regrettably, many items had become unusable due to the passage of time. For instance, food and plastic products had rotted and weathered, leaving only a small portion truly collectible. In the kitchen, they found a dozen packets of salt, 2 packets of sugar, an iron pot, and dozens of bowls. In the basement, they discovered a barrel of pickled vegetables, but unfortunately, due to insufficient sealing, it had already molded and was unusable. Lu Shen could not help but shake his head in disappointment. Even in a house that had not been scavenged, the truly useful survival resources remained limited. However, Shirley seemed to have better luck, as he found a stash of corn in a corner of a warehouse. It appeared that the townsfolk in this area had a particular fondness for corn, with nearly every household cultivating it, making it a relatively common food among survivors. Consequently, Lu Shen felt a bit nauseated upon seeing corn. always feeling as if it would choke him. Yet, this was unavoidable. To maximize the utilization of corn, one had to consume the cobs as well, significantly diminishing the taste, akin to eating swine feed daily. Nevertheless, since it was food, there was no reason to overlook it, so they gathered it all to take home. Shen continued to scavenge within the house. Although it appeared filled with items, very few were of practical use. After rummaging for several minutes, he found little of value. Alas, the resources provided by the town's ruins were far too monotonous. Shen, filled with helplessness, sighed and decided not to linger any longer. He intended to summon back Shen and return to the shelter. Shen, who had gathered mutated willow branches, shouldered his backpack and began to make his way back. However, as he was about to reach the outskirts of the town's ruins, he suddenly halted, letting out a painful roar, and then stomped fiercely at his feet. Despite several attempts to shake it off, he found himself unable to fully escape. Shen's eyes flickered as he immediately sensed the commotion, his expression shifting as he cautiously approached. At the same time, he felt a twinge of curiosity. What could possibly exist in this town's ruins that could harm a level 2 corrupted corpse? It must be something formidable. Upon observing the object beneath Shen's feet, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, an unknown mutated plant." There, entangled around Shen's foot, was a pale purple vine adorned with sharp thorns and a few thin leaves tightly constricting around Shen's foot, already embedded into the flesh. Even as Shen pulled with all his might, he could not completely detach the vine that Shen, intrigued, noted the remarkable resilience of this plant. With Shen's strength at level 2 and such tough skin, it was astonishing that it was ensnared by this vine. If this had been an ordinary survivor, the chances of survival would have been slim. This realization added a layer of gravity to his gaze. The seemingly innocuous vine before him was likely more dangerous than he had initially imagined. After a thorough examination, Shen keenly perceived that this purple vine was not merely entwined around Shen's foot, but was actively siphoning off the energy within Shen's body. Like a living organism, it relentlessly consumed the rich radiation energy emanating from Shen. The more it absorbed, the tighter its grip became. A mutated plant affected by radiation, and it appeared to thrive on it. Shen quietly pondered, vaguely deducing the plant's characteristics while also formulating a countermeasure. Seeing that Shen struggled to detach the vine, Shen took the initiative, employing his talent condensation to forcibly extract the radiation energy from a vine. Having reached level 2, the potency of his condensation had more than doubled, allowing him to draw radiation energy from the vine at a frenzied pace. This speed surpassed the rate at which the vine absorbed Shen's radiation energy. Thus, in mere seconds, the vine seemed to lose all its strength and fell with a crack. The radiation energy was akin to the very lifeblood of this vine creature. When the radiation energy was abundant, it exhibited an extraordinarily terrifying offensive capability, even challenging a level 2 corrupted corpse. However, once the radiation energy was depleted, it posed no threat at all, becoming as limp as an ordinary vine, devoid of any special attributes. Using a small stick, Shen prodded the fallen purple vine, his eyes gleaming with curiosity that a plant mutated by radiation should hold considerable value. After all, whether it was the black wriggling bamboo worm or the plush grass, the value brought by the purple vine was not to be underestimated. Shen mused. Based on his past experiences, the creatures discovered in this apocalyptic world either possessed significant survival value or boasted remarkable worth. Hence, it was highly probable that the purple vine before him was of a similar nature. Without further hesitation, Shen retrieved a cloth bag, wrapped the vine, and stuffed it into his pocket, intending to bring it back for a thorough investigation. In the train car shelter, Shen and Lei hurried back, dividing their haul before returning to their respective compartments. They extracted a level 1 radiation core to create 3 pseudo-level 2 radiation cores, which they placed in the refrigerator for Shen to absorb slowly. Subsequently, Shen returned to the underground shelter with all their acquired goods. The haul was modest: salt, sugar, corn, pots, and bowls, essential everyday items that enriched their supplies. The only exceptional find was the purple vine to TO other survivors. This purple vine would likely be exceedingly dangerous. Even awakened survivors, once ensnared, would find it exceedingly difficult to break free. After all, Lu Shi's strength far surpassed that of most survivors. Yet it had encountered Lu Shen, whose unique condensation talent perfectly countered this plant. Gazing at the palm-sized purple vine in his hand, Lu Shen first placed it before the survival radio, using the shop system to check its details. Soon, a segment of information appeared. Name: Purple leaf thorn vine description. A mutated plant born from the effects of apocalyptic radiation, possessing predatory traits and an acute sensitivity to radiation, capable of forcibly absorbing it and concentrating it in its vicinity. The stronger the radiation intensity, the higher the quality and the greater the danger posed by this organism. Value: 75 survival coins. Clearly, this was a plant of considerable quality, valued at 75 survival coins. Moreover, its behavior aligned with Lu Shen's deductions. This was indeed a food source thriving on radiation, dangerous yet unique. Wow, this is truly a remarkable find. If I can master it completely, it would be an incredible trump card. Lu Shen mused, pursing his lips in contemplation. The more perilous an object, the greater the threat it posed to others if he could control IT present. Lu Shen had already conceived an effective method of utilization. He could routinely absorb all the radiation from the purple leaf thorn vine using his talent, rendering it entirely harmless, and then keep it tucked away in his pocket that, in the event of danger or an enemy confrontation, he could directly extract radiation energy from the radiation core and infuse it into the purple leaf thorn vine, restoring its offensive capabilities before hurling it at his adversaries. This strategy would prove highly effective against both mutated creatures and hostile entities, significantly distracting attention and affording him an advantage in battle. As he contemplated this, Lu Shen resolved to nurture the vine, believing it would eventually prove invaluable. Utilizing soil, he crafted a sealed earthen box, placing the entire vine within and tossing it into a corner of the underground shelter. With no radiation present, there was no need to worry about the purple leaf thorn vine reviving. This environment was akin to hell for such a plant. After dealing with the purple leaf thorn vine, Lu Shen did not remain idle. After lighting the fireplace, he checked on the seeds he had sown. In just a few days, the corn and potatoes had not changed much. However, due to the low temperature, the soil had become somewhat hard. Lu Shen watered them with warm water, hoping to protect the seeds and enhance their germination chances. He even contemplated the necessity of keeping the fireplace lit in the underground shelter long-term to ensure a stable temperature. However, after careful consideration, he abandoned this idea. The wood consumption would be too great. Though the surrounding area had a fair amount of wood, it could not withstand such depletion. Once it was all harvested, he would have to venture farther to gather more, which would be quite troublesome. Moreover, if the apocalyptic environment truly rendered crop cultivation impossible, there was no need to force the issue. Just as he worried over the planting endeavors, a prompt sound suddenly echoed from the survival radio beside him. Who could that be? Shirley, Zhao Zhongyang. Lu Shen muttered as he checked the content. The caller was neither Shirley nor Zhao Zhongyang, but rather Shueya. Shueya, Lu, Zhao police officer is on the line, announcing the newly constructed gathering place that IT is said that you are one of the initial builders of the gathering place. Lu Shen paused, not rushing to respond, and instead opened the communication. Before long, Zhao Zhongyang's calm and composed voice resonated within the underground shelter. Dear survivors, I am Zhao Zhongyang. The gathering place, jointly constructed by myself, Lu Shen, Hu Lingyu, Wang Haishan, Zhang Shaw, and other members of the survivor group, is nearing completion. For those struggling on the brink of life and death, if you find it challenging to sustain yourselves, you are welcome to come to the gathering place and collaborate for survival. The gathering place is located in a valley 800 meters northeast of Jingming Town. You may not be familiar with the surrounding map, but I can provide an introduction. Approximately 5 kilometers south of Jingming Town is Tiling Town. 3 kilometers northwest is Qinghe Town, and 3.5 kilometers directly north is Belan Town. You can use these coordinates to navigate to the gathering place. The residential accommodations and commercial spaces within the gathering place will officially commence leasing and sales. I hope those who believe in my character will come to reside in the gathering area. Lu Shen rubbed his nose, surprised that Zhao Zhongyang included them in the promotion. That IT seems that his name has gained considerable recognition, which explains why Shueya approached him directly. However, Shen could not help but feel a sense of unease regarding Zhongyang's grand promotion of the gathering place. Not only would it inform ordinary survivors of its existence, but it would also attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. After all, in this apocalyptic land, apart from the weaker individual survivors, there are many formidable awakened individuals who often form small groups. They occupy the ruins of towns or other shelters, possessing considerable overall strength. For instance, Zhongyang himself leads a small group of 10 that, although not all possess awakened abilities, their combined strength is quite formidable, including Hu Linyu, Zhang Shuo, and himself, all of whom belong to this small collective. Such powerful groups are undoubtedly aware of the value of the gathering place, and it is not far-fetched to think they might entertain thoughts of plunder and conflict. This poses a significant challenge for the gathering area. Zhongyang's audacity in promoting it is indeed impressive. Yet, dragging all of us into this mess is quite the predicament. Shen shook his head in resignation. Should the gathering place truly fall into danger, he may need to consider offering assistance. Otherwise, all his initial investments would go to waste. In response to Shui Ye's inquiry, Shen pondered for a moment before replying. Yes, is there a problem? Shui Ye quickly responded, I heard that the gathering place will be selling residences. Do you know the specifics? Could you help me reserve one? Shen thought for a moment, deeming such a minor favor acceptable, and asked, Will you be living alone? No, there are 2 others. We have banded together for survival, as each of us struggles to make it on our own, Shui Ye explained briefly. Her tone tinged with evident nervousness. Shen nodded slightly, realizing this also constituted a small gathering, albeit with a lower overall quality among its members. How many survival coins do you possess? If your supply is limited, consider renting a communal dormitory that if you have ample coins, you could rent a private shop, Shen suggested succinctly. After contemplating, Shui Ye inquired, how many people typically share a communal dormitory? Are there any 3-person rooms? There likely aren't any. Typically, a room accommodates 7 to 8 individuals. Based on the specifications of the dormitory, a 10-space could fit 5 bunk beds, meaning the number of residents will be greater than one might expect. Shen noted that 7 to 8 was already on the conservative side. After several minutes of hesitation, as if consulting with others, Shui Ye cautiously replied, We have a total of 19 survival coins. If we pool together, we might manage to reach 30. Where do you think we would be suitable to reside? Shen's mouth twitched in exasperation as he responded, On the streets, bringing along straw and blankets. The other party was clearly taken aback for a long moment. After a full 5 minutes, a calm and gentle voice broke the silence. Mr. Liu, our survival coins are indeed limited. Could you possibly make an exception? We can make up the shortfall later. Shen's eyes brightened noticeably as he remarked, What a delightful voice. Where did this alluring lady come from? Your companion. In a modest underground shelter, 3 figures gathered. Their features were exquisite, though slightly gaunt due to malnutrition in the apocalypse. Yet their solid foundations were undeniable. Listening to the response, Shui Ye's forehead twitched with frustration as she turned to her companion, saying, Sujia, I forgot to mention that this guy has a penchant for mature women. My roommate once wore a qipao, and he pursued her relentlessly until they got together. What do you mean by that? The cold-faced woman with a ponytail couldn't help but darken her expression to Sujia. Tone it down a bit. Not a chance. We could just forego the gathering place. He does look quite handsome, Mr. Liu. I am Shui Ye's friend. We truly cannot offer more survival coins. Could you kindly make an exception? We would greatly appreciate it. The soft, melodic voice, tinged with a slight rasp, echoed in the underground shelter. Shen couldn't help but rub his nose, his mouth twitching. Is this an attempt at seduction? He shook his head in helplessness. While he had his preferences, he was not easily swayed in this environment. After all, this world is fraught with peril, where self-interest reigns supreme and beauty has lost much of its value, often bringing about disaster instead. Furthermore, resources and strength are paramount. Once one possesses these, the allure of beauty and desire becomes nothing more than fleeting whims. Easily attainable, individuals like him undoubtedly attract numerous survivors, rendering him impervious to such temptations. Yet upon hearing that soft, gentle voice and recalling Shui Ye's delicate features, Shen suddenly had another thought. Ahem, it wouldn't be impossible to make an exception. Clearing his throat, Shen said, "In fact, I could forego the survival coins entirely and simply grant you the residence." Shueya, glancing at the message, appeared momentarily stunned, hesitantly asking, "What would we need to offer in return?" The expressions of the other two women darkened as they seemed to grasp the implications that I have a shop that I might operate in the future, and I am currently in need of a few attendants. Would you be interested?